A different approach with the 7 characters, and it has been consulting with members of the dwarfism community to prepare for the movie.
Fans of the hit series The Office finally getting a highly anticipated reunion. Steve Carell will join former co-star John Krasinski in the upcoming film If for Paramount Plus. It's their first project together since their days back at Dunder Mifflin. Krasinski will direct, produce, and write the movie, which is set to debut in 2023. A lot of people looking forward to those two on the same screen.
You got that chemistry, you got to do even more than you started.
Thanks for starting your day with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a fantastic Wednesday. Be safe out there. Diplomatic maneuvers. This morning, we've got the latest on the Biden-Putin geopolitical chess match as President Biden weighs in after a meeting with U.S. allies.
I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders.
This even as the troop buildup continues. We're live in Washington with the latest.
A second New York City police officer has died from a shooting a few days ago. Now the call to get illegal guns off the streets. More
hot water for Britain's prime minister amid an investigation into government parties while the rest of the country was in lockdown.
Texas law enforcement under fire for excessive force after a patrol car in hot pursuit of a suspect on foot strikes the man.
One government has approved this flying car for takeoff. Will others soon follow? A busy Wednesday ahead. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with the urgent efforts to pull Eastern Europe back from the brink of war. General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke last night with his Ukrainian counterpart. The two military leaders discussed the steps that are taking to ready their forces to respond to a range of situations. For more on Washington's response to this growing crisis, we're joined now live by NBC's Bree Jackson. Bree, good morning. So what have we heard from President Biden?
Good morning, Philip. Well, President Biden says he's close to deciding whether to send additional U.S. troops to NATO countries near Ukraine. He also says he might sanction Putin himself if he invades. Now, according to 4 senior administration officials, Biden is considering publicly outlining his Ukraine strategy in a speech or an interview. He did speak with reporters, stressing the enormous consequences a Russian invasion would have.
There will be enormous consequences if he were to go in and invade, as he could, the entire country, or a lot less than that as well, for Russia, not only in terms of economic consequences and political consequences, but it will be enormous consequences worldwide. This would be the largest, if he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
The U.S. has delivered a second shipment of weapons to Ukraine, part of a $200 million package. And NATO allies have also started deploying ships and fighter jets to the region. Spain deploying fighter jets to Bulgaria and warships to the Black Sea. Denmark sending jets to Lithuania. Russia has denied that it will invade, but it has mobilized over 100,000 troops all over the country and continues to conduct military drills. Back to you.
Now, those words and actions not in alignment there, Bree. Thank you.
The United States is seeing its highest level of daily COVID-related deaths in 11 months, according to Johns Hopkins University. More than 2,100 were recorded on Monday. The country also surpassing 72 million cases since the pandemic began. And a new subversion of the Omicron variant has been detected in at least 40 countries, including here in the U.S. Scientists are calling it BA2. It's also been dubbed stealth Omicron because it has genetic traits that make it somewhat harder to detect. Some health officials worry it could be more contagious, but it's unclear if it causes more severe disease. Now to Ellison Barber for more.
Omicron continues to rip through large parts of the country. 16 states are still dealing with spikes in new infections, but there are promising signs that the worst of the surge could be behind us. In parts of the Northeast, cases now dropping as quickly as they skyrocketed. But a world without a single case of COVID, the nation's top doctor is reiterating a reality check.
You can get a degree of control. You might be able to eliminate it or you could even eradicate it. I don't think there's a chance that we're going to eradicate this.
Drug manufacturers are scrambling to keep up with Omicron's rapid pace. Pfizer began clinical trials for an Omicron-specific vaccine. They plan to test it on vaccinated and unvaccinated people.
This vaccine will be ready in March. I don't know if we will need it. I don't know if and how it will be used, but we'll be ready.
Regardless, experts believe it can provide vital protection if Omicron remains the dominant strain.
I think it's prudent to at least prepare for the possibility that this may be a persistent variant that we may have to face, even though it's at a very low level.
And our thanks to Allison Barber for that report.
Breaking news, the Coast Guard is still searching for 39 people missing after their boat capsized off the coast of Florida. The agency says that it was a, quote, suspected human smuggling venture. Multiple cutters and aircraft are taking part in the search. A Good Samaritan notified the Coast Guard after rescuing a man clinging to the boat 45 miles east of Fort Pierce. According to the survivor, the group had left Bimini in the Bahamas Saturday night. He said that no one was wearing life jackets when the boat encountered severe weather.
Is the party over for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson? The so-called Partygate scandal has exploded. London's Metropolitan Police is now investigating a number of events held at Johnson's home despite COVID-19 restrictions. Joining us from London to break it all down is Chapman Bell. And Chapman, good morning. Partygate has created a firestorm for the Prime Minister. Will he survive this Downing Street debacle?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, Francis, but it's fair to say he now has two hurdles in his way. First, there's that civil servant investigation into alleged parties and gatherings at Downing Street and other government buildings during lockdown, including a birthday party for the Prime Minister. Now it's all front page news over here. We also now have heard that the Metropolitan Police are opening an investigation into what they say could be, it's a retrospective investigation, normally only done if there seems to be flagrant breaches of the laws. So a lot on Boris Johnson's plate right now, though the Prime Minister remaining defiant. Here's what he had to say.
So I welcome the Met's decision to conduct its own investigation because I believe this will help to give the public the clarity it needs and help to draw a line under matters.
Now, that report could come out as early as today. The Prime Minister will be in Parliament for Prime Minister's questions. He says he will also make a statement after this comes back. Now, what could happen next? Well, if 15% of Conservative MPs, that's 54 MPs, write a letter, they could trigger a no-confidence vote for the Prime Minister, so we could see what his future is in the coming days. Francis?
Meanwhile, that controversy while dealing with the business at hand of running the country. Chapman, thank you.
A man in North Texas is suing a former Lake Worth police officer who rammed him with an SUV while he was fleeing on foot. Meredith Yeomans with our Dallas-Fort Worth station has the story, but we should warn you, parts of this video could be disturbing to some viewers.
Dash camera video shows a motorcyclist take off when a Lake Worth officer tried pulling him over on Lake Worth Boulevard near 820.
And the officer was on patrol and observed a motorcycle whose license plate was obscured.
The chase continues on 820 and lasts just a couple minutes before the motorcyclist loses control and ditches the bike. He's seen on dash camera video running across the exit ramp into some grass, and the police unit follows.
Just you can feel his back in a way just get crunched and his arms go up. It's so shocking.
Attorneys Scott Palmer and James Roberts filed a federal lawsuit on behalf of the motorcyclist, Dustin Bates, accusing the officer of excessive use of deadly force by intentionally running over Bates.
This is a blatant, flagrant attempt to mow down a person on foot. He's no longer on this motorcycle.
After the incident in November 2020, Lake Worth police say the officer, Jonathan Granado, was investigated for criminal wrongdoing.
The grand jury voted to take no criminal action.
Lake Worth Police Chief J.T. Monishagan says an internal investigation found Granado did violate 2 department policies, resulting in a 2-week suspension and additional training. He says the officer tried braking when he left the road, but the SUV slid and struck Bates at 45 miles per hour.
And in this case, we caused injury to someone, and it was due to the officer's poor judgment.
Now, a federal court will decide if Granado should pay. Attorneys for Bates say he suffered a fractured back, ribs, and leg. They're suing in civil court for an unspecified amount.
Our thanks to Meredith Yeomans for that report.
History made in the NHL. There's a new Iron Man on the ice. Philadelphia Flyers defenseman Keith Yandle broke the NHL record by playing his 965th consecutive game. The previous Iron Man benchmark was set by Doug Jarvis over 34 years ago. Yandle's streak began on March 26, 2009. The NHL says Yandle's played over 20,000 minutes on the ice during the streak.
Wow. All right, we're talking about wind chills in the negative 45-degree range. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking those alerts for us. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. You just saying that really hurts, and it's really impacting a lot of people for the upper Midwest, touching into the Midwest, and that's why we have these wind chill warnings, advisories currently in place, and they're starting to expand into sections of the Northeast. So the chill is definitely on this morning. Cincinnati currently at 11 degrees in that sub-zero range. Detroit air temperature of 12, but the feel-like temperature on your skin down to 0 degrees. Now daytime highs, ton of sunshine today across this section of the country, but there's not heat behind that. You can see Baltimore today, 30 degrees, wind chill 21. If you're out and about across New York City, definitely going to be feeling the chill as our temperatures have dropped compared to yesterday, sitting in the 40s. This doesn't really change too much as we step into tomorrow. Boston 27. We're about 9 to 10 degrees below average in this section of the country. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. If you're across the deep south, a ton of sunshine as well, even for Florida. Going to watch dropping temperatures this morning, rising a bit this afternoon, but the struggle is real across the upper Midwest, Great Lakes. Highs only in the teens. On top of the cold, we're also watching a winter storm potential for this weekend. We'll talk about that coming up.
That's going to be important to hear. Thank you, Janessa. Now to your Wednesday quick hits. Sean Payton shocked the NFL after announcing he's stepping down as the head coach of the NFL Saints. Payton led New Orleans for 15 seasons and brought the Saints to their only Super Bowl title. Payton says he hasn't ruled out returning to coaching in the NFL.
Elon Musk and McDonald's going back and forth after Musk said that he would eat a Happy Meal if McDonald's accepted the cryptocurrency Dogecoin. McDonald's said they would if Tesla accepted Grimace Coin.
Days away from the Olympics, Team USA dealt a major blow. Downhill skier Breezy Johnson announced she has to pull out of the games after a knee injury.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Oh! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Leading the news, the once prominent attorney Michael Avenatti says he had a breakdown over strategy with his own lawyers. Now he'll be representing himself for the rest of his trial against former client porn star Stormy Daniels. Daniels could take the stand as soon as today, meaning she'll face direct questioning from her former attorney, who she accuses of stealing $300,000 of her book advance. Avenatti's legal team said there was an agreement that Avenatti and Daniels would share proceeds of any book deal.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones claims he pleaded the Fifth nearly 100 times when he was deposed by the House January 6th committee. The Fifth Amendment grants the right to remain silent for fear of self-incrimination. Speaking on his radio show, Jones said that he had wanted to answer all the panel's questions, but that his lawyer frequently advised against it. His show had promoted then-President Trump's rally that day. Jones himself never entered the Capitol, and he says he condemns the breach.
Only one big name was voted into baseball's Hall of Fame. Red Sox legend David Ortiz was the lone player voted into Cooperstown this year. But it was the slew of major names left out of the Hall that has the baseball world talking. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
1-2 pitch. They're icons of America's pastime. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Sammy Sosa. But all of them fell short of baseball's Hall of Fame in their final year of eligibility, likely because of their suspected ties to performance-enhancing drugs, despite their denials.
This is probably the most controversial, polarizing ballot in Hall of Fame voting history.
Baseball writers choose Hall of Famers. Inductees need to get at least 75% of the vote. They're only eligible for 10 years, 5 years after retiring. Ever since Pete Rose was booted from baseball after his betting scandal, there's been controversy over who should be allowed into Cooperstown. Yes! Beloved Boston slugger David Big Papi Ortiz was elected, despite testing positive for a banned substance in 2003 before the league cracked down. But 14-time All-Star Alex Rodriguez, who was suspended for the entire 2014 season, did not make the cut, at least not this year.
Well, a lot of writers are very uncomfortable at being asked to be the judge of someone's character, integrity, and sportsmanship. It's a very difficult thing to try to assess. But the Hall does ask for that specifically in their guidelines.
It's possible some of these players might be reconsidered when a separate Veterans Committee meets in December. But a fierce debate is underway over how some of baseball's most memorable stars should be remembered and whether their talent was tainted. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
Blinding lights next. It's a new dawn for the weekend after what he just did to Justin Bieber.
Plus, Disney does damage control after Peter Dinklage calls out the Snow White remake.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
I'm Terry Crews.
Team USA superfan, Shaun White. What are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Singer The Weeknd's fifth studio album, Dawn FM, was released earlier this month and has broken a new Spotify record, dethroning Justin Bieber as the artist with the most monthly listeners on the platform. He racked up more than 85.6 million monthly listeners. That is the highest of any artist right now.
Actor Peter Dinklage, who was born with a form of dwarfism, has called out Disney's live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. During a recent appearance on the WTF with Mark Maron podcast, the former Game of Thrones star said in part, "They were very proud to cast a Latino actress as Snow White, but you're still telling the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Take a step back and look at what you're doing there. It makes no sense to me." In response to the criticism, Disney said it is taking a different approach with the 7 characters, and it has been consulting with members of the dwarfism community to prepare for the movie. It makes sense, you know, and everything, and all the diversity and inclusion that we're including in movies, and especially in Disney's world, that they got to pay attention to that too.
You can't argue with the logic there. All right, is yet another weekend winter storm brewing? Well, Janessa has the answer for us. That's up next.
And still ahead, why gun owners in San Jose may have to pay an extra fee.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan, Shaun White. What are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning. everyone. You know, this will be the talker as we head into your Friday and for the kickoff of the weekend. And right now, our forecast is not fine-tuned. What I can tell you, this will be impacting the East Coast, likely to be a very strong storm. Right now, looks like it will bomb out, and there will be some coastal flooding with high tide cycles across the coastal areas. What's going to happen is you have this storm system coming down from Canada, impacting the Ohio Valley to sections of the mid-Atlantic. It really collides with that coastal low offshore, so this will stretch from Florida all the way into the Maine area. Then we'll deal with that storm across the Raleigh-Durham area into the Carolinas, going to be dealing with ice and snow in that area. Then it really starts to make its way up as we go into your Saturday. So our model's not in agreement with snowfall just yet, but definitely need to prepare if you're across the East Coast, guys.
All right, Janessa, thank you. A flying car just cleared for takeoff. Next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In today's top stories, a second NYPD officer has died just days after he was critically injured in a shooting. 27-year-old Wilbert Mora was wounded Friday when a gunman opened fire during a domestic call. Mora's 22-year-old rookie partner, Jason Rivera, was also killed. The suspected gunman was wounded at the scene and died Monday. The funerals for both officers will be held separately at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City.
San Jose is on the brink of becoming the first U.S. city to require liability insurance for gun owners in the event their weapon is used for a violent crime. Late last night, the city council passed the ordinance saying it would encourage better gun safety. It would also require armed residents to pay a $25 annual fee, which would be used for a nonprofit focused on reducing domestic and gun violence. Second Amendment advocates are already threatening to sue the California city, saying it is unconstitutional to require gun owners to pay a fee to exercise their right.
More businesses are joining the push for the passage of the Equality Act, which is a measure that would federally ban discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. According to the Human Rights Campaign, 503 corporations, including 160 Fortune 500 companies, have joined its business coalition. It's the largest business coalition to ever come together in support of LGBTQ equality. The House passed the Equality Act in February, but its fate in the Senate is unclear after stalling back in May. If it were to pass in the Senate, President Joe Biden has vowed to sign it into law.
You may have seen flying cars in movies like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Back to the Future, but could the real thing be coming to the skies near you? The Air Card, developed by Klein Vision, has been issued airworthiness by the Slovak Transport Authority. Switching gears from drive to fly in under 3 minutes, the air car reaches speeds of 100 miles per hour and heights of 8,000 feet. According to the company's founder, the newly approved flying car is set to make a trip from London to Paris sometime soon.
I wonder if we are going to start to see those more and more on the roads. All right, Broadway's longest running musical just got even more iconic. Back in October, the Phantom of the Opera cast its first black performer as their leading lady. And starting today, Emily Kowachu takes over the role of Christine Daae full-time. And today also happens to be the musical's 34th anniversary, something I have not seen yet.
Oh, it is a must-see. It's something we ask of you, Broadway, more diversity, and we're getting it.
Thanks for kicking off your day with Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. We leave you with this. The coldest sunrise of the year on Lake Superior. Temperatures dropped below 20.
A shot of hope in the fight against COVID when Pfizer says to expect an Omicron vaccine as scientists detect a new variant.
Can President Biden pull Ukraine and Russia from the brink? We're live in D.C. with a race to prevent an all-out war.
Fanning the flames of inflation, the growing shortage that could drive prices higher and even shut down factories.
A political disaster on Downing Street, the growing fury in Britain over Prime Minister Boris Johnson's lockdown parties.
The Iron Man of the Ice, an NHL star, shatters the record for most consecutive games played. It's Wednesday, January 26, 2022. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. A new subversion of the Omicron variant has been detected in at least 40 countries, including the United States. Scientists are calling it BA2. It's also been dubbed Stealth Omicron because it has genetic traits that make it somewhat harder to detect. Some health officials worry it could be more contagious, but it's unclear if it causes more severe disease. Meanwhile, Pfizer has begun clinical trials for its Omicron-targeted vaccine. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Announcing the start of their new clinical trial, Pfizer says it's testing if their new reformulated COVID vaccine will specifically target the Omicron variant and to see how effective that new formula would be. With the vaccinated and boosted already highly protected against hospitalization, the FDA would then have to consider if the formula is even needed. In a trial expected to take months, it comes as pockets of the nation emerge beyond Omicron's peak.
How difficult is it to get ahead of a new variant with a vaccine?
If a new variant emerges, we can always build vaccines, but they can take several months to build and test. Vaccines always play a really important role, but often not fast enough to deal with a new variant.
With Omicron still fueling a pandemic record of ER visits, the CDC confirmed the disease severity appears to be lower than previous peaks, but medical centers remain overwhelmed with the sheer volume of those sick. And now the FDA says 2 monoclonal antibodies by Regeneron and Eli Lilly can no longer be used after proving to be ineffective against Omicron, which accounts for 99.9% of infections.
Where the virus changes, we have to change our tools. Some of the old tools will work. Sometimes you have to build new ones.
As new infections this month alone total nearly half as many cases as all of last year, the virus is still evolving faster than our tools against it.
I don't think there's a chance that we're going to eradicate this. We've only done that with one virus, and that's been smallpox.
The nation exhausted of COVID, still paying the pandemic's price.
While COVID cases continue to peak across the nation, many experts believe we'll reach the nation's peak by mid-February. Back to you.
Miguel, thank you.
An urgent effort continues this morning to pull Eastern Europe back from the brink of war. General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had a call with his Ukrainian counterpart, and the two military leaders discussed the steps they're taking to ready their forces to respond to a range of situations. For more on Washington's response to this growing crisis, we're joined now live by NBC's Bree Jackson. Bree, good morning. So what have we heard from President Biden on this?
Good morning, Philip. Well, President Biden says he's close to deciding whether to send additional U.S. troops to NATO countries near Ukraine. He also says he might sanction Putin himself if he invades. Now, according to 4 senior administration officials, Biden is considering publicly outlining his Ukraine strategy in a speech or an interview. He did speak with reporters, stressing the enormous consequences a Russian invasion would have.
There will be enormous consequences if he were to go in and invade, as he could, the entire country, or a lot less than that as well, for Russia, not only in terms of economic consequences and political consequences, but it will be enormous consequences worldwide. This would be the largest, if he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
The U.S. has delivered a second shipment of weapons to Ukraine, part of a $200 million package. And NATO allies have also started deploying ships and fighter jets to the region. Spain deploying fighter jets to Bulgaria and warships to the Black Sea. Denmark sending jets to Lithuania. Now, Russia has denied that it will invade, but it has mobilized about 100,000 troops all over the country and continues to conduct military drills. Back to you, Philip.
We can see their positioning there. All right, Bree, thank you.
A new setback in the supply chain crunch. The government is warning that a global shortage of computer chips could force some factories to close and make inflation even worse. Here's Tom Costello.
It's not just cell phones and computers. Microchips today are critical components in an endless list of products. TVs, refrigerators, power and communication systems, aviation, toys, cars, trucks, the list goes on. But the Commerce Department reports many U.S. companies had just a 5-day supply of chips on hand late last year, down from a typical 40-day supply. And 80% of computer chips are made in Asia.
Today, our semiconductor supply chain is far too dependent on conditions in countries halfway around the world.
But critical Chinese manufacturing hubs and ports are slowed, shut down, or gridlocked as China tries to contain Omicron. And that means higher prices in the U.S. New cars already up 15%, expected to climb even more. Clothing expected to jump 3 to 10%. Furniture by 10%. Electronics by 10% or more. In New Jersey, Pish Posh Baby is struggling to get everything from strollers to high chairs.
We're really concerned that inventory is not going to get out quick enough before Chinese New Year, as well as slow down production that we desperately need for spring.
China alone is responsible for a third of the world's manufacturing. It used to take ships 50 days to reach the U.S. Now it's taking 110 days.
We don't see any signs of things getting better. If anything, it's getting a bit worse. We haven't had any let-up in Americans' preference for consuming goods.
Experts say the world's manufacturers are still struggling to keep up with U.S. demand, sending prices soaring. And until that consumer demand slows, prices are unlikely to come back down. Back to you.
Tom, thank you.
Although the Chinese government is reporting just a small number of new COVID cases, the country is taking drastic measures as thousands of athletes begin to arrive ahead of the Winter Olympics. Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing with more.
China's government going to more extreme lengths to contain COVID cases 10 days before the Winter Olympics. Abruptly sealing off neighborhoods in Beijing, officials say they'll mass test 2 million people. There's nothing we can do to get rid of it, he says. The entire city caught in a dragnet over a handful of reported cases and ramped up fear. Anyone buying cold medication recently ordered to take a test to prove they aren't infected.
As more people are being told they have to get tested, sites like this are popping up around the city.
Beijing's first cases of the Omicron variant, testing China's rigid zero tolerance for COVID. As world attention turns to China for the Olympics, Chinese leaders had hoped to showcase success in managing the virus.
Beijing faces a dilemma, right? That might also explain why so far they've refrained from imposing a citywide lockdown.
With Beijing under restrictions, athletes and officials are confined to a closed loop of walled-off hotels and venues accessible only to them. Already, Games officials report 93 COVID cases inside the bubble, while outside, Chinese fans can no longer buy Olympics tickets. It's a pity, but there's no way, he says. Chinese officials are so fearful of crossover, drivers were warned to avoid Olympics vehicles, even if there's an accident. The city now in full emergency mode, days before the Games begin. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
Is the party over for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson? The so-called Partygate scandal has exploded. London's Metropolitan Police now investigating a number of events held at Johnson's home despite COVID-19 restrictions. Joining us from London to break it all down is Chapman Bell. Chapman, Partygate has created a firestorm for the Prime Minister. So will he survive this Downing Street debacle?
Francis, we'll see, but it's fair to say he now has two hurdles in his way. First, there's that investigation by a civil servant into whether there were alleged parties and gatherings at Downing Street and other government buildings during lockdown, including a birthday party for Boris Johnson. Now the Metropolitan Police investigating as well to see if the same people who make the laws broke the laws, and it's front page news over here. It's kind of like the police investigating the President of the United States for having parties at the White House after saying it was illegal to do so for everyone else. But the Prime Minister remaining defiant and had this to say. Take a listen.
So I welcome the Met's decision to conduct its own investigation because I believe this will help to give the public the clarity it needs and help to draw a line under matters.
Now, that report is expected to potentially be out later today. We expect the Prime Minister to make a statement once it's been published. If 54 Conservative MPs write a letter, they could trigger a vote of no confidence. So we'll have to see. It's a rocky day for the Prime Minister during a very tumultuous time in the world, Francis.
And remember, those celebrations taking place during the most stringent COVID restrictions during lockdown, Chapman. All right, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to today's weather. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking some dangerous wind chills, including one that is 45 degrees below zero. Good morning, Janessa.
Good morning. Yes, for the upper Midwest, the chill, it definitely continues. It's touching into sections of the Midwest this afternoon, and then it will continue to spread east. You can really feel it across the country. Not an area that's really left out if you're in sections of the East Coast. Different weather pattern, though, for the Pacific Northwest. Milder air is surging in. So let's take a look at Chicago this morning. The feel-like temperature down to 17 below. Detroit, you're at 0, the feel-like temperature, but most of these air temperatures in the teens to single digits, and that's going to continue throughout your early morning hours. It's this afternoon, we only jump up about 5 to 10 degrees in some spots, so we're in the upper 20s, lower 30s, and then this shifts more into the mid-Atlantic across the Raleigh-Durham area, Charlotte, Charleston, South Carolina. You'll be below average temperatures in the lower 50s. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. If you're across the deep south, even as well for northern Texas, Oklahoma City, 36 degrees this afternoon, even watching a little bit of snowfall in that area. A ton of sunshine today for the Ohio Valley, all the way into the northeast. Try to enjoy this sunshine with the bitter cold because we do have a major storm system on the way. We'll talk about that forecast coming up.
We'll be sure to do that. Janessa, thank you.
The Baseball Writers Association of America has spoken, and only one big name is headed into the Hall of Fame. David Ortiz was the lone player voted into the Baseball Hall's class of 2022. The legendary Red Sox slugger was on nearly 78% of ballots, comfortably above the 75% threshold needed. Some controversial major names left out of Cooperstown in their last year on the ballot. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Curt Schilling among those under that 75% mark. In a tweet, Clemens said that he didn't play baseball to get into the Hall of Fame, hoping that everyone can focus on what is really important in life.
InfoWars' Alex Jones pleaded the fifth over 100 times in talking to the January 6th investigating committee, but that's not all.
And call him hockey's Iron Man. This guy has not missed a game since lacing up his skates back in March of 2009. We're back in a minute.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Leading the news, a bill that would limit discussions of sexual orientation or gender identity in Florida schools at the primary grade levels is making its way through the Florida legislature. Supporters of the Parental Rights in Education bill say the measure protects parents' ability to be in charge of their children's upbringing, while opponents say it prevents discussions of LGBTQ+ issues. In a tweet, Chasten Buttigieg said Governor Ron DeSantis is making Florida a harder place for LGBTQ kids to survive in.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones claims he pleaded the Fifth nearly 100 times when he was deposed by the January 6th committee in the House. The Fifth Amendment grants the right to remain silent for fear of self-incrimination. Jones's radio show had promoted then-President Trump's rally that day. Jones himself never entered the Capitol, and he says he condemns the breach.
History made in the NHL. There is a new Iron Man on the ice. It is Philadelphia Flyers defenseman Keith Yandle who broke the NHL record by playing in his 965th consecutive game. Look at that wink, too, to prove it. The previous Ironman benchmark was set by Doug Jarvis over 34 years ago. Yandle's streak began way back on March 26, 2009. The NHL says Yandle played over 20,000 minutes on the ice during that impressive streak.
Up next, the porn star and the attorney. Why Michael Avenatti could be pitted against Stormy Daniels in his fraud trial.
And we'll tell you how you can get your hands on some of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's most precious possessions. Next.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin. Schifrin wins gold. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Coming up on Today, an exclusive look at a new program aiming to help our kids struggling from the emotional stress brought on by the pandemic.
Investors are keeping a close eye on the Fed later today as they reveal more about the expected interest rate hikes starting in March and beyond. Here to read the tea leaves for us is CNBC's Karen Cho. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning. Yes, the Fed concludes its two-day policy meeting later on today and is expected to signal that it will place its hand on the interest rate lever in March, alongside considering other policy tightening measures this year as it seeks to reverse ultra-easy monetary policy used to fight the pandemic. Now, the meeting comes amid a violent correction on markets, with investors concerned about the prospect of 4 rate hikes this year, even more potentially, as well as the Fed maybe shrinking its balance sheet as well. Now, the inflation numbers in December spiked to 7%, the highest level since 1982, with many market participants concerned that the Fed is already behind the curve when it comes to inflation. Later on today, as the Fed chair briefs the media, he is expected to sound fairly hawkish. Meantime, to some of the hottest items on the auction block, more than 1,000 books from the personal library of the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg has gone online at the auction house Bonhams. Buyers are being proven willing to fork out thousands of dollars for individual items, including dense law books that are marked up by Ginsburg, a number of literary classics, photographs, plus other memorabilia. Now, the highest bid so far, $18,000 for a signed copy of My Life on the Road by Gloria Steinem, the activist. It does include a handwritten note, though, to Ginsburg. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, she was an icon. I can see why it's fetching all that money. All right, Karen, thank you.
There is another winter storm brewing just in time for your weekend. We'll check in with Janessa for those details.
And a bizarre murder mystery. A crime scene cleaner suspected of killing his father.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, everyone. You know, we do have this winter storm that we're watching. Regardless of how much snow, I do want you to get prepared because this does look like a very strong storm across the coastal areas, very gusty conditions, and we're going to watch for some flooding rain. Our snowfall totals will definitely be coming in agreement by tomorrow. Guys?
Okay, thanks, Janessa. Coming up, Disney does damage control after Peter Dinklage calls out the remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, a second NYPD officer has died just days after he was critically injured in a shooting. 27-year-old Wilbert Mora was wounded Friday when a gunman opened fire during a domestic call. Mora's 22-year-old rookie partner, Jason Rivera, was also killed. The suspected gunman was wounded at the scene and died Monday.
Houston police have arrested a 26-year-old man considered a person of interest in his father's death. Ryan Smith was nabbed on Tuesday after leading police on an overnight chase. Police found him behind the wheel of his father's car, who had been reported missing by the family. Authorities believe they found the father's remains inside the garage. An autopsy is being conducted. Smith, who works for a crime scene cleanup company, was first arrested on Saturday after he allegedly robbed a store and attempted a carjacking. Shortly after that, he stabbed a Houston police canine. According to Houston police, that canine, who goes by the name of Nate, is recovering after undergoing surgery.
Disgraced attorney Michael Avenatti says he had a breakdown over strategy with his own lawyers. Now he will be representing himself for the rest of his trial against former client porn star Stormy Daniels. Daniels could face questioning from Avenatti when she takes the stand as early as today. She's accusing him of stealing $300,000 of a book advance. Avenatti's legal team said there was an agreement that Avenatti and Daniels would share proceeds of any book deal.
San Jose is on the brink of becoming the first U.S. city to require liability insurance for gun owners in the event their weapon is used for a violent crime. Late last night, the city council passed the ordinance saying that it would encourage better gun safety. Second Amendment advocates are already threatening to sue the California city, saying it's unconstitutional to require gun owners to pay a fee to exercise their right.
Actor Peter Dinklage, who was born with a form of dwarfism, has called out Disney's live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. During a recent podcast appearance, the former Game of Thrones star said in part, they were very proud to cast a Latina actress as Snow White, but you're still telling the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Take a step back and look at why you're doing there and what you're doing there. It makes no sense to me. In response to the criticism, Disney said it is taking a different approach with the 7 characters, and it has been consulting with members of the dwarfism community to prepare for the movie.
Fans of the hit series The Office finally getting a highly anticipated reunion. Steve Carell will join former co-star John Krasinski in the upcoming film If for Paramount+. It's their first project together since their days back at Dunder Mifflin. Krasinski will direct, produce, and write the movie, which is set to debut in 2023. A lot of people looking forward to those two on the same screen.
You got that chemistry, you got to do even more. Yep. Started.
Thanks for starting your day with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a fantastic Wednesday. Be safe out there.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the world waits. Tension rising from Eastern Europe all the way to the West. This morning, more American weapons in the hands of Ukrainian troops to help defend against a Russian invasion. Now, President Biden threatening sanctions against Russian President Vladimir Putin himself.
It all comes down to his decision. If he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
We have team coverage from Moscow to Washington as thousands of U.S. and NATO troops prepare for a potential war. A tale of 2 trends in the fight against COVID. This morning, hospitalization in some states now past the peak of this Omicron wave, while others are still struggling. And now researchers identify a new version of Omicron in the U.S. This as staffing shortages are causing problems outside the hospital. We'll take you to one city where patients are being forced to wait in parked ambulances for more than an hour. Classroom controversy, a battle brewing over a new bill in Florida that would ban talks about sexual orientation and gender identity in schools. More on the fight over parental rights and discrimination and the impact this could have on kids. And drop your pencils. The SATs are going digital. We'll tell you what's behind the plans to phase out the traditional paper version of the dreaded exam and shorten it by an hour. Dread is exactly the word I would use for that test.
I never took the SAT, so I took the ACT.
I took both, which in retrospect, I'm like, what was that about? I guess maybe it was different schools I was applying to.
That must have been it, yeah.
It was hard, it was stressful, and the changes are going to make it easier for kids.
Maybe it'll make it better.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later this morning, though. Tensions are continuing to ramp up between the U.S. and Russia.
Military officials say they're watching the number of Russian troops grow along the Ukrainian border. Despite Russia continuing its military buildup, President Biden says he has no intention of moving U.S. military forces into Ukraine right now. But the president says he would consider imposing sanctions directly on Russian President Vladimir Putin.
There will be enormous consequences if he were to go in and invade as he could. This would be the largest, if he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
This morning, more U.S. aid is moving into Ukraine. This video shows members of the Air Force loading defense equipment, including ammunition and weapons, onto a cargo plane at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. All as Russia keeps the world guessing, still denying it will invade Ukraine and holding new military drills yesterday in neighboring Belarus. We have a team covering the growing tensions from Russia to Washington. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli has the latest on the Biden administration's response. Matt, let's start with you. Russia's foreign minister finished an address recently to the Russian parliament this morning. A lot of it focused on the ongoing tensions at the Ukraine border and the U.S. involvement in the crisis. What did he say, especially when it comes to negotiations with Western countries?
Thanks, Joe. Well, I know we've all been holding our breath, looking for some sign Russia's prepared to move to a path of de-escalation, but we're just not getting that here in Moscow. Foreign Minister Lavrov actually took a very different tack, insisting that if there is de-escalation, it will be on Russia's terms. They will not allow their security proposals, as they call that list of demands, to be ignored. They will not wait forever for them to be addressed, and they're promising some kind of response. They are, of course, being very vague on what that response could possibly be, but there's 100,000 Russian troops on Ukraine's borders, so it doesn't take too much imagination, I think. This is all coupled with additional rhetoric from Lavrov today saying that the United States and NATO are inflaming the tensions. They're putting responsibility squarely in the West's corner, and they're also warning that the West is encouraging Kiev to make an assault on eastern Ukraine on Russia. So it doesn't exactly look encouraging from over here right now.
Let's talk about the American response, Mike. President Biden is considering economic consequences for Russia if it sets foot in Ukraine. He says, at least so far, he has no intention of moving U.S. forces into Ukraine. But what is the president saying about possible troop deployments to the region?
Well, Joe, since the earliest days of this standoff over Ukraine, you've heard U.S. officials talking about two different paths here, one of diplomacy and one of deterrence. Well, as Matt was just laying out, those diplomatic efforts appear stalled at this point. And increasingly, you're hearing U.S. officials talk about not just economic sanctions, but those potential deployments of U.S. forces. 2 days ago, you had the Pentagon talking about calling up more than 8,000 U.S. forces, putting them on alert. And yesterday, the president talked about a timeline for potentially deploying them. Listen to what he told reporters.
What would lead to that is what's going to happen, what Putin does or doesn't do. And I may be moving some of those troops in the nearer term just because it takes time. We have no intention of putting American forces or NATO forces in Ukraine. But as I said, there are going to be serious economic consequences if he moves.
When the president talks about not putting troops into Ukraine, it's important to make a distinction here that when the president is talking about those deployments, he's really responding not just to the concerns of Ukraine, but of our NATO allies who are neighbors of Ukraine. When Russia moved and put some military exercises underway into neighboring Belarus, that really raised the alarm bells of our allies. But as President Biden put it yesterday, he thinks really only Putin knows what he's really going to do, and that's really what's going to determine the next U.S. move here.
So, Matt, as Mike mentioned, the U.S. has more than 8,000 troops on high alert. Other NATO allies are also putting together a line of defense across Eastern Europe. What kind of help is coming in from other countries?
What's actually really interesting, we're seeing some pretty significant NATO movements, not of course at the scale Russia is deploying, but we're seeing Western European members send things like airplanes, ships. There's been talk of troops. We're also seeing weapons deliveries, just moving equipment into Eastern Europe, and it kind of paints this picture of, let's assume that Russia's only goal here was to try to bluff its way into breaking NATO or pushing NATO out of Eastern Europe. We're seeing the exact opposite happening.
And Mike, Russia is a major oil and fuel source globally. There are concerns Russia could cut off fuel shipments. So what's the White House doing to try and avoid a disruption in the world's fuel supply?
It's interesting, Joe. Yesterday, we saw the White House discussing two potential avenues to deal with areas, one where Russia has significant leverage and one where the U.S. does. And you mentioned the first one. Russia has significant leverage in terms of its energy supplies. Western Europe really dependent on Russian sources of natural gas in particular. So U.S. officials say they're working to try to find supplies of non-Russian natural gas that they could position into Europe to make them available to some of our allies should Russia decide to cut them off. In response, though, the U.S. is also talking about what they're calling novel export sanctions on Russia, which would potentially mean cutting off supplies of advanced technology like microchips, which are necessary for Russia as they try to diversify their economy beyond energy supplies.
Matt, Mike, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Now to the latest on the pandemic and the surge in Omicron cases. While hospitalizations are still up across the country, some states are seeing a decline. One state that's past that peak is Rhode Island. Right now, 460 people are in the hospital with COVID in the state. And while that number is still high, it's definitely better than the 592 hospitalizations the state saw less than 10 days ago. NBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now from outside Rhode Island Hospital in Providence, which was pushed to that breaking point just earlier this month. Hi, Yasmin. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. It was pushed to the breaking point. It seems as if this hospital morale, which I've been reporting from for the last couple of years throughout this pandemic, was really hitting its peak about 10 days or so ago. They were pushed to the brink, as you mentioned, totaling cases over 500, now below that 500 number, but still this hospital very much pushed to the brink, the ICU, the emergency department as well. But we remember from the president's announcement just about 2 weeks or so ago that they were going to send military personnel to various hospitals throughout the country. This is one of the hospitals in which those military personnel have now showed up just a few days ago. 20 doctors and nurses here helping out with the effort to fight the Omicron variant and the COVID surge here in Rhode Island. Want to bring in the president of the hospital, Dr. Weingart, who has been experiencing kind of the surge throughout the last year in which you've been on the job now. And of course now with the military personnel in place to help with the hospital surge. Talk to me about how that's been for you.
It's been incredibly helpful for us. Emotionally, morally, it's been a real lift to have additional skilled staff with us. What we've been able to do practically is assign the staff from the military to a variety of different units, largely to our COVID intensive care units, but we've been able to assign staff to the emergency department and also to our med surgical area. It's been very, very helpful.
Do you feel like you're past your surge now of this Omicron variant?
So we were at a peak census of COVID patients of about 170 patients in our hospital, which was about 1 in 5 patients on the adult side.
Wow.
We were there for about a week. Over the last 4 or 5 days, we've begun to see the numbers come down. So we're certainly on the downtrend, but we still have a full hospital with lots of COVID patients and pushed to capacity.
How long are you expecting the military personnel to stay in place?
All right, so they began last Saturday, and they have a 30-day assignment with the possibility of renewal. So we'll see how that goes depending on our volume.
And what do you expect?
Expect
with them to stay?
We expect they'll stay 30 days, and we're hopeful that they may be able to stay longer, and that period will be incredibly helpful. It took about 6 weeks to get into trouble, and it'll take probably a similar amount to come down. So the fact that they're here at the time when we're just cresting has been perfect.
How worried are you about the next variant, the next surge?
You know, we're always worried the fact that we've had so many variants. We're expecting there'll be another at some point. We hope it won't be as catastrophic as Omicron, but at this point, we don't see any signals around the globe that there's something that's brewing that's going to be as problematic.
Last question to you. A number that I found interesting was that folks that were coming to the emergency department here and not being seen during the surge, right? And now that number being reduced with the military personnel because of the fact that you have more hands, more people. And you talk also about the psychological implications of having these folks here. Can you expand a little bit on that?
So there was a period about 2 weeks ago when we had very high numbers of patients leaving the emergency room without being seen. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah, so those numbers have come down, and it varies day to day and hour to hour. But we've seen those numbers come down from the double digits to the single digits. I think it's partly because people are now perhaps avoiding emergency rooms because they know about the wait, but also because our throughput has improved and our capacity has grown.
Got it. And then, of course, the psychological implications just for your staff, for the doctors and nurses that have been overrun for the last couple of years of this variant and COVID in general. Dr. Weingart, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The one doctor I haven't met at this hospital as I've been covering this pandemic here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So, Savannah, as I mentioned, right, they hit their peak here, and obviously Dr. Weingart hoping that the peak is now past and they're on the downturn of this Omicron variant. But nonetheless, the surge of this military personnel, the 20 or so doctors and nurses here, very much helping out with the efforts to fight COVID here at Rhode Island Hospital.
Yeah, and the doctor with a little bit of hope there that we're not seeing any sort of signs of trouble brewing somewhere across the globe. That's great to hear.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Yasmin, and please thank the doctor for his time on our behalf as well.
Now let's bring in our own doctor, Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School, director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health, and the author of the new book, Immunity Strong. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. So a new study found a blood test could someday help determine who's at risk for developing long COVID. Why is this so important, and could it help people experiencing long COVID now?
Well, Joe, this is a major importance. All of us have wondered why you develop long haul syndrome. Roughly half the patients that get COVID, and this study was before the vaccine, so we were dealing with the Delta variant. It seems that certain antibodies in the blood are not there when they're needed in certain people. And asthma and old age, and if you have a lot of allergies, your propensity for developing long-haul syndrome is higher than anyone else. So that's the study, and it's out there now and very interesting.
Doctor, I want to ask you about something that sounds troubling. We did just hear from this other doctor in Rhode Island that it seems like things don't seem to be bad on the horizon, but scientists are keeping their eye at least on what's basically a relative of the Omicron variant. It's being called the stealth version of Omicron. That's because it's harder to detect. What do we know about this, and should we be worried about this stealth variant? Is this some new thing that could cause an issue like Omicron did?
Yeah, well, Savannah, it doesn't have its own Greek name yet, but it is a first cousin of the Omicron variant. And it looks like the Delta variant, the one that was very, very serious and caused a lot of deaths early on. It's more common in Europe, this BA2, as we call it. BA2 is 45% prevalent in a country like Denmark and other parts of Europe. So it has 20 more mutations in the spike protein. And as you know, the spike protein is what determines the infectivity and how severe the disease is going to be when you get it. So it is a concerning variant, but it is not a true mutation variant like, say, the Delta and the Alpha and the Mu and the Lambda. So it's still Omicron. It's a first cousin of the Omicron.
Before we let you go, Dr. Bob, we do have a viewer question for you. It's from a parent who is hesitant to get their 7-year-old vaccinated. It says, what is the effectiveness of the Pfizer vaccine if I only allow my child, a 7-year-old, to have 1 dose? Your thoughts?
Well, the clinical research has indicated that your child should get vaccinated, number one, and should have 2 doses like adults. But the microgram quantity of the virus antigen is about 1/3 in the child. So it's not severe, and we know that that can produce a robust immune response very quickly in a child that's, say, 12 years of age.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, you can let us know. They're ready to answer your questions. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and you can let us know if you prefer to stay anonymous.
Now, as Omicron spreads, many EMS services are dealing with the crisis of staff shortages. It's something that's crippling emergency response crews across the country, forcing ambulances to stay at hospitals for hours waiting to drop off patients. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff rode along with EMTs in Sacramento to see what they're experiencing firsthand.
In California's capital, the first responders citizens turn to for help are now saying they need it too.
We're with Sacramento Metro Fire, and we're on our way to a call for a 34-year-old that's supposedly coughing up blood. Once these EMTs get there, they're able to treat this patient, and there's no guarantee that patient's going to be able to get into the hospital.
We pulled up to find a patient having a medical episode that wasn't life-threatening. Captain Parker Wilburn is with Sacramento Metro Fire.
What would seem to be an emergency for them is obviously not an emergency to us. Essentially, all we're going to be doing is giving him a ride to the hospital.
And you think he's going to get in right away when he shows up?
Absolutely not.
No?
No, we're going to be, this ambulance will then be out of service for at least 1 hour. We're getting called out because people can't, they're unable to sleep. At 2 in the morning, I can't sleep, I want to go to the emergency room. And we try and educate in those moments. But sometimes we get repeat offenders where they call us multiple times, sometimes in one day.
Hospital delays aren't new, but the Omicron wave, crippling staff shortages, and an extremely high volume of non-emergency 911 calls has made it worse. Wilburn says in the county, ambulance turnaround times that should be 15 minutes averaged over an hour last month.
They're sitting inside the hallway of the hospital. We call it wall time because they're sitting on the wall waiting for a bed.
Soon, another call comes through.
We've got a rollover vehicle accident.
We head out to meet a team from another station. And this is horrific. She doesn't look like she has life-threatening injuries. Is there any guarantee she's going to be seen right away if she goes to the hospital?
There's no guarantee she's going to be seen right away.
How much of it is COVID?
COVID's brought a light to an issue that was already here.
At minimum, there is a 10% gap in the number of providers, clinicians needed to staff ambulances and to do EMS work.
It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning yet. So it's
9:29.
9:29, and we'll have 3 ambulances stacked up. Before noon, we'll probably have 5 or 6.
This is every day?
And this is every day. So last week we had 18 ambulances that were stuck at a hospital in the Sacramento area.
They're constantly asking us, can you clear the hospital? How much time? What's your ETA? And we really don't know. I write to dispatch a lot. No bed, no ETA.
For EMTs, stress exacerbated by a pandemic may now outlive it.
How much longer can you all keep going like this?
I'm really unsure. People are overworked. We're working as much as we can. I don't know how much longer we can do it.
Under pressure and unsure when relief will come.
Tough to see all that. Our thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that report.
The House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack is moving forward with more depositions. That includes a meeting with Alex Jones, the controversial radio host and conspiracy theorist. Jones says the remote interview happened on Monday. During his radio show, he told his listeners that he exercised his Fifth Amendment rights almost 100 times during the deposition. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, good morning. So walk us through what happened in this deposition. Do we know why Jones pled the Fifth so many times?
Well, Joe, you plead the Fifth when you don't want to incriminate yourself. It's something that we've heard from other Trump allies, a strategy that they've said that they're going to employ once they're in the room with the January 6th committee. Jones yesterday on his radio show saying that he invoked that privilege almost 100 times. He says, though, that it wasn't because he did anything wrong. Instead, he says that it's because he didn't want his words to be twisted by the committee. Nevertheless, the committee says that they haven't necessarily learned anything new from him. But I think what's so striking here is that Jones said on his radio show they already had all of the texts and communications that he had sent from that day. They knew who he was talking to and what conversations he was having. That's why we've seen it so important, the committee going after the documents and the information that's tangible and physical, as well as the information that they can get from physically sitting down and talking with these witnesses.
So, Ali, we know the House committee subpoenaed Jones back in November. You just said the committee says they really didn't learn much from him, but remind us, why did they want to speak with Jones in the first place?
In a letter that they sent to him when they first asked for him to come cooperate, they said that they had information that showed that he may have funded or helped to plan the rally on the ellipse on January 6th, and that he was supposed to lead people to the Capitol. In the days before January 6th, even on his radio show, he said that the 6th was going to be wild. So the committee, of course, wanting to speak to Jones to that end. But here's what Congressman Jamie Raskin said about what they heard from Jones.
That Mr. Jones and all of the defendants and all of the witnesses are forgetting is that the Fifth Amendment is meant to be used selectively if you think that you might be incriminating yourself by answering a question. It's not a magic wand that you wave over the whole proceeding and you don't have to answer anything.
And Joe, it's important. Raskin in that same interview said he wasn't physically in the room for the Jones deposition. He didn't think that they learned anything new, but he was still going to have those conversations. But he brings up a really important point here about the non-magic wand use of pleading the Fifth. He goes on in that interview to talk about something called use immunity, effectively that this committee could say, okay, you can talk about the things that would otherwise incriminate you. We are making the agreement that we will not go after you or prosecute on those things. There is a wrinkle here, though, because the committee's work is separate in some ways from what the Department of Justice is doing. And so there are questions in the legal community about whether or not the Sixth Committee granting that use immunity also translates to what the Department of Justice could do with the information the January 6th Committee gets from some of these witnesses. So that takes us down the legal rabbit hole just a little bit, but it's one of the things that's percolating in the background here as more of these Trump witnesses say, I pled the Fifth in these closed-door meetings.
Okay, and Ali, I quickly want to ask you about another headline from the Hill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's going to run for re-election in 2022, but didn't specify whether she'll want to remain the Democratic leader in the House. What can you tell us?
Yeah, ending speculation on one front, but keeping speculation on the other. On the front that she's ending speculation, there had been conversations about whether or not she was going to leave Congress after this term. Clearly, she says she's running for re-election once again, but there is still the open question of whether or not she would try to run for Speaker again should Democrats manage to retain their control of the House. We know that according to our Meet the Press midterm meter and other metrics that we track typically in these midterm years, it doesn't look great for Democrats. We're seeing lots of retirements as well as lots of tough swing districts. At the same time, though, Speaker Pelosi saying that she's going to at least run for re-election, and we'll deal with the Speaker bid later.
All right, Ali Vitale, lots to cover this morning. Thanks so much. And let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us, and I think you might have a lot to tell us about.
Yeah, a lot of snow, a lot of cold, and then a lot of snow coming. All right, so yesterday, the snowiest spot in the whole country was in Colorado and right along the Colorado-Kansas border. It was a narrow band of very heavy snow. But at one point, Interstate 70 was closed yesterday, and one location in Kansas picked up 27 inches of snow. Now, this is Broomfield, Colorado. This wasn't as bad as around 4 to 5 inches. Denver itself got 4 to 5 inches. But right along that Kansas-Colorado border, I mean, it was like a snowstorm like they've never seen before. The all-time snow record in Kansas is 30 inches. And they saw 27 inches yesterday. So, pretty wild stuff. So now let's get to the freeze, because a lot of us are feeling it this morning. Coast to coast, north to south, everyone except really southern Georgia, Florida, and South Texas. 226 million of us have a temperature 32 degrees or colder. But when you factor in the winds, it's still pretty brutal and dangerous. Minnesota, Iowa, it'll improve today as the winds come down. Temperatures will moderate a little bit. But this morning, it's still really cold and dangerous. Negative 31 right now in Minneapolis. Green Bay feels like negative 29. So it's hard to complain everywhere else when you see numbers like that. But it will warm up eventually, but the cold will stay with us, and especially cold enough for a snowstorm. You notice New York, 24 on Saturday is plenty cold enough for snow. Even D.C. at 29 degrees, and that'll be the big story. So for today, it's just a cold. At least it's sunny in most cases. Maybe a little bit of wintry precip around Oklahoma City. Tomorrow, not as many issues. We're kind of actually warming up slightly. And then as we head towards the weekend, Friday's the day we worry about, guys. Friday, the storm starts. And then it looks like Saturday will be a major storm. Coming up shortly, we'll talk more about the big storm and will it be a blizzard? It's going to be a big, it's going to be serious.
The battle of the European versus American models.
Yeah, I know.
I learned
it's
yesterday,
so interesting. Yeah,
right.
Seeing how different they are. All right, we'll talk about that blizzard next. Thanks, Bill.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the pressure is on for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Yeah, the investigation underway and the new report expected today over allegations he and members of his staff broke his own COVID lockdown rules after the break.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Rolo. Zivon into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the goal.
Ooh, the answer's come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Welcome back. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is facing the biggest challenge to his leadership yet. A report about parties at 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's official residence and office, is expected to be released today, following allegations that COVID lockdown rules were broken several times. Meanwhile, London's police chief says the force has launched its own criminal investigation. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us from London with the latest on this. Hi, Keir. Good morning. So a lot of people in the UK waiting on this today. Tell us exactly what's being investigated here, and do we know if the full findings will be made public?
Hey, Savannah, we don't know whether the full findings will be made public. That is one of the very crucial questions that the Prime Minister is being asked right now in the House of Parliament. We can show you live pictures of what we call here Prime Minister's questions. Many people will know it. It is rowdy, and it is more rowdy today than it has been in a long time. Extraordinary scenes with the British Prime Minister being asked about this police investigation, being asked, frankly, about whether the law was broken, not just by his inner circle, senior people in the British government, but even by the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister having to say that he does not believe that he broke the law. Challenge being, of course, that the law is decided by him and by his government. So to try and claim that he didn't know the rules, which in one answer he seems to suggest, well, people are surprised by that, to say the least. So the Prime Minister's government out trying to defend him and to be clear about when this report will be published, even though they haven't seen it. Take a listen.
Global pandemic, our Prime Minister.
We have been absolutely clear that we will publish the findings of the report. We don't know the content of the report, so there could be, for example, security issues that mean parts of it are problematic to publish, but we will absolutely publish the findings of the report, and we'll be able to say more when we see the report.
And that crucial question you heard there, Savannah, will the report be published in full? There appears to be this push and pull between the Prime Minister's office and the author of this independent report about how much of it will be published, which gives you a picture that it could be seriously damaging. Not surprising, there is talk that there were 16 parties, some attended by the Prime Minister, some not, some that the Prime Minister denies, some that he says were work events, but some taking place when the rest of the country was in lockdown. It's that kind of hypocrisy that is damaging his poll numbers. And in those Prime Minister's questions, another crucial question is being asked, surely this is distracting you from the crucial events in the world. The Prime Minister saying, no, I'm still focused on issues like Ukraine.
Yeah, Keir, you said it, but rowdy does seem like the right words for these scenes that we are seeing play out there in Parliament. Now, if it is found that he did break the rules, what does that mean for Boris Johnson? What happens next?
He will be getting the meeting he needs at the opportunity.
It's serious. I mean, the worst possible scenario would be, I guess, that he would be charged or even fined by the police. I mean, multiple times in those Prime Minister's questions that you're seeing, the questions to the Prime Minister have been talking about alleged criminality. Now, clearly, we don't know, and the Prime Minister would deny that. But it's very, very serious. Now, of course, Savannah, the police don't have, in the UK, the ability to remove a Prime Minister. But the question is, how damaging does his party think this is? And if they will be watching, I mean, there's nothing more ruthless, perhaps, than British politics. And one of the examples of that, for example, is that if he had a vote of no confidence, the removal trucks would be in Downing Street within a day. So, this is serious stuff for Boris Johnson.
Yes, it certainly is. Keir, lots to watch for here. We know you'll bring us more as we have it. Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Well, hundreds of people in Burkina Faso's capital city, Ouagadougou, have been celebrating after the military seized power on Monday. The ousting of President Kabore was disconcerting, but hardly surprising. It's the fourth coup in West Africa in the last 17 days. Neighboring Mali has seen 2 military interventions in that time, and most of these West African rebellions are fueled by concerns over an inability to deal with the growing militant Islamist violence. Authorities in Mexico say that 2 Canadian men with criminal records that were killed in Cancun last week was probably sparked by a debt dispute gone bad. Police have arrested 2 men. One was a hitman hired to kill the victims, while another man traveled to Cancun after the first attempt failed. And a monkey with ghostly white circles around its eyes that lives on hillsides of an extinct volcano is amongst 224 new species listed in the World Wildlife Fund's latest update on the Greater Mekong region. The area, which includes Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and Myanmar, is a biodiversity hotspot and home to thousands of species, including tigers, Asian elephants, and saloas, an extremely rare animal called the Asian unicorn. The report underscores the urgent need to protect the region. And those are your headlines, guys. And who said unicorns don't exist?
Exactly. Now we know. All right. That's incredible.
Yeah,
More than 200 new species.
Yeah, very neat to hear about. All right, Allie, thanks so much. And coming up, our weekly checkup. Dr. Azar joins us with why younger women face a greater risk of stroke.
Plus, new research that confirms that what's good for your heart is also good for your brain. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Disney is coming under fire from a high-profile star. Award-winning actor Peter Dinklage is blasting Disney for moving ahead with plans to make a live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. On a recent podcast, the Game of Thrones star said the remake tells what he calls a backwards story. Dinklage, who was born with a form of dwarfism, also said, quote, "Have I done nothing to advance the cause for my soapbox? I guess I'm not loud enough." In response to the criticism, Disney released a statement saying, in part, to avoid reinforcing stereotypes from the original animated film, we're taking a different approach with these 7 characters and have been consulting with members of the dwarfism community. Rachel Ziegler, who recently won a Golden Globe for West Side Story, will take on the role of Snow White. No release date has been announced yet. It will be interesting to see what Disney is actually referring to with what this new approach might be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be something to see, especially, you know, we all know the story. We know the title of the film. So how are they going to kind of do that in this day and age?
We'll have to see.
Definitely.
Time now for your weekly checkup.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you might have missed. Dr. Azar, always great to see you. So our first study looks at how giving families even a modest amount of money can help their babies with brain development. What can you tell us here?
This was a really interesting one, you guys. So, you know, this was an intervention that was intended to reduce poverty, but what the researchers were interested in looking at is whether or not giving new parents, new moms, a stipend for their newborns could actually impact their child's brain activity a year later. So they basically took 1,000 mother-infant pairs in New York City. Half of them received a stipend of $20 a month, and the other half received a whopping $333 a month. That's a lot of money. And at the end of the year, they basically measured the children's brain activity, and they found that the high cash group infants showed higher brain activity in areas of the brain that are linked to thinking and learning. I want to make 2 points about this. There was no correlation, of course, to cognitive or behavioral outcomes. The study is still ongoing. And the benefits were modest, but they were certainly there. So the doctor's take-home orders are pretty straightforward. Focus on playing with and talking to your child. And obviously, an active and happy brain is a healthy brain. Of course, we don't know what the moms and parents did with the money, but we can imagine that somehow it contributed to their child's welfare and well-being.
Yeah,
absolutely. Interesting. Now, here's a shocking statistic. Younger women are 44% more likely to have a stroke than their male counterparts. 44%. Yeah. So what age are we looking at here? Why do we think this is the case?
So, if you dig a little bit deeper into this, the researchers looked at a lot of different studies, and the majority of them actually didn't find this gender, discrimination necessarily, but a couple of studies did, and the numbers were pretty profound. And they found that women who were 35 and younger were 44% more likely to have an ischemic stroke than men. And more importantly, I think even than that, is that young women who are survivors of an ischemic stroke have a worse outcome. And just to define ischemic stroke, that is, of course, when your brain does not receive oxygen from a variety of different causes. Here are my doctor's orders, and this is really important, and I want our viewers and listeners to understand this. Know your family history. The reasons for stroke in young adults, male and women, are very different than the reasons in older folks. So, for example, younger people can have problems with their connective tissue. They can have familial cholesterol issues, arrhythmia, things that don't necessarily happen as frequently as older adults. And also the acronym FAST to identify someone who might be having a stroke, even yourself. F stands for face. If you have a droop, arms, can you move both arms equally? Is there slurred speech? And of course, time is brain. Time is of the essence to get someone immediate care if you think they're having a stroke.
Wow, really important information there, and one that sounds like a follow-up call from me to you, Dr. Azar, given I fall in that age group. Okay, the next one for you. We teased this one. This is interesting. Researchers found that by living a heart-healthy lifestyle, you could also be supporting a healthy brain. What can you tell us on that?
Right. So we've known for a long time that the same risk factors and behaviors and whatnot that increase the risk for heart disease can increase the risk for brain disease. And listen, these are what we're talking about. The brain diseases are stroke and Alzheimer's and dementia, and there has been a global rise in prevalence of these brain diseases. And I hate this statistic, but someone in the U.S. has a stroke every 40 seconds. Here are doctor's orders. I want everyone out there to follow these 7 steps for a healthier heart and a healthier brain. Quit smoking, control your weight, get regular physical activity, eat a healthy diet that includes fish twice a week or more, fruits and vegetables at least 3 times a day, maintain a healthy blood pressure, normal cholesterol levels, and of course, healthy blood sugar levels for a healthy heart and mind.
Whew. 7 great steps there. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. We love having you for this segment.
Coming up, opponents call it the Don't Say Gay bill. After the break, the fight in Florida over new legislation that raises questions about parental rights and discrimination.
Plus, the days of filling in the bubble are numbered. We'll tell you about plans to modernize the SATs. That's next on Morning News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Zivon into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shifrin. Sean White takes the goal.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Zivon into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. for Michaela Shiffrin. Shaun White takes the goal.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Florida lawmakers introduced a controversial bill that would restrict the discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity in classrooms with young students. The proposal is being slammed by LGBTQ rights activists who have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay bill. One of the most vocal opponents of the bill is Chasten Buttigieg, a former teacher and the husband of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He directed his criticism at Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, saying bluntly, "This will kill kids," adding that this legislation would make Florida a harder place for LGBTQ kids to survive in. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now to break it all down for us. So, Joe, first of all, walk us through the specifics of the bill and what are the details about it that have so many in the LGBTQ community so upset?
Sure. So the bill broadly prohibits school districts from encouraging classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in primary grade levels. And it gives parents the right to bring a lawsuit against a school that they think has violated the policy. So proponents of the bill say it's meant to preserve the rights of parents to be in charge of their children's upbringing. But LGBTQ advocates are really afraid of the impact it could have. You can take a look at this statement from advocacy group Equality Florida, which said this legislation is meant to stigmatize LGBTQ people, isolate LGBTQ kids, and make teachers fearful of providing a safe, inclusive classroom. The existence of LGBTQ students and parents is not a taboo topic that has to be regulated by the Florida legislature. So there's a real fear on the part of advocates about this bill.
Yeah, let's talk more about some of the fears and criticism. We know Chasten Buttigieg is a big critic of the legislation. As we mentioned, he said in a tweet last week the bill would, quote, kill kids. That was referencing a national survey from the Trevor Project that showed 42% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered suicide last year. What more can you tell us about the mental health concerns surrounding this bill?
Yeah, well, as Equality Florida said, the bill treats LGBTQ people broadly as a taboo topic that children shouldn't be informed about at all because some parents disagree with who they are. And, you know, as you noted, Chasten, speaking from his own experience growing up in Michigan, he said that kids internalize those messages and it can make them feel as if there's something wrong with them or they don't belong, which can lead to those negative mental health outcomes.
Joe, we know this bill is still making its way through the state legislature. Where does it stand? Do we know what the chances are that it gets passed and signed into law in Florida?
Well, the bill passed through its first House committee last week, and it looks likely to make it through its second one this week. And whether or not it will make it through the Senate is still unclear, but advocates are certainly worried because if it does make it to Governor Ron DeSantis' desk, he is likely to sign it.
Joe Yerkeba, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Bank of America is bringing employees back to the office in parts of the country where new COVID cases are declining. That, according to Reuters. The company had previously encouraged employees to work remotely during the first 3 weeks of January. Bank of America has pushed staff to get fully vaccinated and has actually hosted on-site vaccine booster clinics. Bentley is going electric. The luxury British automaker will start production of its first fully electric car in 2025 and spend more than $3 billion to offer electric vehicles exclusively by 2030. Bentley, which is owned by Volkswagen, already sells a hybrid SUV for $160,000. Bentley says sales rose 31% last year on strong demand for high-end vehicles. And donate for donuts. Krispy Kreme says it's going to give a free dozen original glazed donuts to anyone who shows they've given blood from Monday through the end of the month. The promotion follows a warning from the Red Cross that it is facing the worst blood shortage in more than a decade. Krispy Kreme says customers can show their donation sticker or confirmation from the Red Cross donor app in order to get the free dozen. You know, they gave away a free donut for getting your vaccine. Now they're upping the ante to
Yeah.
a free dozen.
No kidding. I mean, if you were an organ donor, I wonder what they would give you.
That's a whole
That's a whole lot of donuts.
Chocolate,
All right.
sprinkles,
Exactly.
too. All right, thanks, Bertha. Now, put your pencils down. Close your test book. The SAT is changing. The exam that was once viewed as a critical step for getting into college will now be shorter and administered online, going digital internationally next year and across the U.S. in 2024. Joining us to talk about that is Priscilla Rodriguez. She's the Vice President of College Readiness Assessments at the College Board, which administers the SAT. Priscilla, good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. This is a really interesting one here. So first, just rattle off the changes for us and tell us why you all felt that they were necessary.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. So yesterday we did announce that we will be transitioning the SAT to all digital. And it really allows us to introduce a series of changes that students and educators have been asking us for a while, but they are hard and in some cases impossible to do when you are a paper and pencil test, and one that has to be given to millions of students around the globe every year. So the changes we'll be introducing in this move to digital include the test being shorter. So our current SAT is 3 hours long. The digital SAT will be about 2 hours long. Students are going to get their scores back faster, which really matters as they're making their important college decisions. So days, not weeks, to find out what your score is. Students will be able to use their calculator on the entire math section instead of part of it as it is today. That really just reflects how calculators are used in real life. You and I get to use them whenever we want. And you still need to know the core math skill to be able to use your calculator and get the right answer. So we thought that would be a change that would make things easier. And the last one I want to include is really more for teachers and schools, but it is important, which is 60% of all students who take the SAT now actually take it in their school during the school day, and it's paid for by their school, their district, or their state. And we haven't been able to be particularly flexible with schools in terms of when and how they can give it. Again, it's paper and pencil, it's high security. In this move to digital, we're going to be able to be so much more flexible with them on when they give it, how they give it, which is huge for access and equity.
So, Priscilla, I remember those 3 hours from more than a decade ago very clearly because of how stressful they were. I very much remember the no calculator and thinking at the time, I mean, when are you not going to be able to use a calculator in the real world? But this was this huge, pretty much necessary step, this or another type of test to get into college. So by making it shorter, by allowing the calculator, I mean, are you still able to accurately, gauge a student's abilities if for so long that was deemed so necessary to take those steps without those different types of tools to get into college? I mean, now we're chopping a lot of that off. What does that mean about what we were doing and what will now be required?
So the digital SAT will continue to measure the same core reading, writing, and math skills that students are learning in high school and that the SAT of today measures. It's really about delivering it differently and trying to make the experience around the test as stress-free as possible. We want students to be able to focus on showing what they know and what they can do, again, in reading, writing, and math, and remove some of the rigidity and the obstacles and the stress of school day. We actually ran a pilot back in November with students around the world with this digital SAT. 80% of them left that pilot telling us it was less stressful than taking the paper and pencil SAT, and 100% of the educators who proctor or administer the test in buildings to students told us the same. And that's really what we want to do, is just give students a great option to show what they know, show what they can do, and be seen by colleges and universities around the country who may not know their high school, and allow them to put it forward if they feel like it reflects their strengths on a college application.
So actually, though, like you said, if they want to put it forward, because a lot of colleges have made this test optional. In fact, nearly 80% of U.S. colleges and universities will not require ACT or SAT scores for admission this coming fall. That's according to the nonprofit FAIR Test, which does oppose standardized testing. But so tell us why students would still opt to take the SAT then.
So colleges and universities have largely gone test optional, and that really was a response to COVID and the flexibility that students needed to have. Despite that, I'll say millions of students continue to take the SAT, and it is again because they view it as a way for them to show their strengths and to be seen by not only colleges and universities, but scholarship organizations. In fact, 83% of students that we've surveyed, and this is quite consistent over the last 2 years, want that option. And again, it's about, students taking the test, seeing how they do, deciding if they want to do some focused practice and possibly retest, submit their score because they're really happy with it, or hold it back. But what we're focused on is being the best option possible, one that's more flexible, that's lighter weight, that's less stressful, and making sure that we're available wherever there are students who want that option.
Yeah, and I think maybe it will make it more equitable as well, as there has been some criticism about, who benefits the most from this test, who's prepared enough given the resources that they have. Priscilla, thank you so much. Super interesting. Personally wish these changes came about 15 years ago when they impacted me, because they sound great. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Coming up, some familiar faces making their way into the metaverse.
Yeah, we'll tell you a little bit about what that is and the talk that I had with the CEO who's making digital versions of some of the biggest celebrities to get a better understanding of this virtual world. Next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. This morning, we want to introduce you to someone who's actually digitizing celebrities.
That's right. Julia Hart, the CEO of Elite World Group, that's a major talent management agency, is making lifelike avatars of some of her clients who happen to be the world's best-known models, performers, and influencers, and launching them right into the metaverse. Don't worry, that was sort of all over my head, too. But when I recently sat down with Hart to learn more about her vision, she told me we'll all get it soon enough. Take a look.
This might look like something out of the future. Well, guess what? That future is now.
The metaverse is here to stay.
That's right, the metaverse. Basically a new virtual world. Think video games and augmented reality, but with more intersection and overlap. Julia Hart is leading the charge.
When I took over Elite World Group, the only reason I took over is because I started avatars, the metaverse, all of this, digitalizing the company, transforming ourselves into a media conglomerate the day I took over. I saw this coming, and I planned for it.
You might recognize the CEO of Elite World Group from the hit Netflix show, My Unorthodox Life. After leaving her Orthodox Jewish community, Hart's become one of the most influential people in fashion and celebrity management. Management that now includes avatars of those celebrities.
Our avatars are what we call very hyper-realistic avatars. These are not cartoon characters. They are computer-generated images of the person.
Take Jasmine Sanders, for instance, a model and influencer with nearly 5 million followers and now a nearly identical avatar. Hart says having this digital clone can transform the lives of her clients by essentially allowing them to be everywhere at once and the lives of their fans around the globe, hoping for a piece of them.
Your avatar doesn't get old. It doesn't get sick. It doesn't need to travel. It doesn't have to worry about COVID. Jasmine's avatar can walk 14 runways in 14 different countries while she's napping. Jasmine can take you shopping at your favorite website. You can hang with Jasmine and she can tell you which outfits she likes on you.
So does the line between any type of talent, their real physical body and their avatar become blurred in some way?
Jasmine's real human being can walk a physical runway. Jasmine's avatar can walk a runway on the moon.
The process to create one is tedious. A full day of 360 imaging and motion capture to train your avatar to move like you.
They make you do all sorts of things. Laugh, cry, frown, get angry, get happy. Every range of emotion so that your avatar, when it has that emotion, looks like you.
Hart says eventually they'll even talk like they're human, coupling this technology with artificial intelligence. But as dystopian as this may sound, Hart says her avatars won't replace the real thing.
We need human touch, right? We can't be alone. Yeah. We are not made to be alone. And to me, that's what makes this beautiful. It's not a replacement of, it's an addition to, meaning there are moments where you all want to come together, but there are also moments when you cannot.
That's when the avatar will step in to save the day and to transform the industry.
Now, you might have heard the mention there of them eventually talking like the human. Well, that means the human will spend hours essentially teaching their avatar about themselves and their life. So eventually they can respond and speak like you all on their own, which might sound really cool to you or really freaky to you.
It's like really cool Furby.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we used to do with a Furby? Like you talk to it?
Yeah, that's so
but
true.
Better.
Whoa, throwback.
All right. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, cold brewing, a nasty midweek cold snap wreaking havoc on the Midwest this morning. Millions of Americans under winter weather advisories waking up to frosty temperatures and brutal winds. Our own Bill Cairns has your forecast, including snow for a large part of the East Coast. The waiting game. Tensions rising in Eastern Europe this morning as the world anxiously watches the military stalemate on the Ukraine-Russia border. Moscow now ordering new military drills be conducted just over the border. Now President Biden sharpening his message to Russia's Vladimir Putin if he decides to ultimately invade. Our Richard Engel has the very latest from the ground. Also this morning, whiplash on Wall Street. It has been a turbulent time for your money. Wild stock market swings, penny-pinching inflation, and the dreaded supply chain crunch. But there could be some good news on the horizon from the Federal Reserve. We'll tell you about the move that they're planning to help calm some of this year's economic turbulence. Plus, delivering dreams. Will end the hour with a story that is guaranteed to bring a smile to your face. A 6-year-old cancer survivor granted the opportunity of his lifetime by the local post office. One special delivery that will forever live in his heart. Looking forward to bringing you that story.
Yeah, it's definitely one you should stick around for.
We're going to begin this morning, though, with something that you might not be real fond of, another round of frigid winter weather.
Yeah, the dangerous cold front is bringing extreme temperatures and heavy snow across the middle of the country, and it could be turning to the northeast by this weekend. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Des Moines, Iowa with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, I can confirm it is extremely cold outside right now. I'll tell you, I brought a thermometer here, and you see it's hovering, the needle right around 0 degrees, but the real temperature is about 4 below. You add in the wind chill, it gets much colder than that. It is not just here in Iowa, but really across the region. Many people are waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
Advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below zero. -20 in Chicago, -28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below zero in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly accumulate across the Great Lakes.
Look at all the snow.
Further west, another dangerous cold front moving in, dumping heavy snow up to 25 inches across Colorado. Many forced to brave the elements as snow blanketed the region. The wintry mess also creating dangerously blinding conditions on the road. A major interstate shut down Tuesday all the way to the Kansas border, with multiple vehicles spinning out of control, snarling traffic, and leaving drivers stranded.
And speaking of that snow, the National Weather Service is saying they're becoming more confident that there will be a significant snowstorm along the East Coast this weekend. But guys, until that happens, we know this Arctic air, this deep freeze is heading right in your direction.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Then we'll be the ones that people can feel sorry for. But for now, it's you. Thank you for being outside for us, Shaq. We appreciate it.
And Shaq teed that one up perfectly. I feel like I'm frozen and I'm indoors right now. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, Bill's back with the latest on this forecast and this crippling winter weather, as we just heard, headed our way. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning once again. The Shaq needs to turn around. Beautiful sunrise behind him too. You get that. You get that with the Arctic air. It's so clear and perfectly blue skies. So let's get into this storm. So the ingredients of this storm. One of the reasons we're going to see this storm become so powerful is because the warm water it's going to travel over. So the Gulf Stream, which is always there, goes off the coast of Florida, and this is a area of warm ocean currents that moves. Right now, though, it's especially warm. It's about 10 degrees warmer than it should be, and some of that is climate change and the ocean being warmer than it should. And this storm will provide, the warm water will provide energy for the storm. And we measure storms by the pressure. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. And this one is going to bottom out. You're going to hear a lot about bomb cyclone. If it bottoms out quickly enough, 30 millibars in 24 hours, we call it bombogenesis. So you'll hear that term in the next 2 to 3 days. All this means is that this is going to be a very powerful nor'easter and possibly even a blizzard. So where are our computer models? What are they telling us at this point? Unfortunately, there's still a little bit of disagreement. Our European computer model still says a heavy swath of snow from Philadelphia all the way up through Boston and through Maine. Our American computer model is a little bit more off the coast, so the snow shield doesn't quite get back to Philly and New York. It still gets Hartford to Boston to Providence, but it does not get New York City really southwards much at all. So for now, I'm going to give you this color table, which shows purple being heavy, blue is moderate, and light. It's still a little early for exact snow amounts, but the American computer model, the only heavy snow is really eastern Connecticut towards the coast, whereas the European forecast would actually have heavy snow all the way through New Jersey, New York City, Philadelphia, and down through Maryland and Delaware. So a good compromise right now is something in the middle, and this is what the National Weather Service is saying at this point. Until we get a little more certain if it's going to be closer to one model or the other, we're going to take a road right down the middle. So this is a first call forecast for snow. This is what we call our national blended model. Kind of combines all of our computers. And if you're in the Boston area to Providence up through Maine, you have a much better chance of getting a heavy snow event. New York, it's still kind of a 50-50 heavy snow versus a lighter snow event. And then DC, I think you're going to get snow, but you're probably not going to get the crazy amount. So hopefully that explains a little bit. We're still about 48 to 60 hours away from the first snowflake. So we still have time to change this and tweak it, and later today and tomorrow we'll get more confidence in if you need to change your plans and that sort of thing.
All right.
Yeah, Bill, check your email. I just sent you a question about changing my plans.
It's a personal form.
You as my friend.
Also, by the way,
how much am I going to charge you is the question.
Exactly, you should at this point.
By the way, if Bombogenesis is not a band name, it needs to be. So,
Bombogenesis sounds like my flight's not going anywhere. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Turning now to the looming crisis at the Russia-Ukraine border. With fears growing that an invasion is imminent, President Biden is now making new moves to prepare if Russian troops set foot in Ukraine. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on the president's response. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Nice to see you. With this standoff deepening, President Biden is warning of enormous consequences if Russia invades and saying that he might slap sanctions on Vladimir Putin himself, a rare move to personally target another world leader. As for U.S. troops right now on standby to head to that region, the president says it is not provocative, but an effort to reassure U.S. allies, and that he does not see any troops going into Ukraine.
This morning, the U.S. and its European allies are bracing for a possible Russian military assault. The latest American shipment arriving in Ukraine with anti-tank Javelin missiles, launchers, and other weapons to help fend off an invasion. With 8,500 U.S. troops now in a heightened state of alert, President Biden says he could start repositioning them to Eastern Europe before any Russian advance.
What would lead to that is what's going to happen, what Putin does or doesn't do. And I may be moving some of those troops in the nearer term just because it takes time.
The president says he does not intend to send any of those troops into Ukraine, and the Pentagon is leaving the door open to more deployments to Europe.
I certainly would not rule out the possibility that we could be putting additional forces on heightened alert in the coming days and weeks.
Even as Russia ramps up military exercises near Ukraine, Moscow is accusing the U.S. and its allies of escalating tensions. President Biden says he would consider personally sanctioning Russian President Vladimir Putin if he invades.
If he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
After meeting with the German Chancellor, French President Emmanuel Macron announced he'll push Putin to clarify his intentions in a phone call this Friday. The Biden administration says it's now working with oil and gas suppliers around the world to boost shipments to Europe in case Russia cuts off that supply. About a third of the European Union's oil and gas comes from Russia. The Senate's top Republican Mitch McConnell offering rare praise for the president's foreign policy, calling the latest steps encouraging.
It appears to me the administration is moving in the right direction.
And officials here say in addition to sanctions, the U.S. is now considering barring exports of American-made technology and software to Russia, a move that would target key parts of the Russian economy like aerospace and defense, artificial intelligence, among others, as Vladimir Putin tries to diversify his economy there away from oil and gas. Joe?
Peter, thank you so much.
Now, Ukraine's president is telling his citizens to remain calm, even though nearly 130,000 Russian troops now surround the country's border. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the front lines of this crisis in eastern Ukraine with the latest on the tense situation there.
Ukrainian officials say they want a diplomatic solution to all this, and they're still holding out hope that there will be a diplomatic solution. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, is due to speak with Russia's Vladimir Putin later this week, so diplomacy is still ongoing. But Ukrainian officials are also preparing for, as NATO is preparing for, a potential Russian invasion. The big question is how and where that Russian invasion were to come, if it were to happen. And Russia seems to be deliberately trying to keep Ukraine and NATO guessing. It is carrying out multiple military exercises, keeping its forces moving so that there is something of a shell game as the Ukrainian military and the West have to watch Russia and try to anticipate and predict. Russia has mobilized forces to the north of Ukraine, to the east and to the south, and a potential invasion could come from any or all of these directions. Now, outside of Ukraine, NATO is also starting to mobilize, including small NATO countries that don't normally send their troops into combat scenarios, don't put their armies on combat footing. Denmark is sending fighter jets to Lithuania. It's sending warships to the Black Sea. Spain sending fighter jets to Bulgaria and warships to the Black Sea. France vowing to protect Romania. So while in this country they're preparing for a potential invasion from Russia from one or multiple sides, from the outside, NATO is starting to move its forces east to protect against a possible invasion of Ukraine and to protect against the possibility that that invasion could jump over the Ukrainian borders and spread deeper into Europe.
Richard Engel, great context from the ground there. Thank you so much.
Later today, the Federal Reserve could announce plans to increase interest rates this year. It comes as the country continues to deal with the pandemic, bottlenecks in the supply chain, and, of course, high inflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the details.
Yeah, good day. You know, we're entering the third year of dealing with COVID, and it appears the Fed is prepared to pull back some of its pandemic relief policies with several interest rate hikes to come. Stocks, of course, have been on a bit of a roller coaster the last couple of weeks as we are still paying more for goods and often waiting longer to get them. In the stock market, it's been a week of whiplash and wild swings, with Wall Street at the intersection of concern about COVID, inflation, a beleaguered and stretched supply chain, and a potential invasion of Ukraine. Now, the Federal Reserve preparing to tame inflation, likely by rolling out a series of interest rate hikes, as many as 3 or 4 this year.
Hopefully what will happen is a combination of getting past this latest wave of the virus, getting people back to work, and reducing the supply bottlenecks, along with somewhat tighter Federal Reserve interest rate policy, should act to bring inflation down over time.
That inflation is hitting the hardest on Main Street as the price of food, clothing, cars, and housing continues to climb. One of the biggest drivers of the higher prices we're all paying, disruptions at every level of the supply chain, from Chinese manufacturing plants to gridlocked ports to U.S. store shelves.
Whether it's the air transportation to bring goods in, the cost of ocean freight carriers, whether it's truck drivers or it's distribution center workers, everything is costing more.
Along with higher prices, longer wait times. Lauren Logan and Charlie Birnbaum operate stores for expecting parents on opposite sides of the country. At Pish Posh Baby in New Jersey, they've tried to adapt.
We've completely rehauled their website, added features that would help, when we're out of stock for an item, that customer can be notified when an item comes back in stock.
While at Juvenile Shop in California, new moms are having to plan early.
Usually we would tell them to come in their second trimester, and now we need to tell them you need to be coming in your 12th week of pregnancy, 15th week of pregnancy.
Yeah, just a little extra stress in what can already be a very stressful time. Back to the stock market. You know, while we have seen these big dips and swings over the last few weeks, context here is important. The last couple of weeks are really just a snapshot. Stocks are still about 30% higher than they were at the high point before the pandemic began. Back to you.
Good reminder, Tom. Thank you.
Turning now to the coronavirus pandemic, a major vaccine maker says it's working on an Omicron-specific vaccine as the highly contagious variant is having a massive impact on hospitals. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in L.A. with the latest.
As our nation barrels towards 75 million infections, roughly 2,000 Americans are dying every day. All of this comes amid an ongoing battle over face masks.
This morning, an about face. New York's mask mandate is back in place, at least for now. An appellate judge temporarily allowing mandatory face coverings in public spaces, while the state appeals a ruling by a lower court that called it unconstitutional. The seesaw battle impacting schools and businesses in the state of 20 million, one also playing out in other regions across the nation.
I am so looking forward to the day to say these are history. We don't have to do this any longer. All of us are. I don't want to keep any requirements for safety in place a day longer than necessary.
With Omicron still fueling a pandemic record for hospitalizations, the CDC now confirms the variant's severity appears to be lower compared to previous peaks. But because Omicron is so contagious, the volume of sick Americans is overwhelming ERs. New infections this month alone total nearly half as many cases as all of last year.
I don't think there's a chance that we're going to eradicate this. We've only done that with one virus,
and that's been smallpox.
Pfizer is trying to specifically target Omicron, starting clinical trials on a new reformulated vaccine. But even if it's approved by the FDA, the study will take months, as pockets of the U.S. already move beyond Omicron's peak.
How difficult is it to get ahead of a new variant with a vaccine?
If a new variant emerges, we can always build vaccines, but they can take several months to build and test. Vaccines always play a really important role, but often not fast enough to deal with a new variant.
This morning, an evolving virus as our nation struggles to keep pace with today's pandemic.
As experts continue to look at the numbers, including hospitalizations, officials believe our nation will peak with Omicron cases in about mid-February. They hope after that there'll be a sharp decline in new infections. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, and let's start with the latest on those mask mandate battles. As Miguel mentioned, an appeals court judge temporarily reinstated New York's mask mandate just one day after it was struck down. But as of now, that statewide mandate is only set to be in place till Tuesday. How much longer do you think mask mandates like this need to stick around?
Honestly, I think they need to stick around until we see a real decline in most parts of the country. We're doing it in New York in some areas, but we're still raging in others. So we need the total number of cases to drop below a level where kind of being indoors or being around people you don't know does not pose a risk. And right now, especially with travel getting looser as people are feeling more comfortable, I think that's still a risk, and we don't want to get complacent.
That's the prevention aspect of this. Now I want to ask you about treatment. The FDA has halted use of certain antibody treatments that don't work against Omicron. The decision's receiving blowback from people like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's really been emphasizing treatments more than vaccines, it seems, lately. Can you walk us through this decision to pull some of these treatments right now?
Yeah, so when Omicron really kind of hit in the United States, the manufacturers of the antibodies that were available, Lilly and Regeneron, actually not only did they do their own studies, but there were also external studies that showed that their antibodies, the monoclonal treatments, did not work well against Omicron. And now that we know that literally across the country, 99.9% of cases are due to Omicron, it just doesn't make sense, Joe, to give people treatments that don't work. Particularly when we have treatments, they're in short supply, but they do work against Omicron. And in fact, there is a monoclonal antibody that's produced by GlaxoSmithKline that does work. It's in short supply. But what we want to send a message to patients is that when we give you something, we have knowledge that it can be both safe and effective. That last word is something that we found not to be true with these two monoclonals. The FDA's decision wasn't to get rid of them completely, but just to restrict their use while we know that essentially 100% of cases are a variant for which those monoclonals don't work.
And Dr. Patel, we do have a viewer question for you this morning. It asks, given how contagious Omicron is, why is it better for children to be in school, particularly given that testing and KN95 masks are difficult to come by? What would you say?
Yeah, look, I think keeping schools open and safe are key. Just those two words, open and safe. So let's get to the safe part. You can make schools safe. I've got my own little children in school safe right now because they've got good ventilation. It's cold in my area, but we're trying to do outdoor play, having windows open when possible. We've got masks. We also have something that's critical to keep children safe. Households that are vaccinated. Studies have now shown time after time, Joe, that if the adults, teachers, staff, faculty, and household members that are eligible for vaccination are indeed vaccinated, that you can keep those children, even unvaccinated ones, incredibly safe with these measures. And you know what? Every day they come home and they're happier for being around their friends and learning something. So I think it's something that we should all strive for.
Do you feel like we're at a point where schools or the days of school closures, once we get through this wave, are going to be an incredible rarity?
I do. And I think it's because people will still get COVID, just like I had children who got the flu and had other illnesses for which they needed to stay home. But we knew how to protect the other children. And we also know, I think more than ever, parents are conscientious that they don't want to send a sick child to school, especially during times of COVID, because it can be super easy to infect others. So I do have confidence that we're going to have very little of the school closures, fewer and fewer, especially if we all step up and do some of the safety measures I talked about.
Dr. Kavita Patel, as always, thank you so much. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, please let us know. They are ready to answer your questions, as you saw there. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. And as always, you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now, coming up, being denied a potentially life-saving medical procedure because you aren't vaccinated against COVID. That's a dramatic situation playing out at one Boston hospital, and now the family of one man is speaking out.
Plus, a battle brewing on the streaming airwaves. We're going to tell you about rocker Neil Young's beef with Spotify, Joe Rogan, and vaccine misinformation. That's coming up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A Boston man is in desperate need of a heart transplant, but his mother says he won't be getting one.
Yeah, that's because he refuses to get the COVID-19 vaccine, and he's not alone. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the story.
Tracy Ferguson speaking out because her 31-year-old son, DJ, can't. He's waiting on a heart transplant, but is being denied because he won't get the COVID vaccine.
My son's in the hospital, and he needs a heart transplant.
She says DJ has been fighting for his life at Brigham and Women's Hospital, but she says he's been told he's not eligible due to hospital policy.
I couldn't believe it. And then he said to the doctor, "So you're going to let me die?"
She says her son is concerned about the side effects of the vaccine.
He's not an anti-vaxxer or whatever they call it, but, you know, he's compromised. The Mayo Clinic listed on their website the myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots.
In a statement, Brigham and Women's Hospital saying, like many other transplant programs in the United States, the COVID-19 vaccine is one of several vaccines and lifestyle behaviors required for transplant candidates in the Mass General Brigham system in order to create both the best chance for a successful operation and also the patient survival after transplantation. Dr. Arthur Kaplan, the head of medical ethics at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, says this is a common type of requirement for a transplant.
Before COVID, if you hadn't had all your shots, they wouldn't do the operation on you. They'd make you wait. They're trying to make the expensive procedure with a lot of rehab involved successful. This isn't some new issue about, oh my goodness, he won't vaccinate. We're going to discriminate against him.
And when it comes to the family's concerns about side effects,
whatever the risks associated with the shot, they're lower than COVID. So what you want to do is prevent COVID.
DJ isn't the only one denied a transplant because of his decision not to get vaccinated. In October, a Colorado woman was denied a kidney transplant because she refused to get the shot for religious reasons. And another man who was waiting for a transplant told his surgery was on hold because of his donor.
A new policy at the Cleveland Clinic now requires both organ recipients and donors to be COVID vaccinated. Sue is not.
Medical, religious, and also freedom.
Ferguson, a father of two with another child on the way, remains in the hospital. His mother says he was in the OR for a separate surgery as we were speaking to her.
If his life is on the line, do you think he might change his mind about the vaccine knowing that?
He might. He could wake up after his surgery today and say, all right, I'm willing to take my risk.
Do you hope he does?
I would want the doctors to treat the patient, not the policy.
That was Dasha Burns reporting there. Now, medical experts say, as you heard some of this in this piece, most hospitals have adopted similar policies across the country. And with organs like hearts being so scarce, doctors are forced to make tough decisions on patient priority all the time.
Spotify is taking some heat this morning over its popular podcaster Joe Rogan. Rock icon Neil Young is reportedly demanding his music be removed from the streaming platform over vaccine misinformation shared on Rogan's podcast. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Well, as of right now, you can still stream popular songs like Heart of Gold and Harvest Moon, but perhaps not for long. Neil Young at odds with Spotify's most popular and top-rated podcaster, Joe Rogan, who signed a $100 million deal with Spotify, the streaming platform, in 2020.
My parents were vaccinated. I just said, I don't think that if you're a young, healthy person that you need it.
This morning, Spotify's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan, famously known for questioning vaccine safety, may have cost the streaming platform a rock icon. Neil Young demanding his music be scrubbed from Spotify in a since-deleted letter reported by Rolling Stone magazine. I am doing this because Spotify is spreading fake information about vaccines, Young wrote in a post NBC News has not viewed. The Harvest Moon singer reportedly putting forth an ultimatum. They can have Rogan or Young, not both. The fallout on the heels of the podcast host's continued controversial comments.
It's a completely new kind of vaccine. The idea that people shouldn't be skeptical or nervous about that is kind of hilarious.
A recent episode also featured a virologist who said Americans have been hypnotized into getting vaccinated. Those statements reaching Rogan's millions of followers and driving a coalition of scientists and researchers to call on Spotify this month to establish a clear and public policy to moderate misinformation.
We are not, again, asking for the censorship or removal or even deplatforming of a person or a podcast. We're asking for responsible actions to make sure that consumers of that information are properly warned.
Even the 54-year-old's own battle with COVID stirring up controversy.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it.
Revealing he took ivermectin, which the FDA has approved to treat parasitic worms in humans, but not COVID-19. That decision blasted by radio host Howard Stern.
I heard Joe Rogan was saying I took
a horse dewormer. Yeah.
And a doctor gave it to me. Well, a doctor would also give you a vaccine. So why take horse dewormer?
Rogan hosts a range of medical experts on his podcast and assures he's not anti-vax, sharing he nearly got vaccinated. Still, he has appeared to discourage young people from getting the jabs, to which Dr. Fauci told Savannah,
even if I get infected, I could do damage to somebody else, even if I have no symptoms at all.
So you say young, healthy people should get vaccinated?
Absolutely.
So neither Neil Young nor Joe Rogan have responded to our requests for comment, though Rogan has said he's not a doctor and people should not look to him for medical advice. Spotify has said that it's continuing to update its guidelines and reevaluate them with time. They have removed more than 40 episodes of Joe Rogan's. However, none of those reasons related to the pandemic. Joe?
And Emily, I understand this is not actually the first time Neil Young has made a threat like this?
Yeah, that's right. Back in 2015, the Grammy winner actually took all of his music off of Spotify, complaining of the sound quality on the streaming platform. He ultimately relented, saying Spotify is where people get music. Joe?
All right. Emily, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Let's now take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Savannah. Tonga may have been hit with disaster last week, but one problem they didn't have was COVID. Now a coronavirus-hit Australian Navy ship carrying much-needed aid has docked in Tonga. The aid will be delivered under strict no-contact protocols to try and ensure the remote Pacific island nation remains one of the few places on the planet still free of COVID. Thailand is the first country in Asia to approve the decriminalization of marijuana. The health minister said that the country had dropped marijuana from the list of controlled drugs. There is, however, a gray area around its recreational use, as it was unclear if possession would no longer be an offense. And in Hong Kong, people are hiring private jets for their pets. It may sound like a frivolous expense for the rich and famous, but in fact, it's mostly ordinary folks, many of them expats, who want to leave Hong Kong because it has some of the world's strictest COVID policies. Unable to get their dogs and cats on commercial flights, desperate pet parents are renting chartered planes that for many are way beyond their means. And those are your headlines, guys.
And in some cases, also buying the dog's pilot costumes.
Right.
It's kind of cute,
Well,
but
if you're gonna
funny if it's a stressful
charter a
situation.
jet, you know.
Yeah. All right, Ali, thank you so much.
Coming up, a growing mental health crisis playing out among the world's youth.
Yeah, how one institute is working to ease the burden of modern life while making life-changing connections. That story's next.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last movie. Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
May sound like a scene from a movie, but a piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon. Back in 2015, this SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched into orbit as part of a mission to send a space weather satellite on a 1 million mile journey. After completing its journey, instead of falling back to Earth, the rocket became sort of stuck because it didn't have enough fuel to return to Earth. Now, slowly, it has been pulled closer to the moon. Now, experts say the booster is expected to hit the moon on March 4th. Harvard University astrophysicist? Is that the word?
I think so.
All right. I didn't read that beforehand, clearly. Recently confirmed the collision date on Twitter, but said, quote, not a big deal.
Nah. Space junk colliding with the moon. Nah. Whatever.
It's okay.
No problem.
At least it's not coming toward us right now.
Space, man. It's cool.
All right. It is. Even that stuff is cool. All right. California is introducing a new mental health initiative to help kids struggling with the emotional trauma of the COVID pandemic. The plan focuses on giving students the tools they need to navigate and manage the challenges they face at school and at home. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden joins us now with more on her exclusive report. Cynthia, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it all began with a $25 million grant from the state of California to the Child Mind Institute. Child Mind has developed a series of proven techniques over the years, teaching all kinds of kids in person, and now they brought those to video, hoping that every classroom in California will take advantage, and they're going to be available to everybody else too online. The techniques are really interesting. Meet some of the kids who are part of this project.
Like the worst thoughts that I've had were like, you don't belong here. Like you don't belong on this planet.
I want to be happy, but sometimes it feels like you'll never be happy.
The videos show a remarkable range of kids, 64 in all, talking candidly about their feelings. A first step in letting an increasing number of kids know they're not alone when they feel sad or scared or angry. Statistics bear this out. Last year, the number of young people experiencing depression and anxiety doubled to over 20% globally.
We have a crisis with children's mental health in the United States. Unfortunately, it's not new. It's just gotten worse.
Which is why Dr. Harold Koplowitz, who runs the Child Mind Institute, the national nonprofit that produced these videos, was eager to take skills they've taught to over 60,000 kids in person, like deep breathing.
Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth.
And mindfulness.
So try to notice what's happening around you.
And make them available to everyone.
Our hope would be that not only does the average child get new skills, but if there's a child suffering, that they feel more courageous to raise their hand and ask for help.
Feeling that I have the most is sadness. Behind that sadness, then there's more sadness.
Jaden Ulu is 11 years old. He lives with his two little sisters and parents in Los Angeles. A lot has changed for him since he participated in the videos. He was diagnosed with ADHD and has started taking medication.
You know, you are so upbeat. Upbeat, upbeat, it's time to get upbeat. You weren't that upbeat when they interviewed you for the video.
In fact, Jaden even thought of suicide.
I got so pissed at myself once that I thought of stop living entirely. I can't be helped. I'm gonna be trapped like this forever.
Jaden's mother tells us she saw he was struggling.
He was never really like an angry kid, you know, energy and sometimes sadness, but not anger. And so that was a big signal to me that there was something else going on.
Of course, these new videos can't diagnose or treat kids like Jaden, but the hope is they can prevent things from getting worse, showing them techniques to identify and manage, not shy away from, their emotions. The videos use various methods for various ages. In elementary schools, skills are taught through whimsical skits.
Daisy was thinking that, like, what if she doesn't like me? What if she hates me? Did I do something wrong?
In higher grades, they use a comedian to try and make a connection.
I'm a comedian, an actor, and unfortunately at times a human being who feels all kinds of emotions.
Jacqueline Berlich teaches high school kids in one of LA's toughest neighborhoods, South Central. She says she's eager to use the videos in her classroom because the last 2 years have been hard for most of the 120 students she teaches.
A lot of my students come from single-family homes, or their parents are working 2 full-time jobs and they're taking care of their brothers and sisters.
So in addition to teaching English, are you also sort of on patrol to see that they're okay?
Of course, every single day.
She's one of 6 educators who participated in the project, the kind of teacher every kid wants. She starts the year by asking each student why they're there. The answer's poignant.
I want to be the first one in my family to graduate. I want to make my little brother proud. I want to buy my mom a house one day.
You know, there have been many studies done that say if a kid has one trusted adult, it can make all the difference.
I did growing up, and that's one of the reasons I became a teacher. I had that one trusted adult that I trusted with my life.
So you know the power of those relationships.
100%, yeah, I do.
Dr. Koplowitz says these videos aren't meant to replace those kinds of relationships, but they can, he believes, enhance them.
There's never been a time before in the country where our kids have struggled as much as they are right now. You have 8,500 child psychiatrists in a country that has 17 million kids with a mental health disorder. These videos are really for every child.
What would you say to kids who may be watching you right now who are thinking, well, you know, all well and good for Jaden, but I don't know what to do. I'm really lost.
I didn't talk to my parents. I didn't talk to my parents about it at all.
So the first thing is to be honest about how you're feeling.
And if you've taken the right step, take another one until you get up and stand up.
What? What an awesome kid Jaden is. It was really fun to get to meet him and it's hard to believe he's 11. So this California Health Thriving Kids videos and the guidebooks that come along with them are available not just in California, but to every single one of us. For more information about how to get them free, go to our website, NBCnews.com, and you'll find out all the details.
So good to see solutions and to see Jaden as well. What a remarkable young.
Like you said, can't believe he's 11. Great story.
Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Coming up, the newest member of baseball's Hall of Fame, David Ortiz, the longtime Boston Red Sox, but he's not the one making headlines or making all the headlines. We're going to tell you why it's the players who didn't make the cut who are also causing quite the stir.
Plus, a disturbing statistic as many Americans flock to Florida's beaches for warmer weather. There's a hint on your screen. Shark attacks are up. What you need to know before you head out on that winter vacation.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is back. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. So Microsoft says it is not going to ghost Sony. And you'll see what I did there in a minute. Activision says it's going to keep releasing Call of Duty games on both Sony and Microsoft consoles. There have been worries that Microsoft would make new games exclusive to the Xbox if its nearly $69 billion deal to buy Activision is approved. Bloomberg reports Microsoft's gaming chief told Sony last week that the company plans to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation and honor existing agreements. Meantime, Coca-Cola and Molson Coors are teaming up again for a line of spiked lemonade. Simply Spiked Lemonade will come in a variety pack this summer with other flavors including strawberry and watermelon. Each will be made with fruit juice and contains 5% alcohol by volume. Now, Coke and Molson have teamed up before on Topo Chico hard seltzer, and apparently they're coming out with a margarita version of that later this year. Yum. The adult alternative beverage market has reached nearly $8 billion a year. And more than 1,000 books from the personal library of late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg are up for auction. The collection includes law books, notes, documents, and novels such as Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger and Beloved by Toni Morrison. Ginsburg's personal copy of My Own Words, a collection of her writings and speeches from 8th grade onwards, is expected to fetch $1,000 to $2,000, just that one alone.
Oh my goodness.
Online bidding closes tomorrow.
Very cool. Impressive collection, I bet.
One of her
neat.
books.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, one of baseball's all-time best clutch hitters is heading to Cooperstown. Former Boston Red Sox slugger David Ortiz, perhaps better known by fans as Big Papi, was the only player to secure the votes needed to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame, but who didn't get in is also causing a lot of buzz. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us outside Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And some of those big names that have controversial pasts attached to them can still technically get into the Hall of Fame, but the path into Cooperstown now gets a whole lot tougher. Meanwhile, for the beloved Red Sox slugger known as Big Papi, David Ortiz has now punched his ticket into baseball immortality.
Pitch. Big Papi hits it to deep right field.
This morning, Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame adding one more name to the greatest to ever play the game.
Is a feared slugger who performed his best on the biggest stage.
David Ortiz, the Boston Red Sox slugger and 10-time All-Star known as Big Papi. Yes! Celebrating with friends and family in his native Dominican Republic. Ortiz, the only one of 30 candidates on the ballot to get enough votes, helped the Sox break an 86-year championship drought to win their first World Series in 2004. After the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013, he endeared himself to Red Sox Nation in this now famous speech.
This jersey that we wear today, it doesn't say Red Sox. It say Boston. This is our city. And nobody gonna dictate our freedom. Stay strong.
After his retirement, Ortiz was shot in the Dominican Republic in 2019, and what authorities now believe was a case of mistaken identity. The Hall of Fame announcement just as notable for who didn't get in. Some of baseball's biggest names, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Sammy Sosa, and Curt Schilling, falling short in their final year of eligibility.
When visitors go to the Hall of Fame, they'll say, hey, where's the greatest home run hitter of all time, Barry Bonds, not in.
Bonds, Clemens, and Sosa still facing suspicions they used performance-enhancing drugs during their playing days. Clemens tweeting about the decision, writing, I would like to thank those who took the time to look at the facts and vote for me. Hopefully everyone can now close this book and keep the rise forward, focusing on what is really important in life. Reaction to Bonds' big league snub, swift. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tweeting SMH for shaking my head.
The debates have raged on since the
The Hall of Fame opened up almost 85 years ago nearly, and that's part of what makes this place so great.
Now, as for pitcher Curt Schilling, some of his past remarks that have been controversial regarding Muslims and the trans community may be what is keeping him out of the Hall of Fame. David Ortiz, meanwhile, the fourth Dominican to ever be enshrined in Cooperstown, and his induction ceremony currently set for July 24th. Guys?
Right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
There's a new warning for anyone planning on going to the beach. Shark attacks were on the rise last year. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Lauderdale by the Sea in Florida with a breakdown of the numbers and what may be behind this uptick. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, the statistics at first can sound concerning. More people attacked by sharks last year than the previous year. In fact, 40% of the shark attacks last year happened off the coast of Florida. But the experts say there is a relatively logical reason for all of this. In 2021, more people went to the beach than the previous year when the pandemic began.
This morning, as many Americans plan a warm winter getaway, if you're headed to the beach, take note. Shark attacks are up, according to new research. There were 73 attacks in 2021, and in the year before, just 52. That's a 40% spike.
We just look at unprovoked bites where people are minding their own business, swimming or surfing.
Gavin Naylor is the director of the Florida Program for Shark Research. Naylor says with fewer people at beaches because of COVID lockdowns, shark attacks had dipped significantly in 2020. So the increase is actually a return to normal pre-pandemic numbers, like in 2019, when there were 64 unprovoked attacks.
So as we see more people in the last 12 months or so going back out, going to the beach, there's a correlation to the encounters with sharks?
Absolutely. We believe that shark bites are really just the consequence of the number of sharks in the water at the same time as the number of people in the water.
Of those 73 attacks last year, 9 were fatal.
It felt like a slight push and like a sharp mosquito bite.
Nemanja Spasovic survived a terrifying attack off the California coast. He had been snorkeling, fishing for crabs, when a great white bit.
9 people died in shark attacks last year. You could have been one of those. It was close.
I'm super lucky. So yeah, like it is kind of a reality, and it's like a scary fact.
Nemanja says he has a scar but no limp, and he's returned to surfing and crabbing. The majority of shark bites happen off Florida, and many involve black-tip sharks, which migrate south close to shore. Still, experts say attacks are very rare.
There's no reason to think that if we're in the water, they're hunting humans?
Absolutely not. No. If sharks wanted to hunt humans, it would be so easy for them. We'd have thousands of bites every week because we're such easy targets for them, like little sausages in the water.
Since they began keeping statistics on shark attacks, that's back in 1882, there have been more shark attacks just north of me in Volusia County in Florida, 337 than anywhere else. The experts say, guys, this is a case of, in that area, the geography. It's a great place for the sharks to feed, and it also happens to be wonderful surfing waves, and the confluence of those two events has led to those numbers.
Guys, not a great combo.
The sausages line got me. What a soundbite.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks.
Coming up, a dream come true for a 6-year-old cancer survivor.
Yeah, how one boy's local post office delivered on the experience of a lifetime. That heartwarming story is after the break.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back now to a story that's sure to brighten your morning. 6-year-old Jacob Hayward just beat cancer, but he's always dreamed of becoming a U.S. postal worker.
With some help from his local post office, he's now on his way to delivering letters on his own. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Van Singletary has been delivering the mail to the residents of Laguna Niguel in Southern California for more than 30 years.
There's always been an excitement for seeing the postal trucks come in, but never actually saying that I would like to be a mailman.
But that all changed when he learned about 6-year-old Jacob Hayward. Jacob was diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2020.
He has gone through about, give or take, 50 treatments of chemotherapy, 8 treatments of radiation, 2 major surgeries.
Living for months in the hospital, there was one thing that kept Jacob going: the mailbox outside of his hospital room.
His big thing before this has always been the mailbox.
So it was excitement for him every day to check the mailbox and get his own personal mail in the hospital.
Jacob ended up beating cancer and was able to go back home, hopefully forgetting about this tough time in his life. But his local post office didn't forget about him.
We wanted to do something special for this young man, for his courage, positive attitude. So that's really what brought us here today. We wanted to make him an honorary letter carrier for the Laguna City.
Come on out, Jacob.
A special delivery just for Jacob, his very own mail vehicle, complete with a postal uniform to match.
So as a family that's gone through something for the last 22 months, where to have something like this, it's just so appreciated and we're so thankful.
So what does the city's newest mailman think about the surprise?
I'm feeling like so good, and I cannot believe this is happening, so I'm so shocked that this has happened.
A special delivery Jacob and Van will always share.
You don't get moments like this where you can experience the excitement of a child and his and all that he's gone through, and it just, you know, it's priceless.
The little tiny mail.
I like his car.
Yeah,
I'm kind of jealous.
It's too cute. All right, thank you to
fit,
Tom Yamas for that heartwarming story.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the world waits. Tension rising from Eastern Europe all the way to the West. This morning, more American weapons in the hands of Ukrainian troops to help defend against a Russian invasion. Now, President Biden threatening sanctions against Russian President Vladimir Putin himself.
It all comes down to his decision. If he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
We have team coverage from Moscow to Washington as thousands of U.S. and NATO troops prepare for a potential war. A tale of two trends in the fight against COVID. This morning, hospitalization in some states now past the peak of this Omicron wave, while others are still struggling. And now researchers identify a new version of Omicron in the U.S. This as staffing shortages are causing problems outside the hospital. We'll take you to one city where patients are being forced to wait in parked ambulances for more than an hour. Classroom controversy, a battle brewing over a new bill in Florida that would ban talks about sexual orientation and gender identity in schools. More on the fight over parental rights and discrimination and the impact this could have on kids. And drop your pencils. The SATs are going digital. We'll tell you what's behind the plans to phase out the traditional paper version of the dreaded exam and shorten it by an hour. Dread is exactly the word I would use for that test.
I never took the SAT, so I took the ACT.
I took both, which in retrospect, I'm like, what was that about? I guess maybe it was different schools I was applying to.
That must have been it, yeah.
It was hard, it was stressful, and the changes are going to make it easier for kids.
Maybe it'll make it better.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit later this morning, though. Tensions are continuing to ramp up between the U.S. and Russia.
Military officials say they're watching the number of Russian troops grow along the Ukrainian border. Despite Russia continuing its military buildup, President Biden says he has no intention of moving U.S. military forces into Ukraine right now. But the president says he would consider imposing sanctions directly on Russian President Vladimir Putin.
There will be enormous consequences if he were to go in and invade, as he could. This would be the largest, if he were to move in with all those forces, would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
This morning, more U.S. aid is moving into Ukraine. This video shows members of the Air Force loading defense equipment, including ammunition and weapons, onto a cargo plane at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. All as Russia keeps the world guessing, still denying it will invade Ukraine and holding new military drills yesterday in neighboring Belarus. We have a team covering the growing tensions from Russia to Washington. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli has the latest on the Biden administration's response. Matt, let's start with you. Russia's foreign minister finished an address recently to the Russian parliament this morning. A lot of it focused on the ongoing tensions at the Ukraine border and the U.S. involvement in the crisis. What did he say, especially when it comes to negotiations with Western countries?
Thanks, Joe. Well, I know we've all been holding our breath, looking for some sign Russia's prepared to move to a path of de-escalation, but we're just not getting that here in Moscow. Foreign Minister Lavrov actually took a very different tack, insisting that if there is de-escalation, it will be on Russia's terms. They will not allow their security proposals, as they call that list of demands, to be ignored. They will not wait forever for them to be addressed, and they're promising some kind of response. They are, of course, being very vague on what that response could possibly be, but there's 100,000 Russian troops on Ukraine's borders, so it doesn't take too much imagination, I think. This is all coupled with additional rhetoric from Lavrov today saying that the United States and NATO are inflaming the tensions. They're putting responsibility squarely in the West's corner, and they're also warning that the West is encouraging Kiev to make an assault on eastern Ukraine on Russia. So it doesn't exactly look encouraging from over here right now.
Let's talk about the American response, Mike. President Biden is considering economic consequences for Russia if it sets foot in Ukraine. He says, at least so far, he has no intention of moving U.S. forces into Ukraine. But what is the president saying about possible troop deployments to the region?
Well, Joe, since the earliest days of this standoff over Ukraine, you've heard U.S. officials talking about two different paths here, one of diplomacy and one of deterrence. Well, as Matt was just laying out, those diplomatic efforts appear stalled at this point. And increasingly, you're hearing U.S. officials talk about not just economic sanctions, but those potential deployments of U.S. forces. 2 days ago, you had the Pentagon talking about calling up more than 8,000 U.S. forces, putting them on alert. And yesterday, the president talked about a timeline for potentially deploying them. Listen to what he told reporters.
What would lead to that is what's going to happen, what Putin does or doesn't do. And I may be moving some of those troops in the nearer term just because it takes time. We have no intention of putting American forces or NATO forces in Ukraine. But as I said, there are going to be serious economic consequences if he moves.
When the president talks about not putting troops into Ukraine, it's important to make a distinction here that when the president is talking about those deployments, he's really responding not just to the concerns of Ukraine, but of our NATO allies who are neighbors of Ukraine. When Russia moved and put some military exercises underway into neighboring Belarus, that really raised the alarm bells of our allies. But as President Biden put it yesterday, he thinks really only Putin knows what he's really going to do, and that's really what's going to determine the next U.S. move here.
So, Matt, as Mike mentioned, the U.S. has more than 8,000 troops on high alert. Other NATO allies are also putting together a line of defense across Eastern Europe. What kind of help is coming in from other countries?
What's actually really interesting, we're seeing some pretty significant NATO movements, not of course at the scale Russia is deploying, but we're seeing Western European members send things like airplanes, ships. There's been talk of troops. We're also seeing weapons deliveries, just moving equipment into Eastern Europe, and it kind of paints this picture of, let's assume that Russia's only goal here was to try to bluff its way into breaking NATO or pushing NATO out of Eastern Europe. We're seeing the exact opposite happening.
And Mike, Russia is a major oil and fuel source globally. There are concerns Russia could cut off fuel shipments. So what's the White House doing to try and avoid a disruption in the world's fuel supply?
It's interesting, Joe. Yesterday, we saw the White House discussing two potential avenues to deal with areas, one where Russia has significant leverage and one where the U.S. does. And you mentioned the first one. Russia has significant leverage in terms of its energy supplies. Western Europe really dependent on Russian sources of natural gas in particular. So U.S. officials say they're working to try to find supplies of non-Russian natural gas that they could position into Europe to make them available to some of our allies should Russia decide to cut them off. In response, though, the U.S. is also talking about what they're calling novel export sanctions on Russia, which would potentially mean cutting off supplies of advanced technology like microchips, which are necessary for Russia as they try to diversify their economy beyond energy supplies.
Matt and Mike, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Now to the latest on the pandemic and the surge in Omicron cases. While hospitalizations are still up across the country, some states are seeing a decline. One state that's past that peak is Rhode Island. Right now, 460 people are in the hospital with COVID in the state. And while that number is still high, it's definitely better than the 592 hospitalizations the state saw less than 10 days ago. NBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now from outside Rhode Island Hospital in Providence, which was pushed to that breaking point just earlier this month. Hi, Yasmin. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. It was pushed to the breaking point. It seems as if this hospital in Rhode Island, which I've been reporting from for the last couple of years throughout this pandemic, was really hitting its peak about 10 days or so ago. They were pushed to the brink, as you mentioned, totaling cases over 500, now below that 500 number, but still this hospital very much pushed to the brink, the ICU, the emergency department as well. But we remember from the president's announcement just about 2 weeks or so ago that they were going to send military personnel to various hospitals throughout the country. This is one of the hospitals in which those military personnel have now showed up just a few days ago. 20 doctors and nurses here helping out with the effort to fight the Omicron variant and the COVID surge here in Rhode Island. Want to bring in the president of the hospital, Dr. Weingart, who has been experiencing kind of the surge throughout the last year in which you've been on the job now. And of course now with the military personnel in place to help with the hospital surge. Talk to me about how that's been for you.
It's been incredibly helpful for us. Emotionally, morally, it's been a real lift to have additional skilled staff with us. What we've been able to do practically is assign the staff from the military to a variety of different units, largely to our COVID intensive care units, but we've been able to assign staff to the emergency department and also to our med surgical area. It's been very, very helpful.
Do you feel like you're past your surge now of this Omicron variant?
So we were at a peak census of COVID patients of about 170 patients in our hospital, which was about 1 in 5 patients on the adult side. Wow. We were there for about a week. Over the last 4 or 5 days, we've begun to see the numbers come down. So we're certainly on the downtrend, but we still have a full hospital with lots of COVID patients and pushed to capacity.
How long are you expecting the military personnel to stay in place?
All right, so they began last Saturday, and they have a 30-day assignment with the possibility of renewal. So we'll see how that goes depending on our volume.
And what do you expect? expect with them to stay?
We expect they'll stay 30 days, and we're hopeful that they may be able to stay longer, and that period will be incredibly helpful. It took about 6 weeks to get into trouble, and it'll take probably a similar amount to come down. So the fact that they're here at the time when we're just cresting has been perfect.
How worried are you about the next variant, the next surge?
You know, we're always worried. The fact that we've had so many variants, we're expecting there'll be another at some point. We hope it won't be as catastrophic as Omicron, but at this point, we don't see any signals around the globe that there's something that's brewing that's going to be as problematic.
Last question to you. A number that I found interesting was that folks that were coming to the emergency department here and not being seen during the surge, right? And now that number being reduced with the military personnel because of the fact that you have more hands, more people. And you talk also about the psychological implications of having these folks here. Can you expand a little bit on that?
So there was a period about 2 weeks ago where we had very high numbers of patients leaving the emergency room without being seen. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah, so those numbers have come down, and it varies day to day and hour to hour, but we've seen those numbers come down from the double digits to the single digits. I think it's partly because people are now perhaps avoiding emergency rooms because they know about the wait, but also because our throughput has improved and our capacity has grown.
Got it. And then, of course, the psychological implications just for your staff, for the doctors and nurses that have been overrun for the last couple of years of this variant and COVID in general. Dr. Weingart, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The one doctor I haven't met at this hospital as I've been covering this pandemic here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So, Savannah, as I mentioned, right, they hit their peak here, and obviously Dr. Weingart hoping that the peak is now past and they're on the downturn of this Omicron variant. But nonetheless, the surge of this military personnel, the 20 or so doctors and nurses here, very much helping out with the efforts to fight COVID here at Rhode Island Hospital.
Yeah, and the doctor with a little bit of hope there that we're not seeing any sort of signs of trouble brewing somewhere across the globe. That's great to hear.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Yasmin, and please thank the doctor for his time on our behalf as well.
Now let's bring in our own doctor, Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School, director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health, and the author of the new book, Immunity Strong. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. So a new study found a blood test could someday help determine who's at risk for developing long COVID. Why is this so important, and could it help people experiencing long COVID now?
Well, Joe, this is of major importance. All of us have wondered why you develop long haul syndrome. Roughly half the patients that get COVID, and this study was before the vaccine, so we were dealing with the Delta variant. It seems that certain antibodies in the blood are not there when they're needed in certain people. And asthma and old age, and if you have a lot of allergies, your propensity for developing long-haul syndrome is higher than anyone else. So that's the study, and it's out there now and very interesting.
Doctor, I want to ask you about something that sounds troubling. We did just hear from this other doctor in Rhode Island that it seems like things don't seem to be bad on the horizon, but scientists are keeping their eye at least on what's basically a relative of the Omicron variant. It's being called the stealth version of Omicron. That's because it's harder to detect. What do we know about this, and should we be worried about this stealth variant? Is this some new thing that could cause an issue like Omicron did?
Yeah, well, Savannah, it doesn't have its own Greek name yet, but it is a first cousin of the Omicron variant. And it looks like the Delta variant, the one that was very, very serious and caused a lot of deaths early on. It's more common in Europe, this BA2, as we call it. BA2 is 45% prevalent in a country like Denmark and other parts of Europe. So it has 20 more mutations in the spike protein. And as you know, the spike protein is what determines the infectivity and how severe the disease is going to be when you get it. So it is a concerning variant, but it is not a true mutation variant like, say, the Delta and the Alpha and the Mu and the Lambda. So it's still Omicron. It's a first cousin of the Omicron.
Before we let you go, Dr. Bob, we do have a viewer question for you. It's from a parent who is hesitant to get their 7-year-old vaccinated. It says, what is the effectiveness of the Pfizer vaccine if I only allow my child, a 7-year-old, to have 1 dose? Your thoughts?
Well, the clinical research has indicated that your child should get vaccinated, number one, and should have 2 doses like adults. But the microgram quantity of the virus antigen is about 1/3 in the child. So it's not severe, and we know that that can produce a robust immune response very quickly in a child that's, say, 12 years of age.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, you can let us know. They're ready to answer your questions. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and you can let us know if you prefer to stay anonymous.
Now, as Omicron spreads, many EMS services are dealing with the crisis of staff shortages. It's something that's crippling emergency response crews across the country, forcing ambulances to stay at hospitals for hours waiting to drop off patients. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff rode along with EMTs in Sacramento to see what they're experiencing firsthand.
In California's capital, the first responders citizens turn to for help are now saying they need it too.
We're with Sacramento Metro Fire, and we're on our way to a call for a 34-year-old that's supposedly coughing up blood. Once these EMTs get there, they're able to treat this patient, and there's no guarantee that patient's going to be able to get into the hospital.
We pulled up to find a patient having a medical episode that wasn't life-threatening. Captain Parker Wilburn is with Sacramento Metro Fire.
What would seem to be an emergency for them is obviously not an emergency to us. Essentially, all we're going to be doing is giving him a ride to the hospital.
And you think he's going to get in right away when he shows up?
Absolutely not.
No?
No, we're going to be, this ambulance will then be out of service for at least 1 hour. We're getting called out because people can't, they're unable to sleep. At 2 in the morning, I can't sleep, I want to go to the emergency room. And we try and educate in those moments, but sometimes we get repeat offenders where they call us multiple times, sometimes in one day.
Hospital delays aren't new, but the Omicron wave, crippling staff shortages, and an extremely high volume of non-emergency 911 calls has made it worse. Wilburn says in the county, ambulance turnaround times that should be 15 minutes averaged over an hour last month.
They're sitting inside the hallway of the hospital. We call it wall time because they're sitting on the wall waiting for a bed.
Soon, another call comes through.
We've got a rollover vehicle accident.
We head out to meet a team from another station.
And this is horrific. She doesn't look like she has life-threatening injuries. Is there any guarantee she's going to be seen right away if she goes to the hospital?
There's no guarantee she's going to be seen right away.
How much of it is COVID?
COVID's brought a light to an issue that was already here.
At minimum, there is a 10% gap in the number of providers, clinicians needed to staff ambulances and to do EMS work.
It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning yet. So it's
9:29.
9:29, and we'll have 3 ambulances stacked up. Before noon, we'll probably have 5 or 6.
This is every day?
And this is every day. So last week we had 18 ambulances that were stuck at a hospital in the Sacramento area.
They're constantly asking us, can you clear the hospital? How much time? What's your ETA? And we really don't know. I write to dispatch a lot. No bed, no ETA.
For EMTs, stress exacerbated by a pandemic may now outlive it.
How much longer can you all keep going like this?
I'm really unsure. People are overworked. We're working as much as we can. I don't know how much longer we can do it.
Under pressure and unsure when relief will come.
Tough to see all that. Our thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that report.
A House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack is moving forward with more depositions. That includes a meeting with Alex Jones, the controversial radio host and conspiracy theorist. Jones says the remote interview happened on Monday. During his radio show, he told his listeners that he exercised his Fifth Amendment rights almost 100 times during the deposition. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, good morning. So walk us through what happened in this deposition. Do we know why Jones pled the Fifth so many times?
Well, Joe, you plead the Fifth when you don't want to incriminate yourself. It's something that we've heard from other Trump allies, a strategy that they've said that they're going to employ once they're in the room with the January 6th committee. Jones yesterday on his radio show saying that he invoked that privilege almost 100 times. He says, though, that it wasn't because he did anything wrong. Instead, he says that it's because he didn't want his words to be twisted by the committee. Nevertheless, the committee says that they haven't necessarily learned anything new from him. But I think what's so striking here is that Jones said on his radio show they already had all of the texts and communications that he had sent from that day. They knew who he was talking to and what conversations he was having. That's why we've seen it so important, the committee going after after the documents and the information that's tangible and physical, as well as the information that they can get from physically sitting down and talking with these witnesses.
So, Allie, we know the House committee subpoenaed Jones back in November. You just said the committee says they really didn't learn much from him, but remind us, why did they want to speak with Jones in the first place?
In a letter that they sent to him when they first asked for him to come cooperate, they said that they had information that showed that he may have funded or helped to plan the rally on the Ellipse on January 6th, and that he was supposed to lead people to the Capitol. In the days before January 6th, even on his radio show, he said that the 6th was going to be wild. So the committee, of course, wanting to speak to Jones to that end. But here's what Congressman Jamie Raskin said about what they heard from Jones.
That Mr. Jones and all of the defendants and all of the witnesses are forgetting is that the Fifth Amendment is meant to be used selectively if you think that you might be incriminating yourself by answering a question. It's not a magic wand that you wave over the whole proceeding and you don't have to answer anything.
And Joe, it's important. Raskin in that same interview said he wasn't physically in the room for the Jones deposition. He didn't think that they learned anything new, but he was still going to have those conversations. But he brings up a really important point here about the non-magic wand use of pleading the Fifth. He goes on in that interview to talk about something called use immunity, effectively that this committee could say, okay, you can talk about the things that would otherwise incriminate you. We are making the agreement that we will not go after you or prosecute on those things. There is a wrinkle here, though, because the committee's work is separate in some ways from what the Department of Justice is doing. And so there are questions in the legal community about whether or not the Sixth Committee granting that use immunity also translates to what the Department of Justice could do with the information the January 6th Committee gets from some of these witnesses. So that takes us down the legal rabbit hole just a little bit, but it's one of the things that's percolating in the background here as more of these Trump witnesses say, I pled the Fifth in these closed-door meetings.
Okay, and Allie, I quickly want to ask you about another headline from the Hill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's going to run for re-election in 2022, but didn't specify whether she'll want to remain the Democratic leader in the House. What can you tell us?
Yeah, ending speculation on one front, but keeping speculation on the other. On the front that she's ending speculation, there had been conversations about whether or not she was going to leave Congress after this term. Clearly, she says she's running for re-election once again, but there is still the open question of whether or not she would try to run for Speaker again should Democrats manage to retain their control of the House. We know that according to our Meet the Press midterm meter and other metrics that we track typically in these midterm years, it doesn't look great for Democrats. We're seeing lots of retirements as well as lots of tough swing districts. At the same time, though, Speaker Pelosi saying that she's going to at least run for re-election, and we'll deal with the Speaker bid later.
All right, Allie Vitale, lots to cover this morning. Thanks so much. And let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us, and I think you might have a lot to tell us about.
Yeah, a lot of snow, a lot of cold, and then a lot of snow coming. All right, so yesterday, the snowiest spot in the whole country was in Colorado and right along the Colorado-Kansas border. It was a narrow band of very heavy snow. But at one point, Interstate 70 was closed yesterday, and one location in Kansas picked up 27 inches of snow. Now, this is Broomfield, Colorado. This wasn't as bad as around 4 to 5 inches. Denver itself got 4 to 5 inches. But right along that Kansas-Colorado border, I mean, it was like a snowstorm like they've never seen before. The all-time snow record in Kansas is 30 inches. And they saw 27 inches yesterday. So, pretty wild stuff. So now let's get to the freeze, because a lot of us are feeling it this morning. Coast to coast, north to south, everyone except really southern Georgia, Florida, and South Texas. 226 million of us have a temperature 32 degrees or colder. But when you factor in the winds, it's still pretty brutal and dangerous. Minnesota, Iowa, it'll improve today as the winds come down. Temperatures will moderate a little bit. But this morning, it's still really cold and dangerous. Negative 31 right now in Minneapolis. Green Bay feels like negative 29. So it's hard to complain everywhere else when you see numbers like that. But it will warm up eventually, but the cold will stay with us, and especially cold enough for a snowstorm. You notice New York, 24 on Saturday is plenty cold enough for snow. Even D.C. at 29 degrees, and that'll be the big story. So for today, it's just the cold. At least it's sunny in most cases. Maybe a little bit of wintry precip around Oklahoma City. Tomorrow, not as many issues. We're kind of actually warming up slightly. And then as we head towards the weekend, Friday's the day we worry about, guys. Friday, the storm starts. And then it looks like Saturday will be a major storm. Coming up shortly, we'll talk more about the big storm and will it be a blizzard? blizzard. It's going to be a big, it's going to be serious.
The battle of the European versus American models.
Yeah, I know.
I learned
it's
yesterday,
so interesting. Yeah,
right.
seeing how different they are. All right, we'll talk about that blizzard next. Thanks, Bill.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the pressure is on for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Yeah, the investigation underway and the new report expected today over allegations he and members of his staff broke his own COVID lockdown rules. After the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is facing the biggest challenge to his leadership yet. A report about parties at 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's official residence and office, is expected to be released today, following allegations that COVID lockdown rules were broken several times. Meanwhile, London's police chief says the force has launched its own criminal investigation. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us from London with the latest on this. Hi, Keir. Good morning. So a lot of people in the UK waiting on this today. Tell us exactly what's being investigated here, and do we know if the full findings will be made public?
Hey, Savannah, we don't know whether the full findings will be made public. That is one of the very crucial questions that the Prime Minister is being asked right now in the House of Parliament. We can show you live pictures of what we call here Prime Minister's questions. Many people will know it. It is rowdy, and it is more rowdy today than it has been in a long time. Extraordinary scenes with the British Prime Minister being asked about this police investigation, being asked, frankly, about whether the law was broken, not just by his inner circle, senior people in the British government, but even by the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister having to say that he does not believe that he broke the law. Challenge being, of course, that the law is decided by him and by his government. So to try and claim that he didn't know the rules, which in one answer he seems to suggest, well, people are surprised by that, to say the least. So the Prime Minister's government out trying to defend him and to be clear about when this report will be published, even though they haven't seen it. Take a listen.
Global pandemic, our Prime Minister.
We have been absolutely clear that we will publish the findings of the report. We don't know the content of the report, so there could be, for example, security issues that mean parts of it are problematic to publish, but we will absolutely publish the findings of the report, and we'll be able to say more when we see the report.
And that crucial question you heard there, Savannah, will the report be published in full? There appears to be this push and pull between the Prime Minister's office and the author of this independent report about how much of it will be published, which gives you a picture that it could be seriously damaging. Not surprising, there is talk that there were 16 parties, some attended by the Prime Minister, some not, some that the Prime Minister denies, some that he says were work events, but some taking place when the rest of the country was in lockdown. It's that kind of hypocrisy that is damaging his poll numbers. And in those Prime Minister's questions, another crucial question is being asked, surely this is distracting you from the crucial events in the world. The Prime Minister saying, no, I'm still focused on issues like Ukraine.
Yeah, Keir, you said it, but rowdy does seem like the right words for these scenes that we are seeing play out there in Parliament. Now, if it is found that he did break the rules, what does that mean for Boris Johnson? What happens next?
He will be getting the meeting he needs at the opportunity.
It's serious. I mean, the worst possible scenario would be, I guess, that he would be charged or even fined by the police. I mean, multiple times in those Prime Minister's questions that you're seeing, the questions to the Prime Minister have been talking about alleged criminality. Now, clearly, we don't know, and the Prime Minister would deny that. But it's very, very serious. Now, of course, you know, Savannah, the police don't have, in the UK, the ability to remove a Prime Minister. But the question is, how damaging does his party think this is? And if they will be watching, I mean, there's nothing more ruthless, perhaps, than British politics. And one of the examples of that, for example, is that if he had a vote of no confidence, the removal trucks would be in Downing Street within a day. So, you know, this is serious stuff for Boris Johnson.
Yes, it certainly is. Keir, lots to watch for here. We know you'll bring us more as we have it. Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Well, hundreds of people in Burkina Faso's capital city, Ouagadougou, have been celebrating after the military seized power on Monday. The ousting of President Kabore was disconcerting, but hardly surprising. It's the fourth coup in West Africa in the last 17 days. Neighboring Mali has seen 2 military interventions in that time, and most of these West African rebellions are fueled by concerns over an inability to deal with the growing militant Islamist violence. Authorities in Mexico say that 2 Canadian men with criminal records that were killed in Cancun last week was probably sparked by a debt dispute gone bad. Police have arrested 2 men. One was a hitman hired to kill the victims, while another man traveled to Cancun after the first attempt failed. And a monkey with ghostly white circles around its eyes that lives on hillsides of an extinct volcano is amongst 224 new species listed in the World Wildlife Fund's latest update on the Greater Mekong region. The area, which includes Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and Myanmar, is a biodiversity hotspot and home to thousands of species, including tigers, Asian elephants, and saloas, an extremely rare animal called the Asian unicorn. The report underscores the urgent need to protect the region. And those are your headlines, guys. And who said unicorns don't exist?
Exactly. Now we know. All right. That's incredible.
Yeah,
more than 200 new species.
Yeah, very neat to hear about. All right, Ali, thanks so much. And coming up, our weekly checkup. Dr. Azar joins us with why younger women face a greater risk of stroke.
Plus, new research that confirms that what's good for your heart is also good for your brain. You're watching Morning News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, That was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Disney is coming under fire from a high-profile star. Award-winning actor Peter Dinklage is blasting Disney for moving ahead with plans to make a live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. On a recent podcast, the Game of Thrones star said the remake tells what he calls a backwards story. Dinklage, who was born with a form of dwarfism, also said, quote, "Have I done nothing to advance the cause for my soapbox? I guess I'm not loud enough." In response to the criticism, Disney released a statement saying, in part, to avoid reinforcing stereotypes from the original animated film, we're taking a different approach with these 7 characters and have been consulting with members of the dwarfism community. Rachel Ziegler, who recently won a Golden Globe for West Side Story, will take on the role of Snow White. No release date has been announced yet. It will be interesting to see what Disney is actually referring to with what this new approach might be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be something to see, especially, you know, we all know the story. We know the title of the film. So how are they going to kind of do that in this day and age?
We'll have to see.
Definitely.
Time now for your weekly checkup.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you might have missed. Dr. Azar, always great to see you. So our first study looks at how giving families even a modest amount of money can help their babies with brain development. What can you tell us here?
This was a really interesting one, you guys. So, you know, this was an intervention that was intended to reduce poverty, but what the researchers were interested in looking at is whether or not giving new parents, new moms, a stipend for their newborns could actually impact their child's brain activity a year later. 1,000 mother-infant pairs in New York City, half of them received a stipend of $20 a month, and the other half received a whopping $333 a month. That's a lot of money. And at the end of the year, they basically measured the children's brain activity, and they found that the high cash group infants showed higher brain activity in areas of the brain that are linked to thinking and learning. I want to make 2 points about this. There was no correlation, of course, to cognitive or behavioral outcomes. The study is still ongoing. And the benefits were modest, but they were certainly there. So the doctor's take-home orders are pretty straightforward. Focus on playing with and talking to your child. And obviously, an active and happy brain is a healthy brain. Of course, we don't know what the moms and parents did with the money, but we can imagine that somehow it contributed to their child's welfare and well-being.
Yeah,
absolutely. Interesting. Now, here's a shocking statistic. Younger women are 44% more likely to have a stroke than their male counterparts. 44%. Yeah. So what age are we looking at here? Why do we think this is the case?
So, you know, if you dig a little bit deeper into this, the researchers looked at a lot of different studies, and the majority of them actually didn't find this gender, discrimination necessarily, but a couple of studies did, and the numbers were pretty profound. And they found that women who were 35 and younger were 44% more likely to have an ischemic stroke than men. And more importantly, I think even than that, is that young women who are survivors of an ischemic stroke have a worse outcome. And just to define ischemic stroke, that is, of course, when your brain does not receive oxygen from a variety of different causes. Here are my doctor's orders, and this is really important, and I want our viewers and listeners to understand this. Know your family history. The reasons for stroke in young adults, male and women, are very different than the reasons in older folks. So, for example, younger people can have problems with their connective tissue. They can have familial cholesterol issues, arrhythmia, things that don't necessarily happen as frequently as older adults. And also the acronym FAST to identify someone who might be having a stroke, even yourself. F stands for face. If you have a droop, arms, can you move both arms equally? Is there slurred speech? And of course, time is brain. Time is of the essence to get someone immediate care if you think they're having a stroke.
Wow, really important information there, and one that sounds like a follow-up call from me to you, Dr. Azar, given I fall in that age group. Okay, the next one for you. We teased this one. This is interesting. Researchers found that by living a heart-healthy lifestyle, you could also be supporting a healthy brain. What can you tell us on that?
Right. So we've known for a long time that the same risk factors and behaviors and whatnot that increase the risk for heart disease can increase the risk for brain disease. And listen, these are what we're talking about. The brain diseases are stroke and Alzheimer's and dementia, and there has been a global rise in prevalence of these brain diseases. And I hate the statistic, but someone in the U.S. has a stroke every 40 seconds. Here are doctor's orders. I want everyone out there to follow these 7 steps for a healthier heart and a healthier brain. Quit smoking, control your weight, get regular physical activity, eat a healthy diet that includes fish twice a week or more, fruits and vegetables at least 3 times a day, maintain a healthy blood pressure, normal cholesterol levels, and of course, healthy blood sugar levels for a healthy heart and mind.
Whew, 7 great steps there. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. We love having you for this segment.
Coming up, opponents call it the Don't Say Gay bill. After the break, the fight in Florida over new legislation that raises questions about parental rights and discrimination.
Plus, the days of filling in the bubble are numbered. We'll tell you about plans to modernize the SATs. That's next on Morning News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Zivan into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shipwreck. Sean White takes
the goal. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Florida lawmakers introduced a controversial bill that would restrict the discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity in classrooms with young students. The proposal is being slammed by LGBTQ rights activists who have dubbed it the Don't Say Gay bill. One of the most vocal opponents of the bill is Chasten Buttigieg, a former teacher and the husband of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He directed his criticism at Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, saying bluntly, "This will kill kids," adding that this legislation would make Florida a harder place for LGBTQ kids to survive in. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now to break it all down for us. So, Joe, first of all, walk us through the specifics of the bill and what are the details about it that have so many in the LGBTQ community so upset?
Sure. So the bill broadly prohibits school districts from encouraging classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in primary grade levels. And it gives parents the right to bring a lawsuit against a school that they think has violated the policy. So proponents of the bill say it's meant to preserve the rights of parents to be in charge of their children's upbringing. But LGBTQ advocates are really afraid of the impact it could have. You can take a look at this statement from advocacy group Equality Florida, which said this legislation is meant to stigmatize LGBTQ people, isolate LGBTQ kids, and make teachers fearful of providing a safe, inclusive classroom. The existence of LGBTQ students and parents is not a taboo topic that has to be regulated by the Florida legislature. So there's a real fear on the part of advocates about this bill.
Yeah, let's talk more about some of the fears and criticism. We know Chasten Buttigieg is a big critic of the legislation. As we mentioned, he said in a tweet last week the bill would, quote, kill kids. That was referencing a national survey from the Trevor Project that showed 42% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered suicide last year. What more can you tell us about the mental health concerns surrounding this bill?
Yeah, well, as Equality Florida said, the bill treats LGBTQ people broadly as a taboo topic that children shouldn't be informed about at all because some parents disagree with who they are. And, you know, as you noted, Chasten, speaking from his own experience growing up in Michigan, he said that kids internalize those messages and it can make them feel as if there's something wrong with them or they don't belong, which can lead to those negative mental health outcomes.
Joe, we know this bill is still making its way through the state legislature. Where does it stand? Do we know what the chances are that it gets passed and signed into law in Florida?
Well, the bill passed through its first House committee last week, and it looks likely to make it through its second one this week. And whether or not it will make it through the Senate is still unclear, but advocates are certainly worried because if it does make it to Governor Ron DeSantis' desk, he is likely to sign it.
Joe Yerkeba, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us this morning. Good morning, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Bank of America is bringing employees back to the office in parts of the country where new COVID cases are declining. That, according to Reuters. The company had previously encouraged employees to work remotely during the first 3 weeks of January. Bank of America has pushed staff to get fully vaccinated and has actually hosted on-site vaccine booster clinics. Bentley is going electric. The luxury British automaker will start production of its first fully electric car in 2025 and spend more than $3 billion to offer electric vehicles exclusively by 2030. Bentley, which is owned by Volkswagen, already sells a hybrid SUV for $160,000. Bentley says sales rose 31% last year on strong demand for high-end vehicles. And donate for donuts. Krispy Kreme says it's going to give a free dozen original glazed donuts to anyone who shows they've given blood from Monday through the end of the month. The promotion follows a warning from the Red Cross that it is facing the worst blood shortage in more than a decade. Krispy Kreme says customers can show their donation sticker or confirmation from the Red Cross donor app in order to get the free dozen. You know, they gave away a free donut for getting your vaccine. Now they're upping the ante to
a dozen.
Free dozen.
No kidding. I mean, if you were an organ donor, I wonder what they would give you.
That's a whole
That's a whole lot of donuts.
Chocolate
Right.
sprinkles,
Exactly.
too. All right, thanks, Bertha. Now put your pencils down, close your test book. The SAT is changing. The exam that was once viewed as a critical step for getting into college will now be shorter and administered online, going digital internationally next year and across the U.S. in 2024. Joining us to talk about that is Priscilla Rodriguez. She's the Vice President of College Readiness Assessments at the College Board, which administers the SAT. Priscilla, good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. This is a really interesting one here. So first, just rattle off the changes for us and tell us why you all felt that they were necessary.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. So yesterday we did announce that we will be transitioning the SAT to all digital. And it really allows us to introduce a series of changes that students and educators have been asking us for a while, but they are hard and in some cases impossible to do when you are a paper and pencil test, and one that has to be given to millions of students around the globe every year. So the changes we'll be introducing in this move to digital include the test being shorter. So our current SAT is 3 hours long. The digital SAT will be about 2 hours long. Students are going to get their scores back faster, which really matters as they're making their important college decisions. So days, not weeks, to find out what your score is. Students will be able to use their calculator on the entire math section instead of part of it as it is today. That really just reflects how calculators are used in real life. You and I get to use them whenever we want. And you still need to know the core math skill to be able to use your calculator and get the right answer. So we thought that would be a change that would make things easier. And the last one I want to include is really more for teachers and schools, but it is important, which is 60% of all students who take the SAT now actually take it in their school during the school day, and it's paid for by their school, their district, or their state. And we haven't been able to be particularly flexible with schools in terms of when and how they can give it. Again, it's paper and pencil, it's high security. In this move to digital, we're going to be able to be so much more flexible with them on when they give it, how they give it, which is huge for access and equity.
So, Priscilla, I remember those 3 hours from more than a decade ago very clearly because of how stressful they were. I very much remember the no calculator and thinking at the time, I mean, when are you not going to be able to use a calculator in the real world? But this was this huge, pretty much necessary step, this or another type of test to get into college. So by making it shorter, by allowing the calculator, I mean, are you still able to accurately, gauge a student's abilities if for so long that was deemed so necessary to take those steps without those different types of tools to get into college? I mean, now we're chopping a lot of that off. What does that mean about what we were doing and what will now be required?
So the digital SAT will continue to measure the same core reading, writing, and math skills that students are learning in high school and that the SAT of today measures. It's really about delivering it differently and trying to make the experience around the test as stress-free as possible. We want students to be able to focus on showing what they know and what they can do, again, in reading, writing, and math, and remove some of the rigidity and the obstacles and the stress of school day. We actually ran a pilot back in November with students around the world with this digital SAT. 80% of them left that pilot telling us it was less stressful than taking the paper and pencil SAT, and 100% of the educators who proctor or administer the test in buildings to students told us the same. And that's really what we want to do, is just give students a great option to show what they know, show what they can do, and be seen by colleges and universities around the country who may not know their high school, and allow them to put it forward if they feel like it reflects their strengths on a college application.
So actually, though, like you said, if they want to put it forward, because a lot of colleges have made this test optional. In fact, nearly 80% of U.S. colleges and universities will not require ACT or SAT scores for admission this coming fall. That's according to the nonprofit Fair Test, which does oppose standardized testing. But so tell us why students would still opt to take the SAT then.
So colleges and universities have largely gone test optional, and that really was a response to COVID and the flexibility that students needed to have. Despite that, I'll say millions of students continue to take the SAT, and it is, again, because they view it as a way for them to show their strengths and to be seen by not only colleges and universities, but scholarship organizations. In fact, 83% of students that we've surveyed, and this is quite consistent over the last 2 years, want that option. And again, it's about students taking the test, seeing how they do, deciding if they want to do some focused practice and possibly retest, submit their score because they're really happy with it, or hold it back. But what we're focused on is being the best option possible, one that's more flexible, that's lighter weight, that's less stressful, and making sure that we're available wherever there are students who want that option.
Yeah, and I think maybe it will make it more equitable as well, as there has been some criticism about, who benefits the most from this test, who's prepared enough given the resources that they have. Priscilla, thank you so much. Super interesting. Personally wish these changes came about 15 years ago when they impacted me, because they sound great. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Coming up, some familiar faces making their way into the metaverse.
Yeah, we'll tell you a little bit about what that is and the talk that I had with the CEO who's making digital versions of some of the biggest celebrities to get a better understanding of this virtual world. Next on Morning News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. This morning, we want to introduce you to someone who's actually digitizing celebrities.
That's right. Julia Hart, the CEO of Elite World Group, that's a major talent management agency, is making lifelike avatars of some of her clients who happen to be the world's best-known models, performers, and influencers, and launching them right into the metaverse. Don't worry, that was sort of all over my head, too, but when I recently sat down with Hart to learn more about her vision, she told me, well, I'll get it soon enough. Take a look.
This might look like something out of the future. Well, guess what? That future is now.
The metaverse is here to stay.
That's right, the metaverse. Basically a new virtual world. Think video games and augmented reality, but with more intersection and overlap. Julia Hart is leading the charge.
When I took over Elite World Group, the only reason I took over is because I started avatars, the metaverse, all of this, digitalizing the company, transforming ourselves into a media conglomerate the day I took over. I saw this coming, and I planned for it.
You might recognize the CEO of Elite World Group from the hit Netflix show, My Unorthodox Life. After leaving her Orthodox Jewish community, Hart's become one of the most influential people in fashion and celebrity management. Management that now includes avatars of those celebrities.
Our avatars are what we call very hyper-realistic avatars. These are not cartoon characters, they are computer-generated images of the person.
Take Jasmine Sanders, for instance, a model and influencer with nearly 5 million followers and now a nearly identical avatar. Hart says having this digital clone can transform the lives of her clients by essentially allowing them to be everywhere at once and the lives of their fans around the globe, hoping for a piece of them.
Your avatar doesn't get old. It doesn't get sick. It doesn't need to travel. It doesn't have to worry about COVID. Jasmine's avatar can walk 14 runways in 14 different countries while she's napping. Jasmine can take you shopping at your favorite website. You can hang with Jasmine and she can tell you which outfits she likes on you.
So does the line between any type of talent, their real physical body and their avatar become blurred in some way?
Jasmine's real human being can walk a physical runway. Jasmine's avatar can walk a runway on the moon.
The process to create one is tedious. A full day of 360 imaging and motion capture to train your avatar to move like you.
They make you do all sorts of things. Laugh, cry, frown, get angry, get happy. Every range of emotion so that your avatar, when it has that emotion, looks like you.
Hart says eventually they'll even talk like they're human, coupling this technology with artificial intelligence. But as dystopian as this may sound, Hart says her avatars won't replace the real thing.
We need human touch, right? We can't be alone. Yeah. We are not made to be alone. And to me, that's what makes this beautiful. It's not a replacement of, it's an addition to, meaning There are moments where you all want to come together, but there are also moments when you cannot.
That's when the Avatar will step in to save the day and to transform the industry.
Now, you might have heard the mention there of them eventually talking like the human. Well, that means the human will spend hours essentially teaching their avatar about themselves and their life, so eventually they can respond and speak like you all on their own, which might sound really cool to you or really freaky to you.
It's like really cool Furby.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we used to do with a Furby? Like you talk to it?
Yeah, that's so
but
true.
Better.
Whoa, throwback.
All right. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, cold brewing, a nasty midweek cold snap wreaking havoc on the Midwest this morning. Millions of Americans under winter weather advisories waking up to frosty temperatures and brutal winds. Our own Bill Cairns has your forecast, including snow for a large part of the East Coast. The waiting game. Tensions rising in Eastern Europe this morning as the world anxiously watches the military stalemate on the Ukraine-Russia border. Moscow now ordering new military drills be conducted just over the border. Now President Biden sharpening his message to Russia's Vladimir Putin if he decides to ultimately invade. Our Richard Engel has the very latest from the ground. Also this morning, whiplash on Wall Street. It has been a turbulent time for your money. Wild stock market swings, penny-pinching inflation, and the dreaded supply chain crunch. But there could be some good news on the horizon from the Federal Reserve. We'll tell you about the move that they're planning to help calm some of this year's economic turbulence. Plus, delivering dreams. We'll end the hour with a story that is guaranteed to bring a smile to your face. A 6-year-old cancer survivor granted the opportunity of his lifetime by the local post office. One special delivery that will forever live in his heart. Looking forward to bringing you that story.
Yeah, it's definitely one you should stick around for.
We're going to begin this morning, though, with something that you might not be real fond of, another round of frigid winter weather.
Yeah, the dangerous cold front is bringing extreme temperatures and heavy snow across the middle of the country, and it could be turning to the northeast by this weekend. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Des Moines, Iowa with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, I can confirm it is extremely cold outside right now. I'll tell you, I brought a thermometer here, and you see it's hovering the needle right around 0 degrees, but the real temperature is about 4 below. You add in the wind chill, it gets much colder than that. It is not just here in Iowa, but really across the region. Many people are waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
Advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below 0. -20 in Chicago, -28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below 0 in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly accumulate across the Great Lakes.
Look at all the snow.
Further west, another dangerous cold front moving in, dumping heavy snow up to 25 inches across Colorado. Many forced to brave the elements as snow blanketed the region. The wintry mess also creating dangerously blinding conditions on the road. A major interstate shut down Tuesday all the way to the Kansas border, with multiple vehicles spinning out of control, snarling traffic, and leaving drivers stranded.
And speaking of that snow, the National Weather Service is saying they're becoming more confident that there will be a significant snowstorm along the East Coast this weekend. But guys, until that happens, we know this Arctic air, this deep freeze is heading right in your direction.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Then we'll be the ones that people can feel sorry for. But for now, it's you. Thank you for being outside for us, Shaq. We appreciate it.
And Shaq teed that one up perfectly. I feel like I'm frozen and I'm indoors right now. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, Bill's back with the latest on this forecast and this crippling winter weather, as we just heard, headed our way. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning once again. The shack needs to turn around. Beautiful sunrise behind him too. You get that, you get that with the Arctic air, so clear and perfectly blue skies. So let's get into this storm. So the ingredients of this storm. One of the reasons we're going to see this storm become so powerful is because the warm water it's going to travel over. So the Gulf Stream, which is always there, goes off the coast of Florida, and this is a area of warm ocean currents that moves. Right now, though, it's especially warm. It's about 10 degrees warmer than it should be, and some of that is climate change and the ocean being warmer than it should. And this storm will provide, the warm water will provide energy for the storm. And we measure storms by the pressure. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. And this one is going to bottom out. You're going to hear a lot about bomb cyclone. If it bottoms out quickly enough, 30 millibars in 24 hours, we call it bombogenesis. So you'll hear that term in the next 2 to 3 days. All this means is that this is going to be a very powerful nor'easter and possibly even a blizzard. So where are our computer models? What are they telling us at this point? Unfortunately, they're still in a little bit of disagreement. Our European computer model still says a heavy swath of snow from Philadelphia all the way up through Boston and through Maine. Our American computer model is a little bit more off the coast, so the snow shield doesn't quite get back to Philly and New York. It still gets Hartford to Boston to Providence, but it does not get New York City really southwards much at all. So for now, I'm going to give you this color table, which shows purple being heavy, blue is moderate and light. It's still a little early for exact snow amounts, but the American computer model, the only heavy snow is really eastern Connecticut towards the coast, whereas the European forecast would actually have heavy snow all the way through New Jersey, New York City, Philadelphia, and down through Maryland and Delaware. So a good compromise right now is something in the middle, and this is what the National Weather Service is saying at this point. Until we get a little more certain if it's going to be closer to one model or the other, we're going to take a road right down the middle. So this is a first call forecast for snow. This is what we call our national blended model. Kind of combines all of our computers. And if you're in the Boston area to Providence up through Maine, you have a much better chance of getting a heavy snow event. New York, it's still kind of a 50-50 heavy snow versus a lighter snow event. And then DC, I think you're going to get snow, but you're probably not going to get the crazy amount. So hopefully that explains a little bit. We're still about 48 to 60 hours away from the first snowflake. So we still have time to change this and tweak it. And, later today and tomorrow, we'll get more confidence in if you need to change your plans and that sort of thing.
All right.
Yeah, Bill, check your email. I just sent you a question about changing my plans.
It's a personal I
you
love
as my friend.
Also, by the way,
how much am I going to charge you is the question.
Exactly, you should at this point.
By the way, if Bombogenesis is not a band name, it needs to be. So,
Bombogenesis sounds like my flight's not going anywhere. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Turning now to the looming crisis at the Russia-Ukraine border. With fears growing that an invasion is imminent, President Biden is now making new moves to prepare if Russian troops set foot in Ukraine. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on the president's response. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Nice to see you. With this standoff deepening, President Biden is warning of enormous consequences if Russia invades and saying that he might slap sanctions on Vladimir Putin himself, a rare move to personally target another world leader. As for U.S. troops right now on standby to head to that region, the president says it is not provocative, but an effort to reassure U.S. allies, and that he does not see any troops going into Ukraine. This morning, the U.S. and its European allies are bracing for a possible Russian military assault. The latest American shipment arriving in Ukraine with anti-tank Javelin missiles, launchers, and other weapons to help fend off an invasion. With 8,500 U.S. troops now in a heightened state of alert, President Biden says he could start repositioning them to Eastern Europe before any Russian advance.
What would lead to that is what's going to happen, what Putin does or doesn't do. And I may be moving some of those troops in the nearer term just because it takes time.
The president says he does not intend to send any of those troops into Ukraine, and the Pentagon is leaving the door open to more deployments to Europe.
I certainly would not rule out the possibility that we could be putting additional forces on heightened alert in the coming days and weeks.
Even as Russia ramps up military exercises near Ukraine, Moscow is accusing the U.S. and its allies of escalating tensions. President Biden says he would consider personally sanctioning Russian President Vladimir Putin if he invades.
If he were to move in with all those forces, it would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
After meeting with the German Chancellor, French President Emmanuel Macron announced he'll push Putin to clarify his intentions in a phone call this Friday. The Biden administration says it's now working with oil and gas suppliers around the world to boost shipments to Europe in case Russia cuts off that supply. About a third of the European Union's oil and gas comes from Russia. The Senate's top Republican Mitch McConnell offering rare praise for the president's foreign policy, calling the latest steps encouraging.
It appears to me the administration is moving in the right direction.
And officials here say in addition to sanctions, the U.S. is now considering barring exports of American-made technology and software to Russia, a move that would target key parts of the Russian economy like aerospace and defense, artificial intelligence, among others, as Vladimir Putin tries to diversify his economy there away from oil and gas. Joe?
Peter, thank you so much.
Now, Ukraine's president is telling his citizens to remain calm, even though nearly 130,000 Russian troops now surround the country's border. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the front lines of this crisis in eastern Ukraine with the latest on the tense situation there.
Ukrainian officials say they want a diplomatic solution to all this, and they're still holding out hope that there will be a diplomatic solution. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, is due to speak with Russia's Vladimir Putin later this week, so diplomacy is still ongoing. But Ukrainian officials are also preparing for, as NATO is preparing for, a potential Russian invasion. The big question is how and where that Russian invasion were to come, if it were to happen. And Russia seems to be deliberately trying to keep Ukraine and NATO guessing. It is carrying out multiple military exercises, keeping its forces moving so that there is something of a shell game as the Ukrainian military and the West have to watch Russia and try to anticipate and predict. Russia has mobilized forces to the north of Ukraine, to the east and to the south, and a potential invasion could come from any or all of these directions. Now, outside of Ukraine, NATO is also starting to mobilize, including small NATO countries that don't normally send their troops into combat scenarios, don't put their armies on combat footing. Denmark is sending fighter jets to Lithuania. It's sending warships to the Black Sea. Spain sending fighter jets to Bulgaria and warships to the Black Sea. France vowing to protect Romania. So while in this country they're preparing for a potential invasion from Russia from one or multiple sides, from the outside, NATO is starting to move its forces east to protect against a possible invasion of Ukraine and to protect against the possibility that that invasion could jump over the Ukrainian borders and spread deeper into Europe.
Richard Engel, great context from the ground there. Thank you so much.
Later today, the Federal Reserve could announce plans to increase interest rates this year. It comes as the country continues to deal with the pandemic, bottlenecks in the supply chain, and, of course, high inflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the details.
Yeah, good day. You know, we're entering the third year of dealing with COVID, and it appears the Fed is prepared to pull back some of its pandemic relief policies with several interest rate hikes to come. Stocks, of course, have been on a bit of a roller coaster the last couple of weeks as we are still paying more for goods and often waiting longer to get them.
In the stock market, it's been a week of whiplash and wild swings, with Wall Street at the intersection of concern about COVID, inflation, a beleaguered and stretched supply chain, and a potential invasion of Ukraine. Now, the Federal Reserve preparing to tame inflation, likely by rolling out a series of interest rate hikes, as many as 3 or 4 this year.
Hopefully what will happen is a combination of getting past this latest wave of the virus, getting people back to work, and reducing the supply bottlenecks, along with somewhat tighter Federal Reserve interest rate policy, should act to bring inflation down over time.
That inflation is hitting the hardest on Main Street as the price of food, clothing, cars, and housing continues to climb. One of the biggest drivers of the higher prices we're all paying, disruptions at every level of the supply chain, from Chinese manufacturing plants to gridlocked ports to U.S. store shelves.
Whether it's the air transportation to bring goods in, the cost of ocean freight carriers, whether it's truck drivers or it's distribution center workers, everything is costing more.
Along with higher prices, longer wait times. Lauren Logan and Charlie Birnbaum operate stores for expecting parents on opposite sides of the country. At Pish Posh Baby in New Jersey, they've tried to adapt.
We've completely rehauled their website.
added features that would help, when we're out of stock for an item, that customers can be notified when an item comes back in stock.
While at Juvenile Shop in California, new moms are having to plan early.
Usually we would tell them to come in their second trimester, and now we need to tell them you need to be coming in your 12th week of pregnancy, 15th week of pregnancy.
Yeah, just a little extra stress in what can already be a very stressful time. Back to the stock market. While we have seen these big dips and swings over the last few weeks, context here is important. The last couple of weeks are really just a snapshot. Stocks are still about 30% higher than they were at the high point before the pandemic began. Back to you.
Good reminder, Tom. Thank you.
Turning now to the coronavirus pandemic, a major vaccine maker says it's working on an Omicron-specific vaccine as the highly contagious variant is having a massive impact on hospitals. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in LA with the latest.
As our nation barrels towards 75 million infections, roughly 2,000 Americans are dying every day. All of this comes amid an ongoing battle over face masks.
This morning, an about face. New York's mask mandate is back in place, at least for now. An appellate judge temporarily allowing mandatory face coverings in public spaces while the state appeals a ruling by a lower court that called it unconstitutional. The seesaw battle impacting schools and businesses in the state of 20 million, one also playing out in other regions across the nation.
I am so looking forward to the day to say these are history. We don't have to do this any longer. All of us are. I don't want to keep any requirements for safety in place a day longer than necessary.
With Omicron still fueling a pandemic record for hospitalizations, the CDC now confirms the variant's severity appears to be lower compared to previous peaks. But because Omicron is so contagious, the volume of sick Americans is overwhelming ERs. New infections this month alone total nearly half as many cases as all of last year.
I don't think there's a chance that we're going to eradicate this. We've only done that with one virus, and that's been smallpox.
Pfizer is trying to specifically target Omicron, starting clinical trials on a new reformulated vaccine. But even if it's approved by the FDA, the study will take months, as pockets of the U.S. already move beyond Omicron's peak.
How difficult is it to get ahead of a new variant with a vaccine?
If a new variant emerges, we can always build vaccines, but they can take several months to build and test. Vaccines always play a really important role, but often not fast enough to deal with a new variant.
This morning, an evolving virus as our nation struggles to keep pace with today's pandemic.
As experts continue to look at the numbers, including hospitalizations, officials believe our nation will peak with Omicron cases in about mid-February. They hope after that there'll be a sharp decline in new infections. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, and let's start with the latest on those mask mandate battles. As Miguel mentioned, an appeals court judge temporarily reinstated New York's mask mandate just one day after it was struck down. But as of now, that statewide mandate is only set to be in place till Tuesday. How much longer do you think mask mandates like this need to stick around?
Honestly, I think they need to stick around until we see a real decline in most parts of the country. We're doing it in New York in some areas, but we're still raging in others. So we need the total number of cases to drop below a level where kind of being indoors or being around people you don't know does not pose a risk. And right now, especially with travel getting looser as people are feeling more comfortable, I think that's still a risk, and we don't want to get complacent.
That's the prevention aspect of this. Now I want to ask you about treatment. The FDA has halted use of certain antibody treatments that don't work against Omicron. The decision's receiving blowback from people like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's really been emphasizing treatments more than vaccines, it seems, lately. Can you walk us through this decision to pull some of these treatments right now?
Yeah, so when Omicron really kind of hit in the United States, the manufacturers of the antibodies that were available, Lilly and Regeneron, actually not only did they do their own studies, but there were also external studies that showed that their antibodies, the monoclonal treatments, did not work well against Omicron. And now that we know that literally across the country, 99.9% of cases are due to Omicron, it just doesn't make sense, Joe, to give people treatments that don't work. particularly when we have treatments. They're in short supply, but they do work against Omicron. And in fact, there is a monoclonal antibody that's produced by GlaxoSmithKline that does work. It's in short supply. But what we want to send a message to patients is that when we give you something, we have knowledge that it can be both safe and effective. That last word is something that we found not to be true with these two monoclonals. The FDA's decision wasn't to get rid of them completely, but just to restrict their use while we know that essentially 100% of cases are a variant for which those monoclonals don't work.
And Dr. Patel, we do have a viewer question for you this morning. It asks, given how contagious Omicron is, why is it better for children to be in school, particularly given that testing and KN95 masks are difficult to come by? What would you say?
Yeah, look, I think keeping schools open and safe are key. Just those two words, open and safe. So let's get to the safe part. You can make schools safe. I've got my own little children in school safe right now because they've got good ventilation. It's cold in my area, but we're trying to do outdoor play, having windows open when possible. We've got masks. We also have something that's critical to keep children safe. Households that are vaccinated. Studies have now shown time after time, Joe, that if the adults, teachers, staff, faculty, and household members that are eligible for vaccination are indeed vaccinated, that you can keep those children, even unvaccinated ones, incredibly safe with these measures. And you know what? Every day they come home and they're happier for being around their friends and learning something. So I think it's something that we should all strive for.
Do you feel like we're at a point where schools are the days of school closures once we get through this wave are going to be an incredible rarity?
I do. And I think it's because people will still get COVID, just like I had children who got the flu and had other illnesses for which they needed to stay home. But we knew how to protect the other children. And we also know, I think more than ever, parents are conscientious that they don't want to send a sick child to school, especially during times of COVID, because it can be super easy to infect others. So I do have confidence that we're going to have very little of the school closures, fewer and fewer, especially if we all step up and do some of the safety measures I talked about.
Dr. Kavita Patel, as always, thank you so much. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, please let us know. They are ready to answer your questions, as you saw there. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. And as always, you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now, coming up, being denied a potentially life-saving medical procedure because you aren't vaccinated against COVID. That's a dramatic situation playing out at one Boston hospital, and now the family of one man is speaking out.
Plus, a battle brewing on the streaming airwaves. We're going to tell you about rocker Neil Young's beef with Spotify, Joe Rogan, and vaccine misinformation. That's coming up next.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A Boston man is in desperate need of a heart transplant, but his mother says he won't be getting one.
Yeah, that's because he refuses to get the COVID-19 vaccine, and he's not alone. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the story.
Tracy Ferguson speaking out because her 31-year-old son, DJ, can't. He's waiting on a heart transplant, but is being denied because he won't get the COVID vaccine.
My son's in the hospital, and he needs a heart transplant.
She says DJ has been fighting for his life at Brigham and Women's Hospital, but she says he's been told he's not eligible due to hospital policy.
I couldn't believe it. And then he said to the doctor, "So you're going to let me die?"
She says her son is concerned about the side effects of the vaccine.
He's not an anti-vaxxer or whatever they call it, but, you know, he's compromised. The Mayo Clinic listed on their website the myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots.
In a statement, Brigham and Women's Hospital saying, like many other transplant programs in the United States, the COVID-19 vaccine is one of several vaccines and lifestyle behaviors required for transplant candidates in the Mass General Brigham system in order to create both the best chance for a successful operation and also the patient's survival after transplantation. Dr. Arthur Kaplan, the head of medical ethics at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, says this is a common type of requirement for a transplant.
Before COVID, if you hadn't had all your shots, they wouldn't do the operation on you. They'd make you wait. They're trying to make the expensive procedure with a lot of rehab involved successful. This isn't some new issue about, oh my goodness, he won't vaccinate. We're going to discriminate against him.
And when it comes to the family's concerns about side effects,
whatever the risks associated with the shot, they're lower than COVID. So what you want to do is prevent COVID.
DJ isn't the only one denied a transplant because of his decision not to get vaccinated. In October, a Colorado woman was denied a kidney transplant because she refused to get the shot for religious reasons. And another man who was waiting for a transplant told his surgery was on hold because of his donor.
A new policy at the Cleveland Clinic now requires both organ recipients and donors to be COVID vaccinated. Sue is not.
Medical, religious, and also freedom.
Ferguson, a father of two with another child on the way, remains in the hospital. His mother says he was in the OR for a separate surgery as we were speaking to her.
If his life is on the line,
do you think he might change his mind about the vaccine knowing that?
He might. He could wake up after his surgery today and say, all right, I'm willing to take my risk.
Do you hope he does?
I would want the doctors to treat the patient, not the policy.
That was Dasha Burns reporting there. Now, medical experts say, as you heard some of this in this piece, most hospitals have adopted similar policies across the country. And with organs like hearts being so scarce, doctors are forced to make tough decisions on patient priority all the time.
Spotify is taking some heat this morning over its popular podcaster Joe Rogan. Rock icon Neil Young is reportedly demanding his music be removed from the streaming platform over vaccine misinformation shared on Rogan's podcast. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Well, as of right now, you can still stream popular songs like Heart of Gold and Harvest Moon, but perhaps not for long. Neil Young at odds with Spotify's most popular and top-rated podcaster, Joe Rogan, who signed a $100 million deal with Spotify, the streaming platform, in 2020.
My parents were vaccinated. I just said, I don't think that if you're a young, healthy person that you need it.
This morning, Spotify's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan, famously known for questioning vaccine safety, may have cost the streaming platform a rock icon. Neil Young demanding his music be scrubbed from Spotify in a since-deleted letter reported by Rolling Stone magazine. "I am doing this because Spotify is spreading fake information about vaccines," Young wrote in a post NBC News has not viewed. The Harvest Moon singer reportedly putting forth an ultimatum. They can have Rogan or Young, not both. The fallout on the heels of the podcast host's continued controversial comments.
It's a completely new kind of vaccine. The idea that people shouldn't be skeptical or nervous about that is kind of hilarious.
A recent episode also featured a virologist who said Americans have been hypnotized into getting vaccinated. Those statements reaching Rogan's millions of followers and driving a coalition of scientists and researchers to call on Spotify this month to establish a clear and public policy to moderate misinformation.
We are not, again, asking for the censorship or removal or even deplatforming of a person or a podcast. We're asking for responsible actions to make sure that consumers of that information are properly warned.
Even the 54-year-old's own battle with COVID stirring up controversy.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it.
Revealing he took ivermectin, which the FDA has approved to treat parasitic worms in humans, but not COVID-19. That decision blasted by radio host Howard Stern.
I heard Joe Rogan was saying
I took a horse dewormer. Yeah.
And a doctor gave it to me. Well, a doctor would also give you a vaccine. So why take horse dewormer?
Rogan hosts a range of medical experts on his podcast and assures he's not anti-vax, sharing he nearly got vaccinated. Still, he has appeared to discourage young people from getting the jabs, to which Dr. Fauci told Savannah,
"Even if I get infected, I could do damage to somebody else, even if I have no symptoms at all."
So you say young, healthy people should get vaccinated?
Absolutely.
So neither Neil Young nor Joe Rogan have responded to our requests for comment, though Rogan has said he's not a doctor and people should not look to him for medical advice. Spotify has said that it's continuing to update its guidelines and reevaluate them with time. They have removed more than 40 episodes of Joe Rogan's. However, none of those reasons related to the pandemic. Joe?
And Emily, I understand this is not actually the first time Neil Young has made a threat like this?
Yeah, that's right. Back in 2015, the Grammy winner actually took all of his music off of Spotify, complaining of the sound quality on the streaming platform. He ultimately relented, saying Spotify is where people get music. Joe?
All right. Emily, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Let's now take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Savannah. Tonga may have been hit with disaster last week, but one problem they didn't have was COVID. Now a coronavirus-hit Australian Navy ship carrying much-needed aid has docked in Tonga. The aid will be delivered under strict no-contact protocols to try and ensure the remote Pacific island nation remains one of the few places on the planet still free of COVID. Thailand is the first country in Asia to approve the decriminalization of marijuana. The health minister said that the country had dropped marijuana from the list of controlled drugs. There is, however, a gray area around its recreational use, as it was unclear if possession would no longer be an offense. And in Hong Kong, people are hiring private jets for their pets. It may sound like a frivolous expense for the rich and famous, but in fact, it's mostly ordinary folks, many of them expats, who want to leave Hong Kong because it has some of the world's strictest COVID policies. Unable to get their dogs and cats on commercial flights, desperate pet parents are renting chartered planes that for many are way beyond their means. And those are your headlines, guys.
And in some cases, also buying the dog's pilot costumes.
Right.
It's kind of cute,
well,
but
if you're gonna
funny if it's a stressful
charter a
situation.
jet, you know.
Yeah. All right, Ali, thank you so much.
Coming up, a growing mental health crisis playing out among the world's youth.
Yeah, how one institute is working to ease the burden of modern life while making life-changing connections. That story's next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
May sound like a scene from a movie, but a piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon. Back in 2015, this SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched into orbit as part of a mission to send a space weather satellite on a 1 million mile journey. After completing its journey, instead of falling back to Earth, the rocket became sort of stuck because it didn't have enough fuel to return to Earth. Now, slowly, it has been pulled closer to the moon. Now, experts say the booster is expected to hit the moon on March 4th. Harvard University astrophysicist? Is that the word?
I think so.
All right. I didn't read that beforehand, clearly. Recently confirmed the collision date on Twitter, but said, quote, not a big deal.
Nah. Space junk colliding with the moon. Nah. Whatever.
It's okay.
No problem.
At least it's not coming toward us right now.
Space, man. It's cool.
All right. It is. Even that stuff is cool. All right. California is introducing a new mental health initiative to help kids struggling with the emotional trauma of the COVID pandemic. The plan focuses on giving students the tools they need to navigate and manage the challenges they face at school and at home. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden joins us now with more on her exclusive report. Cynthia, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it all began with a $25 million grant from the state of California to the Child Mind Institute. Child Mind has developed a series of proven techniques over the years, teaching all kinds of kids in person, and now they've brought those to video, hoping that every classroom in California will take advantage, and they're going to be available to everybody else too online. The techniques are really interesting. Meet some of the kids who are part of this project.
Like the worst thoughts that I've had were like, you don't belong here. Like you don't belong on this planet.
I want to be happy, but sometimes it feels like you'll never be happy.
The videos show a remarkable range of kids, 64 in all, talking candidly about their feelings. A first step in letting an increasing number of kids know they're not alone when they feel sad or scared or angry. Statistics bear this out. Last year, the number of young people experiencing depression and anxiety doubled to over 20% globally.
We have a crisis with children's mental health in the United States. Unfortunately, it's not new. It's just gotten worse.
Which is why Dr. Harold Koplowitz, who runs the Child Mind Institute, the national nonprofit that produced these videos, was eager to take skills they've taught to over 60,000 kids in person, like deep breathing.
Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth.
And mindfulness.
So try to notice what's happening around you.
And make them available to everyone.
Our hope would be that not only does the average child get new skills, but if there's a child suffering, that they feel more courageous to raise their hand and ask for help.
Feeling that I have the most is sadness. Behind that sadness, then there's more sadness.
Jaden Ulu is 11 years old. He lives with his two little sisters and parents in Los Angeles. A lot has changed for him since he participated in the videos. He was diagnosed with ADHD and has started taking medication.
You know, you are so upbeat. Upbeat, upbeat, it's time to get upbeat. You weren't that upbeat when they interviewed you for the video.
In fact, Jaden even thought of suicide.
I got so pissed at myself once that I thought of stop living entirely. I can't be helped. I'm gonna be trapped like this forever.
Jaden's mother tells us she saw he was struggling.
He was never really like an angry kid, you know, energy and sometimes sadness, but not anger. And so that was a big signal to me that there was something else going on.
Of course, these new videos can't diagnose or treat kids like Jaden, but the hope is they can prevent things from getting worse, showing them techniques to identify and manage, not shy away from, their emotions. The videos use various methods for various ages. In elementary schools, skills are taught through whimsical skits.
Daisy was thinking that, like, what if she doesn't like me? What if she hates me? Did I do something wrong?
In higher grade, they use a comedian to try and make a connection.
I'm a comedian, an actor, and unfortunately at times a human being who feels all kinds of emotions.
Jacqueline Berlich teaches high school kids in one of LA's toughest neighborhoods, South Central. She says she's eager to use the videos in her classroom because the last 2 years have been hard for most of the 120 students she teaches.
A lot of my students come from single-family homes, or their parents are working 2 full-time jobs and they're taking care of their brothers and sisters.
So in addition to teaching English, are you also sort of on patrol to see that they're okay?
Of course, every single day.
She's one of 6 educators who participated in the project, the kind of teacher every kid wants. She starts the year by asking each student why they're there. The answer's poignant.
I want to be the first one in my family to graduate. I want to make my little brother proud. I want to buy my mom a house one day.
You know, there have been many studies done that say if a kid has one trusted adult, it can make all the difference.
I did growing up, and that's one of the reasons I became a teacher. I had that one trusted adult that I trusted with my life.
So you know the power of those relationships.
100%, yeah, I do.
Dr. Koplowitz says these videos aren't meant to replace those kinds of relationships, but they can, he believes, enhance them.
There's never been a time before in the country where our kids have struggled as much as they are right now. You have 8,500 child psychiatrists in a country that has 17 million kids with a mental health disorder. These videos are really for every child.
What would you say to kids who may be watching you right now who are thinking, well, you know, all well and good for Jaden, but I don't know what to do. I'm really lost.
I didn't talk to my parents. I didn't talk to my parents about it at all.
So the first thing is to be honest about how you're feeling.
And if you've taken the right step, take another one until you get up and stand up.
What? What an awesome kid Jaden is. It was really fun to get to meet him and it's hard to believe he's 11. So this California Health Thriving Kids videos and the guidebooks that come along with them are available not just in California, but to every single one of us. For more information about how to get them free, go to our website, NBCnews.com, and you'll find out all the details.
So good to see solutions and to see Jaden as well. What a remarkable young.
Like you said, can't believe he's 11. Great story.
Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Coming up, the newest member of baseball's Hall of Fame, David Ortiz, the longtime Boston Red Sox, but he's not the one making headlines or making all the headlines. We're going to tell you why it's the players who didn't make the cut who are also causing quite the stir.
Plus, a disturbing statistic as many Americans flock to Florida's beaches for warmer weather. There's a hint on your screen. Shark attacks are up. What you need to know before you head out on that winter vacation.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is back. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. So Microsoft says it is not going to ghost Sony. You'll see what I did there in a minute. Activision says it's going to keep releasing Call of Duty games on both Sony and Microsoft consoles. There have been worries that Microsoft would make new games exclusive to the Xbox if its nearly $69 billion deal to buy Activision is approved. Bloomberg reports Microsoft's gaming chief told Sony last week that the company plans to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation and honor existing agreements. Meantime, Coca-Cola and Molson Coors are teaming up again for a line of spiked lemonade. Simply Spiked Lemonade will come in a variety pack this summer with other flavors including strawberry and watermelon. Each will be made with fruit juice and contains 5% alcohol by volume. Now, Coke and Molson have teamed up before on Topo Chico hard seltzer, and apparently they're coming out with a margarita version of that later this year. Yum. The adult alternative beverage market has reached nearly $8 billion a year. And more than 1,000 books from the personal library of late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg are up for auction. The collection includes law books, notes, documents, and novels such as Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger and Beloved by Toni Morrison. Ginsburg's personal copy of My Own Words, a collection of her writings and speeches from 8th grade onwards, is expected to fetch $1,000 to $2,000, just that one alone.
Oh my goodness.
Online bidding closes tomorrow.
Very cool. Impressive collection, I bet.
Yeah, how neat.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, one of baseball's all-time best clutch hitters is heading to Cooperstown. Former Boston Red Sox slugger David Ortiz, perhaps better known by fans as Big Papi, was the only player to secure the votes needed to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame, but who didn't get in is also causing a lot of buzz. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us outside Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And some of those big names that have controversial pasts attached to them can still technically get into the Hall of Fame, but the path into Cooperstown now gets a whole lot tougher. Meanwhile, for the beloved Red Sox slugger known as Big Papi, David Ortiz has now punched his ticket into baseball immortality.
Pitch. Big Papi hits it to deep right field.
This morning, Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame adding one more name to the greatest to ever play the game.
Is a feared slugger who performed his best on the biggest stage.
David Ortiz, the Boston Red Sox slugger and 10-time All-Star known as Big Papi. Yes! Celebrating with friends and family in his native Dominican Republic. Ortiz, the only one of 30 candidates on the ballot to get enough votes, helped the Sox break an 86-year championship drought to win their first World Series in 2004. After the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013, he endeared himself to Red Sox Nation in this now famous speech.
This jersey that we wear today, it doesn't say Red Sox. It say Boston. This is our city. And nobody gonna dictate our freedom. Stay strong.
After his retirement, Ortiz was shot in the Dominican Republic in 2019, and what authorities now believe was a case of mistaken identity. The Hall of Fame announcement just as notable for who didn't get in. Some of baseball's biggest names, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Sammy Sosa, and Curt Schilling, falling short in their final year of eligibility.
When visitors go to the Hall of Fame, they'll say, hey, where's the greatest home run hitter of all time, Barry Bonds, not in.
Bonds, Clemens, and Sosa still facing suspicions they used performance-enhancing drugs during their playing days. Clemens tweeting about the decision, writing, I would like to thank those who took the time to look at the facts and vote for me. Hopefully everyone can now close this book and keep their eyes forward, focusing on what is really important in life. Reaction to Bonds' big league snub, swift. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tweeting SMH for shaking my head.
The debates have raged on since the Hall of Fame opened up almost 85 years ago nearly, and that's part of what makes this place so great.
Now, as for pitcher Curt Schilling, some of his past remarks that have been controversial regarding Muslims and the trans community may be what is keeping him out of the Hall of Fame. David Ortiz, meanwhile, the fourth Dominican to ever be enshrined in Cooperstown, and his induction ceremony currently set for July 24th. Guys?
Right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
There's a new warning for anyone planning on going to the beach. Shark attacks were on the rise last year. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Lauderdale by the Sea in Florida with a breakdown of the numbers and what may be behind this uptick. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, the statistics at first can sound concerning. More people attacked by sharks last year than the previous year. In fact, 40% of the shark attacks last year happened off the coast of Florida. But the experts say there is a relatively logical reason for all of this. In 2021, more people went to the beach than the previous year when the pandemic began.
This morning, as many Americans plan a warm winter getaway, if you're headed to the beach, take note. Shark attacks are up, according to new research. There were 73 attacks in 2021, and in the year before, just 52. That's a 40% spike.
We just look at unprovoked bites where people are minding their own business, swimming or surfing.
Gavin Naylor is the director of the Florida Program for Shark Research. Naylor says with fewer people at beaches because of COVID lockdowns, shark attacks had dipped significantly in 2020. So the increase is actually a return to normal pre-pandemic numbers, like in 2019, when there were 64 unprovoked attacks.
So as we see more people in the last 12 months or so going back out, going to the beach, there's a correlation to the encounters with sharks?
Absolutely. We believe that shark bites are really just the consequence of the number of sharks in the water at the same time as the number of people in the water.
Of those 73 attacks last year, 9 were fatal.
It felt like a slight push and like a sharp mosquito bite.
Nemanja Spasovic survived a terrifying attack off the California coast. He had been snorkeling, fishing for crabs, when a great white bit.
9 people died in shark attacks last year. You could have been one of those. It was close.
I'm super lucky. So yeah, like it is kind of a reality, and it's like a scary fact.
Nemanja says he has a scar but no limp, and he's returned to surfing and crabbing. The majority of shark bites happen off Florida, and many involve black-tip sharks, which migrate south close to shore. Still, experts say attacks are very rare.
There's no reason to think that if we're in the water, they're hunting humans?
Absolutely not. No. If sharks wanted to hunt humans, it would be so easy for them. We'd have thousands of bites every week because we're such easy targets for them, like little sausages in the water.
Since they began keeping statistics on shark attacks, that's back in 1882, there have been more shark attacks just north of me in Volusia County in Florida, 337 than anywhere else. The experts say, guys, this is a case of, in that area, the geography. It's a great place for the sharks to feed, and it also happens to be wonderful surfing waves, and the confluence of those two events has led to those numbers. Guys,
not a great combo.
The sausages line got me. What a soundbite.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks.
Coming up, a dream come true for a 6-year-old cancer survivor.
Yeah, how one boy's local post office delivered on the experience of a lifetime. That heartwarming story is after the break.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this
I
closet.
took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back now to a story that's sure to brighten your morning. 6-year-old Jacob Hayward just beat cancer, but he's always dreamed of becoming a U.S. postal worker.
With some help from his local post office, he's now on his way to delivering letters on his own. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas has more.
Van Singletary has been delivering the mail to the residents of Laguna Niguel in Southern California for more than 30 years.
There's always been an excitement for seeing the postal trucks come in, but never actually saying that I would like to be a mailman.
But that all changed when he learned about 6-year-old Jacob Hayward. Jacob was diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2020.
He has gone through about, give or take, 50 treatments of chemotherapy, 8 treatments of radiation, 2 major surgeries.
Living for months in the hospital, there was one thing that kept Jacob going: the mailbox outside of his hospital room.
His big thing before this has always been the mailbox.
So it was excitement for him every day to check the mailbox and get his own personal mail in the hospital.
Jacob ended up beating cancer and was able to go back home, hopefully forgetting about this tough time in his life. But his local post office didn't forget about him.
We wanted to do something special for this young man, for his courage, positive attitude,
So that's really what brought us here today. We wanted to make him an honorary letter carrier for the Laguna City.
Come on out, Jacob.
A special delivery just for Jacob, his very own mail vehicle, complete with a postal uniform to match.
So as a family that's gone through something for the last 22 months, where to have something like this, it's just so appreciated, and we're so thankful.
So what does the city's newest mailman think about the surprise?
I'm feeling like so good, and I cannot believe this is happening, so I'm so shocked that this has happened.
A special delivery Jacob and Van will always share.
You don't get moments like this where you can experience the excitement of a child and his and all that he's gone through, and it just, it's priceless.
The little tiny mail.
I like his car.
Yeah,
I'm kind of jealous.
It's too cute. All right, thank you to Tom Yamas for that heartwarming story.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, bracing for an invasion. U.S. and NATO allies preparing for Russia to make its next move. What President Biden is now saying about what will happen if Vladimir Putin orders troops into Ukraine.
About face, a New York appeals court judge reversing course, allowing the state's mask mandate to remain in place. Why the change, and where 2 new subvariants of Omicron have just been confirmed.
Plus, deep freeze. Millions of Americans in the grip of a cold snap with a winter storm on the way. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
And keep on rocking. Singer-songwriter Neil Young now threatening to pull his music library from Spotify. Why COVID vaccines are at the center of this streaming controversy.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Wednesday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the developing situation overseas today. The escalating tension between Russia and Ukraine growing even more dire.
Diplomatic talks were held today in Paris. Russian, Ukrainian, German, and French officials all in attendance. This all comes as Russia's foreign minister warns of, quote, appropriate measures being taken if demands are not met. Meanwhile, Russian troop buildup remains unchanged at the border at this hour.
Leading us off right now, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Kyiv and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Washington for us. Mike, first to you in Washington. President Biden is once again talking about what actions could be taken if Russia invades Ukraine. What's he saying now?
Well, Aaron, the biggest headline from when the president spoke with reporters yesterday was this idea that some of those 8,500 troops that have been put on ready alert could be deployed over to Europe, as he put it, in the near term. But as White House officials continue to talk about the efforts to deter Russia from invading Ukraine, the focus continues to be primarily on economic sanctions. And here's the president spelling some of those out yesterday.
I made it clear to early on to President Putin that if he were to move into Ukraine, that there'd be severe consequences, including significant economic sanctions. There will be enormous consequences if he were to go in and invade, as he could, the entire country, or a lot less than that as well, for Russia, not only in terms of economic consequences and political consequences, but it will be enormous consequences worldwide.
One of the newest options that White House officials are discussing in the form of economic sanctions would be what they call trade sector sanctions, which would cut off Russia's access to advanced technology like semiconductors. It would be an effort to harm Russia's ability to try to diversify its economy beyond energy exports.
So, Matt, I want to bring you in here. Has there been any reaction from either Ukraine or Russia about President Biden's threats on sanctions?
Yeah, the main one was from Sergei Lavrov addressing the State Duma, sort of the parliament of Russia, and he called them unilateral and illegitimate sanctions. Now, we don't really need much reaction. We know that the sanctions make Putin and his close allies absolutely furious, and they will continue to, especially if they go ahead with the plan to put sanctions against Putin personally. That will upset him a lot, and we'd already had heard from Russia saying that, and I believe it was from Sergei Lavrov himself, saying that these sanctions aren't really going to bite because a lot of the top politicians who are proposed to be sanctioned, they don't have a lot of major assets outside of the country. They're barred from doing so by Russian law. They're not supposed to do this, because there's conflict of interest laws that prevent them from having a lot of assets outside of Russian borders anyway that could be sanctioned. So he's saying it's ineffective from the start.
You know, Matt, we also mentioned this meeting that happened in Paris. What's the latest on the diplomatic outreach to try to ease tensions in that region at this hour?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting format because this is the so-called Normandy format, or Normandy 4. So this would be, and it's not presidents, it's not top leaders, it's actually kind of just like security advisors who are all huddling in Paris from France, Germany, Russia, and Ukraine. Now, it's unclear whether this is going to go anywhere. Negotiations up until now have gone absolutely nowhere, and a lot of people think that these negotiations are just sort of performative by the Russians in order to just sort of go through the motions. But we have heard from one of the diplomats from Ukraine, from here, who is heading to Paris, and he sounded a very optimistic note on Twitter. It's not quite sure, I'm not quite certain whether he actually believes that, given how the diplomacy has gone up until now. And remember that these four countries were the ones who negotiated the now moribund Minsk I and Minsk II agreements that made massive concessions by Ukraine in favor of Russia, and that neither party were able to implement in the end. So there's no reason to believe necessarily that the Normandy Protocol or Normandy 4 is going to do better than the other avenues for diplomacy or their previous projects.
All right, well, I'll be waiting to see the next shoe that drops here. Matt Bradley for us in Ukraine, Mike Memley in Washington. Thank you.
Now to the pandemic and the deepening division over COVID mandates. The Biden administration is withdrawing the vaccine mandate for businesses with more than 100 employees. The Supreme Court struck down the emergency mandate just earlier this month. A federal vaccine mandate does remain in effect for healthcare workers at facilities that treat Medicare and Medicaid patients. Meanwhile, Americans are finally starting to get their hands on those free N95 masks from the national stockpile. 400 million high-quality masks are being distributed to groceries and pharmacies all across the country. That's why our correspondents are digging into a lot of COVID headlines this hour. Let's go and begin with NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
As our nation barrels towards 75 million infections, roughly 2,000 Americans are dying every day. All of this comes amid an ongoing battle over face masks.
An about face. New York's mask mandate is back in place, at least for now. An appellate judge temporarily allowing mandatory face coverings in public spaces while the state appeals a ruling by a lower court that called it unconstitutional. The seesaw battle impacting schools and businesses in the state of 20 million, one also playing out in other regions across the nation.
I am so looking forward to the day to say these are history. We don't have to do this any longer. All of us are. I don't want to keep any requirements for safety in place a day longer than necessary.
With Omicron still fueling a pandemic record for hospitalizations, the CDC now confirms the variant's severity appears to be lower compared to previous peaks. But because Omicron is so contagious, the volume of sick Americans is overwhelming ERs. New infections this month alone total nearly half as many cases as all of last year.
I don't think there's a chance that we're going to eradicate this. We've only done that with one virus, and that's been smallpox.
Pfizer is trying to specifically target Omicron, starting clinical trials on a new reformulated vaccine. But even if it's approved by the FDA, the study will take months, as pockets of the U.S. already move beyond Omicron's peak.
How difficult is it to get ahead of a new variant with a vaccine?
If a new variant emerges, we can always build vaccines, but they can take several months to build and test. Vaccines always play a really important role, but often not fast enough to deal with a new variant.
An evolving virus as our nation struggles to keep pace with today's pandemic.
As experts continue to look at the numbers, including hospitalizations, officials believe our nation will peak with Omicron cases in about mid-February. They hope after that there'll be a sharp decline in new infections. Back to you.
Now, one of the biggest mysteries of the pandemic is long COVID, symptoms of the virus that can last weeks, sometimes months after the initial infection. So now a new study is giving us just a glimpse into who might be more at risk of developing long COVID. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, break down this study for us. I mean, what specifically did researchers find?
Hey, Morgan, let me start off with just a tiny bit of background information. When a normal immune system faces a new infection, it produces levels of antibodies to help fight that infection off, right? So you would expect that an infected but otherwise healthy person would develop higher levels of those antibodies. Now, there are all kinds of different antibodies, right? But scientists in Switzerland zeroed in on two very specific ones called immunoglobulins. It turns out that the people who went on to develop long COVID, their immune systems reacted sort of the opposite way. Those immunoglobulins actually decreased. That was a relatively small study, but it does start to give some insight into this phenomenon that's affected now millions of people. Morgan?
And Erica, I mean, if we were able to find out sort of who is more likely to get long COVID, what then? I mean, what could doctors actually do with that information?
Yeah, that's actually the really cool part. If this is proven with more people, larger studies, it's possible that someday scientists could develop a blood test to check for those levels of immunoglobulins. It's really the same way that you go into the doctor's office now and they take your blood to check your cholesterol levels for a better insight into your heart disease risk. Now, it's still kind of a long way off, but the outside experts I've spoken with really applaud the research and say that it is quite promising. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Erica Edwards for us there. Erica, thank you.
Well, millions of Americans now in the grip of a deep freeze again. That dangerously cold weather is also bringing heavy snow across the Midwest. All of that could be headed to the Northeast by this weekend. Forecasters warning of a nor'easter with snow, rain, and strong winds. Some fear it could grow so rapidly it could become a bomb cyclone, a winter version of a hurricane. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by to time it all out for us. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster in Des Moines, Iowa.
Good morning. Well, I can confirm it is extremely cold here in Des Moines this morning. I brought a thermometer with me, and you see the needle dangling right around 0 degrees, but the real temperature is about 4 to 5 degrees below zero. You throw in the wind chill, and it feels much colder than that. And it's not just here in Iowa, but really across the region, many people waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
The advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below zero. -20 in Chicago, -28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below zero in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly accumulate across the Great Lakes.
Look at all the snow.
Further west, another dangerous cold front moving in, dumping heavy snow up to 25 inches across Colorado. Many forced to brave the elements as snow blanketed the region. The wintry mess also creating dangerously blinding conditions on the road. A major interstate shut down Tuesday all the way to the Kansas border, with multiple vehicles spinning out of control, snarling traffic, and leaving drivers stranded.
And speaking of that snow, the National Weather Service is saying they're becoming more confident that there'll be a significant snowstorm along the East Coast later this weekend. But until then, the folks in the East are going to deal with this Arctic air that we're feeling right now here in the Midwest. Back to you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, I mean, how long is this cold snap going to last? I mean, I know you also have news of that winter storm on the way. Tell us more.
Yeah, the cold's going to last just long enough for the snowstorm to arrive. It's kind of the bottom line, especially for areas of New England. So, yeah, the cold will be actually improving pretty dramatically in the middle of the country. That's where it's been the most severe. Even right now, at this hour, with the sun up, it still feels like -20 in Minneapolis. This morning, they were down as low as -39. So that's why they were under a wind chill warning. Dangerous stuff. Where Shaq was located there near Des Moines, -12 is the current wind chill. So it's very cold all the way down to Dallas. Even Little Rock has a wind chill in the 20s. There's not many of us that are avoiding this cold. And it'll be persistent, especially, about Tennessee northwards. That's where the cold will remain right through Saturday, and that helps set the stage for the possible snowstorm as we go through Saturday and then into Saturday night, especially in areas from New York to Boston. Still a lot of question marks around D.C. So let's get into this. Why is this going to be what we call a rapidly strengthening storm? You'll hear the term bobogenesis. This storm is going to develop and travel right over the Gulf Stream. So that's an area of very warm water just off the East Coast, and that provides energy and moisture for coastal storms. And that water, by the way, is running up to about 5 to 10 degrees above average. So it's even a little extra high octane, if you want to call that. If you go to the gas station, you get the high premium stuff. That's what this storm is going to be traveling over. And to get that bombogenesis, we need the pressure to drop really fast. That's going to happen early Saturday morning, then all day Saturday. And this storm is expected to be a very powerful storm just off of Cape Cod with blizzard conditions likely, almost guaranteed at this point, along Cape Cod, possibly up to Boston, and for sections of coastal Maine. The argument is how far west the snow goes. We're pretty locked in for that heavy snow. Maine, Portsmouth, Boston, Hartford, eastwards, definitely towards Providence and the Cape. But you notice our American GFS model, and this is new data that just came in, doesn't really have a lot of snow from New York City to Philly to D.C. But our European computer model, which will get updated around 2 o'clock this afternoon, is completely different. It has a lot of heavy snow from Maryland and Delaware through Baltimore, Philly, New York. So there's big changes, about a 100-mile difference between these two storms, and that makes a big shift. So what do we do as of now? Well, we're going to take what we call a national blended model because we still have to iron out the differences between the east and the west shift. So right now we'll say high confidence for a foot of snow from Providence to Boston up to Bangor. New York City, it's a low confidence forecast. Same for D.C. Right now we would say definitely a chance of some plowable snow, but it's not guaranteed. And the same goes for areas around Albany. So again, a closer look at that, Vicki, shows, we need to be preparing now for a blizzard in eastern New England. We'll fine-tune the D.C. to New York forecast. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have better data.
And we will be looking forward to speaking with you then. Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, as always, thank you. It is decision day for the Fed.
Coming up, the new signs the central bank could hike interest rates to fight inflation and how that decision could impact the price you pay for almost everything.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens.
Wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Federal Reserve is fighting the highest inflation in 40 years today, with a crucial meeting aimed at easing the pinch on American wallets. The Fed is expected to signal a series of interest rate hikes starting in March. This all comes as the country is still grappling with COVID and its tight grip on the supply chain. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. You know, we're entering the third year of dealing with COVID, and it appears the Fed is prepared to pull back some of its pandemic relief policies with several interest rate hikes to come. Stocks, of course, have been on a bit of a roller coaster the last couple of weeks as we are still paying more for goods and often waiting longer to get them.
In the stock market, it's been a week of whiplash and wild swings, with Wall Street at the intersection of concern about COVID, inflation, a beleaguered and stretched supply chain, and a potential invasion of Ukraine. Now, the Federal Reserve preparing to tame inflation, likely by rolling out a series of interest rate hikes, as many as 3 or 4 this year.
Hopefully what will happen is a combination of getting past this latest wave of the virus, getting people back to work, and reducing the supply bottlenecks, along with somewhat tighter Federal Reserve interest rate policy, should act to bring inflation down over time.
That inflation is hitting the hardest on Main Street as the price of food, clothing, cars, and housing continues to climb. One of the biggest drivers of the higher prices we're all paying, disruptions at every level of the supply chain, from Chinese manufacturing plants to gridlocked ports to U.S. store shelves.
Whether it's the air transportation to bring goods in, the cost of ocean freight carriers, whether it's truck drivers or it's distribution center workers, everything is costing more.
Along with higher prices, longer wait times. Lauren Logan and Charlie Birnbaum operate stores for expecting parents on opposite sides of the country. At Pish Posh Baby in New Jersey, they've tried to adapt.
We've completely rehauled their website, added features that would help, when we're out of stock for an item, that customers can be notified when an item comes back in stock.
While at Juvenile Shop in California, new moms are having to plan early.
Usually we would tell them to come in their second trimester, and now we need to tell them you need to be coming in your 12th week of pregnancy, 15th week of pregnancy.
Yeah, just a little extra stress in what can already be a very stressful time. Back to the stock market. You know, while we have seen these big dips and swings over the last few weeks, context here is important. The last couple of weeks are really just a snapshot. Stocks are still about 30% higher than they were at the high point before the pandemic began. Back to you.
So here to help us put everything in perspective is NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris. She tracks the economy and the markets for us. So, Allison, let's dig a little deeper on this. What exactly do we expect to see from the Fed in the coming months, and why has the Fed decided now is the right time to make these moves?
Yeah, so Aaron, let me lay out what's going to happen today and in the weeks and months ahead. So we have this Fed meeting wrapping up today at 2 o'clock. We're going to get a news release at 2 from the Fed. Then at 2:30, Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to come out. He's going to read a prepared statement and answer some questions at a news conference. We do not expect a change in rates at all today. What we are looking for is for the Fed to lay out its plan for the year. We're thinking they're going to start hiking rates at their next meeting in March, which is in 8 weeks, and that we'll see about 4 interest rates increases of about 1/4 point throughout the year. Now, why is that happening now? Well, the Fed has been watching over the last year the employment picture and inflation, and they've indicated that when unemployment is pretty low and it looks like Americans are working and inflation is way too high, that they're going to make a change. Now, what you should not be watching for today is for Jerome Powell to come out and say, on March 16th, we will raise interest rates this amount. That's not how the Fed rolls. Think of the Fed as like that significant other who hints what they want for their birthday or for their anniversary, but doesn't necessarily say, buy me those diamond earrings. They're going to drop some more hints and clues, and it's for those of us who track what they do to kind of read the tea leaves here and let you know what's going on.
And the rest of us will be irritated and not get the right thing. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, we keep hearing about these rising interest rates, but what does that really mean for everyday folks, for people sort of trying to get through their everyday lives?
Yeah, when we say raising interest rates, it can be confusing, right? Because the Fed isn't actually hiking your mortgage rate directly or your car loan payment directly. What they're doing is changing something called the Fed funds rate. Now, this can get a little complicated, but most basically, they change the Fed funds rate. That has to do with how banks deal with each other. They change something or move something called the prime rate, and that determines what everyday people pay. So in most basic terms, you should expect that it's going to cost you a little more over the next year as the Fed raises its Fed funds rate to take out a mortgage, to get a car loan, to carry debt on your credit card. Something else you're also going to see is that you're going to get slightly higher returns on a savings account or a CD. If you've had money sitting in a savings account and you're seeing interest of pennies, that might go up this year. And the biggest thing, the Fed is doing this to try to cap consumer prices. When it costs individuals and businesses more to borrow money, they tend to spend less. And when we tend to spend less, that brings demand down, and hopefully that'll cap those high prices that we've all been dealing with.
Yeah, last thing, very quickly, the markets have been all over the place this week, we know, right? Today, they seem to be up. What's going on?
Yeah, the markets are a funny bunch, aren't they? Look, I think what markets don't like is uncertainty, and so they've been nervous maybe about the Fed changing its stance about not knowing what's coming. This, to me, is a sign that they are comfortable that the Fed is going to tell them what's ahead, and that maybe they're paying attention to some other things going on, like corporate earnings, which have looked pretty decent.
All right, NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris with us today. Allison, thank you.
My pleasure, Aaron.
A Boston man fighting for his life because his hospital canceled a critical surgery.
That's right. Still ahead, why his heart transplant was put on hold and what his family is now doing about it. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiffrin. Sean White takes the goal.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove?
Sean White takes the goal.
You've already already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making news right now, the Coast Guard searching the water for 38 people off the coast of Florida. Coast Guard says a suspected human smuggling boat capsized after leaving the Bahamas Saturday night. One survivor was rescued yesterday by a Good Samaritan. The Coast Guard has also since found one body. That survivor told officials the boat hit bad weather and no one on board was wearing a life jacket. Fire crews have managed to contain 50% of a wildfire threatening California's Big Sur region. Authorities believe embers from a nearby pile burning operation started the fire. The so-called Colorado fire has burned nearly 700 acres in the mountains and the coastline of Big Sur. So far, only a small tent has been damaged by the fire, but evacuations are still underway. And COVID-combating freebies are coming to the Super Bowl next month. Every person attending the game outside Los Angeles will be given a free KN95 mask. They will also be reminded to wear it unless they're eating or drinking. The county health department also planning to offer free rapid testing and COVID vaccines during Super Bowl events. Questions are growing over President Biden's plan to help America strengthen its cybersecurity. 8 months ago, the president authorized a cyber safety review board, but 8 months later, it's still not up and running. The president's cyber defense push came after a string of major incidents, including the massive SolarWinds hack and the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier joins us now. He's been tracking this story. Kevin, what's the holdup here in getting this board up and running?
Well, okay, so this the Cyber Safety Review Board, it's part of Biden's initial big executive order on cybersecurity that he signed in March of last year. It was designed to be sort of the first steps of a cyber version of the National Transportation Safety Board, where whenever there's a big accident, big incident, some major hack, the government would have this dedicated team to investigate it and then pull a list of recommendations that we can learn from. Now, this executive order didn't actually have a timeline for when the Department of Homeland Security would be responsible for getting it set up. So some folks like Mark Warner, the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, are calling out DHS and asking why it isn't done yet, especially as DHS's dedicated cyber agency, CISA, is warning that escalating tensions with Russia over Ukraine could lead to additional cyber attacks on U.S. infrastructure.
So, Kevin, can you sort of give us a big picture view of the current threat landscape and what the government has done to shore up cybersecurity in this country?
Yeah, so the administration has actually done quite a bit to modernize federal cybersecurity, as well as the security of U.S. infrastructure as a whole, including moving agencies to a zero trust architecture by the end of 2024. But it is an incredibly difficult and convoluted task, and some things have gotten caught up in bureaucracy. When you're talking about these major cyber espionage campaigns, like you remember SolarWinds, which was Russia, or the Microsoft Exchange campaign, which was from China, American federal agencies are pitted against these giant, dedicated, elite teams of government hackers whose entire goal is to break into federal networks, and they just don't ever stop. It's their job. So defending against them is a moving target. Both things can be true at the same time. The Biden administration has not been perfect, but has by and large received a lot of praise from cybersecurity experts over the measures they put in place over the past year. But there's also no such thing as a permanent or even temporarily perfectly effective shield.
Yeah.
There's just playing defense as well as you can and trying to keep up.
All right, NBC's Kevin Collier with us today. Kevin, thank you.
A controversial radio host says he has now testified on the Capitol riot. Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones says he answered questions remotely before the January 6th committee and says the lawyers who questioned him were, quote, polite, but they were dogged.
My lawyer told me almost 100 times today during the interrogation, on advice of counsel, I am asserting my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, first off, do we know why the committee really wanted to talk with Jones?
Well, Morgan, the committee said it had evidence that Jones was involved in planning and funding the rally at the Ellipse just before the January 6th riot, and that he had talked about leading protesters to the Capitol that day. The committee also said Jones heavily promoted the rally on his shows, and he highlighted then President Trump's tweet that the rally would be wild and one of the most historic events in history. And Jones said the committee asked him who his contact at the White House was. He said he was confronted with text messages between him and some of the rally organizers, which made him conclude that, quote, the committee already has everything. But in the end, he didn't answer many questions because he said he took the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times, Morgan.
Ken, the founder of the far-right group, the Oath Keepers, Stuart Rhodes, he appeared virtually before a judge yesterday on charges stemming from that riot. What happened there? And is this sort of a warning shot in terms of what legal justice might look like for other members who are participating in that riot?
This was a virtual hearing, and Stuart Rhodes and the new defendants in that case were arraigned and pleaded not guilty. The judge set 2 trial dates, one in April for the older defendants and one in July for Rhodes and the newer defendants. It's very unlikely that either of these dates will stick, given the procedural issues that normally crop up in complex cases like this, plus COVID delays. Now, we should remember the magistrate judge in Texas still has not ruled on whether to grant Rhodes bail, although she hinted during a hearing 2 days ago that she was leaning in that direction. Prosecutors, of course, urged that he be detained, saying that, quote, it is difficult to imagine a graver risk to the society we live in, because they said Rhodes coordinated, offered to fund, and facilitated the attack on the Capitol, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney for us there. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
The battle over COVID vaccines is becoming a life or death matter. A Boston hospital is denying a patient a heart transplant because he hasn't been vaccinated, and that's raising all sorts of ethical questions. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has been following this story for us. Dasha?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, patients who need organ transplants have always had to meet certain medical requirements. Well, now being vaccinated against COVID-19 is one of those requirements at many hospitals across the U.S., but some patients are saying no to the shot and are being denied those organ transplants. Watch.
Tonight, Tracy Ferguson speaking out because her 31-year-old son, DJ, can't. He's waiting on a heart transplant, but is being denied because he won't get the COVID vaccine.
My son's in the hospital, and he needs a heart transplant.
She says DJ has been fighting for his life at Brigham and Women's Hospital, but she says he's been told he's not eligible due to hospital policy.
I couldn't believe it. And then he said to the doctor, so you're going to let me die?
She says her son is concerned about the side effects of the vaccine.
He's not an anti-vaxxer or whatever they call it, but, he's compromised. The Mayo Clinic lists it on their website. The myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots.
In a statement, Brigham and Women's Hospital saying, like many other transplant programs in the United States, the COVID-19 vaccine is one of several vaccines and lifestyle behaviors required for transplant candidates in the Mass General Brigham system in order to create both the best chance for a successful operation and also the patient's survival after transplantation. Dr. Arthur Kaplan, the head of medical ethics at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, says this is a common type of requirement for a transplant.
Before COVID, if you hadn't had all your shots, they wouldn't do the operation on you. They'd make you wait. They're trying to make the expensive procedure with a lot of rehab involved successful. This isn't some new issue about, oh my goodness, he won't vaccinate. We're going to discriminate against him.
And when it comes to the family's concerns about side effects,
whatever the risks associated with the shot, they're lower than COVID. So what you want to do is prevent COVID.
DJ isn't the only one denied a transplant because of his decision not to get vaccinated. In October, a Colorado woman was denied a kidney transplant because she refused to get the shot for religious reasons. And another man who was waiting for a transplant told his surgery was on hold because of his donor.
A new policy at the Cleveland Clinic now requires both organ recipients and donors to be COVID vaccinated. Sue is not.
Medical, religious, and also freedom.
Ferguson, a father of two with another child on the way, remains in the hospital. His mother says he was in the OR for a separate surgery as we were speaking to her.
If his life is on the line, do you think he might change his mind about the vaccine knowing that?
He might. He could wake up after his surgery today and say, all right, I'm willing to take my risk.
Do you hope he does?
I would want the doctors to treat the patient, not the policy.
And Aaron, the Ferguson family is not the first to experience this, and they certainly won't be the last, as many major hospitals across the country have adopted similar policies. The reality is these organs are so scarce and people die every day waiting for them, and doctors have had to make some tough decisions when it comes to patient priority, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you.
Rock icon Neil Young may be hitting the pause button on Spotify. He's threatening to pull his music from the streaming service because of COVID claims made by podcaster Joe Rogan. Young says that Rogan is spreading vaccine misinformation. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada is tracking the fallout for us. Emily, what's the latest?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, as you can see here on Spotify, you can still stream songs like Heart of Gold and Harvest Moon, but perhaps not for long. Neil Young at odds with Spotify's top-rated podcaster Joe Rogan, who signed a whopping $100 million multi-year deal back in 2020.
My parents were vaccinated. I just said, I don't think that if you're a young, healthy person, that you need it.
Spotify's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan, famously known for questioning vaccine safety, may have cost the streaming platform a rock icon. Neil Young demanding his music be scrubbed from Spotify in a since-deleted letter reported by Rolling Stone magazine. I am doing this because Spotify is spreading fake information about vaccines, Young wrote in a post NBC News has not viewed. The Harvest Moon singer reportedly putting forth an ultimatum. They can have Rogan or Young, not both. The fallout on the heels of the podcast host's continued controversial comments.
It's a completely new kind of vaccine. The idea that people shouldn't be skeptical or nervous about that is kind of hilarious.
A recent episode also featured a virologist who said Americans have been hypnotized into getting vaccinated. Those statements reaching Rogan's millions of followers and driving a coalition of scientists and researchers to call on Spotify this month to establish a clear and public policy to moderate misinformation.
We are not, again, asking for the censorship or removal or even deplatforming of a person or a podcast. We're asking for responsible actions to make sure that consumers of that information are properly warned.
Even the 54-year-old's own battle with COVID stirring up controversy.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it.
Revealing he took ivermectin, which the FDA has approved to treat parasitic worms in humans, but not COVID-19. That decision blasted by radio host Howard Stern.
I heard Joe Rogan was saying
I'm taking a horse dewormer. Yeah.
And a doctor gave it to me. I go, well, a doctor would also give you a vaccine. So why take horse dewormer?
Rogan hosts a range of medical experts on his podcast and assures he's not anti-vax, sharing he nearly got vaccinated. Still, he has appeared to discourage young people from getting the jabs, to which Dr. Fauci told Savannah,
even if I get infected, I could do damage to somebody else, even if I have no symptoms at all.
So you say young, healthy people should get vaccinated?
Absolutely.
And neither Neil Young nor Joe Rogan have responded to our requests for comment. Rogan has said he's not a doctor and people should not be turning to him for medical advice. I'll also add Spotify has removed more than 40 episodes of Joe Rogan's, but none for reasons related to the pandemic. Morgan.
All right, Emily Akeda for us there. Emily, thank you.
Well, it is filled with tainted water and toxic air.
That's right. Now the EPA is stepping in to help people in a stretch of the country known as Cancer Alley. I go one-on-one with the EPA administrator about his plan to help low-income communities get justice.
the Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Red Sox Nation still celebrating today after legendary star David Ortiz, better known as Big Papi, got that historic phone call.
I'm calling you from Cooperstown, New York, to let you know that the baseball writers have elected you to the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes!
So we know Ortiz is a 10-time All-Star, 3-time World Series champ. 4 other baseball legends, including Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, struck out and were not inducted. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is outside Rangers Stadium in Arlington, Texas, with what baseball fans have to say about the hits and misses here. Hey, Morgan.
Yeah, Aaron, good afternoon. And some of those big names, as you mentioned, Bonds, Clemens, with controversial pasts, can still technically get into the Hall of Fame, but their path at this point is an awful lot tougher. Meanwhile, for the beloved Red Sox slugger known as Big Papi, David Ortiz can now etch his name into baseball immortality.
Big Papi hits it to deep right field.
This morning, Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame adding one more name to the greatest to ever play the game.
Is a feared slugger who performed his best on the biggest stage.
David Ortiz, the Boston Red Sox slugger and 10-time All-Star known as Big Papi. Yes! Celebrating with friends and family in his native Dominican Republic. Ortiz, the only one of 30 candidates on the ballot to get enough votes, helped the Sox break an 86-year championship drought to win their first World Series in 2004. After the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013, he endeared himself to Red Sox Nation in this now famous speech.
This jersey that we wear today, it doesn't say Red Sox. It says Boston. This is our city. And nobody gonna dictate our freedom. Stay strong.
After his retirement, Ortiz was shot in the Dominican Republic in 2019, and what authorities now believe was a case of mistaken identity. The Hall of Fame announcement just as notable for who didn't get in. Some of baseball's biggest names, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Sammy Sosa, and Curt Schilling, falling short in their final year of eligibility.
When visitors go to the Hall of Fame, they'll say, hey, where's the greatest home run hitter of all time, Barry Bonds, not in.
Bonds, Clemens, and Sosa still facing suspicions they used performance-enhancing drugs during their playing days. Clemens tweeting about the decision, writing, I would like to thank those who took the time to look at the facts and vote for me. Hopefully everyone can now close this book and keep their eyes forward, focusing on what is really important in life. Reaction to Bonds' big league snub, swift. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tweeting SMH for shaking my head.
The debates have raged on since the Hall of Fame opened up almost 85 years ago nearly, and that's part of what makes this place so great.
Now, as for pitcher Curt Schilling, some of his past controversial comments involved Muslims and the trans community. That could be what's keeping him out of the Hall of Fame. As for Ortiz, he is just the 4th Dominican to ever be enshrined in Cooperstown. His induction ceremony currently set for July 24th. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Morgan Chesky for us in Texas today. Morgan, thanks.
The Jamaican bobsled team is heading back to the Winter Olympics for the first time in almost a quarter century. You might be familiar with the Jamaican bobsled team's story from the wildly popular 1990s movie Cool Runnings. I grew up watching that movie. Now the team is hoping to inspire a new generation. Here's Sky News correspondent Tom Parmenter, who chatted with these Olympians.
There's only one team that warms up like this. The Jamaican four-man bob is back, out on the track and ready for Beijing. Just.
It was only in September that you first got in a bobsleigh together. Is that right? Is that kind of normal?
It's not normal, but it's Jamaica bobsleigh.
Sean Wayne is the pilot who rides up front. He lives in Peterborough and serves in the RAF. During lockdown, with nowhere to train, he pushed his fiancée's Mini around an industrial estate just to keep going. Even the Queen laughed about it during a video call she held with the armed forces.
Well, I suppose that's one way to train.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to train, Mum.
It's amazing. It doesn't feel real. It's a great honour. It's a great honour to be a part of that and kind of try and inspire the next generation of Jamaican athletes to kind of take it on from what we do.
All of this isn't about glory for us. It isn't about the fame and the fortune. It is about breaking barriers and doing things that people don't normally do.
It is, of course, the backstory that makes it so special. How 4 Jamaicans went to the 1988 Games and were then celebrated in one of the most iconic films of the 90s.
Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhyme. Get on up. It's bobsled time.
I mean, I think everyone just loves it because they love the movie. Cool Runnings was such an uplifting, fish out of water story that everyone could identify with. No matter what country was screening at, it was so funny that when they would go like, you know, what country you from? The whole audience would yell, Jamaica! And that would be in Montreal. That would be in London. That would be like, it was crazy. Like everyone just wanted to just root for these guys and it was fantastic.
I'm not sure the value of your sporting advice for these guys, but what would it be?
Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. You don't know. It's bobsled time.
And bobsleigh time is so nearly here. They fly to China later this week, ready for the run of their lives. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Well, stay with us because there is much more news ahead right here on NBC News Now.
After the break, why a live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is at the center of controversy.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. NBC News has learned that Stephen G. Breyer will step down as a justice on the U.S. Supreme Court at the end of his current term. That's according to sources close to the justice. The 83-year-old is the oldest justice on the conservative 6-3 court. He's also the most senior member of its liberal wing, appointed by President Bill Clinton and has served since 1994. In the past year, progressive activists and some Democratic members of Congress have called upon Breyer to resign to make way for a new Biden nominee while Democrats control the Senate. We want to go right now to Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who's breaking this news for us. Pete, what do you know?
Well, according to people who are familiar with the justice's thinking, and we should clarify, we have not heard from Justice Breyer directly, but according to people that he has talked to, he's made this decision within the past couple of weeks to step down and has told the White House they're fully prepared now to take the next steps that will follow. And as you said, Lester, he has been repeatedly urged during the past term to step down while Democrats control both the White House and the Senate, so that his nominee can be confirmed while the Democrats are still in control to maintain the current 6-3 split on the court, 6 conservatives to 3 liberals, and that's what his retirement would do. Now, according to the people we have talked to, several officials who are familiar with his thinking, his intention is to retire at the end of this term. Sometimes when justices step down, they say they will retire at the point where their successor is confirmed. But apparently what Justice Breyer has decided to do, according to people who are familiar with his thinking, is that he would step down at the end of this contentious term, which of course will be dominated by the issue of abortion, with the question of Roe v. Wade very much before the court, gun rights, religious freedom, and many other hot-button issues in this current term. So it will still be a barn burner of a term for the justice. 28 years on the Supreme Court as one of the court's dependable liberal votes, although he sometimes voted with the conservatives when it comes to issues of administrative law in which he's an expert. He's a former federal appeals court judge, served in Boston, originally born in San Francisco. And President Biden, Lester, has said that he is committed to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court. And among the possible nominees, the names that have been thrown around are Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is a former Breyer law clerk and is a federal judge here in Washington, and Leonda Kruger, who is a justice on the California State Supreme Court. As you noted, he came to the Supreme Court in 1994. He's been 28 years on the court. And there was lots of speculation that he would step down at the end of last term. He said he would not, that he wanted to stay on the court, that he was concerned that in that environment, if he were to step down, it would make the court appear to be too political. And apparently he's made a decision now that enough time has passed that it won't be perceived that way. So we expect that an official announcement will come within the next day or so, Lester, and that then the process will begin of trying to find someone to succeed him.
Pete, I want to clarify this timing a little bit. You say the end of the term. When I think of the end of the term, I think of October, but of course the court usually takes a break in the early summer. So do we have I guess the point being the midterm elections loom large here.
Well, yes, you're right. As a formalistic matter, one Supreme Court term doesn't end until the next one begins, and the new ones always begin the first Monday in October. But as a functional matter, the term really ends in June. And I think that's the expectation here, that he would step down from the court at the end of the term, when the court is finished handing down decisions in either late June or early July.
All right, Pete, I'll ask you to stand by. I want to go to our Capitol Hill reporter, Garrett Hake. Garrett, as Pete noted, there has been some pressure, certainly from Democrats, for this decision to come down well before the midterms. Has this word even begun to circulate on the Hill, and what are the expectations going forward?
Well, members of Congress are out this week, Lester, but I can assure you when they come back next week, this will be topic number one. Look, this will be a bitter confirmation fight, almost for certain, regardless of who President Biden chooses to nominate. Remember, in 2017, Senate Republicans changed the rules for Supreme Court justices, saying that they could be confirmed with a bare majority of 51 votes. The last 3 justices, all nominated and approved, confirmed rather, during President Trump's tenure, had 54, 52, and 50 votes between the 3 of them. Now with Senate Democrats controlling just 50 votes in this chamber, every single vote will be critical, confirmation hearings will be critical, and the timeline will be relatively short, as you said, to get this done before the midterms. But I expect this will be, again, the issue in the Senate side once they're back in town, and I expect a bitter confirmation fight ahead, Lester.
Yeah, will Republicans have many mechanisms, assuming all the Democrats stay together, will Republicans have many mechanisms to slow this bust down, if not stop it?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen delaying tactics used before by the minority to try to slow the process down. Again, if all 50 Senate Democrats stay together, there won't be anything Republicans can do to stop it. But you look at somebody like Joe Manchin, who voted in favor of, I believe, all 3 of President Trump's Supreme Court nominations. Perhaps conservatives might look at him as someone they could peel off. But we also know delaying tactics only work so well. Democrats tried to slow the Amy Coney Barrett nomination down and lead up to the last election, and that was a record-breaking confirmation just 30 days from nomination to confirmation.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I'll ask you to stand by as well. I want to go to NBC News White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, this would set up the president to be able to fulfill a campaign promise, and that's to nominate a black justice.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lester. No formal comment from the White House at this time. But as you note, that is one of the headlines that we'll certainly be refocusing on over the course of the next several days and weeks, was the president's commitment as a candidate that he would nominate the first African-American justice to the Supreme Court. It's likely he would also be looking for a younger justice. Each of the last 7 justices selected were under the age of 55 when they were picked. And for the president, this is a potential opportunity to really put some legacy, his legacy, into the law as it relates to the court. Obviously, the balance still 6-3 in favor of the conservatives. The next oldest justice right now is Justice Clarence Thomas, who is 73 years old. But were this to play out over the course of the next several weeks, the president would be helped by the fact that his chief of staff is Ron Klain. Klain has been playing a pivotal role in terms of these confirmations for Democratic administrations over the course of the last 3 decades. He worked side by side in the counsel's office here at the White House under President Clinton for the selection of Ruth Bader Ginsburg several decades ago. And it is the Ginsburg nomination and her death in the last couple of years that really has been a provider of PTSD for many Democrats. The fear that Justice Breyer may stay on the court until there was no longer a Democrat in office. The concern being that by having done that, Justice Ginsburg allowed for Donald Trump to nominate Amy Coney Barrett for that role that she now serves on the court at this time. But the White House had pushed back initially against those calls for pressuring Breyer, saying that it would politically effectively undermine the court and was not the way to go. So this is news that will be welcomed by the White House, and at this point still no formal comment from them about any plans going forward.
All right, Peter, thank you. And for me to just quickly clarify, the president made the commitment to nominate an African-American woman as a justice in the Supreme Court. I want to go now to the phone. Former federal prosecutor and NBC News analyst Chuck Rosenberg joins us. Chuck, kind of set up where we go from here.
Sure, Lester. An interesting development, but not terribly surprising. If Justice Breyer retires and is replaced by a selection by President Biden, The overall sort of ideological split on the court will not change one iota. It is generally speaking, a 6-3 conservative majority court. The liberal wing, of which Justice Breyer is an important part, shrunk with the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If he retires and he is replaced, it will still be a 6-3 split on the Supreme Court.
Chuck, has the process of nominating and confirming, has that process changed forever over the last few years as to how it works and the political wins?
I think it has, Lester. I think that's an excellent question. Just on my own, I've been looking at past confirmation hearings. I mean, if you go back many years, many decades, a lot of the justices were elected by, or confirmed, I should say, by significant majorities with support from both parties. And I hate to say it, and I hope I'm wrong, but that seems very much to be a thing of the past. We have a closely divided Senate, 50-50 right now, with the Vice President of the United States perhaps casting a tie-breaking vote, as is her constitutional duty and obligation. I wouldn't be surprised to see a vote right at that margin, Lester, and I imagine also acrimonious hearings for anybody that President Biden nominates to replace Justice Breyer.
Chuck Rosenberg, thank you. Let me go back to Garrett Haake on the Hill. Garrett, I kind of have to assume that the Senate has been playing, members of Democrats and Republicans have been playing kind of a what-if game on this for some time.
That's absolutely right, Lester. And, he mentioned Ketanji Brown Jackson. This is a federal judge who was nominated to fill the seat vacated by Merrick Garland when he became Attorney General. I think that's one of the names that's been most bandied about. I remember, I think it was back in the South Carolina primary quite some time ago that then candidate Biden made this promise to nominate an African-American woman to the Supreme Court should the opportunity present itself. The federal judiciary has only so many people who fit that description. And so I think we're operating from a relatively short list. It'll be incumbent on the Judiciary Committee, that's led by Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, to move quickly on confirmation hearings. We saw a little bit of this over the last couple weeks where a single member of the Senate being out for a time period with COVID, even a minor infection, can stop Senate Democrats from doing any of the business they need to do on narrow majorities. So speed will be of the essence here once a nomination is made.
Garrett Haake, thank you. We will have much more on this breaking news, the retirement of Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, tonight on Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day.
We continue to follow that breaking news at this hour. NBC News confirming Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is set to retire.
Joining us now, we have NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney, as well as NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and Mike Memoli. Let's go ahead and start with you, Ken. I know you are outside the Supreme Court there. Can you give us a sense of timing? We understand that Justice Breyer says he will step down at the end of the term and that this usually begins in October, but the term ends technically around June. When could we actually expect to see him retire?
Morgan, the details are really sketchy about this right now. Breyer hasn't commented. The White House hasn't commented. I think essentially what we're able to report is that he has notified the White House of his intent to retire and that the White House plans to recognize that in some form as soon as today or this week. The timing, I think, is pretty much up in the air. As you've heard, President Biden has committed to nominate an African-American woman to take this seat, and then we'll go through a Senate confirmation process. Breyer, having been on the court since 1994, nominated by Bill Clinton, one of the stalwarts of the liberal minority. As you know, he was under some pressure from progressives to retire so that President Biden could nominate his successor. And certainly, I've been sitting through arguments where he has been on the wrong end on a lot of these recent cases with conservatives, arguing in ways that he found anathema to his philosophy. And And one can speculate about whether that influenced his decision to ultimately decide to retire and allow President Biden to fill this seat with a Democratic Senate, Morgan.
And Ken, Justice Breyer has been in the judicial system in this country on the federal level for more than 40 years at this point. Can you talk a little bit about sort of how he showed up in that space, in particular in the Supreme Court? You walked through some of the reality of the last 30 years on the court, or almost 30 years on the court, but can you talk a little bit more about the bigger picture impacts of this particular judge and the work that he's done as a member of the Supreme Court?
Well, he's been one of the more stalwart and articulate voices on the left, liberal voices, arguing against this strict constructionist idea about reading the Constitution as to its original intent, arguing that it's a living document. And he's written some important decisions on abortion and some important regulatory decisions. But in recent years, he's really found himself on the losing end in a lot of cases as the conservatives have taken control of this court. And in the recent, abortion arguments, for example, he was really, you can almost sense in his demeanor his alienation from where the conservatives were on this. But yeah, it's a great and long legacy on the court, and one that now appears to be coming to an end.
All right, Ken, we'll give you a moment to gather a little more information from outside the Supreme Court there in Washington.
Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go to Ali Vitale, who is live for us outside of Capitol Hill. Ali, I want to talk about timing because there was a lot of eyes on him waiting for this announcement, since timing was such a big concern for many top Democrats who were hoping this was going to happen well before the midterms. Those same top Democrats, they have a lot on their plate, this 50-50 split, a lot of them aging, perhaps watching their own retirement come around the bend. Can you talk about where this now puts Democrats?
Look, timing is everything, and it puts Democrats in the driver's seat because on Supreme Court nominees, all they need are all 50 Democrats to get together and approve this eventual nominee. Now, we say all 50 Democrats as if that's a given. They do have the majority here, but we have not seen them march in lockstep on key issues before. That being said, that is what we're going to have to see, and we talk about this all the time, the realities of razor-thin margins in the Senate. We see the ramifications of this on Build Back Better, on voting rights, on the inability that the Senate had last week to change the Senate filibuster rules. Here, all 50 Democrats must be united. Kamala Harris would come in as that tie-breaking vote, and they would be able to approve whoever President Biden nominates for this Supreme Court seat. You also talk about, though, timing. It's critical timing for Democrats because they maintain the majority right now. It is a midterm year. It makes the importance of Supreme Court nominees even more visceral for voters as they consider who they're going to vote for in the Senate and the House. But certainly for the senators here, this puts this issue front of mind. It also avoids the question that we have been asking Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. At the end of the year, in his end-of-year press conference, I was sitting in that room with the now Minority Leader asking him if he were to become majority leader again in 2023, would he allow Biden a vote on a Supreme Court nominee? This has been something that came up before with Merrick Garland. Of course, Biden no stranger to that battle when he was vice president. But of course, in glaring focus now, Biden as president asking McConnell that he wouldn't commit to a vote in 2023, even though it wasn't an election year. So the timing of this right now avoids that battle completely and places this squarely on Democrats. All 50 of them have to be together on this.
And Ali, I think I can hear your phone buzzing there. I know Congress is not in session right now, but I'm curious to see if there's been, as this news trickles out, if there's been any reaction from senators or congressmen or anyone there working on the Hill.
Yeah, my phone is buzzing because this is going to shake the political world right now. All of the other issues that Congress were dealing with, voting rights, Build Back Better, they're all optional in a sense, right? That's an agenda that Democrats themselves cobbled together and chose to move forward on. This is something that is on its own timeline. It is one of the lasting legacy builders for presidencies. Certainly, this is going to be something that marks Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's time here atop of his caucus. Is he able to get this over the finish line? Dateline. And you also can't forget, I know you've got Mike Memoli waiting in the wings here to talk about this as well, but you can't forget that Biden himself is no stranger to the Supreme Court nominating process. He served as the head of the Judiciary Committee himself. He oversaw multiple rounds of these kinds of Supreme Court nominations, so he knows what this battle is going to look like. His White House is stacked with people who are no strangers to this process. And so what we're going to see is Democrats hope the benefit of that knowledge and experience all the way from the president himself down to people like Chuck Schumer as they try to herald this nomination through the ranks of Congress.
You know, Allie, this is Morgan here. Is there anything that Republicans can do to stop or slow this down? I mean, what would those delay tactics look like?
They can try. Certainly, I think that we're going to see when this nominee is ultimately put forward, we're going to see them try to take to the media and make this argument against this nominee. But really, this is an instance. And when you talk about changing the rules in the Senate, this is one of those moments where it comes to fruition. You can track this all the way back to several years ago when Harry Reid was majority leader for the Democrats. He went nuclear, so to speak, changed those rules for nominees to be put forward along a simple majority line. That then translated to McConnell himself when he was majority leader during the Trump years, changing those rules so that Supreme Court nominees could be affirmed by simple majority. And now here we are again, the fruits of those changes coming to bear again. We always talk about how rules changes can be good for one party and then the other party also gets to do what they want with them. Right. This is a prime example of that. Republicans had changed the rules so that they could move forward on Trump's nominees, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. This is now the impact of that for Democrats. They are able to move forward on this by themselves.
All right, Ali Vitale, we're going to give you a chance to check your emails there while we go down to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Mike Memoli, our White House correspondent, at his post watching this developing story for us. Mike, so obviously this is not going to be a surprise to the White House. They would have known about this, known that this was coming, as it seems this decision was made in the last few weeks here. But can you walk us through anything that you're hearing on the ground there near the White House about this announcement, about this retirement, and about what may come next?
Aaron, as you talk to a lot of reporters who are spending half their time looking down at their phones, let me be the latest, because we have gotten an initial reaction from the White House in the form of a tweet from Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and I'll read it to you. She says, "It has always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it, and that remains the case today. So we have no additional details or information to share from the White House." So that is the initial read from the White House officially. But let's step back because, as you say, President Biden has been preparing for this moment for, you could really say, decades, given his history, as Ali laid out, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee. But specifically as it relates to Justice Breyer's seat, I reported last March that during the presidential transition period, some of then-President-elect Biden's closest advisor, including Dana Remus, who's now the White House counsel, Bob Bauer, who is a former White House counsel, did a presentation for him during the course of the transition about potential Supreme Court picks. Now, there wasn't a vacancy at the time, but the reason they did that was twofold. One, we of course remember that as a candidate, Joe Biden made something of an unusual promise. It was at the debate in the primary before South Carolina. He said emphatically, clearly, that he would choose a black woman should a vacancy occur on the Supreme Court. So it was important during the transition period for the president's advisors to begin laying out who might be on that list should there be a vacancy. And then there's also, of course, recent history. You look at the first few years of any presidential administration, that tends to be when vacancies occur, at least when they are planned, as it is now with Justice Breyer announcing his retirement. So as we look at the fact that the president's team has already had some initial preparations about that list, we can zero in on one of the potential frontrunners for that choice. It's Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was initially the president's nominee to replace Merrick Garland when he was nominated to be Attorney General. Garland had been a judge on what's considered the second highest court in the land, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. And Judge Jackson was indeed nominated to fill Garland's seat last March, and she was confirmed by the Senate last June. Not entirely a party line vote. There were some Republicans who voted for her, but everyone knew at the time that this was likely the first step of a potential future elevation. Now, it's important to say, now that the vacancy has actually occurred, Jackson would be certainly a favorite, but not the only a heavy favorite for this, because the president and his team will likely want to take a fresh look at all of those options. And I'll leave you with one fun fact here, Aaron. I believe this is the case because of Biden's role as the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee for so many years. He presided over Judge Breyer's confirmation to be Justice Breyer. And so now, in a bit of history rhyming, as Biden often puts it, he has the chance to choose his replacement now that he's president of the United States.
Mike, it's Morgan here. I have to say, I was shocked when I was just on the campaign trail covering 2020 at the number of people who said that the Supreme Court, specifically at the time, the idea of packing the court, was like their #1 concern. And I hadn't really heard that before. So much attention paid to the Supreme Court. And part of the reason we know why that is because of how political this process has become. Can you just take a step back for a minute and give us the big picture? I mean, sources say that Breyer had been worried about stepping down at a time that would be considered too political. So can you talk about how radically Supreme Court confirmation politics has just shifted in the last 5 years?
Yeah, Morgan, it's such an important point because Biden, during his time as a senator, really touted the fact that these tended to be rather bipartisan affairs. You look at some of the justices now on the court, they were confirmed decades ago, 99, 98 to 1 or 2, but these have become such real polarizing fights now, of course, in the last decade especially. And you look at Biden's role specifically now in this choice because it was clear in the primaries that as judges and the role of judges in our system has always been a real motivating issue for Republican voters, especially around issues of abortion. But because of what we saw happen when Merrick Garland, I'll use his name again, when President Obama chose him to be a nominee in the final year of his presidency, we know what happened. Republicans who ran the Senate at the time didn't even allow that nomination to come to a committee hearing, let alone to a vote. Democrats and Democratic base voters now have really focused on this issue first and foremost. You saw, as a candidate, Biden trying to diffuse some of the calls he was facing from within his party to endorse the idea of so-called court packing, expanding the number of justices on the Supreme Court. He ultimately convened a commission led by Bob Bauer, I should say, who I mentioned earlier, was one of the ones advising Biden on the Supreme Court choices, to sort of look at not just that issue, but the range of issues around the judiciary, whether, for instance, Supreme Court justices should have term limits. Ultimately, that commission, which just reported its findings a few weeks ago, didn't make any firm recommendations. It really just offered a history lesson of sorts as to sort of what the arguments for and against these kinds of changes were over time. Biden has really sort of put that report in a drawer with so many other priorities facing him. And now, clearly, with the vacancy now real, it's a priority that's first front and center for this administration. And just when we thought we already had a pretty full plate in terms of the crises facing this White House, here's another big one that will be a new showdown on Capitol Hill, especially.
Now, Mike, I do have to let you go and check those emails coming into you from your sources, but just one more before I let you go. We've heard just 1 or 2 names in the time that we've learned this news. We know that President Biden has made it clear that he is interested in nominating a black woman. Do we know specifically who is in the running?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think the real front runner at this stage would be Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was a district judge elevated to the D.C. Circuit of the Court of Appeals last June. But there are a number of other appointments that President Biden has made to diversify the ranks of the judiciary during his time in office. So one of the issues when Biden, as a candidate, made that pledge to appoint a black woman, many people pointed out the fact that there really wasn't strong representation among black women at the highest ranks of the judiciary that are typically where you would draw from in terms of drawing a short list together. So Biden has already sort of fixed that problem by appointing so many black women specifically to lower court positions, and so they would be the ranks. But one thing we've also seen from the judicial appointments Biden has made so far, they've really put an emphasis on people with sort of, as they put it, real-world experience, people who haven't really spent their life as judges. And so as Biden's team really starts from scratch again, maybe with some potential options in mind, they're also going to be looking for potentially people who aren't even serving as judges right now, but who might make potential, interesting choices for him moving forward.
One more, Mike, before you go. As significant as this decision is going to be for this White House and for the country, the reality is that it won't change the makeup of the court. Whoever the president appoints here, you're still going to have a conservative majority. So what's the impact here? Why is this still a significant moment for this particular president and for the White and for the country?
Well, as you know, Aaron, it's a midterm election year, and we know the trends of midterm elections. They tend to be very bad for the party in power, and that's why there had been very real concern that Breyer would not take this step, not announce his retirement, and that if and when a vacancy would occur, potentially through death or other means, that a Republican Senate would be in control of the confirmation process during the final 2 years of President Biden's term. Now, we've seen, as you alluded to earlier, the fact that these process has become so polarizing over the years. Remember what Mitch McConnell said when President Obama chose Merrick Garland. He said that in the final year of a president's term in office, they wouldn't confirm a party, a choice from the president of another party. And there was very real concern that even in potentially the third year of President Biden's term, let alone his fourth year, that Republicans might not even allow a nominee to come forward, and that they would be able to then potentially, should a Republican president be elected in 2024, stack the balance of power on the Supreme Court even more should one of those liberal justices leave the bench. And so there will be some, especially progressives, who are breathing something of a sigh of relief here. But as we move forward, yes, now the confirmation threshold for a Supreme Court justice has been lowered from 60 down to 50 votes. Democrats should be able, should they choose a sort of consensus nominee within their party, move forward on a party line vote. But I hate to say it, we're going to be looking closely at Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, to make sure that they approve of whoever Joe Biden is ultimately going to select, because it's going to take potentially that tie-breaking vote from Vice President Harris to confirm President Biden's choice.
All right, there is always that factor, the Sinema-Manchin factor. Mike Memoli at the White House for us. Mike, thank you.
Let's go ahead and turn back to Ali Vitale now, who's there live from Capitol Hill. Ali, I want to bring you in here. Can we just talk big picture for a minute? I mean, what is at stake for the court right now? We have these huge issues that are facing the Supreme Court, from Roe v. Wade, gun rights, affirmative action. What does Breyer's retirement mean for all of those issues?
Well, there is certainly an impact there. He's someone who has voted with the liberals on most of those issues. And so in terms of changing the balance of this court, we are probably not going to see the balance shift in a substantive way. But that being said, we're already starting to hear the results of all of the vibrations and pingings that you heard during our last conversation together, because we're starting to hear from senators who are asking Biden to make good on that campaign promise that he made back in March of 2020. You and Mike were just talking about it. Biden's promise to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. That would be historic, of course. And one senator, Patty Murray, first out of the gate with this news, saying in a statement that she hopes that he makes good on that. I want to read you just a small piece of what she said in her statement. She said, "The court should reflect the diversity of our country, and it is unacceptable that we have never in our nation's history had a black woman sit on the Supreme Court of the United States." Murray goes on to say, "I want to change that. There's no shortage of exceptional nominees, and black women in America should be able to look at the highest court in the land and finally see themselves represented." That, Morgan, has sort of been the ethos of the Biden administration writ large. It was certainly the mindset behind that promise that Biden made in March of 2020 that he would put a black woman on the Supreme Court. In talking to Biden aides and advisors both during that time and then also now, as I've been reporting for the book that I'm working on about women in places of power, this is something that has always been front of mind for President Biden. And now that he is actually the president, something he's been able to make good on through multiple parts of the government, looking specifically at places like the Treasury Department, the Interior Department, and now he has the opportunity at the Supreme Court to reshape the very face of what it means to be a Supreme Court justice. So some senators immediately, in just these last few minutes since we broke this news, making clear that they remember that promise and they want Biden to remember it as well.
All right, NBC's Ali Vitale there for us from Capitol Hill. I want to turn now to Glenn Kirshner, a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal contributor. Glenn, thanks for making the time to be with us. First off, what do you make of this news, and specifically how it will affect the politics in this country?
You know, Morgan, it seems like it may affect the politics more than it's going to affect the sort of legal precedent that we can expect to see coming from the Supreme Court. You know, anytime there is a new Supreme Court justice announced or a nominee announced, you're going to have people use that for political advantage, right? One side is likely to rail against it. The other side is likely to support the nominee. And each side will be trying to score their political points. But because Justice Breyer has voted pretty consistently with the more liberal, the so-called liberal wing of the court. It seems like President Biden is likely to nominate somebody who has a similar judicial philosophy, a similar ideology. So you're probably going to see the ideological split. I wish we didn't have an ideological split on the Supreme Court, but you're likely to see the ideological split continue to be 6-3. So I don't know that this shakes things up dramatically, but I do think it shakes things up politically. And as a number of folks have been saying, you know, yes, there is a 50-50 split in the Senate, but not all 50 Democratic senators have been reliable votes when it comes to traditionally Democratic issues or policies. So even if President Biden nominates somebody with a very similar judicial philosophy, if he nominates somebody that is not controversial, is eminently qualified, and should sort of sail through the confirmation process, in this day and age with the polarization that we see, I have to wonder if it's still going to be sort of a heck of a bumpy ride.
So, Glenn, you make a couple of good points there. I mean, at some point, we're going to have another justice on the Supreme Court. It will likely be, as you indicated, a liberal-leaning justice, obviously appointed by this president. I guess I'm curious about what impact you would expect that new justice to have then. Obviously, when Amy Coney Barrett was going through the confirmation process, people dig into these judges' past, into their prior rulings and things of that sort, to try to get an idea of how they might impact the Supreme Court. If the president does appoint a more liberal, more left-leaning judge to this court, what impact would you expect that to have, given the fact that it's a conservative majority on the court?
Yeah, so as far as future Supreme Court rulings and decisions, we're all reading tea leaves, but it kind of feels like no matter how liberal the philosophy of any judge that President Biden nominates to be the next Supreme Court justice, that person can have only so much impact on the direction of the Supreme Court or the opinions that the Supreme Court has been handing down. You know, Justice Breyer was no originalist. He was no strict constructionist. He didn't seem inclined to take us back to the bad old days, as it seems like some of the justices are inclined to do now, most visibly with the way they're handling the sort of Roe v. Wade related legislation out of Texas. So really, no matter how left-leaning the next Supreme Court justice might be who replaces Justice Breyer, it doesn't feel like there's going to be much of an opportunity for that person to alter the direction of the court. It's really going to be the court continuing to tread water. And the water that they're treading right now is kind of perilous because the public's perception of the Supreme Court is at an all-time low. Its legitimacy seems to be receding based on some of the decisions they've been making. So I don't know that we can expect to see much of a change moving forward.
All right, former federal prosecutor, NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in Tali Weinstein now. She's an NBC News legal analyst and former New York federal and state prosecutor. Tali, first off, thanks for making the time. I also do want to mention that you were a law clerk for Judge Merrick Garland at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and then for Justice Sandra Day O'Connor during O'Connor's last 2 years at the Supreme Court. So lots of important context that you can bring us today. Tali, what do you make of the timing of this retirement announcement?
Well, we've been hearing a lot about the timing in terms of the president and the Senate, but I imagine that Justice Breyer is also thinking about the timing in terms of the court. As you know, the court has a fixed term. It starts in October, it ends in the summer, and he has set it up so that the president can make sure that there's a new justice at the close of this term and that Justice Breyer can finish out all of the things that he's working on now.
Yeah, Tali, Morgan just mentioned your connection to the court, obviously. I'm just curious your thoughts about Justice Breyer and his time on the court and the impact that he's had, just from your observations as someone who's walked the halls of the Supreme Court.
Indeed. Justice Breyer has been on the court, I think it's 27 years. So it's obvious to say that his impact has been enormous. And I think it's important, to point out that this is just a collection of 9 people, each ultimately with their own approach. And his approach has been marked by his pragmatism, his practicality, some other through lines like his deference to legislatures, his expertise on how government works, on how the administrative process works. And behind the scenes, he's really known as sort of a connector between the justices, someone who is able to negotiate and go back and forth between them. And so it's going to be a huge change. And I will tell you, having been with Justice O'Connor during her last 2 terms meant that I got to see a transition. I was there the last year that Chief Justice Rehnquist was at the court, and the first year that Chief Justice Roberts was at the court. And even though Roberts was a law clerk for Rehnquist and they shared some outlooks, the change of one person in such an intimate environment is always enormous.
Tali Farhadi and Weinstein, we appreciate your time today and your perspective on this. A lot of insight into what happens inside those halls of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos now. Danny, I know you've been following this news really closely. Can you just give us sort of your gut reaction to hearing this news and what this means for how bitter of a battle this could be ahead when it comes to nominating the next Supreme Court justice?
It's a surprise, but not really that much of a surprise. And as has already been said by some of our other analysts, this may not change the composition of the court or the voting count of the court as much as people might expect. Justice Breyer usually voted with the liberal side of the court, but not always. For example, on the issue of mangers or creches or religious displays on state grounds, he went both ways. In one case, he was for it, allowed them to remain. In another case, he voted against them, struck down allowing religious displays on state property. And the key is why. He was a pragmatist. It's what he called himself. In other words, he looked at the real world outcomes of a case, which is the exact opposite of an originalist who cares nothing about the outcome of the case, but looks at the original intent, not just of the framers of the Constitution, but the drafters of a particular law. So very interesting, very different approach from the conservatives on the court. And we can expect someone nominated that'll be right along the same lines. But in terms of a surprise, probably not.
Danny, I'm always curious about just sort of how lawyers like you, practicing attorneys, view these sorts of things. When you get up to the level of a Supreme Court justice, that transition happening, are there attorneys around the country that are sort of talking amongst themselves about what might be happening at the highest level, the highest court in the country? Is this something that lawyers are paying attention to and sort of thinking, plotting and planning how they might have to change some of the behaviors if they were to have to argue in front of the court?
That's an interesting question. I would say more the public at large should be concerned because the Supreme Court makes decisions that affect our everyday life. And in fact, they make decisions about our lives, and it's by 9 unelected people, not the Congress, not the folks that we elected in a representative government. So regular folks who care about issues that affect them on Main Street, abortion, free speech in schools. By the way, Justice Breyer handled a number of free speech cases free speech cases in schools. In fact, I would say most of his most significant opinions were free speech opinions. And that's just my take. Others may disagree. So, I mean, the reality is there are a lot of lawyers whose practice has absolutely nothing to do really with the Constitution or the decisions of the Supreme Court on a day-to-day basis. But you better believe folks in general care about the right to an abortion. They care about search and seizure issues if they're stopped by the police. They care about all of the things that the Supreme Court decides because many of them have an everyday effect on our lives. Now, some of them have no effect on our everyday lives when they decide arcane patent law issues, or maybe if they deal with the rule against perpetuities. The Supreme Court may not always affect everyone's life every day, but it has the potential to do so. And if you're talking bang for your buck, with 9 people who are, again, unelected you could argue that individually, those 9 justices each have, I guess you would say, per capita, more power than anyone else in American government.
NBC's Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, stick around if you can. I want to go back to Mike Memoli, who is standing outside the White House for us right now. Mike, I want to follow up on some of your earlier reporting and what you discussed just moments ago. And you talked about how sort of this retirement now opens the door for Biden to perhaps choose someone who hasn't come from the traditional justice experience, perhaps someone who's not even a sitting judge right now. Can you explain what the implications of having that diversity of experience would potentially provide the court?
Yeah, this has really been a priority of President Biden's appointments team as they've been looking to fill a number of vacancies throughout the court system. As they put it, they want to have a court system just like they wanted to have a cabinet that reflects the diversity of America. And that includes, obviously, racial diversity, gender diversity, but as they often put it, diversity of experience. And I was just emailing with the White House. I want to make an important point about how this translates into what we might see now in terms of his appointment for the Supreme Court. So far, we talked about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as one of the favorites for his Supreme Court vacancy. She was recently elevated to be on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, the second highest court of the land. Well, since taking office last January, President Biden has nominated, in fact, 8 black women to be on the appellate level of the federal judiciary. So that would, if you're looking for a short list, be sort of a good lineup to start with. And the most recent nominee he put forward just last week, in fact, Anna Freeman, she is exactly what you're just talking about, somebody who wasn't already serving as a judge, somebody who was working as a civil rights lawyer, and that's precisely the kind of experience that Biden advisors say would be valuable as they're looking to the Supreme Court. And it's important to note at this time as well, I made the point earlier, and I do believe it is the first time in U.S. history that a chairman of the Judiciary Committee is now going to appoint the replacement for a judge who he presided over the confirmation process of. But of course, we know Biden served as vice president for 8 years in the Obama administration, and President Obama obviously made 3 nominations to the Supreme Court. Only 2 of those were confirmed, Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor. But Biden, because of his experience, was heavily involved in the vetting process, the selection process, and really helped to try to win some votes on Capitol Hill as well. And it was Biden's previous role as a Judiciary Committee chairman that Republicans actually used as an excuse to block Merrick Garland's nomination in 2016. They pointed to some comments Biden had made himself during President George H.W. Bush's second year or third year in office, in which he floated the possibility that if a vacancy were to occur, a vacancy did not occur, Biden at the time speculated that perhaps the Senate, then led by Democrats, would not move to confirm a replacement. But that was what the justification was when Republicans did that to Merrick Garland. And so you can see how Biden's history here has often been used against him, but very clearly now that depth of information, his experience, is going to be an asset as they begin this search.
Well, let's go a little deeper into that, Mike, if we can. I mean, you make the point that he has that experience as a former chairman of this committee. What's your thinking around how much that informs his strategy in terms of who he chooses and how that person is ushered through the process of becoming a Supreme Court justice? Does the president, knowing the inner workings of the committee, help to inform that strategy?
Well, think about the point that's been made in the past week as we've talked about the White House trying to reset the strategy here, that they don't want Biden to be the legislator in chief. They want him to be the sort of president of the United States, not a senator anymore. And there's a risk here that Biden might rely on his history as a senator and as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. And you just need to look at the confirmation vote for Stephen Breyer as an example. He was confirmed with 87 votes. 87 votes. That's unprecedented in these political times. And so one of the typical considerations, even when President Obama first had to make some selections, was you want to make sure, obviously, your nominee is qualified, but second, you want to make sure your nominee is going to be confirmed. And so there would typically be some outreach, especially to the leading Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, even if they're not in the majority. You want to make sure that they feel, remember, the Senate has the role of advise and consent, that they feel that they're part of the process. A nominee would typically go up to Capitol Hill and sit down with any senator willing to meet them. The politics of this have become so polarized, of course, that really what Biden needs to make sure he's doing, and I'm sure the White House is discussing this in real time, is to make sure you simply have all your Democrats in a row. There were several Republicans, not not many, but a small number who did vote, for instance, for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson when she was being nominated for the D.C. Circuit Court last June. That's certainly the universe of potential Republican votes he's going to be looking at now. And I bet you they're checking that roll call vote and making calls, and will make calls to the Republicans who voted for her already to make sure that they feel like they're part of the process again now. But the process has changed so much, so Biden needs to be mindful of that as he makes this selection now.
And mindful of everything else on his plate right now, Mike. I mean, does the president need another? I know he doesn't need another big fight, but this could potentially be another big fight for him to have to deal with in an election year.
Yeah, I mean, so much of the criticism from the president's own party of him of late has been how he has prioritized the many issues before him, specifically with that fight over voting rights just a few weeks ago. Many Democrats saying, rather than moving to the infrastructure bill last summer, rather than spending so much political capital trying to get Build Back Better over the finish line, he should have moved when he had the chance and there was a little bit more political momentum for voting rights. And so just today, in fact, the president was scheduled, as we're speaking right now, to be holding a roundtable with some CEOs to try to revive the legislative effort around Build Back Better. We don't know. I'll be checking my phone again in a second here whether that event is still on the president's schedule today. But a Supreme Court vacancy is one of those things that will block out the sun, will really change everything the White House has planned for the coming weeks. But you know what? There's also that big crisis overseas that can really be competing with the president's attention, with obviously the potential invasion of Ukraine. In fact, we were expecting to hear from the Secretary of State during this hour as well, laying out a formal response that was being sent to Russia in response to some of their demands. And so this White House has already had a significant challenge in prioritizing and compartmentalizing all the challenges before this, and this really just puts that on steroids.
All right, Mike Memoli for us at the White House today in Washington. Mike, thank you.
Let's switch gears and go back to Ken Delanian, who is standing outside the Supreme Court right now as we speak. Ken, can we just kind of hit pause for a minute and go back for all of our viewers who are just tuning in? Give us a sense. I mean, who was Justice Breyer? We know that he is the oldest member of the court. He was nominated under Clinton. Can you just give us a sense of who he is and where he falls ideologically on the court?
Well, first of all, the first thing to know about him is he's a creature of Washington. He's a former Senate staffer who worked for Senator Edward Kennedy. As a jurist, he's sort of known as a moderate liberal and someone who has been sort of holding down the center of the liberal minority on this court. In recent years, found himself on the wrong side of many of the consequential decisions. And he had been under a lot of pressure to retire so that President Biden could appoint a successor. And he watched the whole drama played out with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, his friend who stayed on the court and passed away, and where President Trump was in a position to appoint a conservative, Amy Coney Barrett. And Justice Breyer didn't want that to happen. In fact, he said that in an interview over the summer. He quoted the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who said that he didn't want somebody to come in to essentially undo everything he had done over the last 25 years. And so Breyer is now retiring and giving President Biden a chance to appoint another liberal who presumably could be on the court for many years or many decades. It's not going to change the balance of power on the court, but at least it wouldn't further cement the conservative majority.
Ken, I would like to ask you to go a little bit farther on that point. I mean, whoever is appointed would not change the balance of power, as you say, on the court. But what would the potential impact be that you would expect if there is someone, at least in the short term? What would the impact be for someone who may be farther left than Justice Breyer?
Well, there certainly would be a symbolic impact if President Biden fulfills his pledge to nominate an African-American woman to the court. So that would be, I think, the biggest impact. And then essentially in terms of the ideological balance, it's really more of a holding action. It's a way of making sure the court doesn't grow even more conservative. And, you know, as you know, the Senate is so narrowly right now held by Democrats. I mean, one seat lost in the midterm changes the balance of power and changes everything. And Republicans have made clear they're not going to confirm anybody that President Biden appoints, nominates if they control the chamber. So this is a really crucial time, an important time for this to be happening. And
And, Breyer was wavering on this. He didn't want to appear to be retiring for political reasons. He didn't think the court should be about politics. He thought it should be above politics. But at the same time, he's been sitting on the bench as these conservative justices have held sway on all these issues he cares a lot about, including abortion, including as recently as the question of the vaccine mandates, where he seemed aghast at the idea that that these justices were going to prevent President Biden from imposing a vaccine mandate in the middle of a public health crisis. But he lost that one. And he saw the consequences of a conservative majority, and maybe that he didn't want that majority to become even more cemented.
Yeah, I'd like to continue talking a little bit about those consequences. Ken Delaney, if you can just hang tight for us there outside the Supreme Court. I'd like to go to Capitol Hill, where we find our very own Ali Vitale for some of that big picture. Ali, can you just talk to us a little bit about strategy in the days ahead? What do we expect the next step to be from Democrats and Republicans there on the Hill?
Well, look, there's going to be a little bit of a waiting game here because Democrats are going to need to know who they're dealing with. And that is important because as I've been sitting here and we've been talking about this news, to me, it sort of separates into two categories. There's the impact here on the Hill and the people that we are going to be looking at in the Senate, potentially people from the Republican side who could jump on board depending on who the nominee is. Certainly wrangling all 50 Democrats, that's going to be central to Schumer's strategy here as he tries to herald forth this nominee when it is eventually announced. The other side of this, though, is the campaign impact. So just to take the Senate realities here first, if, in fact, as Mike and others have been talking about, you're looking at someone like Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's someone who we know how a lot of these senators have voted in the past when they voted to confirm her to her current role. It was a vote of 53 senators who voted to confirm her to that position. Yes, all 50 Democrats, which means we do know how Manchin and Sinema have stood on her in the past, but it also means that we know that there's Republican appetite to at least put her where she is right now on the courts. People like Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Susan Collins, Senator Lisa Murkowski, all three of them voted to confirm her last year. So we have a sense now of where there could be a little bit of crossover, and certainly we're out to those offices to see if they have any reaction to this news of Breyer's retirement. But it does show that there is the possibility here that all 50 Democrats could be on board and there could be bipartisan action going forward. Murkowski and Collins specifically, when we've seen past Supreme Court battles, they are the people who we end up trailing through the halls of Congress because of their concerns on key issues like Roe. Now, Breyer is still going to be on the court to decide that over the course of the next few months. We expect that Roe decision to come sometime in June or potentially in the summer. That places it squarely in the center of the midterm calendar, and it brings us to the other side of this, which is the elections piece of it. I was on the road in 2018 in critical states like North Dakota, where those Senate contests really did hinge on the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and confirmation. Many of those senators who voted against him ultimately got shut out of returning to the Senate. That was just one piece of the larger puzzle there, as we saw Republicans beat incumbent Democrats in some of those states. But it was a really important piece of the puzzle there as to why they lost their races. No issue galvanizes voters and puts the Supreme Court more to front of mind than when you have a confirmation battle in the midst of a midterm election year. And that is what it looks like we're going forward to. So even if the Senate realities may not be super tough on this one, and I'm not saying that they won't be because this will be a battle, but on the electoral front, it does put the Supreme Court right in the front of voters' minds. It allows Democrats the ability to say, this is what's at stake. If you want us to continue to be able to shore up the more liberal portions of the court, and I know that Glenn Kirshner said this, that there shouldn't be an ideological bent to these Supreme Court justices, but that is sort of the reality now. This shores it up, but it does allow Democrats an extra talking point when they get out there on the campaign trail, both defending the seats they have and try to earn the ones that they don't, that this is one of the key outcomes of them maintaining their majorities in the Senate.
And Ali, just briefly, we have to wrap up here, but I'm curious, when you talk about the issues that are galvanizing voters, I mean, Mike and I were talking about this in the last segment, but, I was mentioning how in 2020, I was shocked by the number of people who mentioned the Supreme Court as one of their top voting issues. I mean, have you noticed in the constituents you've been talking to in your reporting that people are now beginning to connect who their Supreme Court justices are with the way that the issues politically manifest in their daily lives? Are you seeing that connection happening a little bit more now?
Yes, and certainly that always happens with your more politically inclined voters. And when you're out at these kinds of campaign events, especially in the midterms, those are the kinds of people that you're getting, the people who are already really engaged. But certainly this has been a key topic of conversation. And you look no further than the thing that we've been talking about. One of the things that these Supreme Court nominations always hinge on, which is the question of reproductive freedoms and the ways in which the court codifies those protections. That is literally being decided in real time right now. You look at public opinion, I think it's 69% of people say they do not want to see Roe fully overturned. That is one of the key pieces to this and really, really important as we move forward. And I think another thing that's important here, Morgan, as I have one of our producers literally pass me her phone, we just heard from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on Breyer's retirement, but also talking about what the path forward is here. He says in a statement that we just got, President Biden's nominee will receive a prompt hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee and will be considered and confirmed by the full U.S. Senate with all deliberate speed. Of course, time being of the essence here, Morgan.
I mean, that's a clear statement. If there ever were one, the gloves are coming off and they are ready to rumble. Thank you so much, Ali Vitale, live from Capitol Hill.
Joining us now is Bernarda Villalona. She is a criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor who's joined us often here on NBC News Now. And Bernarda, I just want to get first your impressions, your thoughts as we learn about this retirement that's coming for Justice Breyer.
So we're hearing the news about Justice Breyer. I'll tell you this, that we are definitely nervous. We're nervous in the sense of this makes a huge impact for the country. What is our country going to look at in regards to abortion, gun rights, and affirmative action? That decision is going to be made soon, and we are anxious to see who's going to replace this optimistic Justice Breyer.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Bernarda, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
And we are following the breaking news this hour from the U.S. Supreme Court. Justice Stephen Breyer announcing his retirement and really paving the way for an appointment by President Biden.
Much more to come on this breaking story right here on NBC News Now. Stay with us.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We continue to follow breaking news this hour. NBC News confirming Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer will retire.
That will pave the way for President Biden to make his first nomination to the High Court. Joining us now, NBC's Ken Delanian outside the Supreme Court. Also with us are Mike Memoli at the White House and Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill for us today. Ken, I'll start with you outside the court. I know information has been sort of trickling in about this word of a retirement for Justice Breyer. What can you add? What have you learned in the last little bit?
Not much new, frankly, Aaron. I mean, I was in our Washington bureau today as my colleague Pete Williams was breaking this story. Who's a man who's covered the Supreme Court for a very long time, and he did learn that Justice Breyer intends to tell the White House that he will retire at the end of the term, and that the White House is preparing for that and preparing to potentially hold a ceremony to sort of honor Justice Breyer, and then preparing for next steps, which is looking at some African-American women that President Biden may nominate to succeed Justice Breyer. It's a pretty monumental decision by Breyer. He had been under pressure by progressives to consider retiring. He was resisting it. But now, if he does move forward and decide to retire, he's going to clear the way for a liberal successor who may serve on the court for many years to come.
All right, NBC's Ken Delanian there for us live outside the Supreme Court. I want to go ahead and bring in NBC's Mike Memoli now, who is there at the White House. Mike, what has reaction been like from the White House?
So what the White House is going to wait to do before really commenting any further is wait for Justice Breyer to make it official himself. Obviously, we know Pete Williams, he has his reporting down pat that he does intend to announce his retirement, but the deference from the president, especially one with experience in the judiciary issues like he does, will want to wait for Breyer to announce this on his own terms first. I can say that the White House had been planning for the president to be speaking at this hour with a group of CEOs to talk about his Build Back Better agenda. The White House press pool, who was going to be in the room for that event, has been told the event is not canceled, but that they should sort of stand down for the moment, as the White House obviously wants to prepare the president to take any number of questions. Perhaps maybe himself, he won't help himself by addressing it at the top himself already. But it's important now as well to talk about what we've been talking about for a number of weeks, which is that this White House has been looking for something of a reset with the president's approval ratings near the low points of his term, and the disappointment, especially as you look at the NBC News poll that was just released, of black voters in particular, who are now only supporting the president. Yes, a majority still supporting him, but not nearly at the levels that are going to be important for the president and his party in the midterm elections. Now, if the president follows through on his pledge to choose a black woman for the Supreme Court, it could be a real shot in the arm for him politically and for his party ahead of the midterms at a point when the president was really struggling political. There's nothing like a Supreme Court vacancy to provide that reset the White House was looking for.
And we will see if that reset comes. All right, NBC's Mike Memoli there for us live from the White House.
Let's turn back to Capitol Hill. Ali Vitale is there for us. Ali, in our closing minutes of coverage here, I just want to double check with you about the reaction we're getting. Obviously, after the president makes a nomination, the senators will have to approve that nomination or not. So what are you hearing so far from senators?
Well, the starting bell hasn't even gone off in terms of having the nominee in hand, but already we're seeing Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer lay out his expectation, which is that he is going to do this as expeditiously as possible. I read to you a little bit of his statement just a few minutes ago, but I think that it's worth reviving what he said, which is that Biden's eventual nominee will get a prompt hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee, and then Schumer says will be considered and confirmed by the Senate with all deliberate speed. And speed is sort of the operative word here, because as I've been looking at past nominees and specifically how long their nominations took, it looks like it's roughly a 73-day average here. I'm not a great mathematician, but it does sort of lay over the midterm calendar then when you look at how those 70-some-odd days could be used. It depends really when that nominee comes forward and when they're able to start this process, but there is a world in which this could be one of the lasting images in voters' minds as they consider Democrats and Republicans on the ballot, all the more important for Democrats to actually get a win on this one.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
And be sure to stay with NBC News Now. We will bring you much more on this breaking story all throughout the day. Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Right now, we do want to show you the NBC News special report as it unfolded a short time ago when this announcement was first made. Here's Lester Holt.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. NBC News has learned that Stephen G. Breyer will step down as a justice on the U.S. Supreme Court at the end of his current term. That's according to sources close to the justice. The 83-year-old is the oldest justice on the conservative 6-3 court. He's also the most senior member of its liberal wing, appointed by President Bill Clinton, and has served since 1994. In the past year, progressive activists and some Democratic members of Congress have called upon Breyer to resign to make way for a new Biden nominee while Democrats control the Senate. We want to go right now to Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who's breaking this news for us. Pete, what do you know?
Well, according to people who are familiar with the justice's thinking, and we should clarify, we have not heard from Justice Breyer directly, but according to people that he has talked to, he's made this decision within the past couple of weeks to step down and has told the White House they're fully prepared now to take the next steps that will follow. And as you said, Lester, he has been repeatedly urged during the past term to step down while Democrats control both the White House and the Senate, so that his nominee can be confirmed while the Democrats are still in control, to maintain the current 6-3 split on the court, 6 conservatives to 3 liberals, and that's what his retirement would do. Now, according to the people we have talked to, several officials who are familiar with his thinking, his intention is to retire at the end of this term. Sometimes when justices step down, they say they will retire at the point where their successor is confirmed. But apparently what Justice Breyer has decided to do, according to people who are familiar with his thinking, is that he would step down at the end of this contentious term, which of course will be dominated by the issue of abortion, with the question of Roe v. Wade very much before the court, gun rights, religious freedom, and many other hot-button issues in this current term. So it will still be a barn burner of a term for the justice. 28 years on the Supreme Court as one of the court's dependable liberal votes, although he sometimes voted with the conservatives when it comes to issues of administrative law in which he's an expert. He's a former federal appeals court judge, served in Boston, originally born in San Francisco. And President Biden, Lester, has said that he is committed to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court. And among the possible nominees, the names that have been thrown around are Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is a former Breyer law clerk and is a federal judge here in Washington, and Leonda Kruger, who is a justice on the California State Supreme Court. As you noted, he came to the Supreme Court in 1994. He's been 28 years on the court. And there was lots of speculation that he would step down at the end of last term. He said he would not, that he wanted to stay on the court, that he was concerned that in that environment, if he were to step down, it would make the court appear to be too political. And apparently he's made a decision now that enough time has passed that it won't be perceived that way. So we expect that an official announcement will come within the next day or so, Lester, and that then the process will begin of trying to find someone to succeed him.
Pete, I want to clarify this timing a little bit. You say the end of the term. When I think of the end of the term, I think of October, but of course the court usually takes a break in the early summer. So do we have I guess the point being the midterm elections loom large here.
Well, yes, you're right. As a formalistic matter, one Supreme Court term doesn't end until the next one begins, and the new ones always begin the first Monday in October. But as a functional matter, the term really ends in June. And I think that's the expectation here, that he would step down from the court at the end of the term, when the court is finished handing down decisions in either late June or early July.
All right, Pete, I'll ask you to stand by. I want to go to our Capitol Hill reporter, Garrett Haake. Garrett, as Pete noted, there's been some pressure, certainly from Democrats, for this decision to come down well before the midterms. Has this word even begun to circulate on the Hill, and what are the expectations going forward?
Well, members of Congress are out this week, Lester, but I can assure you when they come back next week, this will be topic number one. Look, this will be a bitter confirmation fight, almost for certain, regardless of who President Biden chooses to nominate. Remember, in 2017, Senate Republicans changed the rules for Supreme Court justices, saying that they could be confirmed with a bare majority of 51 votes. The last 3 justices, all nominated and approved, confirmed rather, during President Trump's tenure, had 54, 52, and 50 votes between the 3 of them. Now with Senate Democrats controlling just 50 votes in this chamber, every single vote will be critical, confirmation hearings will be critical, and the timeline will be relatively short, as you said, to get this done before the midterms. But I expect this will be, again, the issue in the Senate side once they're back in town, and I expect a bitter confirmation fight ahead, Lester.
Yeah, will Republicans have many mechanisms, assuming all the Democrats stay together, will Republicans have many mechanisms to slow this bust down, if not stop it?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen delaying tactics used before by the minority to try to slow the process down. Again, if all 50 Senate Democrats stay together, there won't be anything Republicans can do to stop it. But you look at somebody like Joe Manchin, who voted in favor of, I believe, all 3 of President Trump's Supreme Court nominations. Perhaps conservatives might look at him as someone they could peel off. But we also know delaying tactics only work so well. Democrats tried to slow the Amy Coney Barrett nomination down and lead up to the last election, and that was a record-breaking confirmation, just 30 days from nomination to confirmation.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I'll ask you to stand by as well. I want to go to NBC News White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, this would set up the president to be able to fulfill a campaign promise, and that's to nominate a black justice.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lester. No formal comment from the White House at this time. But as you note, that is one of the headlines that we'll certainly be refocusing on over the course of the next several days and weeks, was the president's commitment as a candidate that he would nominate the first African-American justice to the Supreme Court. It's likely he would also be looking for a younger justice. Each of the last 7 justices selected were under the age of 55 when they were picked. And for the president, this is a potential opportunity to really put some legacy, his legacy, into the law as it relates to the court. Obviously, the balance still 6-3 in favor of the conservatives. The next oldest justice right now is Justice Clarence Thomas, who is 73 years old. But were this to play out over the course of the next several weeks, the president would be helped by the fact that his chief of staff is Ron Klain. Klain has been playing a pivotal role in terms of these confirmations for Democratic administrations over the course of the last 3 decades. He worked side by side in the counsel's office here at the White House under President Clinton for the selection of Ruth Bader Ginsburg several decades ago. And it is the Ginsburg nomination and her death in the last couple of years that really has been a provider of PTSD for many Democrats. The fear that Justice Breyer may stay on the court until there was no longer a Democrat in office. The concern being that by having done that, Justice Ginsburg allowed for Donald Trump to nominate Amy Coney Barrett for that role that she now serves on the court at this time. But the White House had pushed back initially against those calls for pressuring Breyer, saying that it would politically effectively undermine the court and was not the way to go. So this is news that will be welcomed by the White House, and at this point still no formal comment from them about any plans going forward.
All right, Peter, thank you. And for me to just quickly clarify, the president made the commitment to nominate an African-American woman as a justice in the Supreme Court. I want to go now to the phone. Former federal prosecutor and NBC News analyst Chuck Rosenberg joins us. Chuck, kind of set up where we go from here.
Sure, Lester. An interesting development, but not terribly surprising. If Justice Breyer retires and is replaced by a selection by President Biden, the overall sort of ideological split on the court will not change one iota. It is generally speaking, a 6-3 conservative majority court. The liberal wing, of which Justice Breyer is an important part, shrunk with the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If he retires and he is replaced, it will still be a 6-3 split on the Supreme Court.
Chuck, has the process of nominating and confirming, has that process changed forever over the last few years as to how it works and the political wins?
I think it has, Lester. I think that's an excellent question. Just on my own, I've been looking at past confirmation hearings. I mean, if you go back many years, many decades, a lot of the justices were elected by, or confirmed, I should say, by significant majorities with support from both parties. And I hate to say it, and I hope I'm wrong, but that seems very much to be a thing of the past. We have a closely divided Senate, 50-50 right now, with the Vice President of the United States perhaps casting a tie-breaking vote, as is her constitutional duty and obligation. I wouldn't be surprised to see a vote right at that margin, Lester, and I imagine also acrimonious hearings for anybody that President Biden nominates to replace Justice Breyer.
Chuck Rosenberg, thank you. Let me go back to Garrett Haake on the Hill. Garrett, I kind of have to assume that the Senate has been playing, members of Democrats and Republicans have been playing kind of a what-if game on this for some time.
That's absolutely right, Lester. And, you know, he mentioned Ketanji Brown Jackson. This is a federal judge who was nominated to fill the seat vacated by Merrick Garland when he became Attorney General. I think that's one of the names that's been most bandied about. I remember, I think it was back in the South Carolina primary quite some time ago that then candidate Biden made this promise to nominate an African-American woman to the Supreme Court should the opportunity present itself. The federal judiciary has only so many people who fit that description. And so I think we're operating from a relatively short list. It'll be incumbent on the Judiciary Committee, that's led by Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, to move quickly on confirmation hearings. We saw a little bit of this over the last couple weeks where a single member of the Senate being out for a time period with COVID, even a minor infection, can stop Senate Democrats from doing any of the business they need to do on narrow majorities. So speed will be of the essence here once a nomination is made.
Garrett Haake, thank you. We will have much more on this breaking news, the retirement of Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer tonight on Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day.
We continue to follow that breaking news at this hour. NBC News confirming Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is set to retire.
Joining us now, we have NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney, as well as NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and Mike Memoli. Let's go ahead and start with you, Ken. I know you are outside the Supreme Court there. Can you tell us, give us a sense of timing? We understand that Justice Breyer says he will step down at the end of the term and that this usually begins in October, but the term ends technically around June. When could we actually expect to see him retire?
Morgan, the details are really sketchy about this right now. Breyer hasn't commented. The White House hasn't commented. I think essentially what we're able to report is that he has notified the White House of his intent to retire and that the White House plans to recognize that in some form as soon as today or this week. The timing, I think, is pretty much up in the air. As you've heard, President Biden has committed to nominate an African-American woman to take this seat, and then we'll go through a Senate confirmation process. Breyer, having been on the court since 1994, nominated by Bill Clinton, one of the stalwarts of the liberal minority. As you know, he was under some pressure from progressives to retire so that President Biden could nominate his successor. And certainly, I've been sitting through arguments where he has been on the wrong end on a lot of these recent cases with conservatives, arguing in ways that he found anathema to his philosophy. And one can speculate about whether that influenced his decision to ultimately decide to retire and allow President Biden to fill this seat with a Democratic Senate, Morgan.
And Ken, Justice Breyer has been in the judicial system in this country on the federal level for more than 40 years at this point. Can you talk a little bit about sort of how he showed up in that space, in particular in the Supreme Court? You walked through some of the reality of the last 30 years on the court, or almost 30 years on the court. But can you talk a little bit more about the bigger picture impacts of this particular judge and the work that he's done as a member of the Supreme Court?
Well, he's been one of the more stalwart and articulate voices on the left, liberal voices, arguing against this strict constructionist idea about reading the Constitution as to its original intent, arguing that it's a living document. And he's written some important decisions on abortion and some important regulatory decisions. But in recent years, he's really found himself on the losing end in a lot of cases as the conservatives have taken control of this court. And in the recent, abortion arguments, for example, he was really, you can almost sense in his demeanor his alienation from where the conservatives were on this. But yeah, it's a great and long legacy on the court, and one that now appears to be coming to an end.
All right, Ken, we'll give you a moment to gather a little more information from outside the Supreme Court there in Washington.
Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go to Ali Vitale, who is live for us outside of Capitol Hill. You know, Ali, I want to talk about timing because there was a lot of eyes on him waiting for this announcement, since timing was such a big concern for many top Democrats who were hoping this was going to happen well before the midterms. Those same top Democrats, they have a lot on their plate, this 50-50 split, a lot of them aging, perhaps watching their own retirement come around the bend. Can you talk about where this now puts Democrats?
Look, timing is everything, and it puts Democrats in the driver's seat because on Supreme Court nominees, all they need are all 50 Democrats to get together and approve this eventual nominee. Now, we say all 50 Democrats as if that's a given. They do have the majority here, but we have not seen them march in lockstep on key issues before. That being said, that is what we're going to have to see, and we talk about this all the time, the realities of razor-thin margins in the Senate. We see the ramifications of this on Build Back Better, on voting rights, on the inability that the Senate had last week to change the Senate filibuster rules. Here, all 50 Democrats must be united. Kamala Harris would come in as that tie-breaking vote, and they would be able to approve whoever President Biden nominates for this Supreme Court seat. You also talk about, though, timing. It's critical timing for Democrats because they maintain the majority right now. It is a midterm year. It makes the importance of Supreme Court nominees even more visceral for voters as they consider who they're going to vote for in the Senate and the House. But certainly for the senators here, this puts this issue front of mind. It also avoids the question that we have been asking Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. At the end of the year, in his end-of-year press conference, I was sitting in that room with the now Minority Leader asking him if he were to become Majority Leader again in 2023, would he allow Biden a vote on a Supreme Court nominee? This has been something that came up before with Merrick Garland. Of course, Biden no stranger to that battle when he was vice president. But of course, in glaring focus now, Biden as president asking McConnell that he wouldn't commit to a vote in 2023, even though it wasn't an election year. So the timing of this right now avoids that battle completely and places this squarely on Democrats. All 50 of them have to be together on this.
And Ali, I think I can hear your phone buzzing there. I know Congress is not in session right now, but I'm curious to see if there's been, as this news trickles out, if there's been any reaction from senators or congressmen or anyone there working on the Hill.
Yeah, my phone is buzzing because this is going to shake the political world right now. All of the other issues that Congress were dealing with, voting rights, Build Back Better, they're all optional in a sense, right? That's an agenda that Democrats themselves cobbled together and chose to move forward on. This is something that is on its own timeline. It is one of the lasting legacy builders for presidencies. Certainly, this is going to be something that marks Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's time here atop of his caucus. Is he able to get this over the finish line? And you also can't forget, I know you've got Mike Memoli waiting in the wings here to talk about this as well, but you can't forget that Biden himself is no stranger to the Supreme Court nominating process. He served as the head of the Judiciary Committee himself. He oversaw multiple rounds of these kinds of Supreme Court nominations, so he knows what this battle is going to look like. His White House is stacked with people who are no strangers to this process. And so what we're going to see is Democrats hope the benefit of that knowledge and experience all the way from the president himself down to people like Chuck Schumer as they try to herald this nomination through the ranks of Congress.
You know, Ali, this is Morgan here. Is there anything that Republicans can do to stop or slow this down? I mean, what would those delay tactics look like?
They can try. Certainly, I think that we're going to see when this nominee is ultimately put forward, we're going to see them try to take to the media and make this argument against this nominee. But really, this is an instance. And when you talk about changing the rules in the Senate, this is one of those moments where it comes to fruition. You can track this all the way back to several years ago when Harry Reid was Majority Leader for the Democrats. He went nuclear, so to speak, changed those rules for nominees to be put forward along a simple majority line. That then translated to McConnell himself when he was Majority Leader during the Trump years, changing those rules so that Supreme Court nominees could be affirmed by simple majority. And now here we are again, the fruits of those changes coming to bear again. We always talk about how rules changes can be good for one party and then the other party also gets to do what they want with them. Right. This is a prime example of that. Republicans had changed the rules so that they could move forward on Trump's nominees, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. This is now the impact of that for Democrats. They are able to move forward on this by themselves.
All right, Ali Vitale, we're going to give you a chance to check your emails there while we go down to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Mike Memoli, our White House correspondent, at his post watching this developing story for us. Mike, so obviously this is not going to be a surprise to the White House. They would have known about this, known that this was coming, as it seems this decision was made in the last few weeks here. But can you walk us through anything that you're hearing on the ground there near the White House about this announcement, about this retirement, and about what may come next?
Aaron, as you talk to a lot of reporters who are spending half their time looking down at their phones, let me be the latest, because we have gotten an initial reaction from the White House in the form of a tweet from Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and I'll read it to you. She says, "It has always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it, and that remains the case today. So we have no additional details or information to share from the White House." So that is the initial read from the White House officially. But let's step back, because as you say, President Biden has been preparing for this moment for, you could really say, decades, given his history, as Ali laid out, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee. But specifically as it relates to Justice Breyer's seat, I reported last March that during the presidential transition period, some of then-President-elect Biden's closest advisor, including Dana Remus, who's now the White House counsel, Bob Bauer, who is a former White House counsel, did a presentation for him during the course of the transition about potential Supreme Court picks. Now, there wasn't a vacancy at the time, but the reason they did that was twofold. One, we of course remember that as a candidate, Joe Biden made something of an unusual promise. It was at the debate in the primary before South Carolina. He said emphatically, clearly, that he would choose a black woman should a vacancy occur on the Supreme Court. So it was important during the transition period for the president's advisors to begin laying out who might be on that list should there be a vacancy. And then there's also, of course, recent history. You look at the first few years of any presidential administration, that tends to be when vacancies occur, at least when they are planned, as it is now with Justice Breyer announcing his retirement. So as we look at the fact that the president's team has already had some initial preparations about that list, we can zero in on one of the potential frontrunners for that choice. It's Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was initially the president's nominee to replace Merrick Garland when he was nominated to be Attorney General. Garland had been a judge on what's considered the second highest court in the land, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. And Judge Jackson was indeed nominated to fill Garland's seat last March, and she was confirmed by the Senate last June. Not entirely a party line vote. There were some Republicans who voted for her, but everyone knew at the time that this was likely the first step of a potential future elevation. Now, it's important to say, now that the vacancy has actually occurred, Jackson would be certainly a favorite, but not the only a heavy favorite for this, because the president and his team will likely want to take a fresh look at all of those options. And I'll leave you with one fun fact here, Aaron. I believe this is the case because of Biden's role as the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee for so many years. He presided over Judge Breyer's confirmation to be Justice Breyer. And so now, in a bit of history rhyming, as Biden often puts it, he has the chance to choose his replacement now that he's president of the United States.
Mike, it's Morgan here. I have to say, I was shocked when I was just on the campaign trail covering 2020 at the number of people who said that the Supreme Court, specifically at the time, the idea of packing the court, was like their #1 concern. And I hadn't really heard that before. So much attention paid to the Supreme Court. And part of the reason we know why that is because of how political this process has become. Can you just take a step back for a minute and give us the big picture? I mean, sources say that Breyer had been worried about stepping down at a time that would be considered too political. So can you talk about how radically Supreme Court confirmation politics has just shifted in the last 5 years?
Yeah, Morgan, it's such an important point because Biden, during his time as a senator, really touted the fact that these tended to be rather bipartisan affairs. You look at some of the justices now on the court, they were confirmed decades ago, 99, 98 to 1 or 2, but these have become such real polarizing fights now, of course, in the last decade especially. And you look at Biden's role specifically now in this choice because it was clear in the primaries that as judges and the role of judges in our system has always been a real motivating issue for Republican voters, especially around issues of abortion. But because of what we saw happen when Merrick Garland, I'll use his name again, when President Obama chose him to be a nominee in the final year of his presidency, we know what happened. Republicans who ran the Senate at the time didn't even allow that nomination to come to a committee hearing, let alone to a vote. Democrats and Democratic base voters now have really focused on this issue first and foremost. You saw as a candidate, Biden trying to diffuse some of the calls he was facing from within his party to endorse the idea of so-called court packing, expanding the number of justices on the Supreme Court. He ultimately convened a commission led by Bob Bauer, I should say, who I mentioned earlier, was one of the ones advising Biden on the Supreme Court choices, to sort of look at not just that issue, but the range of issues around the judiciary, whether, for instance, Supreme Court justices should have term limits. Ultimately, that commission, which just reported its findings a few weeks ago, didn't make any firm recommendations. It really just offered a history lesson of sorts as to sort of what the arguments for and against these kinds of changes were over time. Biden has really sort of put that report in a drawer with so many other priorities facing him, and now clearly with the vacancy now real, it's a priority that's first front and center for this administration. And just when we thought we already had a pretty full plate in terms of the crises facing this White House, here's another big one that will be a new showdown on Capitol Hill, especially.
Now, Mike, I do have to let you go and check those emails coming into you from your sources, but just one more before I let you go. We've heard just one or two names in the time that we've learned this news. We know that President Biden has made it clear that he is interested in nominating a black woman. Do we know specifically who is in the running?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think the real front runner at this stage would be Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was a district judge elevated to the D.C. Circuit of the Court of Appeals last June. But there are a number of other appointments that President Biden has made to diversify the ranks of the judiciary during his time in office. So one of the issues when Biden, as a candidate, made that pledge to appoint a black woman, many people pointed out the fact that there really wasn't strong representation among black women at the highest ranks of the judiciary that are typically where you would draw from in terms of drawing a short list together. So Biden has already sort of fixed that problem by appointing so many black women specifically to lower court positions, and so they would be the ranks. But one thing we've also seen from the judicial appointments Biden has made so far, they've really put an emphasis on people with sort of, as they put it, real-world experience, people who haven't really spent their life as judges. And so as Biden's team really starts from scratch again, maybe with some potential options in mind, they're also going to be looking for potentially people who aren't even serving as judges right now, but who might make potential, interesting choices for him moving forward.
One more, Mike, before you go. As significant as this decision is going to be for this White House and for the country, the reality is that it won't change the makeup of the court. Whoever the president appoints here, you're still going to have a conservative majority. So what's the impact here? Why is this still a significant moment for this particular president and for the and for the country?
Well, as you know, Aaron, it's a midterm election year, and we know the trends of midterm elections. They tend to be very bad for the party in power, and that's why there had been very real concern that Breyer would not take this step, not announce his retirement, and that if and when a vacancy would occur, potentially through death or other means, that a Republican Senate would be in control of the confirmation process during the final 2 years of President Biden's term. Now, we've seen, as you alluded to earlier, the fact that these process has become so polarizing over the years. Remember what Mitch McConnell said when President Obama chose Merrick Garland. He said that in the final year of a president's term in office, they wouldn't confirm a party, a choice from the president of another party. And there was very real concern that even in potentially the third year of President Biden's term, let alone his fourth year, that Republicans might not even allow a nominee to come forward, and that they would be able to then potentially, should a Republican president be elected in 2024, stack the balance of power on the Supreme Court even more should one of those liberal justices leave the bench. And so there will be some, especially progressives, who are breathing something of a sigh of relief here. But as we move forward, yes, now the confirmation threshold for a Supreme Court justice has been lowered from 60 down to 50 votes. Democrats should be able, should they choose a sort of consensus nominee within their party, move forward on a party line vote. But I hate to say it, we're going to be looking closely at Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, to make sure that they approve of whoever Joe Biden is ultimately going to select, because it's going to take potentially that tie-breaking vote from Vice President Harris to confirm President Biden's choice.
All right, there is always that factor, the Sinema Manchin factor. Mike Memoli at the White House for us. Mike, thank you.
Let's go ahead and turn back to Ali Vitale now, who's there live from Capitol Hill. Ali, I want to bring you in here. Can we just talk big picture for a minute? I mean, what is at stake for the court right now? We have these huge issues that are facing the Supreme Court, from Roe v. Wade, gun rights, affirmative action. What does Breyer's retirement mean for all of those issues?
Well, there is certainly an impact there. He's someone who has voted with the liberals on most of those issues. And so in terms of changing the balance of this court, we are probably not going to see the balance shift in a substantive way. But that being said, we're already starting to hear the results of all of the vibrations and pingings that you heard during our last conversation together, because we're starting to hear from senators who are asking Biden to make good on that campaign promise that he made back in March of 2020. You and Mike were just talking about it. Biden's promise to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. That would be historic, of course. And one senator, Patty Murray, first out of the gate with this news, saying in a statement that she hopes that he makes good on that. I want to read you just a small piece of what she said in her statement. She said, "The court should reflect the diversity of our country, and it is unacceptable that we have never in our nation's history had a black woman sit on the Supreme Court of the United States." Murray goes on to say, "I want to change that. There's no shortage of exceptional nominees, and black women in America should be able to look at the highest court in the land and finally see themselves represented." That, Morgan, has sort of been the ethos of the Biden administration writ large. It was certainly the mindset behind that promise that Biden made in March of 2020 that he would put a black woman on the Supreme Court. In talking to Biden aides and advisors both during that time and then also now, as I've been reporting for the book that I'm working on about women in places of power, this is something that has always been front of mind for President Biden. And now that he is actually the president, something he's been able to make good on through multiple parts of the government, looking specifically at places like the Treasury Department, the Interior Department, and now he has the opportunity at the Supreme Court to reshape the very face of what it means to be a Supreme Court justice. So some senators immediately, in just these last few minutes since we broke this news, making clear that they remember that promise and they want Biden to remember it as well.
All right, NBC's Ali Vitale there for us from Capitol Hill. I want to turn now to Glenn Kirshner, a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal contributor. Glenn, thanks for making the time to be with us. First off, what do you make of this news, and specifically how it will affect the politics in this country?
You know, Morgan, it seems like it may affect the politics more than it's going to affect the sort of legal precedent that we can expect to see coming from the Supreme Court. You know, anytime there is a new Supreme Court justice announced or a nominee announced, you're going to have people use that for political advantage, right? One side is likely to rail against it. The other side is likely to support the nominee. And each side will be trying to score their political points. But because Justice Breyer has voted pretty consistently with the more liberal, the so-called liberal wing of the court, it seems like President Biden is likely to nominate somebody who has a similar judicial philosophy, a similar ideology. So you're probably going to see the ideological split. I wish we didn't have an ideological split on the Supreme Court, but you're likely to see the ideological split continue to be 6-3. So I don't know that this shakes things up dramatically, but I do think it shakes things up politically. And as a number of folks have been saying, you know, yes, there is a 50-50 split in the Senate, but not all 50 Democratic senators have been reliable votes when it comes to traditionally Democratic issues or policies. So even if President Biden nominates somebody with a very similar judicial philosophy, if he nominates somebody that is not controversial, is eminently qualified, and should sort of sail through the confirmation process, in this day and age with the polarization that we see, I have to wonder if it's still going to be sort of a heck of a bumpy ride.
So, Glenn, you make a couple of good points there. I mean, at some point, we're going to have another justice on the Supreme Court. It will likely be, as you indicated, a liberal-leaning justice, obviously appointed by this president. I guess I'm curious about what impact you would expect that new justice to have then. Obviously, when Amy Coney Barrett was going through the confirmation process, people dig into these judges' past, into their prior rulings and things of that sort, to try to get an idea of how they might impact the Supreme Court. If the president does appoint a more liberal, more left-leaning judge to this court, what impact would you expect that to have, given the fact that it's a conservative majority on the court?
Yeah, so as far as future Supreme Court rulings and decisions, we're all reading tea leaves, but it kind of feels like no matter how liberal the philosophy of any judge that President Biden nominates to be the next Supreme Court justice, that person can have only so much impact on the direction of the Supreme Court or the opinions that the Supreme Court has been handing down. You know, Justice Breyer was no originalist. He was no strict constructionist. He didn't seem inclined to take us back to the bad old days, as it seems like some of the justices are inclined to do now, most visibly with the way they're handling the sort of Roe v. Wade related legislation out of Texas. So really, no matter how left-leaning the next Supreme Court justice might be who replaces Justice Breyer, it doesn't feel like there's going to be much of an opportunity for that person to alter the direction of the court. It's really going to be the court continuing to tread water. And the water that they're treading right now is kind of perilous because the public's perception of the Supreme Court is at an all-time low. Its legitimacy seems to be receding based on some of the decisions they've been making. So I don't know that we can expect to see much of a change moving forward.
All right, former federal prosecutor, NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in Tali Weinstein now. She's an NBC News legal analyst and former New York federal and state prosecutor. Tali, first off, thanks for making the time. I also do want to mention that you were a law clerk for Judge Merrick Garland at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and then for Justice Sandra Day O'Connor during O'Connor's last 2 years at the Supreme Court. So lots of important context that you can bring us today. Tali, what do you make of the timing of this retirement announcement?
Well, we've been hearing a lot about the timing in terms of the president and the Senate, but I imagine that Justice Breyer is also thinking about the timing in terms of the court. You know, as you know, the court has a fixed term. It starts in October, it ends in the summer, and he has set it up so that the president can make sure that there's a new justice at the close of this term and that Justice Breyer can finish out all of the things that he's working on now.
Yeah, Tali, Morgan just mentioned your connection to the court, obviously. I'm just curious your thoughts about Justice Breyer and his time on the court and the impact that he's had, just from your observations as someone who's walked the halls of the Supreme Court.
Indeed. You know, Justice Breyer has been on the court, I think it's 27 years. So it's obvious to say that his impact has been enormous. And I think it's important, you know, to point out that this is just a collection of 9 people, each ultimately with their own approach. And his approach has been marked by his pragmatism, his practicality, some other through lines like his deference to legislatures, his expertise on how government works, on how the administrative process works. And, you know, behind the scenes, he's really known as sort of a connector between the justices, someone who is able to negotiate and go back and forth between them. And so it's going to be a huge change. And I will tell you, having been with Justice O'Connor during her last 2 terms meant that I got to see a transition. I was there the last year that Chief Justice Rehnquist was at the court and the first year that Chief Justice Roberts was at the court. And even though Roberts was a law clerk for Rehnquist and they shared some outlooks, the change of one person in such an intimate environment is always enormous.
Tali Farhadian, Weinstein, we appreciate your time today and your perspective on this. A lot of insight into what happens inside those halls of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos now. Danny, I know you've been following this news really closely. Can you just give us sort of your gut reaction to hearing this news and what this means for how bitter of a battle this could be ahead when it comes to nominating the next Supreme Court justice?
It's a surprise, but not really that much of a surprise. And as has already been said by some of our other analysts, this may not change the composition of the court or the voting count of the court as much as people might expect. Justice Breyer usually voted with the liberal side of the court, but not always. For example, on the issue of mangers or creches or religious displays on state grounds, he went both ways. In one case, he was for it, allowed them to remain. In another case, he voted against them, struck down allowing religious displays on state property. And the key is why. He was a pragmatist. It's what he called himself. In other words, he looked at the real world outcomes of a case, which is the exact opposite of an originalist who cares nothing about the outcome of the case, but looks at the original intent, not just of the framers of the Constitution, but the drafters of a particular law. So very interesting, very different approach from the conservatives on the court. And we can expect someone nominated that'll be right along the same lines. But in terms of a surprise, probably not.
Danny, I'm always curious about just sort of how lawyers like you, practicing attorneys, view these sorts of things. When you get up to the level of a Supreme Court justice, that transition happening, are there attorneys around the country that are sort of talking amongst themselves about what might be happening at the highest level, the highest court in the country? Is this something that lawyers are paying attention to and sort of thinking, plotting and planning how they might have to change some of the behaviors if they were to have to argue in front of the court?
That's an interesting question. I would say more the public at large should be concerned because the Supreme Court makes decisions that affect our everyday life. And in fact, they make decisions about our lives, and it's by 9 unelected people, not the Congress, not the folks that we elected in a representative government. So regular folks who care about issues that affect them on Main Street, abortion, free speech in schools. By the way, Justice Breyer handled a number of free speech cases free speech cases in schools. In fact, I would say most of his most significant opinions were free speech opinions. And that's just my take. Others may disagree. So, I mean, the reality is there are a lot of lawyers whose practice has absolutely nothing to do really with the Constitution or the decisions of the Supreme Court on a day-to-day basis. But you better believe folks in general care about the right to an abortion. They care about search and seizure issues if they're stopped by the police. They care about all of the things that the Supreme Court decides because many of them have an everyday effect on our lives. Now, some of them have no effect on our everyday lives when they decide arcane patent law issues, or maybe if they deal with the rule against perpetuities. The Supreme Court may not always affect everyone's life every day, but it has the potential to do so. And if you're talking bang for your buck, with 9 people who are, again, unelected, you could argue that individually those 9 justices each have, I guess you would say, per capita, more power than anyone else in American government.
NBC's Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, stick around if you can. I want to go back to Mike Memoli, who is standing outside the White House for us right now. Mike, I want to follow up on some of your earlier reporting and what you discussed just moments ago. And you talked about how sort of this retirement now opens the door for Biden to perhaps choose someone who hasn't come from the traditional justice experience, perhaps someone who's not even a sitting judge right now. Can you explain what the implications of having that diversity of experience would potentially provide the court?
Yeah, this has really been a priority of President Biden's appointments team as they've been looking to fill a number of vacancies throughout the court system. As they put it, they want to have a court system just like they wanted to have a cabinet that reflects the diversity of America. And that includes, obviously, racial diversity, gender diversity, but as they often put it, diversity of experience. And I was just emailing with the White House. I want to make an important point about how this translates into what we might see now in terms of his appointment for the Supreme Court. So far, we talked about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as one of the favorites for his Supreme Court vacancy. She was recently elevated to be on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, the second highest court of the land. Well, since taking office last January, President Biden has nominated, in fact, 8 black women to be on the appellate level of the federal judiciary. So that would, if you're looking for a short list, be sort of a good lineup to start with. And the most recent nominee he put forward just last week, in fact, Anna Freeman, she is exactly what you're just talking about, somebody who wasn't already serving as a judge, somebody who was working as a civil rights lawyer, and that's precisely the kind of experience that Biden advisors say would be valuable as they're looking to the Supreme Court. And it's important to note at this time as well, I made the point earlier, and I do believe it is the first time in U.S. history that a chairman of the Judiciary Committee is now going to appoint the replacement for a judge who he presided over the confirmation process of. But of course, we know Biden served as vice president for 8 years in the Obama administration, and President Obama obviously made 3 nominations to the Supreme Court. Only 2 of those were confirmed, Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor. But Biden, because of his experience, was heavily involved in the vetting process, the selection process, and really helped to try to win some votes on Capitol Hill as well. And it was Biden's previous role as a Judiciary Committee chairman that Republicans actually used as an excuse to block Merrick Garland's nomination in 2016. They pointed to some comments Biden had made himself during President George H.W. Bush's second year or third year in office, in which he floated the possibility that if a vacancy were to occur, a vacancy did not occur, Biden at the time speculated that perhaps the Senate, then led by Democrats, would not move to confirm a replacement. But that was what the justification was when Republicans did that to Merrick Garland. And so you can see how Biden's history here has often been used against him, but very clearly now that depth of information, his experience, is going to be an asset as they begin this search.
Well, let's go a little deeper into that, Mike, if we can. I mean, you make the point that he has that experience as a former chairman of this committee. What's your thinking around how much that informs his strategy in terms of who he chooses and how that person is ushered through the process of becoming a Supreme Court justice? Does the president, knowing the inner workings of the committee, help to inform that strategy?
Well, think about the point that's been made in the past week as we've talked about the White House try to reset the strategy here, that they don't want Biden to be the legislator in chief. They want him to be the sort of president of the United States, not a senator anymore. And there's a risk here that Biden might rely on his history as a senator and as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. And you just need to look at the confirmation vote for Stephen Breyer as an example. He was confirmed with 87 votes. 87 votes. That's unprecedented in these political times. And so one of the typical considerations, even when President Obama first had to make some selections, was you want to make sure, obviously, your nominee is qualified, but second, you want to make sure your nominee is going to be confirmed. And so there would typically be some outreach, especially to the leading Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, even if they're not in the majority. You want to make sure that they feel, remember, the Senate has the role of advise and consent, that they feel that they're part of the process. A nominee would typically go up to Capitol Hill and sit down with any senator willing to meet them. The politics of this have become so polarized, of course, that really what Biden needs to make sure he's doing, and I'm sure the White House is discussing this in real time, is to make sure you simply have all your Democrats in a row. There were several Republicans, not many, but a small number, who did vote, for instance, for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson when she was being nominated for the D.C. Circuit Court last June. That's certainly the universe of potential Republican votes he's going to be looking at now. And I bet you they're checking that roll call vote and making calls, and will make calls to the Republicans who voted for her already to make sure that they feel like they're part of the process again now. But the process has changed so much, so Biden needs to be mindful of that as he makes this selection now.
And mindful of everything else on his plate right now, Mike. I mean, does the president need another? I know he doesn't need another big fight, but this could potentially be another big fight for him to have to deal with in an election year.
Yeah, I mean, so much of the criticism from the president's own party of him of late has been how he has prioritized the many issues before him, specifically with that fight over voting rights just a few weeks ago. Many Democrats saying, rather than moving to the infrastructure bill last summer, rather than spending so much political capital trying to get Build Back Better over the finish line, he should have moved when he had the chance and there was a little bit more political momentum for voting rights. And so just today, in fact, the president was scheduled, as we're speaking right now, to be holding a roundtable with some CEOs to try to revive the legislative effort around Build Back Better. We don't know. I'll be checking my phone again in a second here whether that event is still on the president's schedule today. But a Supreme Court vacancy is one of those things that will block out the sun, will really change everything the White House has planned for the coming weeks. But you know what? There's also that big crisis overseas that can really be competing with the president's attention, with obviously the potential invasion of Ukraine. In fact, we were expecting to hear from the Secretary of State during this hour as well, laying out a formal response that was being sent to Russia in response to some of their demands. And so this White House has already had a significant challenge in prioritizing and compartmentalizing all the challenges before this, and this really just puts that on steroids.
All right, Mike Memoli for us at the White House today in Washington. Mike, thank you.
Let's switch gears and go back to Ken Delaney, who is standing outside the Supreme Court right now as we speak. Ken, can we just kind of hit pause for a minute and go back for all of our viewers who are just tuning in? Give us a sense. I mean, who was Justice Breyer? We know that he is the oldest member of the court. He was nominated under Clinton. Can you just give us a sense of who he is and where he falls ideologically on the court?
Well, first of all, the first thing to know about him is he's a creature of Washington. He's a former Senate staffer who worked for Senator Edward Kennedy. As a jurist, he's sort of known as a moderate liberal and someone who has been sort of holding down the center of the liberal minority on this court in recent years, found himself on the wrong side of many of the consequential decisions. And he had been under a lot of pressure to retire so that President Biden could appoint a successor. And he watched the whole drama played out with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, his friend, who stayed on the court and passed away, and where President Trump was in a position to appoint a conservative, Amy Coney Barrett. And Justice Breyer didn't want that to happen. In fact, he said that in an interview over the summer. He quoted the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who said that he didn't want somebody to come in to essentially undo everything he had done over the last 25 years. And so Breyer is now retiring and giving President Biden a chance to appoint another liberal who presumably could be on the court for many years or many decades. It's not going to change the balance of power on the court, but at least it wouldn't further cement the conservative majority.
Ken, I would like to ask you to go a little bit farther on that point. I mean, whoever is appointed would not change the balance of power, as you say, on the court. But what would the potential impact be that you would expect if there is someone, at least in the short term? What would the impact be for someone who may be farther left than Justice Breyer?
Well, there certainly would be a symbolic impact if President Biden fulfills his pledge to nominate an African-American woman to the court. So that would be, I think, the biggest impact. And then essentially in terms of the ideological balance, it's really more of a holding action. It's a way of making sure the court doesn't grow even more conservative. And, you know, as you know, the Senate is so narrowly right now held by Democrats. I mean, one seat lost in the midterm changes the balance of power and changes everything. And Republicans have made clear they're not going to confirm anybody that President Biden appoints, nominates if they control the chamber. So this is a really crucial time, an important time for this to be happening. And you know, Breyer was wavering on this. He didn't want to appear to be retiring for political reasons. He didn't think the court should be about politics. He thought it should be above politics. But at the same time, he's been sitting on the bench as these conservative justices have held sway on all these issues he cares a lot about, including abortion, including as recently as the question of the vaccine mandates, where he seemed aghast at the idea that that these justices were going to prevent President Biden from imposing a vaccine mandate in the middle of a public health crisis. But he lost that one. And he saw the consequences of a conservative majority, and maybe that he didn't want that majority to become even more cemented.
Yeah, I'd like to continue talking a little bit about those consequences. Ken Delaney, if you can just hang tight for us there outside the Supreme Court. I'd like to go to Capitol Hill, where we find our very own Ali Vitale for some of that big picture. Ali, can you just talk to us a little bit about strategy in the days ahead? What do we expect the next step to be from Democrats and Republicans there on the Hill?
Well, look, there's going to be a little bit of a waiting game here because Democrats are going to need to know who they're dealing with. And that is important because as I've been sitting here and we've been talking about this news, to me, it sort of separates into two categories. There's the impact here on the Hill and the people that we are going to be looking at in the Senate, potentially people from the Republican side who could jump on board depending on who the nominee is. Certainly wrangling all 50 Democrats, that's going to be central to Schumer's strategy here as he tries to herald forth this nominee when it is eventually announced. The other side of this, though, is the campaign impact. So just to take the Senate realities here first, if, in fact, as Mike and others have been talking about, you're looking at someone like Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's someone who we know how a lot of these senators have voted in the past when they voted to confirm her to her current role. It was a vote of 53 senators who voted to confirm her to that position. Yes, all 50 Democrats, which means we do know how Manchin and Sinema have stood on her in the past, but it also means that we know that there's Republican appetite to at least put her where she is right now on the courts. People like Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Susan Collins, Senator Lisa Murkowski. All three of them voted to confirm her last year. So we have a sense now of where there could be a little bit of crossover, and certainly we're out to those offices to see if they have any reaction to this news of Breyer's retirement. But it does show that there is the possibility here that all 50 Democrats could be on board and there could be bipartisan action going forward. Murkowski and Collins specifically, when we've seen past Supreme Court battles, they are the people who we end up trailing through the halls of Congress because of their concerns on key issues like Roe. Now, Breyer is still going to be on the court to decide that over the course of the next few months. We expect that Roe decision to come sometime in June or potentially in the summer. That places it squarely in the center of the midterm calendar, and it brings us to the other side of this, which is the elections piece of it. I was on the road in 2018 in critical states like North Dakota, where those Senate contests really did hinge on the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and confirmation. Many of those senators who voted against him ultimately got shut out of returning to the Senate. That was just one piece of the larger puzzle there, as we saw Republicans beat incumbent Democrats in some of those states. But it was a really important piece of the puzzle there as to why they lost their races. No issue galvanizes voters and puts the Supreme Court more to front of mind than when you have a confirmation battle in the midst of a midterm election year, and that is what it looks like we're going forward to. So even if the Senate realities may not be super tough on this one, and I'm not saying that they won't be, because this will be a battle, but on the electoral front, it does put the Supreme Court right in the front of voters' minds. It allows Democrats the ability to say, this is what's at stake. If you want us to continue to be able to shore up the more liberal portions of the court, and I know that Glenn Kirshner said this, that there shouldn't be an ideological bent to these Supreme Court justices, but that is sort of the reality now. This shores it up, but it does allow Democrats an extra talking point when they get out there on the campaign trail, both defending the seats they have and try to earn the ones that they don't, that this is one of the key outcomes of them maintaining their majorities in the Senate.
And Ali, just briefly, you know, we have to wrap up here, but I'm curious, when you talk about the issues that are galvanizing voters, I mean, Mike and I were talking about this in the last segment, but, you know, I was mentioning how in 2020, I was shocked by the number of people who mentioned the Supreme Court as one of their top voting issues. I mean, have you noticed in the constituents you've been talking to in your reporting that people are now beginning to connect who their Supreme Court justices are with the way that the issues politically manifest in their daily lives? Are you seeing that connection happening a little bit more now?
Yes, and certainly that always happens with your more politically inclined voters. And when you're out at these kinds of campaign events, especially in the midterms, those are the kinds of people that you're getting, the people who are already really engaged. But certainly this has been a key topic of conversation. And you look no further than the thing that we've been talking about. One of the things that these Supreme Court nominations always hinge on, which is the question of reproductive freedoms and the ways in which the court codifies those protections. That is literally being decided in real time right now. You look at public opinion, I think it's 69% of people say they do not want to see Roe fully overturned. That is one of the key pieces to this, and really, really important as we move forward. And I think another thing that's important here, Morgan, as I have one of our producers literally pass me her phone, we just heard from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on Breyer's retirement, but also talking about what the path forward is here. He says in a statement that we just got, President Biden's nominee will receive a prompt hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee and will be considered and confirmed by the full U.S. Senate with all deliberate speed. Of course, time being of the essence here, Morgan.
I mean, that's a clear statement if there ever were one. The gloves are coming off and they are ready to rumble. Thank you so much, Ali Vitale, live from Capitol Hill.
Joining us now is Bernarda Villalona. She is a criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor who's joined us often here on NBC News Now. And Bernarda, I just want to get first your impressions, your thoughts as we learn about this retirement that's coming for Justice Breyer.
So we're hearing the news about Justice Breyer. I'll tell you this, that we are definitely nervous. We're nervous in the sense of this makes a huge impact for the country. What is our country going to look at in regards to abortion, gun rights, and affirmative action? That decision is going to be made soon, and we are anxious to see who's going to replace this optimistic Justice Breyer.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Bernarda, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
And we are following the breaking news this hour from the U.S. Supreme Court. Justice Stephen Breyer announcing his retirement and really paving the way for an appointment by President Biden.
Much more to come on this breaking story right here on NBC News Now. Stay with us.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. NBC News has learned that Stephen G. Breyer will step down as a justice on the U.S. Supreme Court at the end of his current term. That's according to sources close to the justice. The 83-year-old is the oldest justice on the conservative 6-3 court. He's also the most senior member of its liberal wing, appointed by President Bill Clinton and has served since 1994. In the past year, progressive activists and some Democratic members of Congress have called upon Breyer to resign to make way for a new Biden nominee while Democrats control the Senate. We want to go right now to Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who's breaking this news for us. Pete, what do you know?
Well, according to people who are familiar with the justice's thinking, and we should clarify we have not heard from Justice Breyer directly, but according to people that he has talked to, he's made this decision within the past couple of weeks to step down and has told the White House they're fully prepared now to take the next steps that will follow. And as you said, Lester, he has been repeatedly urged during the past term to step down while Democrats control both the White House and the Senate, so that his nominee can be confirmed while the Democrats are still in control to maintain the current 6-3 split on the court, 6 conservatives to 3 liberals, and that's what his retirement would do. Now, according to the people we have talked to, several officials who are familiar with his thinking, his intention is to retire at the end of this term. Sometimes when justices step down, they say they will retire at the point where their successor is confirmed. But apparently what Justice Breyer has decided to do, according to people who are familiar with his thinking, is that he would step down at the end of this contentious term, which of course will be dominated by the issue of abortion, with the question of Roe v. Wade very much before the court, gun rights, religious freedom, and many other hot-button issues in this current term. So it will still be a barn burner of a term for the justice. 28 years on the Supreme Court as one of the court's dependable liberal votes, although he sometimes voted with the conservatives when it comes to issues of administrative law in which he's an expert. He's a former federal appeals court judge, served in Boston, originally born in San Francisco. And President Biden, Lester, has said that he is committed to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court. And among the possible nominees, the names that have been thrown around are Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is a former Breyer law clerk and is a federal judge here in Washington, and Leonda Kruger, who is a justice on the California State Supreme Court. As you noted, he came to the Supreme Court in 1994. He's been 28 years on the court. And there was lots of speculation that he would step down at the end of last term. He said he would not, that he wanted to stay on the court, that he was concerned that in that environment, if he were to step down, it would make the court appear to be too political. And apparently he's made a decision now that enough time has passed that it won't be perceived that way. So we expect that an official announcement will come within the next day or so, Lester, and that then the process will begin of trying to find someone to succeed him.
Pete, I want to clarify this timing a little bit. You say the end of the term. When I think of the end of the term, I think of October, but of course the court usually takes a break in the early summer. So do we have I guess the point being the midterm elections loom large here.
Well, yes, you're right. As a formalistic matter, one Supreme Court term doesn't end until the next one begins, and the new ones always begin the first Monday in October. But as a functional matter, the term really ends in June. And I think that's the expectation here, that he would step down from the court at the end of the term, when the court is finished handing down decisions in either late June or early July.
All right, Pete, I'll ask you to stand by. I want to go to our Capitol Hill reporter, Garrett Haake. Garrett, as Pete noted, there's been some pressure, certainly from Democrats, for this decision to come down well before the midterms. Has this word even begun to circulate on the Hill, and what are the expectations going forward?
Well, members of Congress are out this week, Lester, but I can assure you when they come back next week, this will be topic number one. Look, this will be a bitter confirmation fight, almost for certain, regardless of who President Biden chooses to nominate. Remember, in 2017, Senate Republicans changed the rules for Supreme Court justices, saying that they could be confirmed with a bare majority of 51 votes. The last 3 justices, all nominated and approved, confirmed rather, during President Trump's tenure, had 54, 52, and 50 votes between the 3 of them. Now with Senate Democrats controlling just 50 votes in this chamber, Every single vote will be critical, confirmation hearings will be critical, and the timeline will be relatively short, as you said, to get this done before the midterms. But I expect this will be, again, the issue in the Senate side once they're back in town, and I expect a bitter confirmation fight ahead, Lester.
Yeah, will Republicans have many mechanisms, assuming all the Democrats stay together, will Republicans have many mechanisms to slow this bust down, if not stop it?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen delaying tactics used before by the minority to try to slow the process down. Again, if all 50 Senate Democrats stay together, there won't be anything Republicans can do to stop it. But you look at somebody like Joe Manchin, who voted in favor of, I believe, all 3 of President Trump's Supreme Court nominations. Perhaps conservatives might look at him as someone they could peel off. But we also know delaying tactics only work so well. Democrats tried to slow the Amy Coney Barrett nomination down and lead up to the last election, and that was a record-breaking confirmation, just 30 days from nomination to confirmation.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I'll ask you to stand by as well. I want to go to NBC News White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, this would set up the president to be able to fulfill a campaign promise, and that's to nominate a black justice.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lester. No formal comment from the White House at this time. But as you note, that is one of the headlines that we will certainly be refocusing on over the course of the next several days and weeks, was the president's commitment as a candidate that he would nominate the first African-American justice to the Supreme Court. It's likely he would also be looking for a younger justice. Each of the last 7 justices selected were under the age of 55 when they were picked. And for the president, this is a potential opportunity to really put some legacy, his legacy, into the law as it relates to the court. Obviously, the balance still 6-3 in favor of the conservatives. The next oldest justice right now is Justice Clarence Thomas, who is 73 years old. But were this to play out over the course of the next several weeks, the president would be helped by the fact that his chief of staff is Ron Klain. Klain has been playing a pivotal role in terms of these confirmations for Democratic administrations over the course of the last 3 decades. He worked side by side in the counsel's office here at the White House under President Clinton for the selection of Ruth Bader Ginsburg several decades ago. And it is the Ginsburg nomination and her death in the last couple of years that really has been a provider of PTSD for many Democrats. The fear that Justice Breyer may stay on the court until there was no longer a Democrat in office. The concern being that by having done that, Justice Ginsburg allowed for Donald Trump to nominate Amy Coney Barrett for that role that she now serves on the court at this time. But the White House had pushed back initially against those calls for pressuring Breyer, saying that it would politically effectively undermine the court and was not the way to go. So this is news that will be welcomed by the White House, and at this point still no formal comment from them about any plans going forward.
All right, Peter, thank you. And for me to just quickly clarify, the president made the commitment to nominate an African-American woman as a justice in the Supreme Court. I want to go now to the phone. Former federal prosecutor and NBC News analyst Chuck Rosenberg joins us. Chuck, kind of set up where we go from here.
Sure, Lester. An interesting development, but not terribly surprising. If Justice Breyer retires and is replaced by a selection by President Biden, the overall sort of ideological split on the court will not change one iota. It is generally speaking, a 6-3 conservative majority court. The liberal wing, of which Justice Breyer is an important part, shrunk with the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If he retires and he is replaced, it will still be a 6-3 split on the Supreme Court.
Chuck, has the process of nominating and confirming, has that process changed forever over the last few years as to how it works and the political wins?
I think it has, Lester. I think that's an excellent question. Just on my own, I've been looking at past confirmation hearings. I mean, if you go back many years, many decades, a lot of the justices were elected by, or confirmed, I should say, by significant majorities with support from both parties. And I hate to say it, and I hope I'm wrong, but that seems very much to be a thing of the past. We have a closely divided Senate, 50-50 right now, with the Vice President of the United States perhaps casting a tie-breaking vote, as is her constitutional duty and obligation. I wouldn't be surprised to see a vote right at that margin, Lester, and I imagine also acrimonious hearings for anybody that President Biden nominates to replace Justice Breyer.
Chuck Rosenberg, thank you. Let me go back to Garrett Haake on the Hill. Garrett, I kind of have to assume that the Senate has been playing, members of Democrats and Republicans have been playing kind of a what-if game on this for some time.
That's absolutely right, Lester. And, he mentioned Ketanji Brown Jackson. This is a federal judge who was nominated to fill the seat vacated by Merrick Garland when he became Attorney General. I think that's one of the names that's been most bandied about. I remember, I think it was back in the South Carolina primary quite some time ago that then candidate Biden made this promise to nominate an African-American woman to the Supreme Court should the opportunity present itself. The federal judiciary has only so many people who fit that description. And so I think we're operating from a relatively short list. It'll be incumbent on the Judiciary Committee, that's led by Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, to move quickly on confirmation hearings. We saw a little bit of this over the last couple of weeks where a single member of the Senate being out for a time period with COVID, even a minor infection, can stop Senate Democrats from doing any of the business they need to do on narrow majorities. So speed will be of the essence here once a nomination is made.
Garrett Haake, thank you. We will have much more on this breaking news, the retirement of Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer tonight on Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt, NBC News, New York. Good day.
We continue to follow that breaking news at this hour. NBC News confirming Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is set to retire.
Joining us now, we have NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian, as well as NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and Mike Memoli. Let's go ahead and start with you, Ken. I know you are outside the Supreme Court there. Can you give us a sense of timing? We understand that Justice Breyer says he will step down at the end of the term and that this usually begins in October, but the term ends technically around June. When could we actually expect to see him retire?
Morgan, the details are really sketchy about this right now. Breyer hasn't commented. The White House hasn't commented. I think essentially what we're able to report is that he has notified the White House of his intent to retire and that the White House plans to recognize that in some form as soon as today or this week. The timing, I think, is pretty much up in the air. As you've heard, President Biden has committed to nominate an African-American woman to take this seat, and then we'll go through a Senate confirmation process. Breyer, having been on the court since 1994, nominated by Bill Clinton, one of the stalwarts of the liberal minority. As you know, he was under some pressure from progressives to retire so that President Biden could nominate his successor. And certainly, I've been sitting through arguments where he has been on the wrong end on a lot of these recent cases with conservatives, arguing in ways that he found anathema to his philosophy. And one can speculate about whether that influenced his decision to ultimately decide to retire and allow President Biden to fill this seat with a Democratic Senate, Morgan.
And Ken, Justice Breyer has been in the judicial system in this country on the federal level for more than 40 years at this point. Can you talk a little bit about sort of how he showed up in that space, in particular in the Supreme Court? You walked through some of the reality of the last 30 years on the court, or almost 30 years on the court, but can you talk a little bit more about the bigger picture impacts of this particular judge and the work that he's done as a member of the Supreme Court?
Well, he's been one of the more stalwart and articulate voices on the left, liberal voices, arguing against this strict constructionist idea about reading the Constitution as to its original intent, arguing that it's a living document. And he's written some important decisions on abortion and some important regulatory decisions. But in recent years, he's really found himself on the losing end in a lot of cases as the conservatives have taken control of this court. And in the recent, abortion arguments, for example, he was really, you know, you can almost sense in his demeanor his alienation from where the conservatives were on this. But yeah, it's a great and long legacy on the court, and one that now appears to be coming to an end.
All right, Ken, we'll give you a moment to gather a little more information from outside the Supreme Court there in Washington.
Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go to Ali Vitale, who is live for us outside of Capitol Hill. You know, Ali, I want to talk about timing because there was a lot of eyes on him waiting for this announcement, since timing was such a big concern for many top Democrats who were hoping this was going to happen well before the midterms. Those same top Democrats, they have a lot on their plate, this 50-50 split, a lot of them aging, perhaps watching their own retirement come around the bend. Can you talk about where this now puts Democrats?
Look, timing is everything, and it puts Democrats in the driver's seat because on Supreme Court nominees, all they need are all 50 Democrats to get together and approve this eventual nominee. Now, we say all 50 Democrats as if that's a given. They do have the majority here, but we have not seen them march in lockstep on key issues before. That being said, that is what we're going to have to see, and we talk about this all the time, the realities of razor-thin margins in the Senate. We see the ramifications of this on Build Back Better, on voting rights, on the inability that the Senate had last week to change the Senate filibuster rules. Here, all 50 Democrats must be united. Kamala Harris would come in as that tie-breaking vote, and they would be able to approve whoever President Biden nominates for this Supreme Court seat. You also talk about, though, timing. It's critical timing for Democrats because they maintain the majority right now. It is a midterm year. It makes the importance of Supreme Court nominees even more visceral for voters as they consider who they're going to vote for in the Senate and the House. But certainly for the senators here, this puts this issue front of mind. It also avoids the question that we have been asking Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. At the end of the year, in his end-of-year press conference, I was sitting in that room with the now Minority Leader asking him if he were to become majority leader again in 2023, would he allow Biden a vote on a Supreme Court nominee? This has been something that came up before with Merrick Garland. Of course, Biden no stranger to that battle when he was vice president. But of course, in glaring focus now, Biden as president asking McConnell that he wouldn't commit to a vote in 2023, even though it wasn't an election year. So the timing of this right now avoids that battle completely and places this squarely on Democrats. All 50 of them have to be together on this.
And Ali, I think I can hear your phone buzzing there. I know Congress is not in session right now, but I'm curious to see if there's been, as this news trickles out, if there's been any reaction from senators or congressmen or anyone there working on the Hill.
Yeah, my phone is buzzing because this is going to shake the political world right now. All of the other issues that Congress were dealing with, voting rights, Build Back Better, they're all optional in a sense, right? That's an agenda that Democrats themselves cobbled together and chose to move forward on. This is something that is on its own timeline. It is one of the lasting legacy builders for presidencies. Certainly, this is going to be something that marks Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's time here atop of his caucus. Is he able to get this over the finish line? And you also can't forget, I know you've got Mike Memoli waiting in the wings here to talk about this as well, but you can't forget that Biden himself is no stranger to the Supreme Court nominating process. He served as the head of the Judiciary Committee himself. He oversaw multiple rounds of these kinds of Supreme Court nominations, so he knows what this battle is going to look like. His White House is stacked with people who are no strangers to this process. And so what we're going to see is Democrats hope the benefit of that knowledge and experience all the way from the president himself down to people like Chuck Schumer as they try to herald this nomination through the ranks of Congress.
You know, Ali, this is Morgan here. Is there anything that Republicans can do to stop or slow this down? I mean, what would those delay tactics look like?
They can try. Certainly, I think that we're going to see when this nominee is ultimately put forward, we're going to see them try to take to the media and make this argument against this nominee. But really, this is an instance. And when you talk about changing the rules in the Senate, this is one of those moments where it comes to fruition. You can track this all the way back to several years ago when Harry Reid was majority leader for the Democrats. He went nuclear, so to speak, changed those rules for nominees to be put forward along a simple majority line. That then translated to McConnell himself when he was majority leader during the Trump years, changing those rules so that Supreme Court nominees could be affirmed by simple majority. And now here we are again, the fruits of those changes coming to bear again. We always talk about how rules changes can be good for one party and then the other party also gets to do what they want with them. Right. This is a prime example of that. Republicans had changed the rules so that they could move forward on Trump's nominees, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. This is now the impact of that for Democrats. They are able to move forward on this by themselves.
All right, Ali Vitale, we're going to give you a chance to check your emails there while we go down to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Mike Memoli, our White House correspondent, at his post watching this developing story for us. Mike, so obviously this is not going to be a surprise to the White House. They would have known about this, known that this was coming, as it seems this decision was made in the last few weeks here. But can you walk us through anything that you're hearing on the ground there near the White House about this announcement, about this retirement, and about what may come next?
Aaron, as you talk to a lot of reporters who are spending half their time looking down at their phones, let me be the latest, because we have gotten an initial reaction from the White House in the form of a tweet from Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and I'll read it to you. She says, "It has always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it, and that remains the case today. So we have no additional details or information to share from the White House." So that is the initial read from the White House officially. But let's step back, because as you say, President Biden has been preparing for this moment for, you could really say, decades, given his history, as Ali laid out, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee. But specifically as it relates to Justice Breyer's seat, I reported last March that during the presidential transition period, some of then-President-elect Biden's closest advisor, including Dana Remus, who's now the White House counsel, Bob Bauer, who is a former White House counsel, did a presentation for him during the course of the transition about potential Supreme Court picks. Now, there wasn't a vacancy at the time, but the reason they did that was twofold. One, we of course remember that as a candidate, Joe Biden made something of an unusual promise. It was at the debate in the primary before South Carolina. He said emphatically, clearly, that he would choose a black woman should a vacancy occur on the Supreme Court. So it was important during the transition period for the president's advisors to begin laying out who might be on that list should there be a vacancy. And then there's also, of course, recent history. You look at the first few years of any presidential administration, that tends to be when vacancies occur, at least when they are planned, as it is now with Justice Breyer announcing his retirement. So as we look at the fact that the president's team has already had some initial preparations about that list, we can zero in on one of the potential frontrunners for that choice. It's Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was initially the president's nominee to replace Merrick Garland when he was nominated to be Attorney General. Garland had been a judge on what's considered the second highest court in the land, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. And Judge Jackson was indeed nominated to fill Garland's seat last March, and she was confirmed by the Senate last June. Not entirely a party line vote. There were some Republicans who voted for her, but everyone knew at the time that this was likely the first step of a potential future elevation. Now, it's important to say, now that the vacancy has actually occurred, Jackson would be certainly a favorite, but not the only a heavy favorite for this, because the president and his team will likely want to take a fresh look at all of those options. And I'll leave you with one fun fact here, Aaron. I believe this is the case because of Biden's role as the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee for so many years. He presided over Judge Breyer's confirmation to be Justice Breyer. And so now, in a bit of history rhyming, as Biden often puts it, he has the chance to choose his replacement now that he's president of the United States.
Mike, it's Morgan here. I have to say, I was shocked when I was just on the campaign trail covering 2020 at the number of people who said that the Supreme Court, specifically at the time, the idea of packing the court, was like their #1 concern. And I hadn't really heard that before. So much attention paid to the Supreme Court. And part of the reason we know why that is because of how political this process has become. Can you just take a step back for a minute and give us the big picture? I mean, sources say that Breyer had been worried about stepping down at a time that would be considered too political. So can you talk about how radically Supreme Court confirmation politics has just shifted in the last 5 years?
Yeah, Morgan, it's such an important point, because Biden, during his time as a senator, really touted the fact that these tended to be rather bipartisan affairs. You look at some of the justices now on the court, they were confirmed decades ago, 99, 98 to 1 or 2, but these have become such real polarizing fights now, of course, in the last decade especially. And you look at Biden's role specifically now in this choice, because it was clear in the primaries that as judges and the role of judges in our system has always been a real motivating issue for Republican voters, especially around issues of abortion. But because of what we saw happen when Merrick Garland, I'll use his name again, when President Obama chose him to be a nominee in the final year of his presidency, we know what happened. Republicans who ran the Senate at the time didn't even allow that nomination to come to a committee hearing, let alone to a vote. Democrats and Democratic base voters now have really focused on this issue first and foremost. You saw, as a candidate, Biden trying to diffuse some of the calls he was facing from within his party to endorse the idea of so-called court packing, expanding the number of justices on the Supreme Court. He ultimately convened a commission led by Bob Bauer, I should say, who I mentioned earlier was one of the ones advising Biden on the Supreme Court choices, to sort of look at not just that issue, but the range of issues around the judiciary, whether, for instance, Supreme Court justices should have term limits. Ultimately, that commission, which just reported its findings a few weeks ago, didn't make any firm recommendations. It really just offered a history lesson of sorts as to sort of what the arguments for and against these kinds of changes were over time. Biden has really sort of put that report in a drawer with so many other priorities facing him, and now, clearly, with the vacancy now real, it's a priority that's front and center for this administration. And just when we thought we already had a pretty full plate in terms of the crises facing this White House, here's another big one that will be a new showdown on Capitol Hill, especially.
And now, Mike, I do have to let you go and check those emails coming into you from your sources. But just one more before I let you go. We've heard just one or two names in the time that we've learned this news. We know that President Biden has made it clear that he is interested in nominating a black woman. Do we know specifically who is in the running?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think the real front runner at this stage would be Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was a district judge elevated to the D.C. Circuit of the Court of Appeals last June. But there are a number of other appointments that President Biden has made to diversify the ranks of the judiciary during his time in office. So one of the issues when Biden, as a candidate, made that pledge to appoint a black woman, many people pointed out the fact that there really wasn't strong representation among black women at the highest ranks of the judiciary that are typically where you would draw from in terms of drawing a short list together. So Biden has already sort of fixed that problem by appointing so many black women specifically to lower court positions, and so they would be the ranks. But one thing we've also seen from the judicial appointments Biden has made so far, they've really put an emphasis on people with sort of, as they put it, real-world experience, people who haven't really spent their life as judges. And so as Biden's team really starts from scratch again, maybe with some potential options in mind, they're also going to be looking for potentially people who aren't even serving as judges right now, but who might make potential, interesting choices for him moving forward.
One more, Mike, before you go. As significant as this decision is going to be for this White House and for the country, the reality is that it won't change the makeup of the court. Whoever the president appoints here, you're still going to have a conservative majority. So what's the impact here? Why is this still a significant moment for this particular president and for the country?
Well, as you know, Aaron, it's a midterm election year, and we know the trends of midterm elections. They tend to be very bad for the party in power, and that's why there had been very real concern that Breyer would not take this step, not announce his retirement, and that if and when a vacancy would occur, potentially through death or other means, that a Republican Senate would be in control of the confirmation process during the final 2 years of President Biden's term. Now, we've seen, as you alluded to earlier, the fact that these process has become so polarizing over the years. Remember what Mitch McConnell said when President Obama chose Merrick Garland. He said that in the final year of a president's term in office, they wouldn't confirm a choice from the president of another party. And there was very real concern that even in potentially the third year of President Biden's term, let alone his fourth year, that Republicans might not even allow a nominee to come forward, and that they would be able to then potentially, should a Republican president be elected in 2024, stack the balance of power on the Supreme Court even more should one of those liberal justices leave the bench. And so there will be some, especially progressives, who are breathing something of a sigh of relief here, but as we move forward, yes, now the confirmation threshold for a Supreme Court justice has been lowered from 60 down to 50 votes. Democrats should be able, should they choose a sort of consensus nominee within their party, move forward on a party line vote. But I hate to say it, we're going to be looking closely at Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, to make sure that they approve of whoever Joe Biden is ultimately going to select, because it's going to take potentially that tie-breaking vote from Vice President Harris to confirm President Biden's choice.
All right, there is always that factor, the Sinema-Manchin factor. Mike Memoli at the White House for us. Mike, thank you.
Let's go ahead and turn back to Ali Vitale now, who's there live from Capitol Hill. Ali, I want to bring you in here. Can we just talk big picture for a minute? I mean, what is at stake for the court right now? We have these huge issues that are facing the Supreme Court, from Roe v. Wade, gun rights, affirmative action. What does Breyer's retirement mean for all of those issues?
Well, there is certainly an impact there. He's someone who has voted with the liberals on most of those issues. And so in terms of changing the balance of this court, we are probably not going to see the balance shift in a substantive way. But that being said, we're already starting to hear the results of all of the vibrations and pingings that you heard during our last conversation together, because we're starting to hear from senators who are asking Biden to make good on that campaign promise that he made back in March of 2020. You and Mike were just talking about it. Biden's promise to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. That would be historic, of course. And one senator, Patty Murray, first out of the gate with this news, saying in a statement that she hopes that he makes good on that. I want to read you just a small piece of what she said in her statement. She said, "The court should reflect the diversity of our country, and it is unacceptable that we have never in our nation's history had a black woman sit on the Supreme Court of the United States." Murray goes on to say, "I want to change that. There's no shortage of exceptional nominees, and black women in America should be able to look at the highest court in the land and finally see themselves represented." That, Morgan, has sort of been the ethos of the Biden administration writ large. It was certainly the mindset behind that promise that Biden made in March of 2020 that he would put a black woman on the Supreme Court. In talking to Biden aides and advisors both during that time and then also now, as I've been reporting for the book that I'm working on about women in places of power, this is something that has always been front of mind for President Biden. And now that he is actually the president, something he's been able to make good on through multiple parts of the government, looking specifically at places like the Treasury Department, the Interior Department, and now he has the opportunity at the Supreme Court to reshape the very face of what it means to be a Supreme Court justice. So some senators immediately, in just these last few minutes since we broke this news, making clear that they remember that promise and they want Biden to remember it as well.
All right, NBC's Ali Vitale there for us from Capitol Hill. I want to turn now to Glenn Kirshner, a former federal prosecutor and an NBC News legal contributor. Glenn, thanks for making the time to be with us. First off, what do you make of this news, and specifically how it will affect the politics in this country?
You know, Morgan, it seems like it may affect the politics more than it's going to affect the sort of legal precedent that we can expect to see coming from the Supreme Court. You know, anytime there is a new Supreme Court justice announced or a nominee announced, you're going to have people use that for political advantage, right? One side is likely to rail against it. The other side is likely to support the nominee. And each side will be trying to score their political points. But because Justice Breyer has voted pretty consistently with the more liberal, the so-called liberal wing of the court, it seems like President Biden is likely to nominate somebody who has a similar judicial philosophy, a similar ideology. So you're probably going to see the ideological split. I wish we didn't have an ideological split on the Supreme Court, but you're likely to see the ideological split continue to be 6-3. So I don't know that this shakes things up dramatically, but I do think it shakes things up politically. And as a number of folks have been saying, you know, yes, there is a 50-50 split in the Senate, but not all 50 Democratic senators have been reliable votes when it comes to traditionally Democratic issues or policies. So even if President Biden nominates somebody with a very similar judicial philosophy, if he nominates somebody that is not controversial, is eminently qualified, and should sort of sail through the confirmation process, in this day and age with the polarization that we see, I have to wonder if it's still going to be sort of a heck of a bumpy ride.
So, Glenn, you make a couple of good points there. I mean, at some point, we're going to have another justice on the Supreme Court. It will likely be, as you indicated, a liberal-leaning justice, obviously appointed by this president. I guess I'm curious about what impact you would expect that new justice to have then. Obviously, when Amy Coney Barrett was going through the confirmation process, people dig into these judges' past, into their prior rulings and things of that sort, to try to get an idea of how they might impact the Supreme Court. If the president does appoint a more liberal, more left-leaning judge to this court, what impact would you expect that to have, given the fact that it's a conservative majority on the court?
Yeah, so as far as future Supreme Court rulings and decisions, we're all reading tea leaves, but it kind of feels like no matter how liberal the philosophy of any judge that President Biden nominates to be the next Supreme Court justice, that person can have only so much impact on the direction of the Supreme Court or the opinions that the Supreme Court has been handing down. You know, Justice Breyer was no originalist. He was no strict constructionist. He didn't seem inclined to take us back to the bad old days, as it seems like some of the justices are inclined to do now, most visibly with the way they're handling the sort of Roe v. Wade related legislation out of Texas. So really, no matter how left-leaning the next Supreme Court justice might be who replaces Justice Breyer, it doesn't feel like there's going to be much of an opportunity for that person to alter the direction of the court. It's really going to be the court continuing to tread water. And the water that they're treading right now is kind of perilous because the public's perception of the Supreme Court is at an all-time low. Its legitimacy seems to be receding based on some of the decisions they've been making. So I don't know that we can expect to see much of a change moving forward.
All right, former federal prosecutor, NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in Tali Weinstein now. She's an NBC News legal analyst and former New York federal and state prosecutor. Tali, first off, thanks for making the time. I also do want to mention that you were a law clerk for Judge Merrick Garland at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and then for Justice Sandra Day O'Connor during O'Connor's last 2 years at the Supreme Court. So lots of important context that you can bring us today. Tali, what do you make of the timing of this retirement announcement?
Well, we've been hearing a lot about the timing in terms of the president and the Senate, but I imagine that Justice Breyer is also thinking about the timing in terms of the court. As you know, the court has a fixed term. It starts in October, it ends in the summer, and he has set it up so that the president can make sure that there's a new justice at the close of this term and that Justice Breyer can finish out all of the things that he's working on now.
Yeah, Talia, Morgan just mentioned your connection to the court, obviously. I'm just curious your thoughts about Justice Breyer and his time on the court and the impact that he's had, just from your observations as someone who's walked the halls of the Supreme Court.
Indeed. Justice Breyer has been on the court, I think it's 27 years. So it's obvious to say that his impact has been enormous. And I think it's important, to point out that this is just a collection of 9 people, each ultimately with their own approach. And his approach has been marked by his pragmatism, his practicality, some other through lines like his deference to legislatures, his expertise on how government works, on how the administrative process works. And behind the scenes, he's really known as sort of a connector between the justices, someone who is able to negotiate and go back and forth between them. And so it's going to be a huge change. And I will tell you, having been with Justice O'Connor during her last 2 terms meant that I got to see a transition. I was there the last year that Chief Justice Rehnquist was at the court and the first year that Chief Justice Roberts was at the court. And even though Roberts was a law clerk for Rehnquist and they shared some outlooks, the change of one person in such an intimate environment is always enormous.
Tali Farhadian, Weinstein, we appreciate your time today and your perspective on this. A lot of insight into what happens inside those halls of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Now, Danny, I know you've been following this news really closely. Can you just give us sort of your gut reaction to hearing this news and what this means for how bitter of a battle this could be ahead when it comes to nominating the next Supreme Court justice?
It's a surprise, but not really that much of a surprise. And as has already been said by some of our other analysts, this may not change the composition of the court or the voting count of the court as much as people might expect. Justice Breyer usually voted with the liberal side of the court, but not always. For example, on the issue of mangers or creches or religious displays on state grounds, he went both ways. In one case, he was for it, allowed them to remain. In another case, he voted against them, struck down allowing religious displays on state property. And the key is why. He was a pragmatist. It's what he called himself. In other words, he looked at the real world outcomes of a case, which is the exact opposite of an originalist who cares nothing about the outcome of the case, but looks at the original intent, not just of the framers of the Constitution, but the drafters of a particular law. So very interesting, very different approach from the conservatives on the court. And we can expect someone nominated that'll be right along the same lines. But in terms of a surprise, probably not.
Danny, I'm always curious about just sort of how lawyers like you, practicing attorneys, view these sorts of things. When you get up to the level of a Supreme Court justice, that transition happening, are there attorneys around the country that are sort of talking amongst themselves about what might be happening at the highest level, the highest court in the country? Is this something that lawyers are paying attention to and sort of thinking, plotting and planning how they might have to change some of the behaviors if they were to have to argue in front of the court?
That's an interesting question. I would say more the public at large should be concerned because the Supreme Court makes decisions that affect our everyday life. And in fact, they make decisions about our lives, and it's by 9 unelected people, not the Congress, not the folks that we elected in a representative government. So regular folks who care about issues that affect them on Main Street, abortion, free speech in schools. By the way, Justice Breyer handled a number of free speech cases free speech cases in schools. In fact, I would say most of his most significant opinions were free speech opinions. And that's just my take. Others may disagree. So, I mean, the reality is there are a lot of lawyers whose practice has absolutely nothing to do really with the Constitution or the decisions of the Supreme Court on a day-to-day basis. But you better believe folks in general care about the right to an abortion. They care about search and seizure issues if they're stopped by the police. They care about all of the things that the Supreme Court decides because many of them have an everyday effect on our lives. Now, some of them have no effect on our everyday lives when they decide arcane patent law issues, or maybe if they deal with the rule against perpetuities. The Supreme Court may not always affect everyone's life every day, but it has the potential to do so. And if you're talking bang for your buck, with 9 people who are, again, unelected, you could argue that individually those 9 justices each have, I guess you would say, per capita, more power than anyone else in American government.
NBC's Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, stick around if you can. I want to go back to Mike Memoli, who is standing outside the White House for us right now. Mike, I want to follow up on some of your earlier reporting and what you discussed just moments ago. And you talked about how sort of this retirement now opens the door for Biden to perhaps choose someone who hasn't come from the traditional justice experience, perhaps someone who's not even a sitting judge right now. Can you explain what the implications of having that diversity of experience would potentially provide the court?
Yeah, this has really been a priority of President Biden's appointments team as they've been looking to fill a number of vacancies throughout the court system. As they put it, they want to have a court system just like they wanted to have a cabinet that reflects the diversity of America. And that includes, obviously, racial diversity, gender diversity, but as they often put it, diversity of experience. And I was just emailing with the White House. I want to make an important point about how this translates into what we might see now in terms of his appointment for the Supreme Court. So far, we talked about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as one of the favorites for his Supreme Court vacancy. She was recently elevated to be on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, the second highest court of the land. Well, since taking office last January, President Biden has nominated, in fact, 8 black women to be on the appellate level of the federal judiciary. So that would, if you're looking for a short list, be sort of a good lineup to start with. And the most recent nominee he put forward just last week, in fact, Anna Freeman, she is exactly what you're just talking about, somebody who wasn't already serving as a judge, somebody who was working as a civil rights lawyer, and that's precisely the kind of experience that Biden advisors say would be valuable as they're looking to the Supreme Court. And it's important to note at this time as well, I made the point earlier, and I do believe it is the first time in U.S. history that a chairman of the Judiciary Committee is now going to appoint the replacement for a judge who he presided over the confirmation process of. But of course, we know Biden served as vice president for 8 years in the Obama administration, and President Obama obviously made 3 nominations to the Supreme Court. Only 2 of those were confirmed, Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor. But Biden, because of his experience, was heavily involved in the vetting process, the selection process, and really helped to try to win some votes on Capitol Hill as well. And it was Biden's previous role as a Judiciary Committee chairman that Republicans actually used as an excuse to block Merrick Garland's nomination in 2016. They pointed to some comments Biden had made himself during President George H.W. Bush's second year or third year in office, in which he floated the possibility that if a vacancy were to occur, a vacancy did not occur, Biden at the time speculated that perhaps the Senate, then led by Democrats, would not move to confirm a replacement. But that was what the justification was when Republicans did that to Merrick Garland. And so you can see how Biden's history here has often been used against him, but very clearly now that depth of information, his experience, is going to be an asset as they begin this search.
Well, let's go a little deeper into that, Mike, if we can. I mean, you make the point that he has that experience as a former chairman of this committee. What's your thinking around how much that informs his strategy in terms of who he chooses and how that person is ushered through the process of becoming a Supreme Court justice? Does the president, knowing the inner workings of the committee, help to inform that strategy?
Well, think about the point that's been made in the past week as we've talked about the White House trying to reset the strategy here, that they don't want Biden to be the legislator in chief. They want him to be the sort of president of the United States, not a senator anymore. And there's a risk here that Biden might rely on his history as a senator and as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. And you just need to look at the confirmation vote for Stephen Breyer as an example. He was confirmed with 87 votes. 87 votes. That's unprecedented in these political times. And so one of the typical considerations, even when President Obama first had to make some selections, was you want to make sure, obviously, your nominee is qualified, but second, you want to make sure your nominee is going to be confirmed. And so there would typically be some outreach, especially to the leading Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, even if they're not in the majority. You want to make sure that they feel, remember, the Senate has the role of advise and consent, that they feel that they're part of the process. A nominee would typically go up to Capitol Hill and sit down with any senator willing to meet them. The politics of this have become so polarized, of course, that really what Biden needs to make sure he's doing, and I'm sure the White House is discussing this in real time, is to make sure you simply have all your Democrats in a row. There were several Republicans, not many, but a small number, who did vote, for instance, for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson when she was being nominated for the D.C. Circuit Court last June. That's certainly the universe of potential Republican votes he's going to be looking at now. And I bet you they're checking that roll call vote and making calls, and will make calls to the Republicans who voted for her already to make sure that they feel like they're part of the process again now. But the process has changed so much, so Biden needs to be mindful of that as he makes this selection now.
And mindful of everything else on his plate right now, Mike. I mean, does the president need another? I know he doesn't need another big fight, but this could potentially be another big fight for him to have to deal with in an election year.
Yeah, I mean, so much of the criticism from the president's own party of him of late has been how he has prioritized the many issues before him, specifically with that fight over voting rights just a few weeks ago. Many Democrats saying, rather than moving to the infrastructure bill last summer, rather than spending so much political capital trying to get Build Back Better over the finish line, he should have moved when he had the chance and there was a little bit more political momentum for voting rights. And so just today, in fact, the president was scheduled, as we're speaking right now, to be holding a roundtable with some CEOs to try to revive the legislative effort around Build Back Better. We don't know. I'll be checking my phone again in a second here whether that event is still on the president's schedule today. But a Supreme Court vacancy is one of those things that will block out the sun, will really change everything the White House has planned for the coming weeks. But you know what? There's also that big crisis overseas that can really be competing with the president's attention, with obviously the potential invasion of Ukraine. In fact, we were expecting to hear from the Secretary of State during this hour as well, laying out a formal response that was being sent to Russia in response to some of their demands. And so this White House has already had a significant challenge in prioritizing and compartmentalizing all the challenges before this, and this really just puts that on steroids.
All right, Mike Memoli for us at the White House today in Washington. Mike, thank you.
Let's switch gears and go back to Ken Delanian, who is standing outside the Supreme Court right now as we speak. Ken, can we just kind of hit pause for a minute and go back for all of our viewers who are just tuning in? Give us a sense. I mean, who was Justice Breyer? We know that he is the oldest member of the court. He was nominated under Clinton. Can you just give us a sense of who he is and where he falls ideologically on the court?
Well, first of all, the first thing to know about him is he's a creature of Washington. He's a former Senate staffer. He worked for Senator Edward Kennedy. As a jurist, he's sort of known as a moderate liberal and someone who has been sort of holding down the center of the liberal minority on this court. In recent years, found himself on the wrong side of many of the consequential decisions. And he had been under a lot of pressure to retire so that President Biden could appoint a successor. And he watched the whole drama played out with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, his friend who stayed on the court and passed away, and where President Trump was in a position to appoint a conservative, Amy Coney Barrett. And Justice Breyer didn't want that to happen. In fact, he said that in an interview over the summer. He quoted the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who said that he didn't want somebody to come in to essentially undo everything he had done over the last 25 years. And so Breyer is now retiring and giving President Biden a chance to appoint another liberal who presumably could be on the court for many years or many decades. It's not going to change the balance of power on the court, but at least it wouldn't further cement the conservative majority.
Ken, I would like to ask you to go a little bit farther on that point. I mean, whoever is appointed would not change the balance of power, as you say, on the court. But what would the potential impact be that you would expect if there is someone, at least in the short term? What would the impact be for someone who may be farther left than Justice Breyer?
Well, there certainly would be a symbolic impact if President Biden fulfills his pledge to nominate an African-American woman to the court. So that would be, I think, the biggest impact. And then essentially in terms of the ideological balance, it's really more of a holding action. It's a way of making sure the court doesn't grow even more conservative. And, you know, as you know, the Senate is so narrowly right now held by Democrats. I mean, one seat lost in the midterm changes the balance of power and changes everything. And Republicans have made clear they're not going to confirm anybody that President Biden appoints, nominates if they control the chamber. So this is a really crucial time, an important time for this to be happening. And you know, Breyer was wavering on this. He didn't want to appear to be retiring for political reasons. He didn't think the court should be about politics. He thought it should be above politics. But at the same time, he's been sitting on the bench as these conservative justices have held sway on all these issues he cares a lot about, including abortion, including as recently as the question of the vaccine mandates, where he seemed aghast at the idea that that these justices were going to prevent President Biden from imposing a vaccine mandate in the middle of a public health crisis. But he lost that one. And he saw the consequences of a conservative majority, and maybe that he didn't want that majority to become even more cemented.
Yeah, I'd like to continue talking a little bit about those consequences. Ken Delaney, if you can just hang tight for us there outside the Supreme Court. I'd like to go to Capitol Hill, where we find our very own Ali Vitale for some of that big picture. Ali, can you just talk to us a little bit about strategy in the days ahead? What do we expect the next step to be from Democrats and Republicans there on the Hill?
Well, look, there's going to be a little bit of a waiting game here because Democrats are going to need to know who they're dealing with. And that is important because as I've been sitting here and we've been talking about this news, to me, it sort of separates into two categories. There's the impact here on the Hill and the people that we are going to be looking at in the Senate, potentially people from the Republican side who could jump on board depending on who the nominee is. Certainly wrangling all 50 Democrats, that's going to be central to Schumer's strategy here as he tries to herald forth this nominee when it is eventually announced. The other side of this, though, is the campaign impact. So just to take the Senate realities here first, if, in fact, as Mike and others have been talking about, you're looking at someone like Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's someone who we know how a lot of these senators have voted in the past when they voted to confirm her to her current role. It was a vote of 53 senators who voted to confirm her to that position. Yes, all 50 Democrats, which means we do know how Manchin and Sinema have stood on her in the past, but it also means that we know that there's Republican appetite to at least put her where she is right now on the courts. People like Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Susan Collins, Senator Lisa Murkowski, all three of them voted to confirm her last year. So we have a sense now of where there could be a little bit of crossover, and certainly we're out to those offices to see if they have any reaction to this news of Breyer's retirement. But it does show that there is the possibility here that all 50 Democrats could be on board and there could be bipartisan action going forward. Murkowski and Collins specifically, when we've seen past Supreme Court battles, they are the people who we end up trailing through the halls of Congress because of their concerns on key issues like Roe. Now, Breyer is still going to be on the court to decide that over the course of the next few months. We expect that Roe decision to come sometime in June or potentially in the summer. That places it squarely in the center of the midterm calendar, and it brings us to the other side of this, which is the elections piece of it. I was on the road in 2018 in critical states like North Dakota, where those Senate contests really did hinge on the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and confirmation. Many of those senators who voted against him ultimately got shut out of returning to the Senate. That was just one piece of the larger puzzle there, as we saw Republicans beat incumbent Democrats in some of those states. But it was a really important piece of the puzzle there as to why they lost their races. No issue galvanizes voters and puts the Supreme Court more to front of mind than when you have a confirmation battle in the midst of a midterm election year, and that is what it looks like we're going forward to. So even if the Senate realities may not be super tough on this one, and I'm not saying that they won't be because this will be a battle, but on the electoral front, it does put the Supreme Court right in the front of voters' minds. It allows Democrats the ability to say, this is what's at stake. If you want us to continue to be able to shore up the more liberal portions of the court, and I know that Glenn Kirshner said this, that there shouldn't be an ideological bent to these Supreme Court justices, but that is sort of the reality now. This shores it up, but it does allow Democrats an extra talking point when they get out there on the campaign trail, both defending the seats they have and trying to earn the ones that they don't, that this is one of the key outcomes of them maintaining their majorities in the Senate.
And Ali, just briefly, you know, we have to wrap up here, but I'm curious, when you talk about the issues that are galvanizing voters, I mean, Mike and I were talking about this in the last segment, but, you know, I was mentioning how in 2020, I was shocked by the number of people who mentioned the Supreme Court as one of their top voting issues. I mean, have you noticed in the constituents you've been talking to in your reporting that people are now beginning to connect who their Supreme Court justices are with the way that the issues politically manifest in their daily lives? Are you seeing that connection happening a little bit more now?
Yes, and certainly that always happens with your more politically inclined voters. And when you're out at these kinds of campaign events, especially in the midterms, those are the kinds of people that you're getting, the people who are already really engaged. But certainly this has been a key topic of conversation. And you look no further than the thing that we've been talking about, one of the things that these Supreme Court nominations always hinge on, which is the question of reproductive freedoms and the ways in which the court codifies those protections. That is literally being decided in real time right now. You look at public opinion, I think it's 69% of people say they do not want to see Roe fully overturned. That is one of the key pieces to this and really, really important as we move forward. And I think another thing that's important here, Morgan, as I have one of our producers literally pass me her phone, we just heard from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on Breyer's retirement, but also talking about what the path forward is here. He says in a statement that we just got, President Biden's nominee will receive a prompt hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee and will be considered and confirmed by the full U.S. Senate with all deliberate speed. Of course, time being of the essence here, Morgan.
I mean, that's a clear statement if there ever were one. The gloves are coming off and they are ready to rumble. Thank you so much, Ali Vitale, live from Capitol Hill.
Joining us now is Bernarda Villalona. She is a criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor who's joined us often here on NBC News Now. And Bernarda, I just want to get first your impressions, your thoughts as we learn about this retirement that's coming for Justice Breyer.
So we're hearing the news about Justice Breyer. I'll tell you this, that we are definitely nervous. We're nervous in the sense of this makes a huge impact for the country. What is our country going to look at in regards to abortion, gun rights, and affirmative action? That decision is going to be made soon, and we are anxious to see who's going to replace this optimistic Justice Breyer.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Bernarda, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
And we are following the breaking news this hour from the U.S. Supreme Court. Justice Stephen Breyer announcing his retirement and really paving the way for an appointment by President Biden.
Much more to come on this breaking story right here on NBC News Now. Stay with us.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. We're following two big breaking news stories this hour. A Supreme Court shakeup. NBC News learning Justice Stephen Breyer will retire. So who will replace him? And interest rate hikes are on the way. Fed Chair Jerome Powell signaling the plan for the year, when and why those hikes are coming. And we start with that breaking news out of the Supreme Court. Associate Justice Stephen Breyer retiring at the end of this term. We've got team coverage. NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian's at the Supreme Court. NBC News reporter Lauren Egan is covering the White House. And NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is on the Hill. Ken, Breyer's been on the Supreme Court for more than 27 years. He is one of just 3 remaining liberal justices. Talk to us about the significance and the timing of this decision.
Hey, Allison, this is a momentous, historic day in Washington. Breyer, at 82, is the oldest justice on the court. The timing of this is significant because he had been under pressure by progressives to retire in a way that Joe Biden could appoint a liberal successor. And he had been resisting that pressure. He didn't want to appear political, but it looks he has decided, in fact, to retire. And the reason we're hearing about this today is because Pete Williams, our colleague, dug this news out and reported it. The White House, Breyer, were not planning to announce this today, but because we've reported it, the news is out, and it's a major, significant decision. It means that Joe Biden can appoint a successor while Democrats control the Senate, and it gives him much more latitude as to what kind of person he can choose, Allison.
So let's talk about that, Ken. What does the replacement process for Stephen Breyer look like?
So already the Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee has promised a prompt confirmation process. President Biden, as you probably know, has promised to appoint an African-American woman to the bench, and that would be a first. And there are a couple of names circulating out there. One is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, who used to clerk for Breyer, actually, and is on the D.C. Appeals Court. And another is California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger, a former Justice Department official. You know, obviously that list is likely to expand. The way this thing is going to work out is that Breyer will remain on the court through the end of the term in June, and then the confirmation process will unfold over the summer, so that presumably a new justice could be in place when the court resumes in the fall. Breyer's expected to make a statement about this tomorrow, and there is some talk that he could make his resignation contingent upon the successful confirmation of a successor, because we know that nothing is certain about the confirmation process in Washington, Allison.
So, Lauren, Breyer's retirement is setting up a big decision for President Biden. What are you hearing from the president today?
That's right. We have not heard a whole lot from the president on this today. He has said that he wants to wait until Breyer actually makes that announcement himself. As Ken said, it was our colleague Pete Williams that reported this. Justice Breyer has not actually released a statement or commented on this at all. Listen to what the president had to say just a few minutes ago at the White House about this.
Every
justice has the right and opportunity to decide what he or she is going to do and announce it on their own. There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later.
The press secretary was asked just a few minutes during the briefing, which is ongoing, whether or not she had any additional comments to say about his retirement, and she refused to comment on it and said that she was going to wait. The White House was going to wait to say anything further until we actually hear from Breyer himself.
So, Allie, how about what's going on the Hill? What are you hearing from lawmakers there today?
Yeah, well, Ken mentioned that confirmation battles in Washington are far from certain, but on this one, it requires all 50 Democrats to stand together in order to move this nominee forward. Because of a change to the filibuster rules that came in 2017 from Mitch McConnell, trying to ease the process for then nominee Justice Gorsuch, now this can go forward by a simple majority. All Democrats have to be on board, though. That's going to be critical. And also, the timeline is going to be important. We know that we are in a midterm year right now. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has made clear he wants to move forward on this as quickly as possible. Ken mentioned the same thing was echoed by the head of the Judiciary Committee. Everyone wants to move forward quickly on this one. And what our sources are telling us is that that's going to look like what we saw for the confirmation hearing for then nominee Amy Coney Barrett. The whole thing took about 27 or 30 days. That's definitely on the shorter side for a lot of these nominees. Typically, the average time that it takes for a nominee to go from nominated to confirmed is about 70 days. Clearly, this one they're hoping to make far shorter than that.
Lauren, President Biden promised on the campaign trail that he would nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. Who are some potential shortlist candidates here?
That's right. And as Ken mentioned, one of the leading candidates is Ketanji Brown Jackson. And we do know that during the transition period, candidate Biden's transition team did present him with a list of potential candidates. We do know that this is something that his transition team had prepared him for. So the list of people that they're looking at is actually probably quite small. They've been preparing for this moment. It's just a matter of how fast are they going to move on this? How soon are they going to announce what direction they intend to go in?
Allie, we know Democrats, of course, have a slim majority in the Senate. Any early concerns about not having enough votes to confirm? And I guess I should say, are they actually voicing those concerns? Because when you've got a slim majority, I know that's always an issue.
Well, we certainly haven't heard any of those concerns, at least not yet. But I will say that as much as this Senate has been a story of slim majorities and what can happen when even one or two Democrats fall out of line with their own party, on this one, especially if you start looking at some of the specific women who could be considered here, I know that my friends here on the panel have mentioned Ketanji Brown Jackson. If you look specifically, for example, at her confirmation from the Senate, it wasn't just all 50 Democrats who voted to confirm her. There were also 3 Republicans who voted in her specific case to confirm her to her current role on the bench. So it allows us to sort of broaden the pool past the 50 Democrats and even start wondering if there are going to be Republicans who could come on board here. Again, all you need is that magic number 51. At the same time, though, you start looking at a lot of the names that we usually talk about when Supreme Court justices have come up in the past. Republican Senators Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Lindsey Graham also voted in the case of Brown Jackson for her confirmation. So it does sort of broaden the pool a little bit as we start to look at specific nominees. Of course, the White House hasn't put out that list yet, but if you start looking at past promises from President Biden, that's something that senators in their statements have in some cases referenced. For example, Senator Patty Murray, in her reaction to Breyer's retirement, said that she hopes that Biden makes good on that promise from the campaign to nominate and confirm the first black woman to the Supreme Court.
Lauren, let's talk about the other major news of the White House today. President Biden meeting with 10 CEOs about reviving his Build Back Better plan. Who did the president meet with and what they get into?
That's right. The president hosted a number of CEOs from companies such as Ford, GM, Salesforce to discuss Build Back Better. I think it's kind of emblematic of what's going on with Build Back Better right now, that when they invited reporters in at the top of that meeting, the only questions the president was asked was about the Supreme Court and what he plans to do. That clip we just played for you from the president earlier was from that meeting at the top of that meeting. And it just speaks to the fact that Build Back Better has really just been stalled. And as we continue to look ahead to what's going to happen with the Supreme Court, a lot of the questions that we're going to be asking senators And a lot of the focus in the Senate is going to be on the Supreme Court. And it just underscores the challenges that this White House has to actually make good on their commitments to get this Build Back Better package passed.
All right, as Ken said earlier, a historic day indeed. Ken, Lauren, Allie, thank you all for being with us. All right, let's bring in Supreme Court expert and MSNBC contributor Tom Goldstein. Tom, thanks for being here on such a big day. So we know President Biden spent years on the Senate Judiciary Committee. How could that experience play into his pick here? And what should President Biden keep in mind, besides his promise to pick an African-American woman here?
Well, this is very much a question about the Senate, because you have such a thin majority. You have to get a majority of the senators to support and confirm the nominee. And you have the prospects that Democrats will lose the Senate in the November midterm elections. And you have a Republican Party that is willing to play very hard political football when it comes to nominations. So the fact that the president was on this committee and that his chief of staff was also counsel to the committee, Ron Klain, really is going to be very important to their decisions about who it is the president's going to pick. And it really comes down to the questions of, do you want someone that you could nominate very quickly and keep the president's promise to nominate a black woman? And that would be Ketanji Brown Jackson, because she just went through Senate confirmation to go to the Court of Appeals. Or do you want to take more time and vet more potential nominees? That would push the process further down the calendar and closer to the election.
Former President Trump appointed 3 justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, strengthening the conservative lean on the court. Now, we know Breyer's retirement obviously won't shift that, but how could the court evolve if President Biden does nominate a black woman?
Well, every justice changes the composition of the court, not just in terms of who's there, but in the perspectives. The court has never had a black woman as a justice, and so that'll be meaningful. Also, you know, when you get younger justices on, they bring a new energy, a new familiarity with different issues like technology. But this is pretty much a play for the long term when it comes to the big hot button issues like abortion, gay rights, the separation of church and state, gun rights. Because there is such a solid majority, as you said. You're talking about appointing someone now who's between the age of 45 and 51, probably. And so it's really what the court is going to be like in 20 or 25 years when the composition can change again. It doesn't have an immediate effect on the biggest questions that Americans care about, because you're trading one Democratic appointee for another.
So, Tom, Breyer hasn't even officially announced his own retirement yet, but we know they're probably not waiting for that. What is happening behind the scenes right now at both the Supreme Court and at the White House in terms of gaming out his replacement?
Well, the White House has known this was overwhelmingly likely since President Biden won. They knew that Justice Breyer, who himself worked for the Senate Judiciary Committee, was very aware of the process. And while they had no promises that he was going to leave, their working assumption, I think, has been that he would. They've known about his intentions to retire from before today. It wasn't today that they learned. And so they've had a little bit of time as well, but they're being extremely deferential and respectful of the justice's own ability to announce this on his own time rather than stepping on it, because they care greatly about him and think that's just the right thing to do, and giving themselves a little bit more time before they have to react and suggest when it is they'll have a nominee is a good thing. In terms of what's going on right now, there's the double calculus. One is, do you want to just get somebody up there quickly, which is what happened with Amy Coney Barrett, and just move the Judiciary Committee? And that's really the question of, is Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's 51, did go through confirmation successfully, got a few Republican votes, as was noted, and you could just basically be done with this? Or do you want to draw it out more for a variety of reasons, including being able to vet Leandra Kruger from the California Supreme Court, who is a former U.S. Department of Justice lawyer who argued a dozen cases in the Supreme Court, but hasn't been through federal government vetting and hasn't been through Senate confirmation. So that's their biggest calculus, because there are other potential nominees, but those two stand alone, stand kind of separate from the others.
Yeah. All right, we'll have to see if they decide to go on the long and winding road. Tom Goldstein, thanks for being here today and for all of your insights. When we come back, some other big breaking news. The Fed's plans for 2022 are out, what they mean for your wallet.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what you got?
Hey, Allison, we start in Florida, where the Coast Guard continues to search for 39 people missing from a capsized boat. Crews covered an area the size of Rhode Island yesterday after a sole survivor was rescued. San Francisco reporting a large rise in anti-Asian hate crimes in 2021. The police department reporting hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders rose 567%. Activists in Germany turning out in favor of COVID restrictions. The country's parliament is debating their pandemic restrictions today, including the possibility of a universal vaccine mandate. Actor Peter Dinklage criticizing Disney for harmful stereotypes in their upcoming live-action remake of Snow White. Disney responded to the actor, saying it's been consulting with members of the dwarfism community for the production. And meet Methuselah, possibly the oldest living aquarium fish. This 4-foot, 40-pound Australian lungfish arrived at the Australian Academy of Sciences in 1938, but her exact age is not known. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. All right, let's get to the Fed and interest rates. CNBC co-anchor of Squawk on the Street, Morgan Brennan, joining me now. Morgan, no rate change today, but Fed Chair Jerome Powell said this just a couple of minutes ago after the Fed wrapped up its two-day meeting. Take a listen.
In light of the remarkable progress we've seen in the labor market and inflation that is well above our 2% longer-run goal, the economy no longer needs sustained high levels of monetary policy support. That is why we are phasing out our asset purchases and why we expect it will soon be appropriate to raise the target range for the federal funds rate.
So what else did Powell say about the Fed's hot plans for 2022?
Hot plans is the right way to put this, Allison. That press conference with the Fed chair, it's still ongoing. You're right. No change to rates from the policy meeting today, but the Federal Reserve is signaling that a rate hike could come as soon as March. This is, to put it in context, a big reversal from the Fed's stance as recently as September, when policymakers still believe that inflation would be, quote unquote, transitory in 2021. So here's the good news. Very strong labor market, strong economy. This is what Chair Powell is really speaking up in this press conference. You got wages rising at their fastest pace in years. And he believes there are, in addition to policy moves being laid out by the Fed, other forces this year that are going to help bring down inflation. For example, supply chain bottlenecks that are finally going to pass and goods shortages that are finally going to ease. But here's the other key takeaway on this. It gets a little bit wonky, so bear with me. The central bank, once it begins raising rates, Chair Powell also saying it's going to start to reduce its balance sheet. That's a balance sheet that through the pandemic has ballooned to almost $9 trillion. Wall Street refers to this as quantitative tightening, and it adds another layer to this tightening cycle. It's also going to put some upward pressure on bond yields and interest rates.
So a lot of our viewers are concerned about inflation. Prices are top of mind for them, but they might not fully understand what interest rate hikes actually mean for them. Could you kind of walk us through, as simply as possible, how a future rate hike affects both consumer prices and things like consumer loans?
That's right. I mean, I don't think there's anybody right now, and by the way, not just Americans, but the world over, who hasn't experienced price spikes in some form or fashion over the past year plus. Here's the key question, because central bankers are now walking this very, very narrow tightrope. You have this battle against inflation, which is now at a 40-year high. So they're going to tighten the monetary supply. That's going to raise interest rates, which historically has always been the tool used to do that. But when consumers and businesses are already navigating this skyrocketing prices, you think cars, food, gas, rent, what happens when borrowing costs go up as well? So when I say borrowing costs, I mean the interest you pay on the mortgage or the auto loan that you're looking to take out, or the credit cards that you're paying down, or maybe those student loans, because the interest rates are pegged to the Treasury market and the policies set forth by the Fed. So this is where it gets really tricky, because if the Fed raises rates to counter spiking costs, how do they do that without denting consumer or business demand and thus triggering a recession? And then how do you do it with a pandemic layered on top of all of this as well? These are the tough questions that are being grappled with right now.
Yeah, we're going to be paying attention to the Fed a whole lot this year, I think, to see which way this one goes. Morgan, we got to talk about the markets because, oh my gosh. All right. For people who have not been watching them all day long, the markets were up all day today. We got the Fed announcement. The Dow went a little bit higher, and now all three indexes are in the red. It's been a roller coaster week, to say the least. Let's talk about what rate hikes do to stocks and what the markets are liking and not liking at all right now. It's been hard to put a finger on it.
It has been a whipsaw week, to say the least. I think the short answer here is that rate hikes tend to put pressure on stocks. That's especially true for tech stocks, which tend to be fast growing, not very profitable. When you see rates rise, that increases borrowing costs. It chips away at those growth prospects and thus the returns in those stocks. As you mentioned, it's been a wild week for the markets in general. We saw pretty steep losses. We came back from those to start the week. Today was the opposite. We actually started with the major averages, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ Composite, solidly posting gains this morning. But as Fed Chair Powell continues in this press conference and we get more detail around the Fed's policy moves, you're seeing everything trade lower now. And of course, in the Treasury market, the bond market, interest rates are going up in anticipation of what's coming next.
You know, I was looking at the markets this morning thinking, okay, this looks better, but I should know better than to think this is going to last based on the week that we have had. Morgan, I know it's crazy busy over there at CNBC on a day like this. Thank you for making the time to be with us.
Oh, it's great to be with you. Thank you, Allison.
Millions of kids thrust back into poverty after the child tax credit expired last month. So what happens next? NBC News senior business reporter Ben Popkin is here. So Ben, childhood poverty could increase 12 to 17% without that monthly tax credit, according to Columbia University. You spoke with real families who told you that the program extended a lifeline to them when job security and child care were scarce. What are they saying now?
Well, one mother living on a single income told me that without the child tax credit, it's been like taking a whole working person from the house. This month, January, is going to be the first month where they don't have these extra funds coming in. For low-income families, these payments were critical. Another mother I spoke to said that without the tax credit, she would have had to skip meals so her children, she has 4 of them, could eat, miss utility bills, and sit in the dark, possibly move in with family. Now, these delayed impacts are going to start hitting, and at a time where there isn't that same stimulus coming in. COVID still massively disrupting routine life. And I can't stress this enough, Allison. Every source I spoke to was a mother living on a single income with multiple kids, people who really need that help, and now they're not getting it.
So people watching this are probably thinking, if this is so helpful to families that need help the most, why did this tax credit run out, and what can the government do to get these families some relief? Could you kind of explain those two pieces for everybody?
Yes, it's a mix of the politics and the personal. So in D.C., the child tax credit, it was temporarily expanded under the American Rescue Plan Act, but that was just for 2021. So there's a push by Biden and the Democrats to extend it even further past the new year as part of that Build Back Better plan, which was passed in the House but stalled in the Senate after Senator Joe Manchin said he couldn't get past concerns that would raise inflation. So there is a little bit of good news that just came out. So these child tax credits, they were advances on refunds that taxpayers would be normally getting for their 2021 year taxes. So even though these automatic payments have stopped, families can get the second half of their 2021 payments when they file their taxes, or they can go to a new website set up by the government to get it sooner. We reached out to the White House for a statement on this. An official said it's important to remember that Americans qualified for the extended child tax credit will still receive half of the entire benefit when they file their taxes this year. And yesterday, we launched a new version of childtaxcredit.gov to help Americans get the full child tax credit as tax filing season begins. So families who are looking to get that advanced tax credit to buy food, pay bills, just keep their heads above water, go to childtaxcredit.gov.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. Really important reporting today. Coming up, Latinas in Texas seeing terror and despair what the state's new abortion law is doing to women in crisis. Next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. Hi, Blair, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world, we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're open to dialogue. We prefer diplomacy. And we're prepared to move forward where there is the possibility of communication and cooperation if Russia de-escalates its aggression toward Ukraine, stops the inflammatory rhetoric, and approaches discussions about the future of security in Europe in a spirit of reciprocity.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the State Department earlier today. The U.S. now offering Russia a diplomatic path forward. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner has the latest from Moscow. But first, we go to NBC News chief foreign correspondent Andrea Mitchell in Washington. So, Andrea, Secretary Blinken saying today the U.S. ambassador to Russia delivered a written response today in Moscow. What can you tell us about it?
This is the written response that he promised Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, last week when we were all in Geneva. This was the demand from the Russians. Answer Vladimir Putin in writing. Answer Putin's treaty that he proposed several weeks ago, that Ukraine not be permitted to ever enter NATO, that this is our sphere of influence, that NATO, in fact, has to reverse its expansion toward Russia, toward Ukraine, from the 1990s. Well, the answer is yet, no. That answer delivered by our ambassador, John Sullivan, to the foreign ministry, to Lavrov's offices, of course, in Moscow. Moscow jumping the gun and saying that it had been turned over, while the State Department was still saying, well, we can't, we can tell you it has, but off the record. But once again, the Russians, got to our own news first. But in any case, the answer is no. They've always said, they've repeated this. Here's what Blinken had to say today.
I can tell you that it reiterates what we've said publicly for many weeks and, in a sense, for many years, that we will uphold the principle of NATO's open door. And that's, as I've said repeatedly in recent weeks, a commitment that we're bound to.
So they made it very, very clear. They did propose a lot of other things. They proposed talking about missiles, coming to new agreements on arms controls, on transparency of military exercises, other ways that they think they can avert a confrontation if Russia wants to. So they said the path is now clear. This is what they've been saying, but this is the written answer. I suspect it's not an answer the Russians are going to like, because their original demand was really out of the question, a non-starter, as the U.S. has repeatedly said.
Andrea, the U.S. and our NATO allies have been stepping up to this threat to Russia, but there's been some concern that Germany has not. What did Secretary Blinken say on that today?
Well, he skirted the issue, saying that everybody steps up in their own way. He responded, that to a question about Germany specifically. Germany and France, in fact, have been reluctant in different ways. France wanting to have their own talks with Russia, and Macron, the president of France, will be talking to Vladimir Putin on Friday. But as to Germany, Germany has a reluctance to get involved militarily. This is post-war, Germany. And Angela Merkel still was so strong and had so much backbone against Vladimir Putin that she stood up and went, the extra mile for the U.S. and for NATO. Now it's a new coalition government, and in fact, this new chancellor is coming on February 7th to visit Biden in the White House. But up until then, he's going in his own way in a fashion. He doesn't have a strong electoral mandate. And for instance, they have been dragging their feet and have not given Estonia, which wants to give artillery howitzers that were made in Germany with German parts to Ukraine to defend against Russia. And Germany has still not given that approval. They haven't denied it, but they haven't approved it. So they have not been giving, the weaponry that a lot of people would have expected from the strongest military and economic power in the NATO alliance and in the EU.
Andrea, Secretary Blinken saying the U.S. is committed to Ukraine's sovereignty. He certainly did not give Vladimir Putin the no NATO pledge that he was looking for. How do you imagine Putin responds here? He can't be happy.
Well, if Putin, as many people now suspect, is committed to some aggressive action, whether it's an invasion, an incursion, cyber, a combination, if that is in fact his motivation, giving us an offer or making a demand that we had to refuse, that he knew we were going to refuse, then this is going to be a precursor to military conflict or a cyber attack or some combination. He has now not de-escalated. He has surrounded Ukraine on 3 sides with up to 130,000 troops. He's in Belarus on the north. They could parachute into Kyiv. They could do a number of things. They could have their tanks roll across. They could take more of eastern Ukraine. But most people think he's going to do something. And there will probably be a foreign minister's call, at least that's what's expected, between Blinken and Lavrov. Maybe a conversation between Biden and Putin. But in the next couple of weeks, 10 days, perhaps, or a little more, something's going to happen.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to imagine that kind of buildup along the border and nothing happening. Andrea, thank you for being with us today.
Of course.
The U.S. threatening sanctions against Russia and Vladimir Putin personally if he invades Ukraine. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow.
Russia is giving no obvious sign that it is prepared to move towards any kind of de-escalation at this point. Today we heard from the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov speaking at a session of the Russian parliament in which he said the United States and NATO are to blame for exacerbating the current crisis. This, of course, is nothing new. We've heard this a lot recently from the Russian side, but what he did say, reiterate, is that Russia will respond if it is not satisfied with the United States' eventual answer to its security demands. They are, of course, calling those security proposals. He did say that if Russia is not satisfied, it will then take whatever measures it deems necessary to protect its own security and the security of the Russian people, implication there being also Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. While all of this was happening, we started to see some kind of narrative developments on Russian state television, though nothing major yet. But we saw members of the United Russia Party, that is the ruling faction that is pro-Putin, that controls the State Duma, Russian parliament, saying that it's time for Russia to begin sending weapons of their own to the rebel forces in eastern Ukraine, citing those NATO, those Western weapons deliveries, kind of portraying them to the Russian public as offensive weapons. We kept hearing rockets and missiles come up, though, of course, the systems that Ukraine are receiving from the West are defensive in nature. Those are javelins, those are shoulder-mounted anti-missiles as well, reports of that. So we are starting to see a little bit of a spin in the Russian narrative here domestically, though not yet quite approaching some kind of the full wartime fervor we've seen when Russia was more obviously involved in eastern Ukraine. I'm thinking now of the situation back in 2014, 2015.
Over on Capitol Hill, a bipartisan Senate group looking at electoral reform is sounding more positive. But do they have enough support from Democrats who want to pass a more comprehensive voting rights legislation? NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is here now. Sahil, another Republican to offer support for this bill. Who is it, and what are you hearing from Democratic leadership here?
That is Senator Todd Young, the Republican of Indiana, who is now supportive of this concept. I should say concept. It's not a bill yet. It hasn't been officially written into the legislation, but there are meetings ongoing between a bipartisan group of senators to overhaul the Electoral Count Act to clarify the procedures for what the vice president can and cannot do with regard to counting votes, what the role of Congress is. Let's play what Todd Young had to say about this.
So the way we can most directly address that is identify those vague spots in the law, as we have done, to work together and try and come up with, sensible ways to avoid any ambiguity moving forward. And we're really at the putting pen to paper point.
Now, Todd Young is a conservative senator, hardly a moderate, not usually among the first Republicans to break with his, his side and join Democrats on a deal. So that bodes well at this moment for the likelihood of getting to 60 votes. Of course, Democrats still need to be on board. Many of them are angry and burned by the defeat of their two major voting rights bills recently. But Jim Clyburn, the House Majority Whip, gave this project a vote of confidence. Let's play what he had to say.
So I think that when we get back to Washington next week, I think that a lot of people will take a look at the Electoral Count Act and see whether or not we can do more with that than just a presidential election. You got to count all the votes.
And that seems to be a green light from a prominent Democratic leader in terms of trying to negotiate something that can pass the Senate with 60 votes.
All right, this is an election year, so let's talk about that. 29 House Democrats already saying they will not run for re-election in 2022, but Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's going for it. What's she saying?
Pelosi said she will run for a remarkable 19th term in the United States Congress. She was first elected in 1987. She served in Congress ever since then. She has been the top Democratic caucus leader for the last 19 years, serving as Speaker and House Minority Leader. And of course, she is from San Francisco. She is perfectly safe in that seat for as long as she wants to be. The bigger question is she going to remain in her leadership position? There has been a generational angst in the Democratic caucus to find new leadership after Pelosi, as well as Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn, have held those three roles for a long time now. They're all in their 80s, and the Democratic Party is very reliant on young voters. Is there going to be a generational change, or is Pelosi going to try to run again for either Speaker or Minority Leader, depending on which side Democrats are on? Remains to be seen.
Sahil, one more for you. There's a Democratic primary for a House seat in Ohio that a lot of Democrats are watching closely. Could you tell us about that race?
This is a rematch of a recent special election between Shontel Brown, who won against Nina Turner, who lost that Democratic primary. And the reason this is interesting is that this is kind of a proxy war between if you go back to 2016, that primary lives in the minds and the imaginations of many, many Democrats. It was a very bitter battle between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and this kind of splits the party along those lines. Nina Turner, a progressive and a solid ally of Bernie Sanders, versus Shontel Brown, who is a pick of the Democratic establishment. That primary is still very much alive in the minds of Democrats as they try to figure out a path forward, whether they want to embrace more progressive ideas, more populist ideas for the working class, or whether they want to move in a direction that Jim Clyburn, Speaker Pelosi, and in many cases, Senator Chuck Schumer prefer to do.
All right, Sahil, hitting a whole range of issues today. Thank you so much. In Texas, a new level of despair. Latinas decrying the impact of the state's new abortion law. It bans abortions around 6 weeks of pregnancy. NBC Latino digital reporter Suzanne Gamboa wrote that story. Suzanne, you spoke to the manager at Planned Parenthood's El Paso Health Center. What's going on there? What are they saying?
Well, they're saying they're seeing women come in who need abortions and that they're having to turn them away, including one that came in this month who had been raped. And they determined by talking to her in terms of when the sexual assault occurred about that she could not get an abortion under Texas's new law, which prohibits them at about 6 weeks. It's just defined by when they can detect what's called cardiac activity. What the state wants to say is heartbeat. What medical professionals say is actually just activity related to the muscle because the heart is not formed yet.
Suzanne, you write that Hispanics are often thought of as more conservative on abortion than other Americans, but you mentioned a Pew Research Center survey. We're looking at it here. It's from last year, and it found 58% of Hispanics believed abortion should be legal in all or most cases, and that's pretty comparable to the views from whites in that same survey. When you speak to Hispanics today about Texas abortion law specifically, what are they telling you?
Well, today it's developing from how it's been over the years. I would say that, as long ago, I think as like 2016, when I was talking to Hispanics about voting for a Republican and who decided they didn't want to vote for Trump, they couldn't bring themselves to vote for Hillary Clinton because of abortion. So it depends on who you talk to, how old they are, what region of the country they're in. Mm-hmm. But today, this law that's come into effect will probably split some more people up because some people are very happy to have this law. There are many Hispanics, like there are whites and African Americans, who just drawing line, the dividing line is for them is abortion, but there are others who want to see some exceptions made in the case of rape. So this may go too far for some people, and we'll see that as the midterms come around.
Suzanne, the Texas Policy Evaluation Project estimating this law will prevent 8 in 10 people from seeking an abortion. You're reporting this affects mostly black women living on low incomes, and it's particularly harsh on undocumented women. What, if any, resources are available for them right now?
Well, and it depends, again, on who you're talking about. But women who are documented, who are citizens or have legal residency may be able to go out of state and get an abortion. They may be able to get some family planning services if that's not an option for them. There are groups that are trying to help with money for travel, for childcare. But if you're undocumented, it really is pretty difficult because you can't travel pretty much out of the state, or even certain parts of the state where there are Border Patrol checkpoints. So there are women's groups across the border, believe it or not, in Mexico that are trying to figure out ways to help Texans. There are medicines that are available through the pharmacies in Mexico for other purposes that can be bought. But again, if you're buying them and bringing them across the border and helping someone have an abortion, you might be running afoul of the Texas law.
Suzanne, thank you so much for digging into your reporting with us.
Thank you.
Coming up, gun sales skyrocketing thanks to some first-time buyers. Steve Patterson shows us who's buying and why. Next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
As gun violence rages on in record numbers across the U.S., the FBI says it ran 38 million firearm background checks last year. That makes 2021 one of the largest years for gun sales. Many of those buyers first-timers. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
Nestled among the high-priced luxury boutiques that line the world-famous shopping district in Beverly Hills, a new shop is burning through inventory, and it has nothing to do with designer goods.
People are almost, I would say, rushing down here because they just believe that the world is turning such a negative place and such a dangerous place. They are calling every moment of every day, and we are happy to give them those services.
Across the country, gun sales are surging, while gun violence is spiking. Last year, more than 20,000 people were killed by a firearm in the United States. In 2021, the Gun Violence Archive saw the most deaths on record since its founding in 2014.
This gun here has been incredibly popular with our female clientele.
Russell Stewart runs Beverly Hills Guns, an appointment-only boutique serving well-to-do clients right off the main drag. And he says business is booming.
How many people are you seeing that have never held or owned a gun before?
I would say right now we're looking at about 95% of our customers in the last 2 months are all first-time gun buyers. Absolutely.
The FBI ran more than 38 million firearm background checks in 2021, making it the second highest year of sales ever, behind 2020.
What have you seen as far as the trend of gun buyers? Who comes in to buy guns? And has that changed in like the last 12, 6, 3 months?
The trend of gun buyers who are coming in are definitely people under 25 and people over 65. A lot of people who traditionally lean left, who would probably not be a gun person, have been saying, well, it's the first time that I've ever thought about buying a gun in my entire life. So it's been someone who probably doesn't have much gun experience, probably didn't have a family member who owned a gun. The influx of people have been because of crime. The influx of crime, especially in the city of Beverly Hills, has driven people to focus more on their own personal safety, and that has truly involved buying, several guns.
Emily Junkins says personal experience pushed her to take matters into her own hands.
So there were 2 shootings, or I don't want to say shootings, shootouts right outside my apartment, right there by the Orlando Hotel. And, I heard the whole thing. My neighborhood is very family-oriented. It's basically all families, even in my building, and it's really scary.
But most of the victims of gun violence don't look like the smaller, more affluent population of Beverly Hills. More than 2/3 of the country's most populous cities have seen more homicides in 2021 than in 2020. Nick Suklina, senior vice president at Everytown for Gun Safety, points out there's a direct correlation between the strictness and variance of your state's gun laws and gun-related violence.
There are key foundational laws that when states enact, we see meaningful change in gun violence rates. Chief among them are background checks on all gun sales, permitting systems for who may carry in public. These are crucial laws to keeping the public safe from gun violence. Also, though, are equally bad laws, stand your ground laws, permitless carry, where without any permitting system or license, individuals can carry in public.
And that the solution to protecting yourself against gun violence isn't buying more guns.
Those states that have the better gun laws have lower rates of gun violence. So long as we have hundreds of millions of guns in this country, we are going to have gun violence at an unacceptably high rate. But the real key is that we can do common sense, simple things in our laws to reduce gun violence.
Coming up, a new resource for kids struggling with mental health challenges during the pandemic. That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the 2 of us up here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet?
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Some students now in their second year of remote learning because of COVID, and it's hitting their mental health pretty hard. That's why the state of California awarded a $25 million grant to the Child Mind Institute. It's using unique videos to help kids deal with crisis, trauma, and thoughts of suicide brought on during the pandemic. NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden got an exclusive look at the new program.
One of the worst thoughts that I've had were you don't belong here. You don't belong on this planet.
I want to be happy, but sometimes it feels like you'll never be happy.
The videos show a remarkable range of kids, 64 in all, talking candidly about their feelings. A first step in letting an increasing number of kids know they're not alone when they feel sad or scared or angry. Statistics bear this out. Last year, the number of young people experiencing depression and anxiety doubled to over 20% globally.
We have a crisis with children's mental health in the United States. Unfortunately, it's not new. It's just gotten worse.
Which is why Dr. Harold Koplowitz, who runs the Child Mind Institute, the national nonprofit that produced these videos, was eager to take skills they've taught to over 60,000 kids in person, like deep breathing.
Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth.
And mindfulness.
So try to notice what's happening around you.
And make them available to everyone.
Our hope would be that not only does the average child get new skills, but if there's a child suffering, that they feel more courageous to raise their hand and ask for help.
Feeling that I have the most is sadness. Behind that sadness, then there's more sadness.
Jaden Ulu is 11 years old. He lives with his two little sisters and parents in Los Angeles. A lot has changed for him since he participated in the videos. He was diagnosed with ADHD and has started taking medication.
You know, you are so upbeat. Upbeat, upbeat, it's time to get upbeat. You weren't that upbeat when they interviewed you for the video.
In fact, Jaden even thought of suicide.
I got so pissed at myself once that I thought of stop living entirely. I can't be helped. I'm gonna be trapped like this forever.
Jaden's mother tells us she saw he was struggling.
He was never really an angry kid, energy and sometimes sadness, but not anger. And so that was a big signal to me that there was something else going on.
Of course, these new videos can't diagnose or treat kids like Jaden, but the hope is they can prevent things from getting worse, showing them techniques to identify and manage, not shy away from, their emotions. The videos use various methods for various ages. In elementary schools, skills are taught through whimsical skits.
Daisy was thinking that, what if she doesn't like me? What if she hates me? Did I do something wrong?
In higher grades, they use a comedian to try and make a connection.
I'm a comedian, an actor, and unfortunately at times a human being who feels all kinds of emotions.
Jacqueline Berlich teaches high school kids in one of LA's toughest neighborhoods, South Central. She says she's eager to use the videos in her classroom because the last 2 years have been hard for most of the 120 students she teaches.
A lot of my students come from single-family homes, or their parents are working 2 full-time jobs and they're taking care of their brothers and sisters.
So in addition to teaching English, are you also sort of on patrol to see that they're okay?
Of course, every single day.
She's one of 6 educators who participated in the project, the kind of teacher every kid wants. She starts the year by asking each student why they're there. The answer's poignant.
I want to be the first one in my family to graduate. I want to make my little brother proud. I want to buy my mom a house one day.
You know, there have been many studies done that say if a kid has one trusted adult, it can make all the difference.
I did growing up, and that's one of the reasons I became a teacher. I had that one trusted adult that I trusted with my life.
So you know the power of those relationships.
100%, yeah, I do.
Dr. Koplowitz says these videos aren't meant to replace those kinds of relationships, but they can, he believes, enhance them.
There's never been a time before in the country where our kids have struggled as much as they are right now. You have 8,500 child psychiatrists in a country that has 17 million kids with a mental health disorder. These videos are really for every child.
What would you say to kids who may be watching you right now who are thinking, well, you know, all well and good for Jaden, but I don't know what to do. I'm really lost.
I didn't talk to my parents. I didn't talk to my parents about it at all.
So the first thing is to be honest about how you're feeling.
And if you've taken the right step, take another one until you get up and stand up.
Cynthia joins me live now. And Cynthia, what an incredible story. I mean, this looks like such a great resource. How is this state, the Child Mind Institute, encouraging teachers to use these videos in their classrooms to help more kids?
Well, you know, everybody understands that teachers are already playing so many roles, and this time has been really hard for them, too. So they're giving a $100 incentive to any teacher who wants to prepare and use them in their classroom. So, hey, $100 is $100.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I don't think any teacher would say, I don't want your $100. That's great. I know you said this program was made possible through a grant from California, but can students in other states see these videos or benefit from this program? Are they expanding it? It just seems like so many kids could use this.
Well, here's the great news. Yeah, it's going to be offered to all the public school teachers and everybody else in California, but anybody, any parent, kid, teacher who wants to see these videos, wants to use these videos, you can go on the web and they are there. If you want the specific details, go to NBCnews.com or today.com. Both websites have the full details of how you can actually see these videos and use them yourself. And I mean, they're in Spanish, they're in English, and you met just a few of the unbelievably brave kids. I mean, honestly, hanging out with Jaden for half a day was a really special thing. You can see, I mean, you know, these videos are good for all of us. There's not a one of us who couldn't learn how to relax a little more. These techniques are tried and true, and you know, all of us can benefit from.
Yeah, I was inspired by those young people and thinking, hey, those videos look pretty great, and their teachers as well who care about them so much. Cynthia, thank you for bringing us their story.
It's always a pleasure to be with you, Allison.
All right, you know what that clapping is. Closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. The Dow not giving us a whole lot to clap about. Down just over 100 points after being up almost all day long ahead of the Fed meeting today. We'll talk about the Fed. We'll talk about what the heck is going on with the markets coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Breyer to retire. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer stepping down. So who will President Biden pick to replace him? Asked and answered, the United States responding to Russia's Ukraine demands, but will it be enough to avoid a war? And solo walk-off, Big Papi, the only 2022 inductee into the Baseball Hall of Fame, leaving some big names riding the bench. Who didn't make it and why? We start today with that breaking news on the Supreme Court. Associate Justice Stephen Breyer expected to step down. We've got team coverage. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams in Washington and senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is at the Capitol. Pete, we'll start with you because you broke this news earlier today. Justice Breyer's the court's most senior liberal. He served over 27 years so far. What can you tell us about his decision and the timing here?
Well, our understanding here is that he made this decision to step down a couple of weeks ago. You may recall that last term he was under intense pressure to step down while the Democrats still hold the White House and the Senate, which would vote on any confirmation of his successor. And the sense we got last term was that all that talk, the truck that went around the court saying Breyer retire, seemed to sort of stiffen his spine against stepping down. But I think he's a political realist. Remember, he's a former staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. He knows as well as any justice how this town works. He has seen the increasing polarization across the street at the U.S. Capitol. And he knows that there's a midterm election coming in which the Democrats could lose control of the Senate. So I think all of those things went together in his mind. He's been on the court 28 years. It's a distinguished career, and he's decided apparently that it's time to step down. In terms of the timing, our understanding is that certainly this comes as no surprise to the White House, but he hasn't formally notified them yet by letter, which is the traditional way that it's done. Our understanding is that letter will go over tomorrow or Friday, and then it will say exactly when he intends to step down. Our current understanding of this is that he intends to step down at the end of the current term, or when the final decisions have been announced for this term, which would be late June or early July. But sometimes justices say they'll remain on the court until their successor is nominated and confirmed. We think it's the former. We'll find out soon.
So, Garrett, no doubt this was big news there on Capitol Hill. What are lawmakers saying today about Justice Breyer's upcoming retirement?
Well, there's a desire on the part of Democrats to move as quickly as possible, maybe even to try to confirm Justice Breyer's successor as fast as Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed about a month from nomination to confirmation. That's going to be tough in a 50-50 Senate, with some Democrats, including Joe Manchin, saying they want to take their time and carefully evaluate whoever President Biden puts forward. But Republicans really have no means to stop this nomination. Lindsey Graham, the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, now one of the senior Republicans on that body, said in a series of tweets that elections have consequences. Democrats will have the votes if all 50 of them stick together to confirm whomever President Biden decides to nominate.
So, Pete, talk to us about where the court goes from here. I mean, we know it's not going to change its conservative leaning, but what will change, if you will, after his retirement?
Okay, so two ways to look at this. First of all, in the immediate near term, it's not going to make any difference at all. He'll be on the court. He'll continue to vote on all of the cases that have been argued and will be argued this term. So his announcement makes no difference for this current term. As far as the future, you're right. It doesn't change the ideological makeup of the court, because Justice Breyer, who is a moderate liberal, will be replaced presumably by somebody who's not a conservative. So the basic ideological lineup of the court won't change. However, it's also possible that whoever Joe Biden nominates, if they're confirmed by the Senate, could end up being more liberal than Justice Breyer. He was something of an expert on administrative law. He could tend to be conservative when it came to things like criminal defendants' rights. He was certainly an outspoken opponent of the death penalty in his later years, starting in 2015. But, you know, it's possible that a replacement could end up being more liberal, although, again, with the conservatives having a 6-3 supermajority, I'm not sure how much difference that makes. And then the other point that has to be made is simply this. He's 83. He's the oldest member of the court, and whoever succeeds him will be much younger and able to stay on the court for decades to come.
Garrett, we're, of course, bracing for another Supreme Court nomination fight in an election year. What are you hearing from Democrats about this potential upcoming battle?
Well, Supreme Court confirmations tend to be some of the most bitter partisan fights we see on Capitol Hill, and lately that's really saying something. Democrats are prepared to move as quickly as possible. In fact, you know, Congress is on recess today. The Senate is not even here, but Chuck Schumer made a point of getting in front of a camera just a short time ago to say this about the Democrats' timeline.
In the Senate, we want to be deliberate. We want to move quickly. We want to get this done as soon as possible.
And that's really the balance that Democrats have to strike here. How do they move as quickly as possible without alienating any of their members who want to make sure they do their due diligence, Allison? You know, we're in an election year, but it is yet only January, so there's plenty of time to get this done, assuming we see a nomination relatively soon.
Yeah, it is an election year, but as you remind us, just the start of one. Pete, Garrett, thank you both.
You bet.
All right, let's bring in presidential historian and Rice University professor Douglas Brinkley. Doug, thank you for being here. The behind-the-scenes vetting for Breyer's replacement starts now. I mean, let's be honest, though. It started well before today. How does the White House go about choosing and rolling out a pick here?
Well, they get a short list going very quickly. You know, I got the opportunity to speak to President Bill Clinton not too long ago about Breyer and about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And he was so proud of the legacy of getting two incredibly liberal but smart and durable justices to the Supreme Court. So what we've got to see Biden do now is fulfill his promise of having the first African-American to the Supreme Court. And then it'll be debated with 3 or 4. I would say they'll elevate some names that aren't ready to be a Supreme Court justice right now, but might be in a few years, and it doesn't help to get some name recognition, and then strike, and then get this done. The most important thing Joe Biden can do right now, while other people are vetting potential justices, is to get Senators Sinema and Manchin on board. They cannot afford the Democratic Party or the Biden administration to have obstructionists going on within their ranks after the setback for the Build Back Better plan.
I mean, you mentioned this. We know there is a razor-thin majority in the Senate right now. Looking to the past, how have presidents towed that line before with Supreme Court nominations? And besides reaching out to Sinema and Manchin, what else do you think Joe Biden should be doing right now?
Well, you remember when FDR in 1937 tried to pack the Supreme Court? He didn't like what's happening, and it all blew up on him. And in a bit of a tizzy, FDR picked William O. Douglas to be a Supreme Court justice. Douglas had going for him, state of Washington, for a Westerner to the court. But Douglas was young, and he ended up being, Bill Douglas, the longest serving Supreme Court justice in U.S. history. So a big criterion right now is youth. You want a justice that's in their 40s or 50s, somebody that could be making a difference in American life for the next 40 years. I also think Justice Breyer should be commended for stepping down. You know, too often people cling to power. We saw when Ruth Bader Ginsburg stayed too long, and it opened up for the opposition, for conservatives to pick up her seat on the court. And that's having all sorts of ramifications in America, allowing Donald Trump to have 3 conservative Supreme Court choices. So Breyer did this when he's in pretty good health, in his 80s, at the right time before the midterms. And he has an incredible Supreme Court record. The fact on issues like deregulation, in particularly, and administrative law, he's the best we have in our country, Breyer. I would add that, like Bill Douglas, he was interested, Breyer, in defending environmental groups from industrial pollution. And I think Biden needs to keep that in mind in the age of climate change, as somebody in the future that's going to be open to thinking in environmental terms, not just on the side of the corporation.
Doug, you mentioned that Biden promised on the campaign trail that he would nominate a black woman to the court. Let's talk about the political and cultural impacts if he follows through on that promise.
Well, he is going to follow through on it. You can't lay a marker down like that and then back away from it right now. And I think it adds to some of the drama. Anytime you have a first, it does. I mean, when Ronald Reagan picked Sandra Day O'Connor to the Supreme Court, he had pre-said, I will pick a woman if I'm elected president, and he lived up to it. So the question now is which of the pool, and I have to tell you, it is a sad story of women justices in America, judges and federal judges. We do not have enough African-American women. They've been repressed. So this is an opportunity for Biden to have, like Lyndon Johnson had, a Thurgood Marshall moment. And it's a time for our country to really learn about an extraordinary legal mind, whoever he ends up picking. And the timing couldn't be better. The Biden administration needs some wind in their sail. And this by being carried on television. The Republicans have to be careful not to demonize somebody who's never done anything wrong in their life. So we're going to be ending up with TV drama through for this woman's confirmation hearing. But in the end, it's a big plus for Joe Biden that he gets this historic opportunity to name somebody.
Let's talk more about the timing that you mentioned here of Justice Breyer's retirement. I mean, besides getting that great TV drama that we love, how have Supreme Court picks helped build momentum for past administrations, especially we're in an election year?
You know what? Here's the odd thing. Justice Breyer has gone on television and wrote a book. He does not like the idea that the Supreme Court justice is always remembered in history being associated with the president who chose them. But alas, that's the way we do it in the United States. Breyer will always be associated with Bill Clinton, not with Barack Obama. And so he is making a political choice right now. If he would have waited till after the midterm, and if the Republicans reclaimed the Senate, it would be day over. They wouldn't allow, this Republican Party is not bipartisan. They would not allow somebody even moderate to come in. So Breyer is doing a political act, in my opinion. He's doing exactly what the progressive wing of the Democratic Party wants, and he's doing Joe Biden a big favor right now for allowing Biden to have the historic opportunity to pick somebody to succeed him.
Doug, thank you so much for putting this in historical context for us and sharing your perspective. Really appreciate it. The U.S. offering Russia a diplomatic path forward in this escalating crisis with Ukraine. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joining me with the latest from Washington. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest from Kyiv. Kelly, first to you, what can you tell us about the U.S. response to Russia today? And how much of a role did President Biden play in it, as far as you know?
Well, we're told that the president was directly involved, reviewing different drafts of the document that Russia had requested. They wanted answers in writing, which may be used for their own purposes. And so that made what was in that document all the more important. And so we're told that the president offered edits, and the U.S. worked with allies, and then that was submitted to the Russian government. And so that part of the process has taken this to a new level. That is a part of the diplomacy that was also giving some space to allow for a bit more time for the allies to make decisions about how they want to respond, for the military piece of this, for the U.S. to put on high alert the number of units, 8,500 service members who could be a part of a NATO force. Perhaps other U.S. service members, we're told, could be going to Eastern Europe to fortify countries there as well. All the different pieces of this trying to deter Vladimir Putin from aggression toward Ukraine. So Anthony Blinken today talked about this and this next step in having the effort to try to get Russia to back down, and the effort to respond in some ways to give Russia an off-ramp with diplomacy and some of the steps they want to take. So Secretary Blinken addressed this earlier today.
President Biden was intimately involved in this document. We've reviewed it with him repeatedly over the last weeks, just as we were getting, as you know, comment, input, ideas from allies and partners. It was vital that we work on this document, even though it goes to bilateral matters, and what NATO is providing presumably goes to the some broader issues that involve NATO and Russia. But allies and partners were intimately involved as well.
And the big headline, the U.S. will not say that Ukraine can never be a part of NATO. The U.S. will not agree to never placing certain kinds of defensive weapons in Eastern Europe, some of the things that Russia was concerned about. So Russia is not getting what it wanted from the U.S., but the U.S. is willing to try to talk to Russia about some things that could cool this down. And at this point, the paper statement, if you will, the written homework that Vladimir Putin is probably going to leave him wanting. Allison?
Matt, any word from the Kremlin, any reaction from Vladimir Putin yet? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer, Allison, is no. There's been no reaction. All we got was a statement saying that the deputy foreign minister had just received this document. And, you know, it's a little like what Kelly was saying. The U.S. was never going to accede to these demands that Vladimir Putin made, these sort of draft treaties that were released back in December. And it really just adds to the whole notion that all of this diplomacy has just been performative, that these are just sort of pantomime negotiations, because Russia really seemed to know that the U.S. wasn't going to submit to these demands. And, you know, the Americans basically made a response that was similar to the things they've been saying for the last several weeks or months. So a lot of this looks very performative. It looks like we're ticking boxes here. And from the American perspective, it kind of looks like these sort of maximalist demands and the American refusal that the Russians had always kind of expected are all just going to be part of Russia's pretext for going to war.
So, Kelly, if Vladimir Putin rejects this offer, what do we know about how President Biden will decide if and when he'll send U.S. troops to the region?
Well, that is a question we've been trying to get an answer to, and I think it's one that is really going to be judged by a complex series of events. And the president is not moving alone on this. This is not a U.S.-only operation. So look to leaders in Europe and what are they doing and working with NATO. And the real basis for all of this has been the U.S., and you hear the president talking about the sacred obligation under the NATO treaty to protect our partners. Just as after 9/11, the NATO countries came to the aid of the United States, the president says we have an obligation to protect the European countries that are a part of NATO from any potential spillover if Russia goes into Ukraine. Again, Ukraine is not a member of NATO, but the kind of change to have any kind of a ground war in Europe, which would be the first state versus state kind of event like that since World War II, does pose real security threat to neighboring countries when you think of those along the border in particular. So look for signs from the European leaders, look for the president to be continuing to work in partnership with them. We think it could be a matter of a few days before the president would make such a decision. He has said he could send troops, give the final okay, in advance of Russia taking any hostile action, simply because there's an advantage to having troops in position before any military action were to begin, simply because it takes time, and to get people in position to do that before anything hot kicks off kinetically, instead of waiting as a reaction to it. So that's why this is so tense, and why really each day there are developments that we're watching so closely.
So, Matt, given the tensions that Kelly just described, you've been on the ground there in Kyiv for several days. What's the mood like there?
Yeah, I mean, the mood is pretty normal. You know, I just came back from dinner at a restaurant where there were multiple people who were singing birthday party songs, and everybody was out and about. Everything seems really fine. And just to put this all in perspective, if you can imagine in America, if there were three, the northern border, the southern border, and the eastern border with America were all surrounded by an overwhelmingly large army, can you imagine that Americans would be that chill, that relaxed? And it just goes to speak to the level of instability that's been pervasive here for the last 7 to 8 years. We got to remember that this war is not necessarily new to your average Ukrainian. They've been living under the threat of Russian invasion for quite a while. And that's why Vladimir Zelensky, he's the president of Ukraine, he actually has been saying that repeatedly. You know, one of the main grievances that I've heard talking to Ukrainians is not so much that they worry about Russian invasion, which they are very worried about that. It's more the effect this is having on the economy. You know, investors are already pulling out. You know, they say capital is cowardly, and that's what we're seeing here. Nobody wants to invest in this country, and this is a country that at least saw itself and economically was on the up. And they're very upset that they're paying the price, quite literally, for a war that hasn't yet happened. And that's why there's a lot of popular opinion here that's saying that the West and Russia are being rather dramatic and playing with the future of Ukraine, you know, a country that doesn't have much say in the diplomatic negotiations that have led up to this.
Matt, Kelly, thank you both for being here with us. All right, now let's get to the latest on Omicron. In Rhode Island, COVID cases are dropping, but hospitalizations are still really high. A military medical team is taking to Providence to try to help with staffing shortages there. MSNBC weekend anchor Yasmin Vasugian is there.
Allison, Rhode Island Hospital, the hospital where I am, just behind me, certainly one of the hospitals across the country that has been dealing with this mega surge that we've been seeing with the Omicron variant, an uptick in hospitalizations, admittance to ICUs, critical care, folks showing up in the emergency department, certainly predominantly those that are seeking out hospitalization or needing hospitalization during the Omicron surge has been those that are unvaccinated. That being said, there's not enough hospital beds, and there hasn't been for quite some time. They're in a better spot today than they were 2 weeks ago. If you look at the curve of hospitalizations, of those folks having to be in the ICU, it is now down from where they were 2 weeks ago, but certainly not the numbers that they saw back in November, where they were just over 100, and now it's upwards of 400 individuals hospitalized. That being said, the staff, the nurses, the doctors, they are burned out. That is predominantly what I've been hearing. We're 2 years into this pandemic. Some would say now inside of a fourth wave. Doctors, nurses, staff, they're tired physically, and emotionally, psychologically. That is where military personnel are coming in. This is one of the hospitals that received 20 or so military personnel, doctors, nurses, respiratory specialists to help out with the surge, to help out with the needs here on the ground. I spoke with the head of nursing here at Rhode Island Hospital, talking to me about the emotional toll so many of the staff have been taking and how the military really are helping out here. I also spoke with a military ICU nurse who is deployed here now for 30 days. This is the third day of his deployment, and here's some of what they had to say.
I worked my first shift by myself yesterday. We're just plugging in wherever they need us, working in the ICU, in the ER, as well as around the hospital. We're just, wherever they need us, we're helping out. Every time I walk around the hospital and I'm going to CT with a patient or just walking into the cafeteria, I get a, hey, thank you for being here. Thank you for helping. We really want you here. You're needed. And I know that among the group, we really like to hear that. It's really welcoming.
And so 14 nurses, 4 physicians, 2 respiratory specialists, along with 3 additional staff members, all deployed here for 30 days or so. At that point, they're going to do a reassessment as to what their needs are here at this hospital and figure out what to do going forward. That being said, as I mentioned, the good news, they're on the other side of this curve for now, but everybody bracing, of course, for what may be next, because as so many doctors here have been telling me, and nurses as well, it seems as if at this point we're going to be living with this pandemic, living with COVID for quite some time. So now it's about managing as best as they can.
Unvaccinated patients being denied organ transplants at hospitals around the U.S. Health experts say it is not discrimination, it is policy. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns spoke to one family desperate to save their son.
Tracy Ferguson speaking out because her 31-year-old son, DJ, can't. He's waiting on a heart transplant, but is being denied because he won't get the COVID vaccine.
My son's in the hospital, and he needs a heart transplant.
She says DJ has been fighting for his life at Brigham and Women's Hospital, but she says he's been told he's not eligible due to hospital policy.
I couldn't believe it. And then he said to the doctor, so you're going to let me die?
She says her son is concerned about the side effects of the vaccine.
He's not an anti-vaxxer or whatever they call it, but, you know, he's compromised. The Mayo Clinic listed on their website the myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots.
In a statement, Brigham and Women's Hospital saying, like many other transplant programs in the United States, the COVID-19 vaccine is one of several vaccines and lifestyle behaviors required for transplant candidates in the Mass General Brigham system in order to create both the best chance for a successful operation and also the patient's survival after transplantation. Dr. Arthur Kaplan, the head of medical ethics at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, says this is a common type of requirement for a transplant.
Before COVID, if you hadn't had all your shots, they wouldn't do the operation on you. They'd make you wait. They're trying to make the expensive procedure with a lot of rehab involved successful. This isn't some new issue about, oh my goodness, he won't vaccinate. We're going to discriminate against him.
And when it comes to the family's concerns about side effects,
whatever the risks associated with the shot, they're lower than COVID. So what you want to do is prevent COVID.
DJ isn't the only one denied a transplant because of his decision not to get vaccinated. In October, a Colorado woman was denied a kidney transplant because she refused to get the shot for religious reasons. And another man who was waiting for a transplant told his surgery was on hold because of his donor.
A new policy at the Cleveland Clinic now requires both organ recipients and donors to be COVID vaccinated. Sue is not.
Medical, religious, and also freedom.
Ferguson, a father of 2 with another child on the way, remains in the hospital. His mother says he was in the OR for a separate surgery as we were speaking to her.
If his life is on the line, do you think he might change his mind about the vaccine knowing that?
He might. He could wake up after his surgery today and say, all right, I'm willing to take my risk.
Do you hope he does?
I would want the doctors to treat the patient, not the policy.
Over in Beijing, China's zero COVID strategy on full display ahead of next month's Winter Olympics. Authorities there closing off neighborhoods and increasing testing. But will it prevent the virus from disrupting the games? Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer.
China's government going to more extreme lengths to contain COVID cases 10 days before the Winter Olympics, abruptly sealing off neighborhoods in Beijing. Officials say they'll mass test 2 million people. There's nothing we can do to get rid of it, he says. The entire city caught in a dragnet. over a handful of reported cases and ramped up fear. Anyone buying cold medication recently ordered to take a test to prove they aren't infected.
As more people are being told they have to get tested, sites like this are popping up around the city.
Beijing's first cases of the Omicron variant, testing China's rigid zero tolerance for COVID. As world attention turns to China for the Olympics, Chinese leaders had hoped to showcase success in managing the virus.
Beijing faces a dilemma, right? That might also explain why so far they've refrained from imposing a citywide lockdown.
With Beijing under restrictions, athletes and officials are confined to a closed loop of walled-off hotels and venues accessible only to them. Already, Games officials report 93 COVID cases inside the bubble, while outside, Chinese fans can no longer buy Olympics tickets. It's a pity, but there's no way, he says. Chinese officials are so fearful of crossover, drivers were warned to avoid Olympics vehicles, even if there's an accident. The city now in full emergency mode, days before the games begin.
Coming up, liability insurance for gun owners. A first-of-its-kind measure just passed in San Jose, and a Second Amendment showdown's already brewing. We'll take you there next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start with a former Northwestern professor being sentenced to jail for 53 years. Wyndham Latham stabbed his boyfriend to death in 2017. Latham's defense attorney calling the sentence, quote, unduly harsh. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. apologizing for suggesting things are worse today than they were for Anne Frank. His comments came at an anti-vaccine rally this past weekend. YouTube crafter Melanie Ham dying of cancer at the age of 36. Ham had over 800,000 subscribers to her DIY channel, with some videos reaching up to 5 million views. The drug conspiracy conviction against Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman upheld by an appeals court. The U.S. appeals court also praising the 2019 trial judge and rejecting claims that the jury heard faulty evidence against Guzman. And experts say the McDonald's McPlant burger sold better than expected. In December, participating locations sold around 70 of the Beyond Meat burgers every day. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. To San Francisco, California, where gun owners could be required to have liability insurance. The city council approved this historic ordinance last night, but Second Amendment groups are already lining up to fight it in court. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos explains how this new measure would work.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
San Jose, California is on the verge of becoming the first city in the United States to require gun owners to have liability insurance. The city council passed the first of its kind ordinance Tuesday night.
Our remaining item this evening is 4.1, gun harm reduction ordinance.
Mayor Sam Liccardo first proposed the idea in 2019 after a shooting killed 3 people at the Gilroy Garlic Festival.
Please continue to stay strong and be an inspiration for all of us.
But put it on hold in 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The mayor reintroduced the plan last June after a worker shot and killed 9 people at the Santa Clara Valley Transit Authority rail yard in May.
I've never seen you so shaken up.
Yeah.
I think you convey a lot what we're all feeling now.
Yeah, this is a heartbreaking moment for everybody in our community. The point is we can reduce a lot of harm and tragedy and pain, even if we're not going to magically make a gun fall out of the hands of a crook.
The ordinance says that anyone living in San Jose that owns a gun must get a liability policy. Mayor Liccardo has compared it to owning car insurance. In addition, owners will pay a gun harm reduction fee of about $25 per year. The money will go to a newly created nonprofit group, which will send it to other groups that work on reducing gun violence. The new ordinance would not apply to peace officers or those with a concealed carry license. Violations could result in undetermined fines and citations. A November study from the Pacific Institute for Research and Evaluation estimates that 50 to 55,000 households in San Jose own guns. The study found gun violence costs each San Jose taxpayer an average of $151 a year to provide, quote, injury-related services to firearm injury shooters and those they shoot. Combined with other costs, including legal fees, health care for victims, and lost work time, the study says firearm injuries cost the city $442 million each year. So, does this violate the Constitution? Mayor Liccardo argues no.
We have fees on the filing of civil lawsuits, which of course are a right under the 7th Amendment. We have taxes on newspapers that are publishing, as they are entitled to do under the First Amendment. The question isn't whether or not there's a fee or an obligation. The question is whether it is an obstacle to the exercise of the constitutional right. And I believe this is not going to be a significant obstacle.
But the ordinance faced legal threats before the vote was even held. The National Foundation for Gun Rights sent a cease and desist letter to city leaders back in July. The group is now preparing a lawsuit saying, quote, if gun grabbers get away with taxing the right to own a gun, every left-leaning local government across the country will quickly follow. This will be an expensive, drawn-out legal battle. It's expected to be one of many legal challenges against the new ordinance. Will it succeed? On the one hand, there are plenty of laws that require us to have insurance for things like driving a car. But on the other hand, driving a car is not protected by the Second Amendment to the Constitution. And challengers may argue that imposing restrictions like this encroaches upon that cherished right to own a firearm. This is not the law just yet. It goes up for a second and final vote on February 8th. If approved, the ordinance will go into effect in August.
Coming up, are dollar stores damaging local businesses? What happens in small towns when the discount chains move in? Next.
I'm Terry Crews.
Team USA superfan, Shaun White. What are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The Fed dropping its biggest hints yet that interest rate hikes are coming this March. At a press conference this afternoon, Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying it will be appropriate to raise rates soon. Wall Street didn't like everything Powell had to say today, though. The Dow falling 130 points after it spent the bulk of the day in the green. NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle here now. So, Steph, the Fed didn't change interest rates today, but what did Powell say about the rest of this year?
Well, didn't change them yet, but we're expecting he is going to be changing them come March. And while he talked about the fact that we are in a strong economic recovery and reaching full employment, the inflation situation is a problem. COVID isn't behind us. He sounded humble and nimble. Listen to this.
Of course, the economic outlook remains highly uncertain. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires humility, recognizing that the economy evolves in unexpected ways. We'll need to be nimble so that we can respond to the full range of plausible outcomes. With this in mind, we will remain attentive to risks, including the risk that high inflation is more persistent than expected, and are prepared to respond as appropriate to achieve our goals.
So it's a little bit of a complicated situation, right? So the economy is doing really well. People are thrilled about that. But inflation is a huge problem. So they've got to raise rates. But in raising rates, people don't necessarily like that. It makes other things in your life cost more.
Yeah, so for viewers sitting here thinking, how do rate hikes affect me? When I go to the grocery store, I open a new credit card. What does this mean?
All right. Well, listen, if you already have a mortgage and it's locked in, you're fine. But if you've got a floating rate mortgage, it's going to go up. If you think you're going to apply for a mortgage this year, or you need to take a bank loan, opening a new credit card, things are going to go up. Now, they're not going to be up in any huge measures. I mean, the last time inflation was where it is today, rates were over 5%. And right now we're talking 0. So we've got room to go. And remember, the reason they're doing all of this is to slow down inflation. And if they're successful at that, that will be good for everyone.
That will certainly be good for everyone. Steph Roll, always great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Great to see you.
National dollar store chains are expanding fast. Small-town businesses fighting to keep up. NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez talked with one entrepreneur about how she's hanging in there.
Our life is going to be a little crazy, but we're ready.
Lucy Fargo and her husband Andrew are a few weeks away from opening their third local market store, this one in Sackett's Harbor, New York.
This is going to be a grocery store, full deli, going to have lots of fresh meats and produce.
A village with fewer than 2,000 people, where the closest full-service grocery store is the next town over.
We see that there's a need here, and hopefully we can fill that need.
Lucy says the general store that had previously been open at their location shut down in 2019. She believes that competition from the Dollar General was one of the reasons the store closed.
We're not ever going to be able to compete with Dollar Generals or, even Walmart. We're never going to be cheaper than them.
But the Fargos are optimistic of their new store's chance of survival.
With us, you get personality. We get to know all of our customers on a first name basis. We like to do as much for the community as we can. We like to offer a variety of items that are made locally for people to help support their fellow neighbor.
You said that you've lived in the area forever. Mm-hmm. Have you really seen the change of these chains coming in? Do things feel different?
Yes, yeah. I feel like it's all, you drive down a country road and then, bam, there's a Dollar General, put up in a field that, used to be a cornfield. They're everywhere.
The concern over Dollar General and other big box retailer competition isn't unique to Sackett's Harbor. It's shared nationwide, particularly in small town economies.
I kind of liken it to a cancer. They'll come in to susceptible neighborhoods, kind of metastasize.
Reverend Donald Perryman leads a coalition of faith leaders in Toledo, Ohio, with a mission to challenge disparities in poor and marginalized communities. His group called for Toledo officials to establish a healthy food overlay district
that incentivizes grocery stores. And this overlay district would restrict convenience box and other discount stores that primarily sell non-fresh food items.
We do have produce currently in about 2,000 stores and recently made commitments to add the fresh fruits and vegetables to up to 10,000 stores in the coming years.
With a population of roughly 269,000 people, Toledo currently has 21 Dollar General stores. These kinds of concentration levels led organizations in other cities to push for policies that prevent or restrict national chain discount stores like Dollar General from developing, like in Stonecrest, Georgia, where the city adopted a total ban on dollar stores in 2019, or Plainview, Nebraska, where a 2021 dollar store dispersal ordinance required a 1-mile separation for new stores.
From our lens, certainly we are disappointed anytime a policymaker or elected official will choose to limit the ability that the customer has to make choices.
According to the Institute of Local Self-Reliance, there are 27 cities and towns in 12 different states that have implemented a policy limiting how many dollar stores can exist within a certain distance of each other. Despite conflicting opinions from cities and towns across America, Dollar General has continued to expand, even during the pandemic.
During fiscal 2020, we added about 1,000 new stores. We're also adding about 1,000 new stores in this fiscal year. We've announced our store plan growth for 22, and we're planning to add about 1,100 new stores.
In a 2018 report, the Institute for Local Self-Reliance says some local grocers in Mobile, Iowa, and Haven, Kansas reported their sales dropped by about 30% once a Dollar General opened in the area.
I think it's fundamentally important to remember Dollar General is not a grocer. We are a general store. We see ourselves actually complementing a local grocery store.
But small business owners like the Fargos believe it's important for their communities to have a friendly, truly local option.
I wish there would be more mom and pops like us, people who are really going to have an impact. You know, yes, they're going to hire local. You know, it's going to be people who are living there who are going to work there, but the products that they're buying are not going to be local.
Coming up, cold enough for you? The sub-freezing temps today are just the beginning. Some serious snow heading for the Northeast. Michelle Grossman will be here with your full forecast.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A dangerous mix of cold and snow in the middle of the country. 2 feet falling in Colorado, temperatures below zero in the Midwest. And if you're sitting in the Northeast thinking, ooh, thank goodness that's not me, we're next. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking what is shaping up to be a pretty big winter storm. But first, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Des Moines, Iowa with the latest on the deep freeze.
Hi there. Well, I can confirm it is extremely cold here in Des Moines. I brought a thermometer with me this morning, and you see the needles dangling right around 0 degrees, but we know the real temperature is about 4 degrees below zero. You throw in the wind chill, and you're talking about something much cooler than that. And it's not just here in Iowa, but across the country, you have 226 million people waking up to temperatures below freezing, and that cold air is carrying a 1-2 punch, including some snow. You go out west, Colorado dealing with up to 25 inches of snow across the state. That's leading to some dangerous conditions on the road. We know in Kansas, a major interstate was shut down yesterday because of the dangerous conditions that led to people stranded on the road for several hours. Now, this Arctic air in the Midwest is only going to continue to move east, but the bigger concern is this weekend when the National Weather Service says they're increasingly confident that there'll be a significant winter storm along the East Coast.
All right, let's bring in Michelle to find out what's heading our way. Michelle, those of us here in the Northeast are wondering what's coming this weekend. What's the latest on that mega storm?
I know, it's all about the snow this weekend, and we're looking at the potential for a major nor'easter. Where it will end up, that's the question that still remains. But let's first talk about the cold air, because that's one of the ingredients for this nor'easter this weekend. We are so cold. You saw Shaq shivering. He's still shivering. Yeah. It's 11 degrees in Des Moines. And you can see this area of high pressure. It's huge, and it extends all the way down to the southern plains. So wind chills in Dallas right now, it feels like 48 degrees there. It feels like 19 in Wichita, and that extends through the Great Lakes down to the Carolinas. So even Raleigh, North Carolina, you're feeling like 36, and it feels like 17 below zero in Caribou right now. And it's the middle of the afternoon. So that cold air is going to stay in place. We have wind chill alerts tomorrow, 7 million people impacted. Where you see the pink here, that's Cleveland, Puxatawny, Watertown, Burlington. And that's because wind chills could be as low as 30 degrees below zero. That's frostbite within minutes. So really dangerous scenario. But if otherwise, we're looking at really cold temperatures. So even by tomorrow afternoon, not warming up in the Northeast. You're looking at Baltimore, 34 degrees, wind chills in the 20s, New York, 31 degrees, but we'll have the sunshine in the Northeast tomorrow. It changes on Friday, still very cold. That's going to set the stage for this possible nor'easter. Philadelphia, only 36 on Friday, well below normal for this time of year. That's 5 degrees below what is typical for this time of year, and 43 Norfolk. So as we go throughout the rest of Friday, we're going to have a cold front that's going to swing through. So we'll start out mainly cloudy in the Northeast, and look at these temperatures through the weekend. So again, these temperatures really are setting the stage for this possible nor'easter. Even New York, you're looking at 26 on Sunday and just above freezing on Monday. So we do have our first set of winter alerts. That's in parts of Massachusetts, into Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard, so Boston, Providence. You are under a winter storm watch Friday into Saturday. And this is what we are expecting here. This is what we know, because we're still 2 days away. That coastal storm hasn't even formed yet. But first on Friday, we're going to have that Clipper system move through. It's an Arctic cold front. That's going to bring really cold air. It's going to bring that first batch of snow to the Northeast. You can see the blue there, the pinks, that's your wintry mix. And then what's going to happen, it's going to merge with this coastal low. So they're going to join forces. That coastal low is going to tap into that cold air, and that's what's going to throw back this moisture. And we're looking at model agreement on a really strong storm, a Bob cyclone, a winter hurricane, whatever you want to call it, a really strong nor'easter. We're looking at strong winds and heavy snow. Now, here's the question. Where is it going to set up as it goes across, up and down the East Coast? So the European model that's closer to the coast, that's going to bring heavier snow from New Jersey all the way up to New England. And the GFS, that's the American model, really makes that major impact into New England. So, Allison, this is still days away. We've about 48 hours before we really start to see snow falling. We're going to continue to watch this. But I think first we need to focus on that cold. We need to focus on that snow first on Friday. And then when those two systems come together, we'll see where that nor'easter really packs the punch.
Michelle, I know I'm not making any friends here, but I would so be into a snowy Saturday afternoon at home cooking. Sorry, I know a lot of people are going to kill me for that, but I'm into it.
No, I don't think you're alone. I think we're ready for it. We want it. We're getting to February. Let's just get a big snowstorm, check off the list, and move on. I love it.
Weekend timing isn't terrible either. Michelle, I know you'll keep your eyes on and let us know what's coming. Thank you so much.
I will. Sure.
Coming up, Big Papi gets the call. David Ortiz, a first ballot Hall of Famer. A look back at his career and the stars who missed the cut. Next.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Big Papi is going to Cooperstown. David Ortiz, elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. The Boston Red Sox slugger is the only new member of this year's class. So who missed the cut? Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Pitch. Big Papi hits it to deep right field.
In Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame, adding one more name to the greatest to ever play the game.
Is a feared slugger who performed his best on the biggest stage.
David Ortiz, the Boston Red Sox slugger and 10-time All-Star known as Big Papi. Yes! Celebrating with friends and family in his native Dominican Republic. To make it in, players must receive 75% of the votes by the Baseball Writers Association of America. Ortiz, the only one of 30 candidates on the ballot to get enough votes. The Hall of Fame announcement just as notable for who didn't get in. Some of baseball's biggest names, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Sammy Sosa, and Curt Schilling, falling short in their final year of eligibility.
When visitors go to the Hall of Fame, they'll say, hey, where's the greatest home run hitter of all time? Barry Bonds, not in. Roger Clemens, one of the greatest right-handed pitchers in the last 100 years, not in. I would say those legacies will always be tarnished.
Bonds, Clemens, and Sosa still facing suspicions they used performance-enhancing drugs during their playing days. Clemens tweeting about the decision, writing, I would like to thank those who took the time to look at the facts and vote for me. Hopefully everyone can now close this book and keep their eyes forward, focusing on what is really important in life. Reaction to Bonds' big league snub, swift. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tweeting, SMH for shaking my head. Fans also sounding off.
People will have their reasoning, but I think as far as baseball numbers, what performance, what he did for the game, he deserves to be in.
The only way in now? A sort of appeals process by a 16-member committee that only meets every few years to consider players no longer eligible.
The debates have raged on since the Hall of Fame opened up almost 85 years ago nearly, and that's part of what makes this place so great.
Cool runnings at the Winter Olympics this year, or at least the spirit of the 1993 movie will be. Jamaica qualifying with a 4-man bobsled team for the first time in 24 years. Sky News sports correspondent Tom Parmenter talked to this year's team about their journey to Beijing.
There's only one team that warms up like this. The Jamaican 4-man bob is back. Out on the track and ready for Beijing. Just.
It was only in September that you first got in a bobsleigh together. Is that right? Is that kind of normal?
It's not normal, but it's Jamaica bobsleigh.
Shamwain is the pilot who rides up front. He lives in Peterborough and serves in the RAF. During lockdown, with nowhere to train, he pushed his fiancée's Mini around an industrial estate just to keep going. Even the Queen laughed about it during a video call she held with the armed forces.
Well, I suppose that's one way to train.
Yeah, so that's definitely one way to train, Mum.
It's amazing. It just doesn't feel real. It's a great honour. It's a great honour to be a part of that and kind of try and inspire the next generation of Jamaican athletes to kind of take it on from what we do.
All of this isn't about glory for us. It isn't about the fame and the fortune. It is about breaking barriers and doing things that people don't normally do.
It is, of course, the backstory that makes it so special. How 4 Jamaicans went to the 1988 Games.
All right, that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on
on the air with the news. NBC scooped with developments even in the last hour before this show started. The retirement of Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. And the president ready to pick a replacement who, by the way, will sit on the court for maybe a generation. And she will almost certainly be a black woman, with the White House reiterating the president's campaign pledge to make history on that front. We're covering every angle of this story tonight with our correspondent who broke it and what happens from here. Plus, the U.S. putting it in writing, formally responding to some of Russia's demands to try to turn down the temperature with Ukraine. But it's not exactly what Moscow wants to hear. So what is the diplomatic path? We're live overseas. And it's not official, but it's almost a done deal that interest rates will go up in a month and a half, with the Fed today trying to get a handle on inflation. We'll break down what it means for your money in a minute, and how some people grieving unimaginable loss from gun violence are trying to take those guns off the streets and put them to good use. You may be surprised to find out where in tonight's original. Plus, Disney taking heat for its Snow White remake. Have you heard about this? The new response from the company after getting called out by critics for reinforcing problematic stereotypes. Hey, I'm Hallie, and at some point in the next few weeks, maybe months, President Biden may make history by naming the first black woman to the Supreme Court, with a seat on the court expected to be opening up with the retirement of Justice Stephen Breyer. That's the huge news tonight here out of Washington, where Breyer hasn't made it official, but people close to him say he'll step down at the end of the term. And some new reporting just into us tonight. The White House and sources telling NBC News they're ramping up a quick selection process for his replacement. For now, though, President Biden is giving Justice Breyer a little breathing room. Watch.
Every justice has the right and opportunity to decide what he or she is going to do and announce it on their own. There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later.
A presidential punt, if you will, from President Biden. But here's what you need to know about all of this, right? Breyer is one of the liberal justices, one of the 3 liberal justices on this court. And him stepping down this year before the midterms means Democrats would be able to replace him while they hold power in the White House and the Senate. But replacing him with another more liberal-leaning judge doesn't mean the court suddenly becomes liberal. It actually does not change the ideological makeup at all. The court will still have a conservative majority, 6-3. That's important to remember as we have this conversation. And to have it, I want to bring in Pete Williams in Washington, Kelly O'Donnell at the White House, and presidential historian Michael Beschloss, who we're lucky to have with us tonight. Pete, we're lucky to have you, Mr. Scoopsies here. Talk to us about this news from Justice Breyer. We haven't officially heard. When might we? And why did he make this decision now, based on your sourcing?
So it sounds like the official announcement will come tomorrow. Okay. Our understanding is that he hasn't formally sent his letter to the White House, but it sounds like there'll be some sort of announcement at the White House tomorrow, some sort of perhaps a ceremony or announcement to thank him for his service on the Supreme Court, and then presumably at some later date, the announcement of a nominee. It doesn't sound like the White House is ready to announce that part yet. In terms of when it would become effective, we're not sure because we haven't seen the letter, and I don't believe actually there has been a letter yet. At least there hadn't been earlier today. So the question is, I mean, he's going to be gone this summer. The question is, would it be at the end of this current term, once all the decisions are announced in late June or early July, or would it be, as it sometimes is, upon the nomination and confirmation of his successor? Either way, seems pretty clear that this will be his last Supreme Court term, bringing to 28 years the time on the bench.
And I want to talk about that, too, right? Because for the more recent part of those 28 years, right, maybe the last couple of years, he's faced some pressure to do this, especially from progressive groups, especially after it became clear that President Biden won the 2020 election, you know, for folks on the left. The justice has spoken obliquely about this over the course of the last couple of years, including to MSNBC's Ari Melber a few years ago. Here it is.
You've been on the court over 20 years.
Yes.
How do you know, in a job where only you decide, how do you know when it's time to retire?
Oh, that's a good question. And I feel I will know. I feel so far I seem to be able to do the job. And there will perhaps be some indication, or I'll think about it, but I haven't thought it through enough yet to be able to give you much guidance on when I'll retire.
Clearly, he has thought it through since, Pete, but he's still going to be on the court long enough to see through some of these very big decisions, things like abortion rights in front of the courts, things like affirmative action. That doesn't change, right? Just because he's retiring doesn't mean he suddenly doesn't get a vote on that stuff.
Oh, no, he'll be a full participant in all those cases in what's turning out to be one of the biggest, most consequential terms in years. And I think the full answer to your question is, I think last year, all this Breyer retire, the truck around the White House or the Supreme Court, all these people calling for him to step down now, I think that just had the opposite effect. It sort of stiffened his resolve to stay. But now he's a political realist. He can see the calendar. He knows there's a midterm election. And he had once said, I don't want to see somebody succeed, someone who succeed me who's just going to overturn everything I've done the last 2 decades.
What's his legacy? Pete, you've covered the court for a long time, right? You know Justice Breyer. You know these justices. How will he be remembered from the legal perspective?
Well, as a moderate conservative, he's not been a totally on the left justice because of his expertise in administrative law. He didn't always vote, for example, for the rights of criminal defendants, but he's been a consistent upholder of civil rights, abortion rights, affirmative action, a believer in the so-called separation of church and state, skeptical about gun rights. And, you know, somebody who, one of his former clerks recently described him as the eternal optimist, that he always thought he could persuade his other colleagues to come around. And he probably did play that historic role in the very first decision the Supreme Court made on the president's Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, when it looked like it was going to be going down in flames. It may well have been he who turned around the Chief Justice, John Roberts, and saved the day.
And Pete, real quick, this would mean, right, when he does retire at some point this summer, gets replaced, the most senior liberal-leaning justice would be Sonia Sotomayor. Do I have that right?
Correct. So what that means is whenever people on her side are in the majority, she assigns the opinion. Whenever people are on the other side, the Chief Justice assigns the opinion. So it's an important function.
Pete Williams, thank you so much. Great reporting today, Pete. Another reason why we are lucky to have you on our team. Appreciate it. So let's take a step back and talk through the process of what now happens from here, right? First, as we talked about with Pete, Justice Breyer has to actually announce his retirement. You heard Pete say we think that'll happen maybe tomorrow. Then President Biden will pick somebody to fill that soon-to-be vacant seat. And like we reported at the top, we'll talk about this with Kelly O in a second, but the White House is ramping up. They think that's going to happen relatively soon. When it does happen, the nominee then heads to Capitol Hill for a whole bunch of meetings with senators. They'll have a hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and then that committee sends the nominee to the full Senate. There's that vote. After that, a grand finale, a final confirmation vote with all 100 senators. And here's what's really important here. Democrats would only need a simple majority. After Mitch McConnell changed the rules for Supreme Court nominees a few years ago, it only takes 50 plus 1 votes. Meaning if Democrats hang together and the vice president breaks a tie, the pick is in. Done deal. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki today reiterating that the president, when it comes to that pick, intends to keep a campaign promise to make her a black woman.
The president has stated and reiterated his commitment to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court and certainly stands by that.
Kelly O is with us now. So, Kelly, let me take this in a couple of pieces here. First, let me start with the brand new reporting from you and our team at the White House that the administration has its foot on the gas, let's say, when it comes to getting this pick in.
They want to move quickly, and they want to have a chance to use the time available right now to, I think, have all of the political benefit of it, as well as knowing they have limited time before the midterms. But at the same time, they're using this extraordinary presidential power to hold back time. Despite all of the reporting that's been going on today, the White House is not acknowledging this publicly, as you've seen, from the president to the press secretary to top officials we're talking to. They don't want to go into the specifics of when the president will formally acknowledge Justice Breyer, celebrate his legacy, and do those next steps. At the same time, under the surface, the duck is moving very quickly.
100%, right.
Yes, right. So very serene up top, moving quickly below. All the steps to set in motion the many different things, from public events, preparing lists of nominees, all the work that's required with that, interacting with the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, and, of course, outside groups, interested parties. There are so many aspects to this that really becomes kind of a cottage industry within the White House that is propped up for a period of time of a few months within an administration. And if you take the historic nature of what we expect based on the president's public commitment of having an African-American woman named to the court, it will take on a cultural moment as well. And so there's a lot happening here, but from the White House in a public-facing way, we're not going to hear much from them until Justice Breyer makes his announcement formally, and then really watch things begin to move. But in terms of the tempo, yes, they want it to move quickly for all of the advantages that can give them in a midterm year.
Kelly, you said it, they're ducks right now, right? But let's talk about, when this process does kind of come above the surface, if you will. We know that the president has already appointed 8 black women to the appellate court. There seems to be a front runner emerging for the pick, right, Judge Jackson?
So, yes, what the president has already been able to do is place nominees into the federal judiciary. He's had great success with that. And among that are some of the front runners that people are talking about. And Judge Brown Jackson is one of those who is certainly named as a front runner. She also had in her own resume clerking for Justice Breyer, has a great reputation, is in that sweet spot age-wise, just over 50, so certainly old enough to bring wisdom, young enough to have a long way to go on the court, and she could certainly be someone of great interest. We've also seen at times, having covered a number of these, where sometimes the popular frontrunner is not ultimately the pick, and sometimes it very much plays out that way. So we will just have to watch it go forward. But there will be a handful of nominees, certainly, who will be talked about prominently, and that will begin in earnest, and you'll have people who will advocate for their favorites, and will be reading the tea leaves, trying to understand who is perhaps among the president's favorites. But what the advantage the Biden White House has here is they have recent documentation, all the background, all the history that has been presented to the current Senate, and they have a recent record of sitting senators who have voted for these nominees, which means very hard to not vote for them again if they're elevated to the high court.
Kelly, that's so important. And I know you have other reporting obligations and you got to go get on the phone, I know. But just please help us understand the Senate piece of this, right? Because that's where this goes. You make an important point that so far there has been unanimity on the Democratic side for other judicial nominees for President Biden. This is a potentially big moment for Chuck Schumer, bigger moment for President Biden, as you've laid out here. And Senator Schumer has said today they want to do this with deliberation, but they're also looking to get this done fairly quickly. I spoke with Senator Elizabeth Warren not too long ago, who said, we don't want to be, I'm paraphrasing, we don't want to be dragging this process out.
They wanted to move swiftly, and at the same time, we all have to be aware of the fact that sometimes there can be surprises along the way. We've lived through that in recent years, not forecasting that would happen, but wanting to move swiftly is not the same as that happening. And so Democrats will want to set that in motion, and then we'll have to see how it goes. But where they feel confident about this short list is that they already know so much about these candidates, and they already have that track record. And that just makes it much higher probability of success for confirmation. And then when you look at Republicans in the Senate, like Susan Collins, a moderate Republican who has voted for the president's choice for Supreme Court, regardless of party, time and again, it may not be a Democrats' only prospect when you get to the end of the day.
Kelly O'Donnell.
And she was just reelected as well, so that gives her several years.
Also true. Kelly, thank you. I know you've had a jam-packed day. I so appreciate you making time for us here.
Good
Thanks.
to see you.
I want to bring in presidential historian Michael Beschloss now. Michael, it's great to have you on. 2 quick questions for you here. One, let me start where Kelly left off here, because she mentioned the idea that this is potentially a politically potent moment for President Biden, right? We know that his approval rating across the board with his base is something like in the low 40s, right? The low 40%. Right. It is a big deal to his base, right? If he would be able to, as it seems like he will, nominate and get confirmed a new Supreme Court justice who, by the way, we're talking about these frontrunners in their, late 40s, early 50s, younger people who would be in place for potentially a generation. It's a legacy moment.
No, that's exactly right. And One of the most important things, as you know, Hallie, that a president does is appoint a justice of the Supreme Court. And oftentimes that Supreme Court justice can change history more times than presidents do if you look through history. But here we are in a case where, the court has gotten pretty diverse. It's got a long way to go still in 2022. But the first black justice of the Supreme Court was not until 1967, Thurgood Marshall. The first woman to be on the Supreme Court was not until 1981, Sandra Day O'Connor. So if we have an African-American woman, that's going to be a big moment in history.
And you look at the stats here, right? Historically, of the 115 Supreme Court justices that have been seated, only 7 have not been white men, right? I think that's another way to look at this here. When you look, Michael, at the Supreme Court approval overall, right? We talked about President Biden's, but there's the court approval rating too. It also is at the lowest it's been, right? 40% down from 61% just 10, 11 years ago. How do you see this? And how do you put this into context as far as the changing view that Americans have of the court?
Well, it used to be, as you know, that the Supreme Court was one of the few institutions in American society that no matter what your ideological point of view or party affiliation, you respected the court. You felt that it was above grubby politics. People don't feel that way anymore. One reason for that is that the founders of this country hoped that Supreme Court justices would make decisions on the basis of their own beliefs after consulting with their colleagues. Now, a lot of Americans think that the Supreme Court is just sort of full of robots. If you were appointed by a Republican president, you could be expected to vote this way, or a Democratic president that way. One of the great things about Stephen Breyer was that, yes, he was left of center, and yes, he stood for certain beliefs, but he could surprise you. And he was known for being extremely collegial and having great forces of persuasion with his colleagues.
The eternal optimist, as we heard from Pete just a couple of minutes ago. Michael Beschloss, it is so great to see you. Thank you. I think this is the first time we've had you on this show, so I appreciate the debut.
Love the show.
Come back.
Love being here.
Thank you, friend. Thanks. Turning now to some news from overseas. Secretary of State Tony Blinken saying the ball is now in Russia's court after the U.S. made good on its promise to respond in writing to what Russia wants. The secretary today said, guess what? We don't get to see the document. He just told us about it. But he said the President Biden, was involved in writing it. And importantly, here's what's really critical here, that the U.S. position hasn't changed. Why does this matter? Remember, Russia wants guarantees. They want guarantees in writing that NATO would not admit Ukraine as a new member. The U.S. isn't going to go there. And the U.S. apparently did not go there in this, non-paper paper, this diplomatic written response that's been turned over. Russia today warned of the potential for retaliation if their demands aren't met. Watch. Well, just kidding. I'm going to tell you about it instead. Basically, that's what happened. I want to bring in Matt Bradley, who's in Kyiv for us now. Matt, listen, there was discussion of where is the diplomatic off-ramp, right? This ain't it. This feels like a box-checking exercise that the U.S., the Secretary of State, had to do because they told Russia they would, but it is not what Russia wants to hear here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, Hallie, and this just goes to reinforce a reality that we've been seeing for the past couple of months. It just really shows that all of this diplomacy, all of these negotiations are really little more than a pantomime. They're performative. The response to this written response that we just got, this was in response to 2 draft treaties that Russia came up with back in December. And back then, a lot of commentators were saying that these are such maximalist demands that are impossible for the U.S. or NATO to accede to, and Russia knows that. And so Russia was basically just trying to make demands that they knew that the Western community and NATO would never reach.
President Biden, we know, and we talked about this, is considering sanctioning Vladimir Putin, right? What do we know about what those sanctions would look like now? And what did the Kremlin mean when we talked about them being politically destructive?
Yeah, I mean, when we heard that from Dmitry Peskov saying that they would be politically destructive, what he was saying was that they wouldn't be personally destructive. They would be politically destructive in the sense that the Russians would consider that maybe tantamount to not an act of war, but ending diplomacy. And his point was interesting because he said that this shows a lack of knowledge about Russian politics, and saying that if you sanction Vladimir Putin personally, it's not even going to have an effect. It's useless because Russian laws prohibit prohibit high-level politicians from holding assets abroad. So if the U.S. did try to freeze those assets, personal holdings of Vladimir Putin, it won't matter. He doesn't have any.
Can I ask you, too, there's some buzz in this about, like, what's up with Germany, right? This idea, this discussion that maybe Germany's not holding up its end of the bargain. You've got Denmark sending fighter jets to Lithuania. You've got Spain sending ships, right, to go bolster NATO. France ready to send troops. The U.K. weapons to Kyiv. We're putting troops on alert here in the U.S. The president had said, those might deploy in the near term. And then Germany sending helmets. Secretary Blinken said today he's not super worried they're not going to be on board. But what's going on here? What's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that Secretary Blinken has enough European partners who are very, very worried about a Russian incursion, and they might not necessarily need German help. If the Russians do invade Ukraine, I think we can very much expect that Germany will definitely change their tune. What's the deal? I mean, Olaf Scholz is a new chancellor in Germany. He is not Angela Merkel, who stewarded Germany through all of the crisis back in 2014 when all of this got going. We also saw some rumors that Germans denied that the British transport planes carrying armaments had to fly around Germany in order to make it to Ukraine. I mean, there's a lot of sensitivities around this. The Germans are saying that they're not going to be arming them for historical reasons. And that's interesting because the Germans simply don't want to be seen providing weapons that are going to be killing Russians for historical reasons. And of course, they're referencing World War II and the Cold War.
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Kyiv. Matt, thank you for all your reporting overseas. I know it's been a long stretch for you. We so appreciate it. Turning now to some news here at home, and it is almost officially official with the Fed giving those big hints, basically all but saying explicitly that they're going to raise interest rates in March. This is not shocking coming from Fed Chair Jerome Powell, but it does matter. It is significant. Why? Do you have loans? Are you looking to get a mortgage? Do you have a credit card? Right? The interest rate factors into all of those things potentially. But the hope is that by doing this, by hiking up the rates, it's going to slow down inflation, which is costing us more for almost everything, including, check this out, the price of bacon. It's up more than $1. Bread, chicken, OJ, it's all more expensive, like a whole lot of other things. Stephanie Rule is here with us. Steph, you have been doing yeoman's work today, right, breaking down what this means. Does this mean, right, if the Fed raises these rates in March, that by April my bacon is cheaper?
No, of course it doesn't. If only the world worked that way. There isn't a specific timeline on when this is going to happen, but the overall idea is how do they cool the economy? Remember, they dropped rates down to 0 2 years ago when we were facing a much more crisis moment. When you set rates at 0, they do that to encourage businesses and individuals to go out and spend, to borrow, to expand their businesses. And that happened. We saw demand fly, right? Over the last 2 years, think about the housing market. The housing market wasn't so hot just because people said, well, I really want to move out to the suburbs and buy a big house. People could buy the big house because rates were so low. And now that that's happened and demand is up so much, that has pushed prices up. So the goal here is to try to cool the economy a bit and even things out. Will it happen by April? Guess again, sister.
So listen, caveat, you are not a financial advisor. I totally get that. But I think people watching go, okay, here's what I care about. My money, right? My investments, my retirement account, whatever, my credit card bills, like my car loan. What should people be doing? Anything? What should we be thinking about as this move is coming up?
Okay, I'm going to separate it in two. As far as your mortgage, your loans, if you have a mortgage on your house and it's a fixed rate and it's already locked in, you do not have to worry about it. This is a good time, if you haven't done it already, to refinance your mortgage right now, knowing that rates are likely going to go up. If you have a big purchase that you're going to need a loan for, do it today. Try to pay down your debts because, yes, when rates go up, it's going to be more expensive to get a mortgage, to get a loan, credit cards. However, it's going to be a quarter point higher, and we're currently at 0. The last time the last time inflation was this high, rates were at 5%. When your and my parents were buying homes decades ago, rates were way, way higher. So even if rates get hiked 1, 2, 3, 4 times this year, it's not going to be extraordinarily high. As far as investments go, we are not talking about being professional investors and day traders. That's a different group of people.
that ain't me, girl.
Retirement accounts for those who have retirement accounts and 401ks, things could be volatile for a bit. We're going through a different period of time, but in the long term, things haven't changed.
Stephanie Roll, you're the best. Appreciate you being on. Thank you for breaking that down for us as you do so well. Coming up, a lot of the country dealing with some brutal winter weather right now, or they're about to be. And you might not be surprised to hear that climate change has a lot to do with it. We've got our friend Al Roker joining us to explain that right after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Remember how we told you last night it was going to be cold? Well, guess what? It's cold today. Very cold. So cold that you and maybe 226 million other people probably woke up to below freezing temperatures today. And if you live in parts of the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes, you got 40 degrees below zero. I can't even say it. How do you say 40 degrees below zero? I don't know because I've never felt it. The wind chill is brutal. We have the storm coming that could be really big, but here's what we know. The climate change is contributing to these big snowstorms. Why? We have just the man to explain it. Al Roker, who is joining us now. Al, I want to get to the climate piece in a second, but can you give me the latest on the forecast that we've been watching all day for this nor'easter/bomb cyclone? Because it seems like it could still go either way, right? Really intense or not so bad?
That's right. Yeah, somebody's going to see some blizzard-like conditions, but it's just a matter of who and for how long. Let's go to the maps and show you that we're talking still some very cold air locked in over the next several days into the weekend. We're going to be looking at those temperatures dropping into Saturday. Now, here's our weekend storm scenarios. The European model has the storm coming up Friday into Saturday evening along the coast, curving closer to the coast, and so that means we're looking at about heavy snow from New Jersey to Maine with very gusty winds. Some places could be looking at blizzard-like conditions. However, let's look at the American model. This tracks a little further to the east, and the heaviest snow is confined to the New England coast, again, with very heavy snow and strong winds. Boston points to the north. The potential snowfall, Hallie, right now, we're blending the models together, taking an average of the two. Heavy snow stretching along the coast of New England, New York, on into New Jersey, with really extreme snow, the eastern end of Massachusetts, and then moderate snow stretching from interior New England, interior New York State, on into New Jersey and parts of the Delmarva Peninsula, Hallie.
Al, I have to say, when we talked through the possibility for this situation here 24 hours ago on this show, you talked about how one of the things driving this was the really warm water. You had a map and you explained like this warm water that's in the Atlantic meeting this other pressure system. I'm not going to try to do my Al Roker impression, but I thought to myself, I wonder if that's climate change, right? I wonder if the reason why the water is so warm near these record highs is a contributing, symptom basically of climate change.
Well, it absolutely is. And what we're looking at now, we've got this rapidly strengthening storm. We talk about rapidly intensifying hurricanes. Well, this is not a hurricane, but it is a rapidly intensifying storm. Take a look. The Gulf Stream waters, that's that warm ocean current along the East Coast. It provides energy and moisture for coastal storms. Well, guess what? Right now, the Gulf of Maine, those water temperatures are up to 10 degrees above average. average. This is near record. In fact, this past fall, we had record-setting temperatures in this area. So that provides that energy and that moisture for these coastal storms. Now, this storm is going to rapidly intensify as it cuts across the Gulf Stream. Lower pressure, a stronger storm. And that's when we get bombogenesis, the bomb cyclone, if you will. The pressure drops generally to make it a bomb cyclone, 24 millibars in 24 hours. Well, this is going to drop 30 millibars in 24 hours with hurricane force winds possible, gusts, and with strong snow. We could be looking, like I said, Hallie, at blizzard conditions. Give you an idea. The American model for New York City, about 2 to 3 inches. The European model, maybe 12 to 16 inches, and the same kind of spreads for Washington, D.C. as well. So, you know, we're just going to have to keep watching this and see how it develops. We'll be back, I'm sure, tomorrow, when we'll be chatting again.
That, I hope, is a promise and not a threat. Al Roker, thank you so much. We'll look for more of you tomorrow morning on the Today Show. Appreciate it. Up next, with the CDC warning of this possible new variant, things have gotten so bad at schools in New Mexico, they're actually sending in troops to teach kids. Gotti Schwartz has the latest on that. And we shared a bit of what Antonio Brown had to say about his former team in a new interview last night. Well, tonight, he's saying he might sue the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We got more on that in the 5 Things.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
San Francisco is just reporting a huge rise in anti-Asian hate crimes, something like a 600% surge last year. Our Vicki Nguyen has been all over this issue. She's going to have more for us in the backstory coming up. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, British police arrested 2 more men over that Texas synagogue attack earlier this month. Officials had already arrested 4 others in connection to the standoff, 2 of them teens who've been let go. The men taken in today are there for questioning, but it's not clear how they're tied specifically to what happened. Number 2, Russia has officially named Alexei Navalny a terrorist. He's an opposition leader who's been in prison, and some of his allies have been added to the country's list, too. It's been just over a year since Navalny, who's been obviously an outspoken critic of Putin, was arrested. You'll remember that sparked protests all around the world. Number 3, Thailand has become the first country in Asia to decriminalize cannabis. The health minister announced today that marijuana would be dropped from the country's list of controlled drugs. This also paves the way for people to start growing it at home. But there's still a question mark around the recreational use of cannabis there, something we'll watch. Number 4, Antonio Brown is apparently considering a lawsuit against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over his controversial release. If you watched this show last night, you'll remember that clip of the former wide receiver in this new interview with Bryant Gumbel. Brown said the Bucs defamed him and tried to give him money to go to the, quote, in his words, crazy house. The team told NBC News it is not going to comment on what was said in that interview. Number 5, Rihanna is pledging $15 million to fight climate change. She says her foundation is donating the money to 18 climate justice organizations in the Caribbean and here in the U.S. The grants are partnered with Twitter's co-founder Jack Dorsey and his hashtag Start Small initiative. To the pandemic now, the president's COVID team today is saying the U.S. has now given out 400 million vaccine doses to other countries, doses that are desperately needed. Why? Because the World Health Organization says we're going to keep seeing new COVID variants, and they may be worse than what we've already seen because not enough people around the world have gotten the shot. 3 billion people still have not had a single one of their vaccination shots. The WHO wants to get at least 70% of the population around the world vaccinated by the summer. Right now, it's at 62. A group of scientists in Texas are hoping to change that. In tomorrow night's original, our Morgan Chesky will tell us how these doctors created a new low-cost COVID vaccine, giving it to the world for free. We're excited for that one tomorrow, but let's talk about, too, what's happening tonight in New Mexico, with the governor and even National Guard troops ready to pull double duty as teachers. It's because schools are so short-staffed from COVID. You know, that big Omicron surge we saw weeks ago on the East Coast? New Mexico is getting slammed by it now. It's forcing teachers and staff to miss school. You've got the governor who's now registered as a substitute teacher to step in, and then the National Guard heading to schools. NBC's Gotti Schwartz is following this story for us tonight. Gotti, this, I think, sounds extraordinary to people. Like, you could have your kid show up to a classroom that's being taught by a member of the National Guard?
Yeah, that's right. That's what's happening here at Los Lunas High School. In fact, we were in one of those classrooms earlier, and the National Guard member who was teaching that class 5 years ago was a student here in that very math class. And we asked her if she had talked to the teacher of that class to tell her that she was now subbing in for him. She said no, she hadn't talked to him. She had just gotten his lesson plans and was taking it from there. So it does seem like extreme measures here in New Mexico, but this has been a long-standing problem, historically speaking. I mean, before the pandemic, even going back, I used to work here in New Mexico before I worked for NBC News as an investigative reporter. Teacher shortages were a thing then. Then 20-some years ago, when I was a student in the New Mexico schools, teacher shortages were a thing then too. And it's always been really about teachers saying there is very low pay in this state. They say that there is not very much support. So before the pandemic, we had a teacher shortage. Then we saw that teacher shortage get even worse during the pandemic. We saw the numbers of vacancies double from around 500 open vacancies to about 1,000 open vacancies. And as you can imagine, with that many permanent positions that are open, you have substitutes filling in, and then you've got Omicron spreading like crazy down here. In fact, most of my family in New Mexico works for the school districts, and right now 4 of my family members in the past week or so have had to stay home because of Omicron.
Oh, man, God, I hope they're okay. I mean, I obviously adore you and your family, and I hope they're doing all right. You know, what's so interesting, though, Gotti, like, so you make such an important point, which is teacher shortages were a problem even before the pandemic in New Mexico. It is a crisis now, right? I mean, literally to have National Guard members go in and teach schools, I think is shocking to people. This cannot be a permanent solution, right? This cannot be the long-term fix for students in New Mexican schools, to have new schools in New Mexico, to have the governor go in and teach a class. What is the plan to get this resolved?
Absolutely, and that's what administrators have said, students have said, teachers have said. They say they appreciate the help. They want to be in person and learning as opposed to virtually learning, but this is not something that can continue on the long term. Now, one thing about this program, though, is that once you have that certification, and they're doing these rapid certifications for these National Guard members who are able to pass background checks, then they can come into these schools and substitute teach even beyond the pandemic. So it's almost like a different call to service. Now, the hope is that with more people from the community, National Guard members, state employees coming into the community, seeing how dire of a situation that this shortage has caused, then maybe more people will actually want to get into the profession. Then you've got the flip side of all this, which really comes down to money and making enough for people to live. Right now, so many different teachers have left the profession for either teaching positions in other states because they're paid more, or to bartend. In fact, there was a TikTok that just went viral last month from a teacher in Albuquerque who told her class she was quitting her job because she couldn't afford to pay the rent, so she was going to go also bartend and be a server. So one of the things that we have seen under this Governor Lujan Grisham, is that teacher salaries are being put front and center in a lot of the budget proposals. So we are now seeing a 7% request in increase of teacher salaries, but 7% plus a 20%, which we've seen over the last few years, still only brings it to about the national average, which just goes to show how little teachers have been paid here in New Mexico for quite some time.
Scotty Schwartz, it is great to have you on the ground back home for you in New Mexico. I know we'll be watching for more of your reporting coming up on NBC Nightly News. Scotty, thank you. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, a new report from San Francisco's police department shows a serious rise in hate crimes against Asian people. The top line numbers are pretty scary. Look at this. Hate crimes against Asian American and Pacific Islanders went up more than 560%. In actual numbers, there were 8 anti-Asian hate crimes reported in San Francisco in 2019, 9 in 2020, and in 2021, 60. The city's mayor, London Breed, says she thinks the number is actually way higher than that because people are kind of hesitant to report this sort of thing to police. We know nationally, attacks against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have also been going up. The Stop AAPI Hate Coalition tracked more than 10,000 hate incidents, as they call it, from March 2020 through September 2021. Vicki Nguyen joins me now to talk about all this. And Vicki, we're so glad to have you on because you've done so much good coverage on this issue, including that special you did right here for us at NBC News Now. I watched it. It is powerful. When you look now, right, here we are. We talked about what happened in 2021. Here we are in 2022, and you see these headlines. What goes through your mind?
Hallie, I think, are we doing enough? Are we covering this the way that we ought to be? And I will say that you know this. We pitch a lot of stories, but we don't always get them green lit. Over the last couple of years, we've done more than a dozen stories, my team and I, on the rise in anti-Asian sentiment, the attacks, but also the rise in activism, the young people who are speaking out against what's happening. And that special that you mentioned, the racism virus, that hour-long video has now reached almost 1 million views on YouTube. So we are encouraged by that because we know there is an appetite that people want to see these issues covered. I thank you because you've had us on your show on MSNBC. You're having us on now to talk about these things. But even as you mentioned those numbers out of San Francisco, we checked in with NYPD. In 2021, 159 incidents of Asian hate crimes confirmed. And that is up 488% from 2020. So it shows there is a need for us to continue covering these stories.
What's so striking, too, is that these are probably, according to all experts on this, probably undercounts, right? Because people aren't always reporting these kinds of things to police and to law enforcement. How do you approach when you're getting an interview with somebody, when you're looking to get somebody to talk to you about a really traumatic moment, right, and a really traumatic experience for them? How do you go about helping them feel comfortable do that?
No doubt, Hallie, every law enforcement source we have says these things are underreported. And when we approach families, it's usually on one of the worst days of their lives. Often, whatever you're covering, usually you're either hitting someone at a high or hitting someone at a low. And I think about that all of the time. And I just approach them with respect and compassion. I try to treat people the way I would want someone to treat my mom or dad. And I leave the decision to them whether or not they want to tell their story. I try to set out a strong case to let them know by sharing what happened or the experience they went through. Someone will learn, someone will be helped, someone will feel less alone. But ultimately, I try to build that relationship, give that rapport. And if they do trust us to tell their story, then I take it very seriously. It's like the highest responsibility we have to get it right.
Totally. And you want to be able to do that person, do honor, right? Do justice to that person and their story. I hear that. Can I ask you, and only as far as you're comfortable going, but you know that, we sometimes get personal here on this show, right? Like, can you talk a little bit about how you manage having to report on stuff that is traumatic for people in your community and for people that you love?
This series of reports has hit me in a way that nothing else has that I've covered. And I think it had to do with the viral nature of a lot of the videos of the attacks that were captured on camera over the last 2 years. These were people that you kept seeing that looked like they could have been your parents or your grandparents or someone in your family. And I have to say, I think it hit me the hardest and I hit my lowest point in March of last year when, you'll remember this, a gunman went into a few spas in Atlanta and he killed 8 people. 6 of them were Asian women. And I remember going to bed that night and it was so heavy on me. And I thought, I'd be better in the morning. And I would be, you move on with the news cycle. And that morning, I woke up and I had not shaken that feeling at all. And I was supposed to go into the Today Show and do a story about travel deals, a happy getaway in March. And at the end of that story, I was on the verge of tears. And I'm sure viewers were like, what is wrong with her? Why is she so emotional about it, going to the Bahamas? I went to the bathroom immediately and I just started crying. I couldn't even keep the sobs in. And I think that was a physical release. But Hallie, if I'm being honest with you, I don't know that I've done a good job managing the mental health aspect side of it. I don't know that I kind of probably just pack it in. I don't really talk to people about it. I do know that something that helps me cope in general is to try to not focus on things that I can't control. I try to focus on what is my power. And as a journalist, I know my power is to provide a platform for people, is to give them a voice. And so if I can be productive, that helps me to be positive. That's what helps me lift my spirits. I'm sure there are other techniques and probably better techniques, but that is sort of how I was able to kind of get out of it, just to say, okay, give myself some space from the headlines and the social media and those videos, give myself some space, and then try to focus on what can I do?
Can I just say, I'm so grateful to you for being vulnerable and being honest about this and being transparent. And I am feeling you every step of the way. You're going to get 14 texts from me after we get off the air. Thank you, Vicki, because I have to tell you, you shining a light on these stories, you holding, truth to power, the accountability piece, the sharing the stories piece, it is so powerful and so important, and we are lucky to be able to have you do that. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Still to come.
The feeling is mutual, my friend. I really appreciate you opening the doors for these conversations.
Thank you, Vicki. We'll talk soon. Coming up here on the show, we're going to shift gears and talk about the new and creative way that some people are looking to get guns off the streets. Maura Barrett has taken us to Denver for tonight's original, with more on how one group has taken a buyback program to the next level. And the snake burglar strikes again? Officials say a thief with some interesting moves may have slithered into another California business. Oh man, more in the local.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, San Jose, California has now become the first city in the country to approve an insurance law for gun owners. The city council approved the measure overnight. The insurance would cover any loss or any damage from any kind of incident involving the gun. Advocates there say this violates their Second Amendment rights. They're promising to sue. Also from our West Coast Bureau, remember that snake burglar we told you about in December? This guy, slithering on his belly right through a salon, stealing thousands of dollars. Well, guess what? We think maybe he is at it again. This time at a gold exchange business. Look at this. Same move, same slither. I mean, he got away with $15,000 worth of silver. Police say they haven't caught him yet. It's like a reverse Mission Impossible. I don't know. And from our Northeast Bureau, New Jersey is getting into esports. The state approved its first company to take bets on competitive video games. Users will be able to bet on other people playing popular games like Call of Duty and League of Legends. The company's CEO says esports betting is expected to reach $205 billion in the next 5 years. Now to tonight's original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Yesterday, we brought you a story about the rise in gun purchases over the past year. Today, we'll look at what happens in the consequences of those purchases. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, they've tracked a surge in violent crime directly related to the increase in the number of gun purchases. Now, in some communities, they're focusing on getting those guns off the street. Maura Barrett went to Denver to look at the pretty creative way one group is trying to make a difference.
What used to harm or take away life,
this here used to be a barrel of gun, looked like this.
now being repurposed to help plant new life.
We're hearing from someone who's been affected by gun violence and then inviting the community that's present here today to take a turn with the hammer and helping us turn a gun into a garden tool.
It starts as a typical gun buyback event. People who turn their guns in receive compensation, but Mike and his Raw Tools team have a plan for what these guns can do.
Our mission is to disarm hearts, forge peace, and cultivate justice. And we do that by turning guns into garden tools, introducing people to resources that are alternative means of conflict resolution like de-escalation and mediation.
This effort began after the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in 2012. Since then, more than 1,000 guns have been through the process. But there's been a new push in the last 2 years, coinciding with a spike in gun violence, a significant increase during the pandemic, leading to more than 20,000 gun deaths in 2021.
So these buyback programs are a great idea for public messaging and for changing the culture. If we start to associate guns with negative messages, so we celebrate the destruction of guns, that's probably a good thing for our culture. We have 400 million guns in circulation, and any contribution to reducing that is helpful.
The idea of the transformation comes from a Bible verse about turning a sword into a plow. This, a modern interpretation that also serves the psychological effects of those impacted by gun violence.
I lost my cousin to gang violence when I was a senior in high school here in Denver. He was murdered at a gas station during a gang conflict. It was really, really powerful to think about the literal reshaping of a thing of violence into something that's going to help cultivate and grow, and so just an actionable thing that you can do to try to help stop the gun violence.
I took my frustrations out on the gun. I felt better. I loved it.
Charlotta Evans knows that frustration firsthand.
What drives me is the loss of my son, Kason Xavier Evans. I lost him to gun violence, children having possessions of guns, not being responsible with guns, adults not being responsible with guns.
Her 3-year-old son killed in a drive-by shooting by Raymond Johnson, who was just a teenager at the time.
I went to go hand Kason over to the paramedics, and he took his last breath in my arms.
Speaking ahead of the gun buyback event at this church service, Evans has since forgiven the shooter, helping abbreviate his prison sentence and mentoring him as her own son, she says. Now, she uses her story to speak out against irresponsible gun ownership and the potential for restorative justice.
We just cannot be self-centered about our gun ownership as if it's not hurting anyone else.
What do you make of those spikes in gun violence that we've seen so recently?
You know, we say the cliche, hurt people, but it is actual fact. And we're looking at a lot of mental health issues, a lot of trauma that's been untreated. And we really have to take a look at the lives of our youth because these youth are growing up into adults that have not yet been healed.
It's a powerful way to end that piece. Maura joins us now from Chicago. Maura, thank you for doing that story for us. We really appreciate it. Talk a little bit more, right, about, I mean, listen, this is raising awareness for people. Are there other policies that this dovetails with, right? Like, it feels like the bigger impact is going to be not just this program alone, but a cohesive orchestra almost of other policies and programs to get people to make a change.
Exactly, and it's the idea of the fact that these guns are being recycled, right, Hallie? Not just taken off the streets and then who knows what happens with them, right? Because from a national level, it's really hard here in America for there to be this national effort of a gun buyback. This one specific program has taken 1,000 guns off the street, but when you look at the larger picture of 400 million guns in circulation here, there's a big delta. And so something that experts are pointing to is actually something that can be accomplished state by state rather than through Congress, and that's mandatory reports of stolen or lost guns, because often we lose them in circulation. And so the quicker we can get them out of circulation, recycled through a program like this, other programs have melted down the metal and repurposed them. That's one way to